Tournament of Power, a fantasy romance. Curse of the Pirate, Book 2. Written by Cortney Pearson. Narrated by Ophelia Diarmis. Chapter 1. Bae Kelsey held the lantern high, allowing it to cast its clementine light on every door he passed. His father hadn't managed to get the location of the Cressida's fabled map room before King Emir had died. Now that they had the Lunae Luminian Palace, and Princess Soraya was no longer the ruling bloodline, Bae wouldn't delay a minute more. He had checked as many doors as he could on the palace's upper levels, and now turned his attention to those that were far less well lit. The search was turning out to be more irksome than he'd hoped. How many doors could the palace's lower levels have? Apparently, too many. Lantern light flickered. Shadows spooked every wall. And though anticipation flickered in his chest with every turn down the palace's lower labyrinthine walls, he still had yet to cross paths with the door he sought. Bae didn't usually devote much time to regrets, but it really was a shame Soraya hadn't returned. A shame they'd banished most of her royal guards. There had to be someone around here who knew where the infernal room was hidden. Not that he would be able to enter the room if he did find it. According to legend, the map room was off-limits to anyone not of the royal family. He'd found another room that had refused him entrance. This one was located on the family wing, beside King Emir's personal chambers. Enchantment had glazed the door handle itself, so the instant Bae had touched the brass, a bitter hair-raising tingle had coursed across his skin. He doubted the map room was in the family wing of the palace, so he kept up the search for it elsewhere. The map room would probably do the same, but at least he would know exactly where it was. Bae muscled down his annoyance at this fact. He and his father had taken over the kingdom through might, but also with signatures of agreement from the king himself. They'd met with the people of Lunae Lumin to explain the circumstances of their ascension, and so far, the people had accepted their arrival without much argument. Yet the magical forces in play refused to recognize either Bae or Kelsey as true rulers of Lunae Lumin. Though they'd claimed the palace, they still didn't have access to what they wanted. He reached the end of a corridor where the path split. Cold air brushed its fingers along his arms, a sensation he wasn't used to feeling in this part of the world, which spoke of how far down in the palace he was. Bae opted for the left, and a figure appeared in the otherwise deserted corridor. He startled, nearly losing his grip on the lantern. His entire frame quivered, and though he wanted to back away, to turn and make for the stairs he'd taken down here, he cast his unease aside and lifted the light. The figure was a woman with a lovely, wicked face, and silver hair that shimmered in the light cast from his lantern. His unraveling nerves gradually wound their way back where they belonged. The last and only time he'd met Undine DeRay, she'd left him marked with a curse that had altered his entire way of existence. It was little wonder her all-too-quiet appearance in the lowest levels of the Lunae Luminian Palace made him feel as though his bones had attempted to leave his skin. Undine? He cleared his throat and lowered the lantern. To what do I owe thee? He couldn't say pleasure. He wouldn't suggest seeing her gave him any delight whatsoever. Interruption. Her long hair was the silver of starlight, and of the polished spoon he'd used at supper, her delicate mouth twisted at the corners. He'd seen her use a similar seductive expression right before she'd asked him to give her a lock of his hair. "A rumor met my ears, Master Kelsey," she said. Her voice tinkled like dozens of diamonds cascading over each other. "What do you care about rumors?" Was she really here for small talk? He didn't have time for this. She laughed. "That depends on whom the rumors are about. And in this case, this one pertains to you and your father." He reined in his impatience. "All right, you have my attention, witch. What rumor are you referring to?" "I have friends at the Daybreak Cafe, good sir, and this rumor is that you are considering holding a tournament for your hand in marriage." Bae couldn't figure out how the sea witch would have found out. The woman at Daybreak, who'd helped them after they'd washed ashore like two pieces of driftwood, hadn't been anywhere in earshot when he and his father had discussed such a thing. Nothing had been settled as of yet. Yet, here was Undine de Rey inquiring about a tournament. Permissions for a union based on magic had to be acquired from the sea witch herself. At least, that was what Bae had been able to glean about these tournaments thus far. Still, Undine seemed far too eager, and that made him exactly the opposite. "What of it?" he asked. "You are in luck. Since my home was not destroyed, my power has been restored to its full strength." Which would explain why she'd been able to materialize down here like a specter. She straightened her spine as if additional height would add to the impact of her statement. And I'm prepared to support your tournament if you agree to a few conditions." He attempted to brush past her. "I want no conditions with you." Undine barred his way. "Not even if it means removing your curse?" Bae stopped. Goose flesh rose along his arms and up the back of his neck. He fixed her with his fiercest glare. "You're the reason I suffer from that curse." "You chose to deny a bargain with me, Bae Kelsey. I was displeased." "I don't care what you were," he snarled. "You didn't have the right to inflict anything on me." "The right? Just as you had the right to approach my home and ask for passage? What made you think I'd give you any kind of special leeway that I wouldn't grant any other mortal? What makes you so special, Bae Kelsey?" He seethed, fuming, breath hot and chest pumping. Bae tightened his grip on the lantern, though he wanted nothing more than to strike her. She remedied her tone and smoothed the angry lines from her porcelain glowing face. Light flickered in the blue shimmering flesh beside her eyes. "Now," she said coolly, "do you or do you not wish to be king of Luné-Lumine?" "Something tells me you already know the answer to that question." Did she know that was why he was down in this particular corridor? As king, he would have full access to all the rooms in the palace, including the elusive map room he was searching for. His father, Captain Edward Kelsey, wanted access to the map room to find the treasure he sought, on the other side of the boundary. Bae wanted the map room because he was certain if anything held his mother's missing location, it was enchanted cartographs, with the ability to reveal even the most hidden of places. "Then I will grant my blessing on your tournament, and bestow magic to the children who will stem from it. I will also remove the curse plaguing you and keeping you from the sea." The dregs of irritation still flickering from her shocking interruption fled, and were quickly replaced with wary curiosity. If? She smiled, glowing in the darkened corridor. My term is that you marry the winner. His curiosity deflated. This declaration was anticlimactic. His heart was racing for nothing. Isn't that the point? You may not like the winner, Undine said, but you agree to marry her regardless. You also give me full sway over the tasks the competitors will be called to perform in the tournament. She began pacing the width of the narrowed corridor conspiratorially. You hand full rights to the event over to me. The final task will be that my boundary gets destroyed, as I know you and your father both wish. Bae frowned. She was offering him everything he wanted. This was exactly what he preferred, though usually a result like this came after a fair amount of struggle. That fact set his suspicions at full staff. Why do you want your home to be destroyed? These are my conditions, Master Kelsey. For Lene Lumin to remain as it is, you need a princess with power at your side. My reasons are my own. Do you agree to my terms? No dangled from his lips and tongue. He clenched his jaw shut to keep the word from escaping. Bae remembered all too well the last time he'd refused a bargain with Undine. She'd gone from accommodating to vicious. She'd leapt on him, yanking at his shoulder-length hair and tearing away several strands, taking what he'd refused to give. Then he'd felt it. Whatever she'd done had tainted him from the inside out. She'd marked his skin without even touching it, and he'd barely made it to the shore alive. Bae could still feel her curse simmering in between his bones. Several times he'd considered dissecting his arm in an attempt to physically remove the traces of magic she'd marked him with. But Brigg had talked sense into him before he'd maimed himself. The thought of his deceased first mate brought a moment of grief within Bae's chest. Brigg's loss had been unexpected, and the idea that he was truly gone, that Bae would never be able to speak to him again, or receive any more helpful but annoying advice, was poignant. The choice is yours, but my offer is fading quickly. Undine's face morphed into something less than pleasant. Her offer was so good, he couldn't refuse. She'd backed him into a corner, and she knew it. This was why I told my father not to contact you yet. Yet here I am, your word pirate, and your hair, if you please. I give you the tournament that will provide you a princess with power, and an heir born with her own dose of magic when the time comes for that. You agree to marry the winner no matter who she is, and give me full reign of your tournament. And you sail free and clear from these shores once the tournament is complete. Bae swore under his breath. He wanted a tournament, to marry a princess with power. He also wanted his curse gone. Both were things only Undine could grant him. If he could get both out of this, he couldn't see any other option. He met the gleam in her terrible eyes. It seems I have no other choice. A smile broke across her pointed face. If she were immortal, she would be beautiful. But she wasn't becoming. She wasn't appealing. She was tricksome and disturbing. Marvelous, she said, holding out her hand. Bae sighed, hating himself, hating all of this. But Undine agreed that the boundary would be destroyed, and he wouldn't take that lightly either. With this tournament, he would become king. He would not only find the Cressida's map room, but he would be able to access what it contained. Rigid as the mast of a ship, Bae reached to his scalp and plucked a single hair from his head. Undine's eyes devoured every move his hand made, until he placed the single hair in her open palm. Chapter 2. Cali squeezed Soraya's hand and guided her through the milling crowd. Holding hands was their best chance of staying together as they wove through the shoulder-to-shoulder throng, filling the streets around Lumin's palace gates. The bag containing her few belongings bumped against her legs, and the legs of those around her. She clutched the handle tightly in her other hand to keep from losing her hold on it. "Almost there," Cali muttered, though she knew with Soraya positioned behind her, and with the sheer number of bodies pressed together on the cobblestoned streets, the chances of Soraya hearing her from her position at Cali's back were slim. Soraya tugged against the pull of Cali's arm. Cali paused and peered back, receiving another nudge from a passerby. Wide-eyed uncertainty was plastered on her cousin's pretty, veiled face. Cali had opted to go without a veil today. Notwithstanding the day's damp heat, she had nothing to hide any longer, and the custom of noblewomen veiling their faces was Luminian, not her own. "Are you sure about this?" Soraya called over the crowd's chatter. Tangible excitement glowed on the citizens' faces. They crammed the streets, tilting in the palace's direction, like eager children for a promised treat. "Of course I'm sure," Cali said. "See, we're almost inside the gates." Soraya gave a reluctant nod that didn't alter the wariness in her eyes. A few more people bumped Cali's shoulders, but she snaked her way through, continuing in the direction they'd been heading. Within the wrought iron fence line encircling the main courtyard, palace guards were directing traffic, preventing people from clustering in the central pavestone drive, where the carriages delivering the other princesses invited to Bae's tournament would soon be arriving. Cali and Soraya found a vacant space a few feet from the palace's glistening front steps. Cali exhaled and lingered near a gathering of rounded bushes, setting her bag on the ground. The two of them had a more elevated vantage point, and she gestured to the trek they'd just made. The surrounding villas piled along the climbing hillside, the road winding from Gull Bay to the crest of Lumin's palace. All seemed much more daunting from here. "See?" she said, with forced relief and a coerced smile. "There. The hardest part is over." "Unlikely." Soraya's shoulders curled away from their usual poise. She darted a feverish gaze across the assembled masses. Cali couldn't imagine how she must be feeling. Soraya had been displaced and was now being invited as a guest into her own home. She reached for Soraya's bag and placed it beside her own. She tried to think of something helpful to say when Soraya spoke first. "I hate this." Soraya glared at the columns between the keyhole arches, making up the exterior of her exquisite palace. The sun pounded on Cali's neck, and combined with humidity from the air rumbling off the nearby ocean, made her skin positively sticky.
Clearly no one misses me. Why am I even here?
You're here because Bae stole your kingdom, Cali said. She wore a kaftan, the teal color of seahorses and dreams, along with a shimmering white sash, cinching her slim waist and draping its tails down her skirt's side. It was one of the only dresses she had. Saraya wore a dazzling kaftan, the soft pink color of timid blushes and youthful flirtation. A gauzy shawl embroidered with dragons draped over her left shoulder, trimmed in satin and gold. Her raven black hair shone in the sunlight, well coiffed and pretty, despite the fact that she and Cali had dressed below the deck of Cali's newfound ship, the Sunset.
You saw the documents Captain Kelsey displayed to the nobles after he killed my father, Saraya said. My father signed my kingdom away. I should just admit defeat.
She scowled at the ladies with faces veiled, shielding themselves from the sunlight with delicate parasols, and the men holding ocular devices that allowed them to see the goings-on from a distance. No, you shouldn't. They'd had this argument a few times. Saraya might not feel so now, but Cali knew if her cousin walked away when she had the chance to fight for her kingdom, she would regret it later. Even the noble families who had the most to gain from aligning themselves with the Cressida royal line refused to back Saraya or help her return to power. The people had disliked King Emir's weak leadership. He'd been too easily persuaded by others, as had been evidenced by his signing documents and allowing the pirates to take over in the first place. They were eager for a leader with more clout. The remaining pirates in Kelsey's armada had begun coming to shore, and while a few disturbances had occurred, they kept to themselves for the most part. Citizens liked the additional business the pirates provided for merchants and those who had shops near the harbor. Regardless of the people's apparent indifference to Saraya's lost position, that didn't mean she should give up. Saraya would be a better ruler than the new pirate royal family. Cali was certain of that. For all his gentlemanly veneer, Kelsey was a brutal man. He acted the part of a benevolent ruler now, but as soon as his rule was solidified, he would trample these people under his feet to get what he wanted. While she couldn't believe Bae would do the same, who knew what atrocities would take place the longer they held the throne? Did any of these people wonder at Saraya's appearance this morning to compete in the pirates' tournament? Didn't any of them believe, as Cali did, that Saraya should be crowned princess now that her father was gone because it was her right? Carriage wheels rattled on the cobblestones, and the surrounding crowd cheered its approach. Saraya had been offered no such conveyance, nor such applause. The indignity of not being offered an escort pinched the corners of her eyes and bent the line of her spine.
Here we go, Saraya said. My competition.
The clomping hooves slowed as the rounded white carriage pulled to a stop. A footman wearing black livery leapt from his position and grappled for the door. Black-heeled boots alighted, leading to thigh-hugging leather pants, backed by the train of a jacket the color of pomegranates. The princess's face was all cunning and secrets and beauty. With the knee-high boots, the military cut of the jacket, and the braided twists in her black hair, she appeared every inch the match a pirate prince might seek. "The Princess Arabella Harrow of Baldric Island," announced the clerk from his position near the trickling fountain, situated at the top of the palace's grand steps. Wearing the trademark blue of the Cressida staff, he stood with his arms stiff at his sides. Cali peered anxiously for a sign of Bae, but he was nowhere in sight. Lifting her chin, Arabella swept the train of her jacket aside to make way for a small creature to follow her out of the carriage. A sleek black tiger cub with spider-webbed whiskers, wide paws, and keen yellow eyes descended. He stood as high as Arabella's knees, with stripes the color of strawberries in summer. The small beast sniffed the air. He stalked behind Arabella up the walkway to the steps beneath the framework of swaying palm trees and dragon's egg blue sky. "Where is Bae?" Cali muttered in Soraya's ear. Surely he would want to be here when his guests arrived. Soraya was as rigid as a tree trunk, and spoke as if she hadn't heard Cali's question.
"Arabella seems troublesome."
"This is good." Cali forced stability into her voice. "This way we can know exactly who's here, who you're up against." Cali wanted to grasp every detail of these princesses she could, from their hair color to their posture, to what their voices sounded like. She planned to catalog every minuscule piece of information others might disregard. Anything that might help Soraya's cause. She was determined to find weaknesses. Another carriage clattered into the pristine courtyard, and a short blonde with honey curls dancing in ringlets down her shoulders was accompanied by an older woman with a severe expression and an angry black suit that glowered as though it were made to give orders. The girl couldn't be any older than 16, a little young for a bride. "The Princess Gia Cardona of Rune," the clerk announced. The crowd politely applauded as Gia left the woman behind and approached the palace steps, taking her place beside Arabella. Cali skimmed through the names of each kingdom: Luné-Lumin, Baldric Island, Rune. Only Sublé remained, but maybe they hadn't responded to the invitation, if they'd received one at all. Soraya remained silent and motionless, almost as though she'd given up all hope before the tournament had even begun. "I'm here for you," Cali said, slinging her arm around her shoulder and giving it a gentle squeeze. "Never mind that no one else here is cheering for you, because I am. I'll be by your side every second." Soraya had been losing hope over the last several days as she tried every avenue she could for help. Everyone had turned her down. Even the admiral of the Luné-Lumin Navy had sworn his allegiance to the soon-to-be King Kelsey. The Navy's acceptance of the pirate armada had dissipated any support Soraya may have had from her people. From what Cali had been able to glean, when word spread that Admiral Irving and the other members of the Navy had not only accepted the pirates' leadership, but also vouched for them, that had a profound influence. "We simply cannot outfight the pirate armada," Admiral Irving had said when Soraya had approached him. "Our power has been significantly reduced in recent battles, which is one reason we called on the pirates' help in the first place."
"Admiral, please!"
The desperation in Soraya's voice had been striking. Admiral Irving, a pragmatic man, had thinned his mouth into an understanding expression and taken Soraya by the shoulders. "I wish I could help," he'd said, "but I won't waste the lives of good men for a hopeless assault on an armada that has everything in their favor. They have larger numbers, better protection from the Bay, not to mention, many of my men fought alongside them and owe them their lives." Defeated and powerless, Zara had hung her head, much as she did now. Admiral Irving had offered a bag of coins as recompense. Zara had almost declined his paltry help, but Cali had stepped forward then. With Zara's only option being to play along in Interbase tournament, she'd need something to wear, and the coin the Admiral had given her had been enough to commission a few dresses for them both. The truth was, Zara wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for Cali insisting she keep fighting for her kingdom. The crowd roared, but no new princesses had arrived on the scene. Confused, her gaze shot to the fountain where the princesses congregated, with a few other palace staff, and the clerk who'd announced them, and her heart speared higher and faster than if she'd been running. Bae emerged from the shadowed keyhole entrance leading into the palace's main doors. He was dressed in an impeccable vest over his white shirt, with rolled sleeves, dark breeches, and tall boots. She was attuned to everything about him, from the confident slant of his well-formed shoulders to his slim waist and long legs. His dark hair was tied back, his skin was sun-bronzed, and he lifted a hand in greeting to the boisterous crowd. And his smile. She'd envisioned its shape, the crest of his eyes, every time she closed hers. The palace rose behind him, with more majesty than he deserved. It seemed to contradict everything he was. Then again, Bae was a contradiction in every possible sense. Pirates were illiterate swindlers who sought only their own interests. Yet Bae spoke with decorum and consideration. He wanted the sea, but was fighting for a land of his own. And he kissed like he sailed, knowing and controlled and grasping. Cali hadn't been able to stop thinking about the kiss they'd shared on the Bane. How carefully he'd held her, how the shadows had played on his features. Captain Kelsey raised his hands and waited for the audience to quieten. "Welcome, and thank you all for coming to the start of Prince Baylor's tournament." More applause. "I say, 2 of our contestants have already arrived. Your Highnesses, you are most welcome." He indicated a nod toward the clerk, who cleared his throat and introduced each princess once more. Bae clapped his eyes hungrily on Arabella, taking her slender ebony hand as it was offered. "Welcome, Princess," Bae said, his low voice curling in Cali's bones. Cali's teeth clenched. Bae had no right to be doing this. He'd imposed, uprooted Zara in the process, and was inviting women who had no business here to participate in a husband-winning tournament for a prize he had no right to give. He hadn't even been crowned yet. Were his words when he'd helped her escape his father's ship meaningless? Spoken only because he was after a kiss? They hadn't seemed to be. To a pirate who coveted treasure, a kiss wasn't worth risking his neck to free her. But he had. Cali hated how she could recall being near him, just by closing her eyes. She had relived every sensation, the melted caramel of his voice, the luring touch of his hands on her waist, the tripping rhythm of his breath, and succulent sweetness of his lips, more often than she'd ever admit aloud. Cold, cutthroat jealousy slashed through her defenses at the sight of him greeting the other princesses. Arabella was, in a word, exotic. She matched Luné Lumin's flair and beauty in such a defined way. Cali swallowed her instant dislike of the girl and the arrogant angle of her head. Of Princess Gia's petite delicacy. It wasn't as if she had any chance with Bae herself, so why indulge in jealousy of these other princesses? It wouldn't serve her. Another princess has arrived from all the way across the boundary. Captain Kelsey swaggered away from his son. He wore the tricorn hat with the tall white plume he'd donned the day he'd announced King Emir's death, and he braced a ringed hand on the handle of the revolver in his sashed belt. She arrived a few days ago when we returned from our voyage. He offered a hand in the direction of the guards' lineup. It wasn't direct, but it was in the vicinity of where Cali stood. Confusion swept over her. A fluttery, empty feeling took over her stomach. He couldn't possibly be gesturing to her, could he? Was she going to be invited after all? If so, what was she going to do? Before Cali could move, a young woman separated herself from the crowd. She had warm brown skin, twisting curls of black hair, and a sedate dress of palest lavender. Cali's anticipation plunged, and she gasped so hard she nearly choked on her saliva. It wasn't only the dashed, foolish hope she'd allowed to briefly emerge. It was because she recognized the princess Captain Kelsey had actually been pointing to. The Princess Lyric Reeves of Sublair, Kelsey announced. Lyric surveyed the crowd with the same calculation Cali had come to associate her with. Purpose and challenge in her eyes for the other princesses as she approached them. "What?" Cali muttered. Her face and neck heated. She quickly cast aside the acidic sting of embarrassment at having thought Captain Kelsey was about to announce her as a contestant. Lyric could use magic. Of course she was a princess. Why hadn't Lyric just told her? What other explanation was there? She couldn't believe Lyric was here. The last time Cali had seen her had been in her own kingdom, when Lyric had helped to brew the cure the Zarans had so desperately needed. How had she gotten across the boundary? A panic ensued. Captain Kelsey nodded toward the lineup of servants, waiting on the sideline near the fountain, and a young woman wearing a gray knee-length suit, her brown hair pulled tightly away from her face, clutched a clipboard and made her way toward him. He muttered something to her. She nodded, strutted down the palace steps, and approached Zara. It took Cali a few seconds to recognize Mina, Zara's former maid, who had brought Cali breakfast a few times.
"You're participating then, Princess?" Mina asked. "Captain Kelsey sent me to double-check since you haven't brought yourself forward."
Zara stiffened.
"You're working for the Kelseys?" "It's a job," Mina said with a shrug. "And he's gorgeous."
Cali remembered the naive girl making similar statements the morning she'd met Bae. How she wished she was in Cali's shoes, getting to pretend to be a princess for even a short time, just so she could have the pirates' undivided attention. While Cali could understand how ostracized Zara must feel, it wasn't what worried her most. Zara had disobeyed Captain Kelsey's command to destroy the boundary. She'd turned on his crew and set his ship on fire, then leapt for the safety of Cali's smaller sloop, thus abandoning the crew to the whims of the Finfolk. It was a wonder any had survived with their lives intact. So why had Zara been invited at all after that? When Zara paused, Cali prayed, crossing her fingers behind her back. She wouldn't speak for her cousin, but she wouldn't walk away from this either. They had nothing else now, nothing but a small ship, and, for Cali, thoughts of Bae trickling in with every tick of her pulse. Soraya didn't give Mina an answer. Her mouth parted, her eyes widened. Sweat beaded along her hairline. Mina lifted her brows in expectation, and the rest of the crowd seemed to home in on their position, because it was the direction the Kelseys were facing as well. As if coming to her senses, she darted a panicked glance in Callie's direction.
"I can't do this,"
Soraya said. "Yes, you can." Bitter blue fear showcased in Soraya's eyes. It went straight through Callie's chest.
I can't face this alone."
Soraya sidestepped, moving catatonically, acting almost detached. She turned as if to make her way through the crowd they'd worked so hard to push through to get here in the first place. Mina opened her mouth in confusion, but Callie silenced her with a hand before catching her cousin by the arm. "Wait, you can't leave," she said.
"Let me go."
Soraya wrenched her hand free. Soraya was so close, she couldn't walk away now. How could she not see it? "You asked why we're here?" Callie raised a hand toward the palace's exorbitant pallor, to its glittering stone and the gold filaments sparking in the sunlight. "That's your goal, Soraya. Your kingdom. This is how you're going to get it back. If you walk away now, you'll never get a chance like this again." Bae watched them from the palace steps with curiosity in his features. His attention was torturous. Callie couldn't spare him another glance. He despised her now, a fact that made her heart ache with palpable pangs of loss. She didn't relish the idea of him marrying anyone but her, but if it had to be someone else, she'd rather it was Soraya than one of these foreign princesses. And maybe this way, if Soraya took back her kingdom, Callie could somehow return to hers. It was the only consoling thought she had left. Soraya turned back to Mina, who gave her a bright, impatient, almost mocking glance.
"Well?"
Mina said. "Yes," Soraya sighed with resignation. "I'm participating." Mina grinned, hugging her clipboard to her chest and casting her eyes upward, before returning them to Soraya with a squeak.
"I can't wait to see what the other princesses have to do to win the prince's hand."
She dashed off to report Soraya's news before Callie managed to say anything. Heartbeats ticked. Gulls squawked overhead. Then the clerk announced, "The Princess Soraya Cressida of Lumin." Applause flowed from the crowd. Clapping, shouts of glee, and even a few catcalls of Soraya's name strung through the air. It was a louder, more enthusiastic response than Arabella received, and the other princess's lip curled as she tilted her head away from the cheers. "At least they had the decency to announce your full title," Callie shouted over the ruckus. Bae, his father, and a few guards stood beside the fountain, waiting for Soraya to move. Several palm trees swayed in the heated breeze. Gulls flew and cried above their heads. Soraya raised her chin, but Callie couldn't mistake the quiver in it as anything but fear. She squeezed her hand again, hoping Soraya read the reassurance in her gesture. "I'm here. I'll be right here with you." Soraya trudged toward the steps. Callie followed, carting both of their bags. But the moment she lifted her foot to ascend the first step, a guard with dark skin and a grim expression interceded, standing between her and her cousin. "Excuse me," Cali said, attempting to brush past him.
"Only participating princesses will be allowed,"
he snapped, blocking her way again. A few steps up from him, Soraya's eyes widened. Her skin lost its color. Cali read everything her pleading expression shouted. Fear, panic, petition. There was no way Soraya could do this without her. A deep pit hollowed Cali's insides as surely as if her heart were being carved out before it could complete another shaky beat. A wave of indignation struck her, along with fear of her own. Her every thought had been to get Soraya into the tournament. She hadn't considered being left behind. What was she going to do now? Though she couldn't compete, could she not join Soraya in the palace? Besides, she had questions. For Lyric, for Bae, and she couldn't leave her cousin alone in this. Soraya had been all but paralyzed by either fear or pretended indifference. She could never get her throne back with that attitude. Soraya's victory was also Cali's only chance of getting her own kingdom back. She hadn't been sure how she could return to Zara, not after the bargain she'd made with Undine. A secret pocket of her had hoped she might still have a future with Bae, but he was going to marry someone else once this tournament was through. What else did Cali have to hope for, if not to return where she belonged? Each of the princesses turned, one at a time, granting Bae sly smiles and conniving appraisal. He laughed with them, bringing Gia's hand to his lips in passing, before cupping it with his own. Time slipped through Cali's fingers. She needed to be a part of this. Soraya would be a wreck during the coronation. Not to mention she needed a friend against these other vipers. What were they saying? What would the first task be? If only she'd thought of this sooner. As it was, she had to act now. Cali raised her voice, making sure it was unmistakable and that it carried over the guard still barring her way. "Aren't you forgetting one, my lord?" Puzzled, the guard stepped aside and turned his attention to the Kelseys. The crowd stilled. Interest sizzled across every face. Bae's gaze penetrated her from the top of the steps, daring her to continue. She took his dare, and a single step. "Am I?" Bae asked. "Caliana Brahmvir," she called loudly, "Princess of Zara." She would enter if he would let her, but she wouldn't compete for her own sake. She only wanted to help her cousin win, so they could each get their countries back. The crowd's cheers trickled in, hesitant but audible. The spectators seemed to wonder the same thing Cali did. Would Bae reject her again? Here, in front of everyone? Mina held her hands to her lips in excitement. Captain Kelsey rubbed his chin, analyzing her with a grim, brutal glare on his handsome face. He angled his head as though Cali were a puzzle he was trying to find a missing piece for. Cali wasn't sure what rules were in place for this tournament. Perhaps they had to accept her if she put herself forward as eligible. She climbed the few stairs and trekked up the walkway with Soraya, head high, ignoring the bystanders as much as her thumping heart would let her. Bae's gaze slid into fiendish bemusement as she approached him, but it wasn't seductive and welcoming as it had been when he'd been the guest of the palace. It was scheming. "I told you, you weren't invited," he said. Her heart thundered louder than the tune of the crowd's clapping. I invited myself." Soraya inhaled at this and darted a confused glance at Cali. He straightened, his eyes brimming with bedazzled curiosity. "Are you sure about this, princess?" "Do you expect me to turn back now?" She wasn't sure what she would do if he said yes. Thankfully, he didn't turn to his father, though she could sense the displeasure oozing around Captain Kelsey. The last time they'd spoken, Cali had been a prisoner on his ship, and he'd nearly choked her to death. She still had yellowish bruises around her throat. Bae's bottle-glass blue eyes pinned to hers. "You don't have any magic." "I don't need it." He rested a hand on his hip. "According to my rules, you do." "Since when do you follow rules?" His lips twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, but she sensed one brewing. Still, she knew he was angry with her, and for good reason. He'd sacrificed himself by getting on his father's ship. He'd risked his father's displeasure by letting her out of the holding cell below decks. He'd gotten her the plan she'd needed to save her people. And then she'd left him to die as his ship burned and the Finfolk attacked. She'd had her reasons, and abandoning him had torn her heart in two. But confessing as much now would hardly satisfy Bae. She needed time to tell him she was sorry. She needed to explain why she'd done what she had. Now was not the time, but if he allowed her in, perhaps she would get the chance. She stood there silently waiting. Bae opened his mouth as if to protest when his father approached. "Let her," Captain Kelsey said. He was as comely as his son, tanned and tactful, though he had a few more lines marking his eyes and mouth. A spark of challenge flickered in his gaze. He seemed too pleased about this. Considering the last interaction they'd had, the idea turned Cali's stomach. Bae turned to his father. "What?" "Why not let her compete? She won't last through the first task, so what's the harm in letting her try?" What did he mean she wouldn't last? Was he plotting her demise even now? Planning to have her secretly arrested for threatening his ship? Warning knotted her insides. The tasks themselves couldn't be that dangerous. Bae folded his arms over his chest. "Does this meet with your satisfaction?" he said darkly. "To enter a tournament knowing you'll lose?" If these other princesses wielded power like Soraya's, power that glowed inside them and burned surer than flame, Cali knew what he said was true. She couldn't keep up with that. But she couldn't withdraw now either. She was only entering to watch Soraya's back, not in hopes of winning herself, though admittedly, a traitorous part of her longed for Bae to be reminded of the feelings he'd expressed for her, that he would pack in this idea of a tournament and choose her regardless. Bae's gaze was the first task she intended to win over. She refused to be examined in such a way, as though she were an infestation or hosted the necrosis she'd sacrificed so much to cure. Yet she sensed herself melting slowly, the mischief in his eyes holding a power of its own, one that rendered her joints no stronger than porridge. "Very well, Princess Caliana," Bae said. "You may join the others." He didn't take his gaze from her until she soldiered with Soraya to stand beside the other princesses. Chapter 3. Cali expected glares from Arabella, Gia, and even Lyric. But when Soraya held a furious pointed scowl in her direction, The expression went straight through her.
"What are you doing?"
Soraya asked through her teeth, the moment they were situated near the trickling fountain. Callie's face went slack. She realized how volunteering herself appeared, as though she were after the kingdom, and a place at Bae's side for herself. "Now you don't have to face this alone. I thought you'd be relieved." Soraya had been so scared. Had it all been an act?
"Now you could win," Soraya snapped.
"I won't win. I have no magic, no hope of competing for myself. I only want to be here for you because—" Callie trailed off. She suspected her cousin wouldn't like it much if she indicated how helpless Soraya seemed. The narrow slant of Soraya's eyes didn't lessen.
"We don't know what the tasks will be. For all we know, you might be the best suited for them. You could win. What then?"
Exasperated and aware of the other princesses' inquisitive gazes in their direction, Callie brought her voice to a near whisper.
"Then I'll turn your kingdom over to you, I promise. I have no designs on Lumin. And the pirate prince?"
Callie winced. She'd confessed she'd begun caring for Bae just before the two of them had witnessed Captain Kelsey murder King Amir. "Even if I wanted him, it would be pathetic to try for him now. He wants a princess with power, and I am only here to make sure that the one he gets is you." Soraya watched her for a few moments more. She relaxed, though a small bit of stress still pinched near her eyes.
"I am glad not to face this alone."
"Never alone." Callie pressed her hand. Though she did her best to sound reassuring, the emptiness inside of her was overwhelming. Last time Callie had arrived at the Luminian Palace, she'd had a home to return to. Now, aside from helping her cousin win the hand of the man she herself loved, she had nothing. She was adrift, detached, wavering, and barely keeping her head above water as she paddled toward the only source of land in sight. Captain Kelsey made another announcement that slipped Callie's ears, and the remaining crowd responded with another lively round of applause and cheers before dispersing completely. Bae led the way inside, and while Callie tried not to, she couldn't help but be aware of every movement he made. One by one, the princesses entered the palace's main doors behind him and stepped into the courtyard, where Callie and Bae had first met. A familiar rush of jasmine-tinted air knocked Callie with unexpected nostalgia. The open area breathed with life, a sense added to by the palm trees planted in pots and the swaths of color draped along columns on either side of the main staircase. The koi pond near the staircase was a blue interruption in the otherwise white-stoned area. "You have a beautiful home," Lyric said kindly to Soraya, giving Callie a welcome distraction as the princesses entered through the main doors. Lyric gazed in admiration at the same columns and archways Callie had been so impressed by during her first visit. The geometric designs along the ceilings, the domed archways, and blooming colors of fabrics popping against the stark whiteness of the walls were all breathtaking.
"Thank you,"
Soraya said. Arabella snickered from her position ahead of them. She pursed her lips at the surroundings as though she spotted distasteful stains and piles of putrid waste. "Something wrong?" Lyric asked. "It's not her home anymore," Arabella said over her shoulder. Her tiger padded quietly beside her, his claws making the occasional clack against the floor that set Callie's teeth on edge. "Friendly, aren't you?" Lyric said. Just stating a fact, Arabella said, without stopping as they passed the koi fish pond carved into the floor. Bright orange fish drifted lazily beneath the crystal sheen of water, which was fed by several fountains. Gia strolled beside Cali in silence, though the pensive expression on her round babyish face implied she quietly agreed. Bae turned to face them, stopping their procession. Near their feet in the hemlines of skirts, the orange fish continued to swim with unsuspecting abandon. "Mina will show you to your chambers," Bae said. "I hope you'll take the time you need to settle before joining me for dinner at 6 o'clock this evening. I'm eager to get to know you better." He winked at Gia, which elicited a giggle from the silly girl, before Bae stalked off through one of the tall, marble-white archways leading to the stairs.
"If you follow me,"
Mina said, still hugging her clipboard.
"But—"
Soraya's mouth hung open. She glanced toward the direction Bae had taken, the direction of her rooms. Mina's mouth molded into a derisive smirk, as if this was entertainment and not her former princess's life.
"You don't get your old quarters, princess. You'll sleep in the guest hall with the others."
Arabella's lips pursed again. Pointedly, she raised her brows. "Like I said," she sneered, sweeping the train of her jacket around and patting her hip for the tiger to follow. Tears pooled in Soraya's eyes. Aching at the desperate glance there, Cali had an unladylike impulse to punch Arabella. "Not here," she said, urging Soraya forward. One by one, Mina directed the princesses to doors of dark mahogany, standing out against the stark whiteness of the walls. Blue carpets lined this hall, as well as decorative columns topped with sea creatures of all kinds. Mermaids with elongated tresses and tail fins, arched sharks bearing jaws full of teeth, and other creatures Cali couldn't name. A glow lit the doors where Mina stopped to direct Cali and Soraya. Cali was pleased to find a fish tank embedded in the stone wall, similar to those in the more extravagant family wing upstairs. Brilliantly colored fish with flaring fins, others with stripes of orange, blue, and black, and even a bumpy one that swelled to twice its normal size, swam among the rocks and high-stemmed plants in the glowing tank.
"You weren't expected."
Mina cast a pointed look at Cali.
"But Master Bae had this room hastily prepared, princess."
"Thank you," Cali said, grateful for the sense of calm the fish created inside of her. She glanced at Soraya, but her cousin pushed past her, entered her chamber, and slammed the door before Cali could say another word. After a nod at Mina, Cali entered her own space. It was smaller than Soraya's antechamber, and less adorned, though still elegantly furnished. The ceiling was accented with symmetrical patterns in small repeated arrays along the archways over the door to the hall, and the one to the bathing area. Teardrop-shaped arches led to a mahogany-posted bed, littered with decadent pillows dripping with beads and gold embroidery. Cali pressed a palm to the inviting, overstuffed teal comforter. It sank beneath her hand and was as soft as its appearance insinuated. She parted the silk curtains, rimming the single window. Her heart squeezed at the spread of bushes and gardens a few feet below. At least she'd have a spectacular view. The flowers came to life in luné lumin under the moonlight, rendering each landscaping display into a jewel-toned show of light and wonder. She was eager to see it again. A small seating area was nestled in the far corner, with only a squat ankle-high table and pillows for chairs. There was no fireplace, but Cali suspected this part of the world rarely grew cold enough to merit one. The single bag she'd brought with her lay beside the bed. Cali removed her second dress, the only other dress she had, aired it out, then hung it in the armoire painted in shades of clover and magenta. A knock broke at the door, but before Cali could respond, Zara entered and immediately began pacing. Her frantic patrolling made the already small room shrink. "Zara, are you okay?" Her cousin didn't answer. "Mina sure changed sides quickly," Cali went on, guessing at what was bothering her.
"Exactly!"
Zara's pink skirt swept the floor.
"How many others have done the same? You heard Arabella. You've seen where they've situated me."
"What did you expect?" Cali's words came out rougher than planned.
"Certainly not this. I never should have been such a coward. I should have faced Bae, instead of having you pretend to be me."
"Enough!" Cali took her wrist. Zara faced her with tears welling. "Forget what Arabella said. This isn't permanent, Zara. It's a test, and one you'll never win if you spend all your time sulking. Let's focus on what we can control." Zara wiped her eyes.
"Like what? His coronation is tomorrow. He'll be crowned king, and I will lose everything."
Her voice broke and she sank to her knees. Cali knelt beside her, then brushed Zara's hair away from her shoulder as her cousin cried. Sympathy poured from her heart. All Zara had done since they'd arrived at Gull Bay was cry. It was time Cali helped divert her attention to other matters. "Any idea what the first task will be?"
"I know as much as you do,"
Zara said. "Whatever it is," Cali said, "this is no mere competition for Bae's hand in marriage." Zara sniffled, swiping a hand across her cheek.
"What does that mean?"
"Bae told me the reason I wouldn't last was because I don't have magic. That's all he wants any of you for. This is a test of power, to link Bae with someone strong enough to break through the boundary." Zara's brows clustered. Undeniably, she was remembering the same thing Cali was. Being taken captive and manipulated into expending her already drained magic into the impenetrable wall dividing the sea. "I see," Zara said. "What I'm saying," Cali said, "is why."
"Why what?"
"Why would Undine support that?" Zara appeared confused and deflected the question.
"You don't know that's what they want to do. They stole my kingdom. Isn't that enough?"
Not wanting Zara to begin crying again, Cali hurried to move on. "I mean, Undine hates Bae. She cursed him. Why would she bless anything he does?"
"He could be lying."
"And risk Undine's wrath?" Zara sniffed and tossed her hair.
"She's a benevolent goddess, Cali, not a vengeful witch."
They'd had this argument before, but it hadn't changed Cali's mind. Nor had Cali's opinion swayed Zara's. After the earlier tension between them, she decided against pushing her point. "I think he must have made some kind of deal with her." Zara tucked her bottom lip in her teeth.
"What kind of deal would he make?"
Cali shook her head. "I don't know, and that's what worries me." She knew all too well how steep Undine's expectations were. It hadn't been that long since she'd made a deal with the Sea Witch, to give up her kingdom in exchange for crossing the boundary. Why would the Sea Witch give any kind of blessing for a union of Bae Kelsey's? Worse yet, What had Bae sacrificed to get her blessing in the first place? If there was one thing Cali knew, deals with the sea witch were anything but good. Zara Caliana Brahmvir. Zara because it meant princess, meant to symbolize who she was. Caliana was her father's grandmother's name. From the stories Zara had been told, Caliana Brahmvir had been a woman of fierce strength and influence. And Brahmvir, the name of her royal lineage, decades of the same bloodline who'd founded Luné Lumin, who'd built the palace from the ground up and embedded it with hidden powers of its own, who nourished the little magic-ridden town from fishing village to coveted diamond cash. That heritage was in her blood. It was her right. And yet... Zara stared around the room in the guest quarters. She hadn't spent much time in this part of the palace before. Though the furnishings were in a similar style to what could be found in the rest of the palace, she didn't recognize anything in here. Not really. None of this was her personal space, the room she'd grown up in, the room she'd been sick in while Mama had nursed her back to health, the room she'd gradually made her own. How strange it was to be in a place she should have ownership of, and instead return as a guest. What choice did she have, though? She had nowhere else to go. That thought, and the arguments Cali had posed, had lit a fire under Zara to fight for her kingdom. She and Cali had seen sailors from Kelsey's armada out among peasants along the harbor and in their shops. Though the pirates seemed friendly enough and were generously buying wares from merchants, she'd also noticed several harassing peasants and couldn't fail to see the frightened looks some harbored for the dirty sailors. Despite this, many citizens had been bold enough to admit they liked the strong arm the Kelseys were displaying by taking charge in this way. One woman selling fish had confessed her disappointment in the former king's feeble hand in political matters. Many more had chimed in agreement with her, and several even mentioned dissatisfaction with Zara herself, though Zara had pretended not to hear. She hadn't known what to say. From what Cali told her, she'd spent hours mingling with her people, visiting them at their places of business and interviewing them personally over the way certain matters were handled by the crown. She'd been out enough that people felt comfortable greeting her when they saw her. Zara had never mingled with her people like that, but Cali insisted there was no better time to start. And then there were the abandoned diamond mines whose collapse had killed so many. Knowing the Kelseys, would they insist the mines be opened again? Would they put citizens in danger just to satisfy their greed? Zara worried what these pirates would do to her country and her people. She'd grown up here. Though she hadn't been permitted into as many meetings with dignitaries as she'd wanted, Zara was certain she, not the Kelseys, was the best person to rule her country. The longer she sat here, however, the more that fight diminished. Her resolve had been doused the instant the competing princesses had arrived, and more water still had sprinkled on that fire when she'd witnessed the Kelseys standing where she should have stood. Despair sank like a rock into her stomach. Did Papa have any idea what his alliance with the pirates would cost before he died? Did anyone care that Zara was more abandoned and alone than she'd ever felt? All Zara had was a cousin she hadn't known existed before, a cousin who'd come to her rescue on the open sea and urged her to compete in a contest she had no desire to be in, only to volunteer herself as a contender supposedly for Zara's sake. What was Cali playing at? A rancorous distrust had planted itself the minute Cali had stepped up and spoken her name over the crowd. The longer Zara filed through the day's events, the more inclined she was to allow another thought, one she'd been suppressing, to move to the forefront. If only Cali hadn't come back. Thinking as much had made Zara feel selfish and ungrateful, but now the thought felt so right. What might have happened if Cali hadn't returned? Zara could have done what she'd imagined. She could have turned her power on the crew, on the Kelseys, and she would have either died along with them, which at this point would be preferable, or she would have returned to reclaim ownership of her kingdom. Then she wouldn't be sitting in a room that wasn't hers. She wouldn't be musing on the proof her name should have provided to staking her claim here. She wouldn't be reduced to the shame of contending for a pirate's hand in her own palace when he should have been the one vying for hers. Thinking as much was wrong, so wrong on so many levels. Her head knew as much, but her heart spoke a different message. Zara clenched her fists, bathing in the rage building within her. Yes, being here as a guest in her own home was wrong. And it was all Cali's fault. Chapter 4. Though Zara had left the room, her worries remained in her stead. Cali's own misgivings joined them, starting with Captain Kelsey. There had been something in his eyes when he'd told Bae to allow Cali to compete. It was tinged with threatening delight, like a knife coated in sugar. He couldn't be pleased to have Cali here, not after she'd interfered with his attempt to destroy the boundary and had helped Zara set his ship on fire. A lump of fear lodged in Cali's throat. When she'd visited Lumin before, she'd been an imposter. She was even more of one now, especially when at any minute Captain Kelsey was likely waiting to ambush her and have her removed. Was that why he'd claimed she wouldn't last through the first task? "Nothing like keeping your friends close and your enemies closer," Cali murmured, slipping out of the teal kaftan and into the striking periwinkle blue gown. She would be mortified to show up to dinner wearing the same dress she had worn earlier. Strips of pink and purple lined the floor-length hem. Similar stripes dazzled in vertical lines, wider at the base and then thinning as they climbed to her waist, where a gold band hugged snugly. The gown was stunning, but Cali wished she wasn't using everything she had at the start. Maybe she could commission a few more dresses to be made, though she had no idea how she would pay for them. It wasn't anything she'd had to bother about before. She waited a few minutes outside Zara's door, but when Zara never emerged, she headed to the dining hall on her own. Every step made her feel alive and fearful at once. Her head swam, and even the hairs on her head tangled in anticipation. She considered retreating and spending the remainder of the evening in her chamber, but she'd fought for this. She couldn't display cowardice now. She needed details on the first task. And a small duplicitous part of her hoped for some time to speak with Bae. The sound of soft voices and scraping chairs exaggerated her awareness. Heart in her throat, she approached the door. It was only dinner, only a step inside, yet somehow this was monumental, more terrifying than crossing her homeland to find the condemned lyric and ask for her help. Tables were situated along the walls, leaving the center floor open. Faces Cali didn't recognize, invited nobles probably, considering the way the women's faces were veiled, occupied the majority of the seats. The princesses were seated on the left side of the U-shaped lineup, looking beautiful and indulged. Cali hadn't considered veiling her face. Arabella, Gia, and Lyric weren't wearing anything like that. Apparently the veil wasn't their custom either. Of all the seated princesses, Soraya was the only one staring, forlorn at her plate. A vacant space beside her encouraged Cali in its direction, but she stopped again when her gaze drifted to the head table. Bae sat beside his father, in the corner seat nearest the princesses, and the instant she found him, her attention refused to focus anywhere else. Her heart quickened, and her stomach clenched. He looked dreadfully handsome, in a rough, potent kind of way, with dark hair, sun-darkened skin, and his orderly, formal attire, a dress coat with white fabric spilling from the end of his sleeves. His gaze roamed and rested on her, and that instant, Cali could hardly breathe. Every other person in the room faded. She grasped inwardly for anything stable, anything to keep her upright and from feeling as though the floor were tipping her in his direction. Her lips pouted just enough to keep from smiling, and then, before she could decide whether to incline her head in his direction or make straight for him, he removed his glance from hers, as though she were any other person in the room. Blood pounded in her ears. Where before she hadn't noticed anyone else, under the weight of his seeming rejection, she suddenly felt every eye on her. Disarmed, Cali did her best to act as unaffected as he did, and moseyed toward the princess table. Soraya didn't register her approach. In fact, she didn't say much at all as Cali slipped into the seat between her and Gia. "Is everything okay?" Cali asked. Soraya replied with a non-committal noise. Cali couldn't see whether she smiled or not from behind her veil. Dinner passed in lively conversation and tinkling silverware. But Soraya's discomfiting silence stewed in Cali's stomach like she'd swallowed something foul. It distracted her from the delectable fruits and seafood kebabs, which dripped with lemon zest and parsley on her tongue. It was such a divine flavor it outmatched even the last time she had eaten here. But she couldn't allow herself to enjoy the food. She was preoccupied with too many things. Zara, her parents, Soraya's sadness, and Bae's blatant way of looking everywhere but at her. He sat beside Arabella, who'd changed into a vibrant fuchsia gown that slid seductively off one shoulder. The two kept up a steady stream of conversation, accentuated with devious glances, stomach-turning self-satisfaction, and bouts of belly-deep laughter. Bae tipped his goblet to his lips as he kept his eyes on Arabella, and they shone with silent victory, as if he'd already chosen her for his bride. Of course he acted victoriously. He was getting everything he wanted, just like he claimed he would. Never mind Cali's discomfort or her cousin's misery. A light clanging stole the attention of the room. Silence wafted as speech turned to whispers and curious glances. Captain Kelsey stood, holding his goblet in salute to his guests. "What a treasure to have such a lovely view during dinner," he said, gesturing to the princesses seated to his right. Lyric raised a brow. Gia dipped her chin, lowering her blonde curls and attempting to hide a gratified blush on her round cheeks. Arabella tossed her hair, smirking and holding a kebab to her tiger, which sat on the floor beside her. His black ears pricked for a moment as he sniffed the offering. "My son and I hope your time spent at the palace is as comfortable as possible. Feel free to explore the grounds as if they were your own." This was met by satisfied murmurs. Soraya lowered her head, but not quickly enough for Cali to miss her brows leap and her cheeks flare with color. "I have a few matters to discuss with you before you finish your meals." He was as smooth as grease and just as tainted. How could they not see it? The girl should have been revolted. Instead, they watched him with approving fascination. "After Bae's coronation on the shore tomorrow, a welcome ball will be held." The shore. How fitting. Cali wasn't sure if it was because of Bae's love of the sea, or because Soraya scorched the throne room after her father's murder. Either way, excited gasps and titters fluttered from the dinner guests. Cali couldn't help the butterflies flurrying in her stomach. A coronation, a ball, and then the tournament would begin. At this ball, the tournament rules will be outlined, as will the princess's first task. At the word rules, Cali lifted her brows. Bae peered at her then, one ringed finger lightly skimming the edge of his goblet. His eyes blared with challenge, daring her to hurl her thoughts in his direction. She was sure he could read the derision on her face. Arabella tipped her head toward him to whisper something. Bae laughed in response, sliding an arm on the back of her chair before returning his emphatic gaze to Cali. She wanted to scream, to storm over, order him to stop this charade and leave things be. But they could never be as they once were. Present circumstances cared nothing for her feelings. It didn't matter that she constantly relived his hands on her, and the way she'd melted into his embrace. The breathless, heady sensation she'd experienced every time his bold gaze had captured hers, or the intensity of fire and strength and power in his kiss. Bae despised her now. There was no chance to win him over for herself. She swallowed hard against her suddenly dry throat. Her focus now needed to be to help Soraya win Bae as her husband, as difficult as that was to accept. "Enjoy the rest of your dinner," the captain finished. "I anticipate seeing you all tomorrow evening." The room went from silent interest to buzzing excitement in a microsecond. Infectious speculation, clanking dinnerware, and delighted laughter all hummed through. They were to have a new king, a young, gorgeous pirate king, one who looked and acted like a god.
"Now I really need to access my gowns," Soraya said. She had removed her veil in order to eat and leaned over to whisper even though she didn't need to. No one paid them any mind. How that must sting. Captain Kelsey hadn't once deferred to Soraya during his speech. At least Soraya was speaking to her again. She needed to make her reasons for being here clear. She was here to help her cousin. Nothing more. "He said we're free to explore," Cali said. "Let's go get them." She hoped to offer an ounce of comfort, and Soraya wasn't the only one who needed additional clothing. Soraya's eyes narrowed. For a moment, Cali worried she was irritated that Cali had responded, but she perused the guests who'd all returned to their meals. "Something tells me the same invitation wasn't extended to us."
Cali gave her a friendly nudge. "You're not going to let that stop you, are you?" Slowly, a determined expression steeled Soraya's face. She lowered the fork in her hand.
"No, I'm not."
Chapter 5. Cali led the way as she and Saraya nonchalantly turned toward the stairwell instead of the guest corridor, for the princess is on the main level. She wasn't sure why, but it felt as though they were treading on a fractured bridge with every step to her cousin's old rooms. Bae was too wrapped in Arabella's attention to notice their exit, a detail Gia and Lyric didn't seem particularly enthused about. Both princesses remained in their seats with their arms folded and their mouths in almost identical grimaces. If Saraya recognized any of the guards as they passed, she didn't show it. They climbed the rising staircase. The fish tanks gleamed down the familiar carpeted hallway, and Saraya glanced around swiftly before reaching for the handle to her chamber door. Cali burned at the memory of the night Bae had approached this door to invite her to the gardens. He'd been so self-assured, so approachable, so tantalizing. She was so caught up in the heated effect her memory had over her that she didn't hear the footsteps approach behind them. "It's not wise to wander off on your own." Captain Kelsey's voice was a honeyed threat, trailing along the backs of their necks. Cali froze. Saraya rotated, her widened eyes meeting Cali's before making their way to the captain. He was still dressed in his fine shirt and breeches, but he'd rolled up the sleeves and had unbuttoned the top to allow several tattoos to peek through. Graying along his temples, his hair was gathered at his nape and tied with a bit of cord. The mirth lingering in his gaze during dinner was vacant. He scowled with all the purpose of a wronged man. It was the same deadly expression he'd darted at her through the bars of the cage he'd thrust her into below decks on his ship. A ship she'd help burn to a crisp. Cali fought the urge to touch her throat. The ghost of his hands still gripped her, blocking her airways.
"You said we were free to explore the palace."
The slightest tinge of fear seasoned Saraya's voice, but she kept her head and shoulders steady.
"We're going to my room."
"The offering was given to those who haven't let me down," the captain said. "And unless I'm mistaken, these aren't your rooms anymore. They stopped being your rooms the instant you decided not to cooperate with me." The color drained from Saraya's face. Her lower lip began to tremble. "Don't show him weakness," Cali wanted to shout. She wanted to shake her. Captain Kelsey released a soft chuckle. He lifted a finger, then reached out and stroked Saraya's jaw. She closed her eyes, her breath rasping through her nose, but she didn't swat him away. Cali bunched her hands into fists. How dare he touch her like that? "Don't be so frightened, princess." His voice was lulling, a spider soothing an unsuspecting fly into its web. Even so, he lowered his hand. "I won't hurt you. You're under my son's protection here. Did you know that?" "How nice," Cali spat. It explained why the captain hadn't had them both arrested. Still, the thought didn't make her feel any better. A devious grin cracked across his face, and he spoke as though Cali hadn't. "So beautiful. Your skin is like porcelain. I wonder how it would fare after weeks on end at sea, with a case of sunlight varnishing it and making it golden. Or would it burn?" His words ended on a sly rumble, and he once more gripped Saraya's jaw. Hard, as though about to force-feed her shark intestines. "We find ourselves in need of gowns," Cali said, hoping to deter him from whatever he intended by gripping Saraya so hard. "It's in Bae's best interest, really." Kelsey paused and peered at her over his shoulder. "How so?" "Your son will appear as if he has poor taste if we don't look our best for him," She hoped the statement would be enough to distract him, to get him to release his hold on Soraya, or get him to leave. You want to exhibit your best for Bae's coronation. How admirable. He roughly released Soraya, who brought shaky fingers up to flutter over the spot he'd touched. Soraya winced, her shoulders beginning to shudder with rage.
If you think I'm attending his coronation, you're a bigger fool than I thought.
Oh? She seemed to gain more confidence.
I won't stand by while my crown is placed on his head.
Kelsey considered this long enough. Cali thought he might actually be showing signs of sympathy. But then he spoke. It's a shame your father bartered away your future. That isn't my fault or Bae's, so I expect you to be there.
Don't you dare bring my father into this, you underhanded conspiratorial! I know you murdered him!
I merely dealt out justice as I saw fit, the captain said. Soraya scoffed. Justice! Kelsey seemed unperturbed, but his voice took on a new layer of vengeance. Your father sent my son out to sea, hoping the Finfolk would end him. That's attempted murder, princess. So yes, I exacted justice for that misdeed, and you will attend Bae's coronation. Or you'll be escorted from the palace to one of my ships, and my men will see to it you don't have the chance to set anything else on fire. Soraya's mouth dropped. Don't think I've forgotten what you did, Soraya. Don't think you aren't still here, still alive, by any other mercy than mine. Forget the fact that your father did indeed name me your guardian upon his death. Bae wanted you here, so I'm respecting my son's wishes. But if either of you so much as sneeze wrong, I won't hesitate to exact justice on you just like I did for your father. Don't learn the hard way how wrong it is to cross me.
I'm going to my rooms,
Soraya said, lifting the feather of her black lashes to him.
My possessions are all in there. My dresses, my books, mementos, gifts from my father.
Her voice broke. A tear leaked from Soraya's eye. Captain Kelsey turned remarkably, uncharacteristically tender, though the bite of his words was still there. Soraya flinched as he raised his hand to her, and he stroked the tear away. Cali seethed. How dare you touch her after such a brash threat? I'm sorry about his death, you know, he said, pinching a strand of Soraya's gossamer hair between his fingers.
I don't believe you,
Soraya said, her lip trembling.
It was what you wanted to begin with.
I never wanted him dead, Captain Kelsey countered, sounding far too genuine for Cali's taste. He could have cooperated, but I dislike being lied to. Don't you? Soraya sniffed. Cali couldn't bear this, but she didn't know what to do. They were trapped as surely as if cornered by Arabella's tiger. You should belong to me, he said softly. You should never have left my care. Cali couldn't take it anymore. Your care? You kidnapped us. You shouldn't have interfered. He twisted a sneer in Cali's direction. It was different from the waxy adoration he was offering Soraya. His dislike for Cali was as clear as water in a glass. I couldn't let you destroy the boundary. It would have spread sickness everywhere, not just in Zara. He pursed his lips. Destroying the boundary would have destroyed the magic inside of it as well. It feeds off its source. Cali's mouth dropped. Shame and uncertainty engrossed her. Was his claim true? Had she lost everything? Her home, her love, her life, for nothing? Not to mention it would have opened the seaways, combining the impious sea west with the east. Trade would have recommenced. Exploration would be an endeavor to see. Yet here we remain, trapped in what has always been. I prefer what could be. You don't know that destroying the boundary would have stopped the plague. I did what I thought was best." Cali turned on her most regal tone. She couldn't give him the satisfaction of being right. She had to believe what she did had made a difference. As a good ruler does, I'm sure. He slid a hand to Soraya's cheek, leaning in and inhaling her. "As you could be," he muttered, his lips nearly touching hers. "In the future, it might be wise to lean toward those who have the power to give you what you want, not those who will stand in your way." What was he doing? And why wasn't Soraya pulling away? It was almost as though a flicker of interest flashed in her gaze. Cali couldn't believe the levels the blackguard was stooping to. "You have 10 minutes," he said luxuriously, drawing away from them. "Retrieve whatever you'd like, Soraya. I'll show you I can be reasonable. Who knows? You might even find you like me." "She will never find anything of the sort," Cali snarled. He smiled at this, appearing scheming and terrible. Somehow he managed to glare at Cali, while maintaining the snake-like smirk on his face for Soraya as he stalked away. The nerve! Hitting on a woman contending for his son's hand. A woman whose home he overthrew, whose father he killed. It was revolting. Soraya released an extensive breath. She began to tremble, tipping her shoulder against the wall as more tears leaked from her eyes. "Why didn't you push him away? You can't let him maul you like that."
"Stop it," Soraya said. "I was speaking for myself. I don't need you to stand up for me."
Cali was astonished.
"He just threatened you, and you're mad at me?" "I don't know what I am," Soraya said.
Sounding defeated, she sank against the wall. Her chest rose and fell with the effort of breathing.
I was being bombarded by him. I didn't need you focusing on how weak I am."
"You're not weak." Cali was trying to remember what she'd done to merit this kind of defensive reaction. "I just wanted to help you. He was so domineering, and I hated seeing him treat you in that manner, after everything he's done."
"And you don't think I hated it too?"
"Did you?" Soraya's eyes flashed.
"Of course I did."
"Then don't let him do it again."
"I don't intend to."
She returned to her door, gripped the handle, and rammed her way into her antechamber. It was all blackness, devoid of even a single bit of candlelight.
"And I don't need your help either."
She slammed the door in Cali's face. Cali stared at the mahogany in shock. What was going on? Soraya was probably embarrassed to be caught in Captain Kelsey's web, which was understandable. But Cali was only trying to help. Why was her cousin being so defensive? Cali paced a few times. She couldn't go to her own chamber, not without getting what she'd come here for. Quietly, she opened the door. Soraya had gone deeper into her inner chamber, so Cali felt around in the darkness until her eyes adjusted. Eventually, she found the arm wire and the dresses that had been altered for her when she'd posed as the princess. She heard noises within the inner chamber. Slamming doors, boxes crashing together. She debated if she should wait to help Soraya carry whatever she was collecting. Instead, she slung the dresses over her arm and headed out the door before Soraya could be upset Cali had entered at all. Chapter 6. The moon speared light with its yellow eye across patches of curled leaf plants, gaping with wide, smiling mouths. It appeared as though they were conversing with a distant orb, laughing at Mother Moon's plentiful light-splashed jokes. But this was no time for laughter. Cali sat across from Soraya in the velvet-lined carriage, trundling its way from the palace atop the coral cliffs, and through Lunay-Lumin. Citizens lined the streets with lanterns and flowers in hand, many of which glowed brighter than the light of flame within the lamps.
"They mock me,"
Soraya said, scowling at the vivid flowers in her people's hands. If she noticed Cali's crimson gown, bedecked with lattices of jewels across the bodice, then skipping the sheer fabric draping over Cali's midsection, and landing again in a cascade of gold down one side of the skirt, she didn't say as much. The gown had been one of Soraya's rejects. "It's a tribute to you," Cali said. "A farewell." She hadn't exactly spoken to Soraya, since she'd so abruptly dismissed Cali outside her chambers. It wasn't her fault Captain Kelsey had preyed on Soraya. Still, Cali hadn't been able to get Kelsey's blatant threats off her mind. What did he mean coming on to Soraya the way he had? Their carriage wound through the seaside villa, slowing its pace as the ocean came into view. Ships aglow with luminarias along their windows, and bows rocked gently in the not-so-distant port. Cali recognized a few of the various crests. These must have been the vessels that had conveyed Arabella and Gia to Lunay-Lumin. The Kelseys had opted for an outdoor ceremony. The throne room hadn't been repaired since Soraya's outburst and nearly burning it to a crisp. Bloodstains were still on the tile from where a man had been shot. Apparently, Edward Kelsey didn't want to remind his new subjects what kind of king they were about to get. The carriages stopped in a line along the port. A footman alighted and opened their door, offering a hand to help Cali disembark. "Are the flowers always like this?" Cali asked, drinking in the sight of the blossoms in the arms of awaiting citizens. She offered as pleasant a smile as she could muster to a cluster of women who gazed in unshielded admiration at their arrival.
"Only at night," Soraya said. "Moonlight draws out the magic in them."
"Is that true of everywhere on this side of the boundary?" Cali asked.
"No, moonlight only affects things magically here in Lunay-Lumin."
Cali's curiosity grew. "Why is that? What makes moonlight different here from anywhere else? These other princesses have magic, right?"
"As far as I know," Soraya said,
scowling at the imperious masts of their ships. Men and women were disembarking, gathering for the ceremony. But their homelands, do they hold magic like this?
"The moonlight is different here. I've been to Baldric Island and even neighboring Rune. Their flowers blossom during the day. It was strange to see."
"And yet, for me, this is what's strange," Cali said, crouching to cradle a trumpeting bell-shaped flower that shimmered red as though made of colored foil. The man holding it beamed at her. Lyric had explained Lunay-Lumin's uniqueness when telling Cali what to expect on the other side of the boundary. Plant magic so potent it cured diseases instantly. But Cali had assumed all the realms on this side of the boundary were the same. What was so special about Lunay-Lumin? And what would the world be like if that kind of magic was accessible everywhere?
"This way, please,"
Mina said, bustling forward with a drape of cloth rather than a clipboard in her arms.
"Prince Baylor wishes his special guests to line up beside him."
Cali and the others followed past a lineup of shops offering seashell jewelry, leather satchels, and parchment. A cobbler's shop on the corner led to a full view of the sea. The sand was transformed into an open-roofed chapel. Benches nestled on either side of a walkway leading up to a framework of latticed scaffolding the color of sun-bleached bones. If it wasn't for the throne sitting at the head of the setup, with its gilded woodwork and leather padding, Cali would have thought they were attending a wedding. Beside the throne, speaking with a guard Cali didn't recognize, stood Bae. He was breathtaking, all masculine edges and fine brushstrokes. He stood against a complexity of ocean and stars. The wind swept his tangle of hair, the shadows throwing him into mystery. He wore not the formal suit coat with buttons Soraya's father had worn during Cali's first night here, when Captain Kelsey interrupted her coronation celebratory meal, but a blue satin vest over a starched white shirt and breeches. The shirt's white collar speared over the vest's V-neck. A ceremonial yellow sash draped across his waist, supporting a cutlass, and his boots, either freshly shined or extremely new, reached his knees. It was strange to see him with his shirt sleeves to his wrists, the way they were supposed to be. It gave the impression he was behaving. She had the urge to push his sleeves up to his elbows where they belonged. Still, he cut the dashing gentleman pirate in his formal attire, with his shoulder-length hair tied at his nape and the sea at his back. Cali's heart gave a hopeless, surrendering thump.
"Please be seated,"
Mina directed, with a too-happy smile. Arabella, Lyric, and Gia soldiered ahead, standing beneath the boughs of scaffolding, dripping with vines whose flowers blinked so brightly they might as well have been torches. Arabella swiped one away, but the movement only served to bring it ricocheting closer to her, swinging its light across her skin. Soraya trailed past them to the vacant seats closest to the parapet where the Kelseys and a few newly scarred men sat. Their wounds appeared fresh. Cali wondered if they were crew members who'd managed to escape the demise of the Bane.
"I can't believe this is happening, Cali," Soraya mumbled. "This was supposed to be my ceremony. Mine, not his."
Cali didn't know what to say. She considered mentioning how, should Soraya win, she would marry Bae and become his queen consort, but the thought wouldn't be that comforting. Not only was that not what Soraya wanted, but the thought of Bae marrying anyone else but Cali was an additional slit to an already gaping wound. Regardless, it was the best they both had to hope and work for. "Good evening," Kelsey said. "The moonlight makes everything glisten. After seeing the flowers here, I never want to live anywhere else. Wouldn't you agree? This is how my son feels about your beautiful land. He is eager to claim his place as your king and do his best by you." "Pretty speech," Cali said under her breath. He didn't mean a word of it. Did these people really believe Bae intended to remain here and rule? As far as Cali knew, he only wanted access to an enchanted map room contained in the palace. She couldn't believe he intended to stay once he got what he wanted. Why was he doing this? Why is everyone going along with this transfer of power so willingly? She asked.
"I wish I knew,"
Soraya said. Perhaps it has more to do with the giant armada in the bay than any loyalty the people feel.
"It doesn't matter why,"
Soraya said with defeat.
"Only that they're leaving me with no allies and no recourse."
A patriarch with white hair and a floor-length tunic featuring a single sash in the Royal Navy blue across his chest strode through the path between the seated guests, stealing Cali's attention and keeping her from replying. He held the crown Cali had seen King Emir wear. Its points glistened in the moonlight atop its navy blue pillow. Beside her, Soraya stiffened with such a loud inhale, Cali was sure the others could hear it too. On her other side, Lyric patted Soraya's hand and leaned in. "All is not lost," Lyric murmured. Soraya's knuckles whitened in her lap. The patriarch said the words. Bae agreed to every condition, pledging himself a dependable leader and newborn monarch, who intended to do his best for his people. "Henceforth a prince will you be," the patriarch said, "until marriage seals the final status of your monarchy. Only then will you be referred to as King of Lumin. The moon shines its approval on this status. Now you must add your own, by virtue of the crown in my hands." When Bae knelt, the patriarch gently lifted the circle of gold from the pillow and glided toward him.
"Stop this at once!"
Soraya's voice crackled from her throat in bits and pieces, raw enough to tear through the anticipation of the crowd. The patriarch froze with the crown at his fingertips. Bae's head remained bowed, ready to receive his due, but his eyes shifted toward her. Captain Kelsey stood. "There is no room for objections," he said. "Nils, would you please escort Princess Soraya to her rooms? See that she packs her things. She will no longer participate or be welcomed here." "You can't do that." This time Cali bolted to her feet. Regardless of how Soraya was behaving toward her, she was still her cousin. "This is her home." Captain Kelsey raised a single brow. "Let the people decide." He offered raised hands, opening the scene for comment. A hush dominated the gathered crowd. Eyes blinked, widened. Glances were exchanged. Soraya turned and searched the crowd for anyone who might stand up for her, but she was answered only with blank stares. Cali wondered if everyone's pulse was pounding as heavily as hers. She waited, desperate for one courageous person to break the tension and speak. Either everyone in attendance was in favor of Bae's coronation, or they were too scared to argue the issue when face to face with the buccaneers themselves. From the placid expressions on everyone's faces, Cali suspected it was the former. These people wanted Bae to rule. Cali couldn't understand this, but then she'd witnessed the same thing at the harbor too. She'd interacted with people who were pleased with the Armada's arrival, with the additional business the pirates who came to shore were offering by buying their wares. They'd expressed their displeasure at King Emir's fate, but when Cali had asked if they'd wanted a pirate for a king, the answer was the same.
"If the moon and the stars allow."
They believed the moon had allowed King Emir to die, just as it had allowed Soraya's mother, Queen Elena's death. They were disregarding loyalty in favor of fate. A slow-moving, veiled woman with a kind, wrinkled face shuffled away from the attendees. Cali wondered if Soraya recognized her. She wore a blue gown, trimmed with white fur, and she controlled herself with grace and sympathy before the princess.
"Take courage," the woman said, her veil fluttering with the words. "Change is always hard, but the documents have been proven. Kelsey sent a proclamation throughout Lumin, Your Highness. Though they don't agree with everything that has happened, the people accept Baylor as their prince. And so must you."
Color spilled over Soraya's cheeks. Her stunned expression swept across the crowd. No one spoke. They gazed at her as if viewing a spectacle. She cleared her throat, lifting her chin as though it carried the world.
"Very well.
she said, with the weight of ages in her voice. "Proceed." And then she slammed her eyes shut. But they didn't proceed. Everyone on the shore remained deathly still, as though each person was afraid to move first. Captain Kelsey strode the few steps to stand before her. "You stay at my benevolence, Princess Soraya, and you will be dismissed if you show any obstinacy like this in the future. Is that understood?" Soraya's lower lip trembled, but she gave a wobbly
"Yes?"
in response. "As I said," Captain Kelsey went on with a smug leer, raising his voice to address the crowd. "No room for objections. Continue the ceremony." He gave an affirming nod to the hesitant patriarch. The older man left the navy blue pillow on its pedestal and lifted the golden crown. There was a communal gasp as every onlooker held his or her breath. Still kneeling, Bae's head resumed its bow, the ultimate semblance of submission, but he kept his eyes on the patriarch. Cali wondered if she was the only one noticing the twist on Bae's lips, and just how despicably attractive the expression made him. She chided herself. The last thing she wanted to do right now was find him enticing. The patriarch's hands lowered. Bae closed his eyes, holding his chin high as the crown landed on his brow, and it was as though the lights went out. Darkness shrouded the shore. It swept across the buildings, climbed through the streets, muting the iridescent serpent of colored blooms coiling the hillside. Sounds of shock and dismay caroled through Cali's ears. She glanced around until reality settled. The meager remaining light flickered from the luminaria paper lanterns, which were filled with sand and topped with candles to create a pathway from the carriages to the sand. The colors had vanished. The light from the flowers had gone out. Chapter 7. Sudden coldness struck Cali to the core. Her hand flew to her chest, and she pirouetted, searching for some kind of answer to what had just taken place. Moonlight was their only source of light now. Had Bae known this would happen? What were people going to think about the moon and stars' will now?
"What's going on?"
someone asked. A crystalline voice rang over the din. "There's no longer a princess with magic at the head of Lumin." It pierced Cali to the core, casting a spell of chills across her arms. She'd never thought she would hear this particular voice again. The crowd's attention shifted, finally settling on a woman beside Bae. She was graceful and sly, clothed in a simple gray dress resembling a toga. It twined around her slim body, held together with silver tasseled rope that matched her flowing silver hair. Bits of blue sparkles dusted the corners of her eyes and up to her temples. Still, the view is rather glorious. Her eyes were pinned on the moon, now the only source of light, as though this were anywhere else in the world. A communal gasp swept across the crowd. Whispers of surprise, shock, awe, and even horror flowed. There was no evidence of the woman's entrance. She'd simply appeared. "Lady de Rey." Captain Kelsey's voice betrayed every hint of shock. It was clear from his face she was neither expected nor welcomed. Rumblings spread like spilled acid at the mention of her name. "De Rey? As in Undine de Rey? The goddess is here?" "Impossible!" Callie's entire frame stiffened. The last time she'd been this close to the sea witch, she'd bartered away her kingdom. She opened her mouth, attempting to get a hold on her breathing. "It is possible, actually," Undine said, turning to the pirates. "You've accomplished your goal, Prince Bae." "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "I always attend the beginning of a tournament. Yours just happens to be the first where I've allowed others to realize the fact." She smirked with the satisfaction of a conqueror. "But it seems you have a new problem, Your Highness." She bent for a wilted flower twined around the scaffold surrounding them. The lotus blossom had gone a savage shade of gray. Undine lifted a single finger to its ragged petals. At her touch, colors surged into the blossom, bringing it to life. "What's happening?" Bae asked. "You need a princess with magic to rule beside you," she said, releasing the flower. "A princess with power gives magic to the land itself. Here, in Luné-Lumine, her magic feeds the properties and the plants. It keeps the people healthy, keeps them from catching terrible diseases, and even common sicknesses that ravage other lands." Soraya's face blanched, her shock evident. Had she not known? Callie's heart galloped. Would this bode for Zara as well? Undine had said she would train someone to rule, someone with magic. When Zara's ruler had magic, would it change the properties of the land as well? Callie leaned to speak with Lyric. "In Sublair, does the magic of your land enchant the plants?" Lyric's mouth twisted. "I would have sent you to Sublair if that was the case. It's only in Luné-Lumine." "Why?" Callie asked. Before she could answer, Undine approached Bae. He stood, towering a full foot over her. "It's time for the selection of your princess to begin," Undine said. "And you have a pretty medley to choose from." "Your Highness." Undine raised her voice, lifting her hand toward the princesses he'd summoned to fight for his hand. "If you'll join me." Arabella responded without hesitation, strolling to the center beneath the grim lattice woven with dead flowers, her tiger in tow. Lyric followed, then Gia, a swatch shorter than the rest. Callie drew up the rear, opting not to wait for Soraya, who'd made her feelings about Callie babying her clear. Soraya remained stubbornly in her seat, arms folded. She was trembling. Her skin began to writhe on her body, releasing fractured segments of light. Was Soraya really going to attack the sea witch? Or was her ire directed at Bae? "Come now, Princess Soraya," Undine said. "You've lost your kingdom. Therefore, your magic no longer impacts the plant life. But I stand by what Princess Lyric said before. All is not lost. There is still hope for you to correct the damage that has been done." Her words carried the tinge of promise. Soraya inhaled. While a princess with magic was crowned, or in line to be so, the moon accepted her magic and used it to bless this land. Now with a pirate royal, the Luné-Luminian kingdom is, as they say, up for grabs. And one of you will have the chance to rule the jewel of the world, to add your magic to the moon, and bring these flowers to life yet again. Strained noise escaped Soraya's pressed lips. Callie's curiosity grew with every word the sea witch spoke. Undine had called Luné-Lumine the world's jewel. The flowers here certainly made it sparkle. Toss in a surplus of diamond and copper mines, and the land was indeed a treasure trove. "There is one other matter we must see to before this can happen," Undine said. "In order for the tournament to be initiated, to become official, the princesses must pledge themselves to it, to Prince Bae and winning a place at his side." Her tone curled with seduction. "As is customary, they do this through a physical token." Cali didn't like the sound of that at all. She knew nothing about the tournaments, not like the other princesses would. What would be required? Undine strode a few steps away, and then returned, one hand on her swaying hips. "In the past, the men contending for a princess's hand would deliver a gift of some kind to her, something to prove his loyalty to her. These were often gifts from their homelands or favors symbolizing their intentions toward her. I found it rather fascinating to see what each young man would come up with." When she flashed a smile, the moonlight glinted off the blue flecks beside her eyes. Irritation flared beneath Callie's ribs. How come Soraya never warned her this was coming? She had nothing to present. Her apprehension grew. She scanned each princess's hands for evidence of these gifts Undine mentioned. Gia held a small stone in her lap. Arabella was bent at the waist for something within her tiger's collar, and Lyric held a pouch in her palm. Callie gritted her teeth. Of course she was the only one unprepared for this. She refused to look in Bae's or Captain Kelsey's direction. Undine's voice grew more majestic. "However, this tournament will be one of magical proportions no other has ever known. And to prove their intentions and abilities, we ask only for a drop of blood from each maiden." A hush wrapped around the crowd. The Kelseys exchanged a glance. This was news to them as well as everyone else. One by one the princesses returned the objects they'd retrieved, to pockets or the sand at their feet. "Not a chance," Arabella said. She turned to the others. "You know what they can do to us if they have our blood, don't you?"
"We're not half-wits,"
Gia said, sounding irritated. Her arms were folded. Her blonde hair belied innocence and youth, but her bite was sharp. Callie chewed her lip. She didn't know what could be done with their blood, but if it had the others this paranoid, it must be formidable indeed. "What will the blood be used for?" Lyric asked, cautiously. "To hold your place in the tournament, naturally," Undine said. "And to ensure punishment for any failures that arise." "What kind of punishment?" Callie asked. Would this affect her? She had no magic. Waves crashed behind them, pushing the tide onto the sand. Every eye was on Undine, and she reveled in the attention. "The tasks won't be easy, and the prize is greater than has ever been in any previous tournament. The prospect of ruling Luné-Lumen, of starting a new royal bloodline. Prince Bae and I must be assured of your utter and complete loyalty to the tasks." Doesn't sound so bad, Callie thought, which probably meant it was far worse than anything she could imagine, especially if the others were this hesitant.
"If this is what it takes to stay,"
Soraya said, rising regally. Finally joining the others, she brushed her hair behind her shoulders, floating to where Captain Kelsey and Bae waited beside Undine.
"I pledge myself to the tournament," Soraya said. Regardless of current events, this is still my kingdom. I intend to win it back.
Of course you do, Undine said. You have as much chance as anyone else has, if you please. She withdrew a jagged golden dagger from the folds of her skirt. The crowd gasped at the sight of it. Bae's disgruntled noise was for a different reason. A bronze goblet was taking form before him. It blurred into existence, filling with tarnished gold, until it sat solidly in his hands. Just one drop, princess, Undine said. You won't even suspect it's gone. Head high, Soraya offered the sea witch her hand. Undine whipped the knife around. Once it sliced the tip of Soraya's finger, Undine held it above the goblet in Bae's hand until a single drop of crimson splashed in. The goblet released a glow as the blood touched its bronze finish. The shimmer lasted the length of a sigh before dulling to its normal hue. A man in the crowd, with dark skin and a mustache beneath his prominent nose, rose and rested a hand on the shoulder of the woman sitting in front of him. From the mustard-colored sash across his chest, he was an accompanying noble from Baldric Island, but the resemblance between him and Arabella told Cali he could be her brother.
Arabella, he commanded, I insist you withdraw from this nonsense. Father won't be pleased with this turn of events.
Cali's brows rose. I intend to win, Arabella said, ignoring her brother and brushing aside her skirts to clear the way for her progress to the throne. Why else would I be here? She marched past Kelsey and took the knife from Undine, pricking her finger and wiping the blood on the goblet's side before swooping away. The man looked livid, but he pressed his lips together, not saying another word. You never really answered the question. What will it be used for? Lyric asked, stepping forward as it was her turn. I know how blood plays into spells of all kinds. It's for binding, Undine said. This tournament will test the fibers of what you're made of, joining your magic with the moon's, ruling a land so plentiful in magic, in power. She inhaled as though celebrating a new-found scent. Such a grand prize requires a grand gesture. If you want to participate, this is the price I require. Lyric lowered her head for only moments before winning the argument with her thoughts. Very well, she said, offering her hand. Undine's touch curled Lyric's fingers as though to stop her from pulling away. Cali half expected her to. But Lyric had been the one to explain Undine's requirement of sacrifice for magic. It only made sense the sea witch would require something of each princess. With a quirked brow, Undine pierced Lyric's skin, and likewise shook her blood into the goblet, which gave another sigh of sparkles at the addition. Cali wondered if the binding spell could sense the blaring lack of magic within her. What was the point of competing? Bae had been right. She should never have volunteered herself. She wasn't here for herself. She was here because this was the only way to stay with Soraya. Even if she competed, even if she somehow managed to win, the flower's light would never be rekindled. She couldn't bear to be the reason Luné Lumin's wonder would be forever dimmed. And you? Undine said, as if sensing her thoughts. I have no magic to offer the land, Cali said. My participation would be pointless. She tried not to peer at Bae, but the draw of his proximity was too strong. Her gaze trailed toward him of its own accord. His eyes were souls, reaching directly to hers in one glance. Patches of stubble spread from his trimmed goatee, emphasizing the pout of his distracting mouth. Starlight reflected from the crown on his head. She couldn't read his expression. He was observant and calculating, though what he was plotting, she couldn't tell. Callie's heart leapt into her mouth. What was she going to do? Could she ask to remain as Soraya's aide? None of the other princesses would have help. Even if she were here for herself, she had no chance of winning. And on the slim chance that she did win, she would doom Lumin to a magicless, possibly plagued existence. She couldn't remain after all. If she couldn't, she would be of no help to Soraya, who didn't seem to want her around any more than the others did. Cali would have to leave, to tell Bae goodbye and have their parting last this time. Who would she become then? What would she do if she left? Where would she go? She opened her lips to speak the words. She would withdraw. Captain Kelsey was inspecting her with the attention of a contract killer. He'd said it in the hall outside Soraya's room. The only reason she was still here, still alive, was because she was under Bae's protection as a contestant. But his loathing of her wafted straight to her, like the scent of rotting eggs. She was the reason his ship had sunk. She was the reason Soraya hadn't destroyed the boundary in the first place. He had every reason to want her dead. And if she did it, if she said the words and withdrew her participation, there would be nothing to prevent him from ending her. Arabella grinned as if sensing Callie's unease. Lyric and Gia shared a glance of scrutiny. Even Soraya wore a smug smile. This was it. Cursed if she did, cursed if she didn't. The sunset was the only dwelling to Callie's name, and she refused to succumb to a life on the sea. She was a princess. She'd given up her kingdom, but it didn't change the bone-deep truth of who she was. To her surprise, Undine spoke, her voice carrying over the agitated crowd, who were waiting with anticipation to see what Cali would decide. "I can see this is difficult for you," Undine said. "Even though you don't have magic yourself, may I remind you that if you win, any children that come from your marriage will be blessed with the power you lack. Eventually, magic will return to the kingdom and restore its former state." It was as though an exhalation spread across the crowd. Those who may not have been in favor of the tournament in the first place certainly would be now that it was the only way for their coveted magic to return. Undine's pronouncement changed things significantly. She tried not to look at Bae and failed. Light and intrigue flecked in his eyes. His heated, pensive expression released a flurry in her stomach. Cali ignored the scowls and contemplative looks on the other princesses' faces, including Soraya's. If Undine was willing to consider this, perhaps she would be open to Cali dedicating whatever victory she might gain in Soraya's favor and passing the kingdom to her cousin. The flower's magic would return then. "I'll do it," she said. The words had a physical effect on her, causing her to quake as though her skeleton were loose in her skin. The sinking sand grasped her every step. She checked her left hand, wary of a new tattoo appearing. Fortunately, the crescent moon mark streaking from her wrist up to her thumb remained alone. She kept her attention on Undine de Rey, on her pleased response to Callie's decision. She couldn't look at Bae, Soraya, or the other princesses. especially not at Captain Edward Kelsey.
"The dagger, please,"
Cali said. She half expected Undine to tease her, to pull it out of her grasp, but the sea witch's nimble fingers relented, letting Cali take it. Now to injure herself. Every gaze coated like dried mud as she lifted a finger to the blade. She pressed hard enough for it to slice through. Pain bit hard, and a ruby egg of blood popped free as if in protest. Cali hurried to hold it over the chalice, joining the other royal bloodlines for her right to fight for Bae's hand. She wasn't sure if it would give the same magical response to her blood, but the goblet glimmered as it had with the others, accepting her offering. This was a battle for magic, for Luné Lumin. Her blood would pay an unspoken price for the failure that would surely befall her. What had she just done? She couldn't be sure, but as she wrapped the scarlet fabric of her skirt around her finger when she left the coronation, her slipper sweeping across the sand, away from the shore and the noble attendees, she could swear she heard the tinkle of soft, maniacal laughter. Chapter 8. The ballroom glittered and blazed like sunlight on snow. Gold filigree patterns of square and teardrop-curled giltwork smattered the walls, which mirrored the guests' reflection. The ceiling domed high above, arching to a point like a birdcage. Cali certainly felt as though she were in a cage, as though she were a fraud. The princesses had greeted her with smug, piteous glances. Even Bae graciously deigned to give her a remorseful grimace before following the young ladies as they made their way into the ballroom. Undine had vanished as quickly as she'd come. Only Captain Kelsey approached Cali as she entered. "Such a pity," the captain said, doffing his tricorn hat and flicking the white plume inserted into the brim. "That you have no excuse to kill me? That you have no chance of winning. The people will be pleased." She really didn't like him. "They'll need something to be pleased about now that you've killed the flower's magic." Kelsey let off a fake chuckle. Oh, they're more eager for Bae's tournament than ever now. They know the loss is temporary until Bae's bride is chosen, which is why they don't want you. Cali's fists clenched. She knew what the people thought didn't matter. In all reality, they would consider how insignificant she was in comparison with princesses who had magic. "I wouldn't be surprised if no one was rooting for you." He tipped a finger to his temple in salute, before gliding toward a new arrival of nobles in fancy evening wear. Cali seethed at the insult. After taking a few calming breaths, she gave the attending nobles a sweeping glance, bracing herself for hateful, angry glances. But none came. In fact, none of them paid her much attention at all. Captain Kelsey had called her chances a pity, but she didn't feel pitied. She was completely ignored. Because he was right. They didn't think she could win. "Don't they get that I'm not doing this for myself?" Cali muttered. Of course, every odd was stacked against her. Did he think she didn't know that? She wasn't trying to win. She was here to help Soraya. Even if her cousin didn't want her help, Cali wouldn't back out on the promise she'd made. Against her will, her gaze drifted, seeking Bae out among the crowd. He'd taken off the crown, but still wore the expertly tailored suit coat and breeches. His head was tilted in Gia's direction, his attractive features offering amusement at something she said. Emerald jealousy shimmered inside of her, as tangy and acrid as rust. That expression, the bemused knot of his mouth, shouldn't be directed at anyone but her. Perhaps Cali could win. She could help Soraya in a different way, couldn't she? If by some miracle she did win, she could still keep her promise. She would do everything she could to ensure it was Soraya who ascended the throne. Perhaps. No. Cali quickly shook the traitorous thoughts away. Bae hated her now. Her loyalty could only be to her cousin, not to him. She turned away and deliberately directed her attention to the decadent confections and ambience of the room. Tables decked with mouth-watering refreshments lined the south end, along with accommodating chairs and velvet-lined benches in shades of midnight blue and rich plum. Draperies in coral pinks and banana yellow swooped across the trademark columns, separating the ballroom from the gaping balcony, where more than one couple segregated themselves. Partners danced to a style of music she'd never heard before. It was brassy and mysterious, the instruments tinny and plucked like guitars. This was nothing to waltz to either. The men and women in the center of the room were dancing apart from one another, together but not touching. Soraya had changed from the gown she'd worn on the shore. She stood by the balcony in a strapless dress of vibrant green, more daring than anything Cali had yet seen her in. A thin veil cloaked the lower half of her face. Nervously, she hugged her arms to her chest and glanced at the dancers. Cali swept her gaze across the room, ready to tally the other princesses. Without meaning to, her attention was trapped once more by the sight of Bae. He was dancing with Gia now, whose arms were raised high above her head, as she tilted her body in time to the tinkling music. Cali tried not to stare at him while he watched the other girl. She tried to ignore the way his eyes lit up, tried not to wonder what he was speaking with her about, tried to ignore the tightness squeezing in her throat, tried, but failed. One by one, Bae danced with every princess there. Even Soraya found herself across from him as one song ended and another began. Cali paused near the refreshment table, ignoring the food, because she was too busy wondering how her cousin was doing. They had barely spoken since their encounter with Captain Kelsey outside her chambers. What would Bae do if he knew his father was making advances toward one of his contestants? Cali refused to take one of the chairs along the wall. She moseyed, lingered, and yes, she observed until Bae had danced with them all, until his eyes raked over the room and landed on her. Every step he took in her direction created a trance around her. The room faded, blurring at the edges and pumping her pulse until it rattled in her chest. Cali wanted to say no. She wanted to let him know she was only there for Soraya. But the music shifted, drifting into a stirring, haunting melody, and his arms created a spell around her before she could utter a single word. Bae's hands were a lullaby against her spine. His eyes sparked with devilish promises of encounters in dark corners. He didn't spill unspoken malice the way he'd done when he'd delivered Soraya's invitation on Cali's ship, when he'd as good as told her he wanted nothing more to do with her. There was no sign of the hurt he'd shown, or the revenge he inevitably wanted to exact over her. She should tell him how sorry she was, how she wished she hadn't hurt him. Words dripped, dangled, clouded her tongue with cotton. Why was apologizing so hard? Because he'd stolen Soraya's kingdom. Because he was cursed. Because he was a pirate. "Here we are, princess," he murmured, barely audible above the strumming hypnotic music coming from the quintet. She burned at the glee in his eyes, at the trim line of his goatee encircling quirked lips. Her knees grew weak. His hands held traces of fire against her back, and that fire laced through everywhere their bodies touched. "Here we are," she said, "at your bride-winning tournament. Congratulations, Prince Bae." Amusement flashed in his smile. "Yes, I never thought I'd be having one." Interesting. She'd been the one to suggest he compete in a tournament for her hand, or Soraya's as he thought her to be then, not hold one himself. Shortly after, he'd implored her to run away with him and become his pirate princess. Did he regret the request? Or did he, like her, wish she'd said yes? A fantasy cast across her mind, the two of them sailing on crystal blue waters, far from the ocean housing the finfolk, attuned to his presence, or roaming across lands Cali had never seen, drifting from place to place, settling nowhere but in each other's arms. What would this be like if things were different? If she hadn't sabotaged him? "I thought you were leaving for good," he went on, stabbing her with every word. "So did I. Apparently we were both wrong." Questions sprang into his eyes, but she hurried to speak before he could inquire more about it. "Have you thought this all the way through?" She fought the urge to tangle her fingers into bits of his dark hair. He had a reddened scratch on his cheek, and another on his hand, both of which hadn't been there before. The finfolk's work, no doubt. "Please, tell me everything I've missed." She ignored his sarcasm. "I know this is about the boundary, but you were cursed for trying to get through it once. What makes you want this badly enough to try again? Or worse, to condemn your future wife to a similar fate?" His amusement grew. "Who said I was going to marry the winner?" "You did, by the precise nature of the event we all just pledged our blood to." The cut on her finger was a sideways red slash. "I'm not sure your goddess will be pleased if you don't follow through. From how things stand, she's very much in support of this event, though I can't figure out why she would be." His brows lifted. "You've given this a fair amount of thought, haven't you?" "You told me the boundary is Undine's home. Why would she agree to it being destroyed? I know that's the ultimate outcome of this whole charade." "The boundary is her prison," Bae said, his hand whispering up her back as the music trilled on. Cali's heart tangoed right along with it. "If we break the boundary, Undine will be freed. Her magic is connected to it. Your father began draining its power, began draining her when he cracked that boundary open. The fact that you managed to seal it up again only helped her regain her strength. Thank you for that, by the way. You interfered more than you understand." Cali was dumbfounded. Undine had said something about her magic not being what it once was. Was Bae telling the truth? "I told you about the sickness ransacking my people," she said. "But I didn't realize until after you left what was causing it. There's something else, I know it." Cali didn't like his avoidance of the issue, and she couldn't help hearing Captain Kelsey's version of things. His insistence that with the boundary gone, the sickness would have been done away with as well. Like what? "There's something you and your father want in Zara. You never had any problem not being able to sail the impious sea west. Not until you made the decision to enter Undine's home, in an attempt to cross it. What do you want so desperately to make you take the risk? His lips trailed into a full grin. I have a kingdom of my own now, and I have beautiful women who've traveled miles to fight for my hand. What do you think? How could he be so arrogant? He was avoiding her question. Cali tossed her hair behind her shoulders. I propose a wager. If I win the tasks, you answer my questions. Truthfully. You won't win. Not with that magic. The tasks have been designed specifically to see which princess is the strongest. Anything I ask, Cali continued, trying to keep him on the subject. Her subject. His lips twitched at the edges. I like you as yourself. I've always been me. You were hard to read, Zara. You made no sense, to be honest. Now you're still a mystery, but you're a much more believable one. He thought she was a mystery? I'm going to win these tasks. Cali hoped he couldn't read the unease stirring within her at this pronouncement. True, she wanted to win for herself, because she wanted to be with Bae more than she could ever express. But Cali also meant her promise to Zara, that should the stars grant her a victory, she would win with the intent to give the throne back to her cousin. Either way, Cali needed to show as much confidence to him in this moment as she could. His lips formed a mocking smile before she finished. What? She asked, her cheeks flushing. Why is that funny? Did you know Arabella's magic allows her to communicate with her tiger? He's tied to her power, so he will assist her in every task. Isn't that cheating? Not if it's how her magic works. Lyric's magic is plant-based, and Zara's is the golden light trapped within her. And Gia's? Cali blinked, trying to appear unfazed. I'm eager to find that out myself, though I have heard her power is formidable indeed. Cali's temperature crawled higher with each word he spoke. And you? He pulled away just enough to peer at her through his lashes. Cali refused to let him intimidate her, but she couldn't deny the fear his words spread over her. She didn't stand a chance against these other girls. She had yet to see what they could do, but even Zara's magic was wondersome. Still, Cali couldn't show fear. Not to him. She inclined her head. See this finger? She offered her pinky. I weave scheming pirates around it. His lips kinked. If you win against these princesses who have more power in the same finger than you have in your entire body. His eyes skimmed to her slippers and up again. Then I'll tell you anything you want to know. Chapter 9. Cali stared boldly as Bae strolled toward Arabella and Gia, who stood near the musicians with their unusual instruments. Captain Kelsey raised his hand to get the room's attention. As he made his way to the center, Cali weaved through to stand beside Lyric near the refreshment table. Lyric held a drink in her hand, and curiosity in her gaze. That was interesting, she said. Cali didn't ask what she meant. Good evening, Captain Kelsey called, gesturing for the musicians to wrap up. The men and women in the corner lowered their instruments, and the soft hum of conversation echoed through the silent expectation in the room. To end our evening, I think an introduction to each princess is in order, and if she feels so inclined, perhaps a demonstration of her power. The attendees clapped in excitement, voicing their agreement in hushed tones and pleased exclamations. Princess Gia, Captain Kelsey called. Do you mind if I pull you away from my son? Bae had secluded himself with Gia near the entrance to the ballroom, not far from where she'd been standing minutes ago. Color flushed in her cheeks. Dipping her chin, she acquiesced, sauntering to where Captain Kelsey stood. Several more bystanders retreated, clearing space for her. Princess Gia Cardona of the country of Rune, fourth daughter to King Kerud and Queen Merli. Gia's smile tightened.
She doesn't seem too happy about that, Cali said.
Was she upset about being a fourth daughter? Or upset Kelsey had announced her as such?
It explains why she's here, Lyric said. Subsequent daughters aren't usually granted tournament marriages of their own. The hubbub usually dies away once the first daughter is married.
Or perhaps they can't get Undine's blessing, Cali added speculatively.
She hadn't thought much about it, but Lyric had a point. Bae wasn't exactly a great match. A cursed rogue pirate who'd stolen someone else's kingdom? Cali had been so consumed with thoughts of Bae and Soraya, she hadn't given the matter much thought. Soraya had mentioned possible reasons when the princesses had first arrived before the tournament began. Why were the other princesses here?
Second daughters are lucky if they get a blessing from the goddess, Lyric said in agreement. As a fourth, she doesn't stand a chance. Care to tell us about yourself, princess? Captain Kelsey asked. What would you like Bae to know about you? What sets you apart from the other beautiful women here?
Gia chewed her lip, color rising higher in her cheeks.
I love horseback riding, she said, in a small, high-pitched voice. Horses are a specialty of my people, and I help train and prepare horses, which are then sent to other countries for auction.
The crowd mumbled a small response to this.
And what is your magic, Gia? Kelsey prodded. Care to give us a demonstration? Let the other girls know what they're up against.
He added with a laugh. Several others chuckled as well, but Arabella folded her arms, her face pinching. Lyric straightened, lowering her goblet.
He's going to showcase us like trained dogs?
Seems like it. That's all we are to him, Cali added, thinking of their encounter outside Soraya's room.
I wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for the magic, Lyric said.
Cali's brows rose. You mean you don't want to marry a pirate?
Are you kidding? He's despicable. They both are. But I'm determined my daughter will have magic, and this is my only chance at it.
Cali was about to ask why it was her only chance, when Lyric, being a princess, could hold a tournament herself. But perhaps Lyric wasn't the first daughter in her family. Cali wasn't sure what other rules existed regarding who was eligible to hold a tournament marriage. But Gia's request in the room's center drew her attention before she could ask.
You might want to step away,
Gia said. Captain Kelsey laughed. Bae did too, scrutinizing her like a hawk on the hunt. Gia stepped to the nearest column. She pulled the yellow drape from the stone and curled the fabric behind her neck and around her arms as though it was meant to be part of her ensemble. She rubbed her palms together several times. Cali felt it then, a pull in the air, a hum in her bloodstream, a vibration in her low belly and behind her kneecaps. Others around the room rubbed their arms as if at a chill, clearly unused to the sensation of magic. Cali waited for a glowing display similar to Soraya's to appear, for Gia's skin to crinkle away, for light to emerge from within. But Gia lifted a single palm, then placed it against the naked marble column. The faintest red glow outlined her hand as though it were being traced with crimson paint. Cali felt herself tip toward Gia, not physically, as though the room were being slanted, but as if everything that made her alive was drawn to Gia. Her blood, her breath, even her hair swayed in a non-existent breeze. And then the upper portion of the column began to collapse, tipping like an ice cream cone on a hot day. Liquid seeped from its base, pooling toward the boots and hemlines of eager observers who stumbled out of its reach in horrified fascination. Gasps spread as the column continued to crumple in half, as though it were made of paper that had been soaked with water, instead of sturdy marble. Appreciative applause broke out, though Cali noticed she and Lyric were the only attending princesses who clapped. A scowling Saraya stood beside the handsome young man she'd been dancing with. Captain Kelsey clapped loudest of all. "Aye, a fine fiery dart we have here. Thank you, Gia. Next, Lyric Reeves from Sublair. Princess Lyric, won't you join me?" Lyric muttered something unintelligible under her breath before sauntering to the cleared center. The audience buzzed in expectancy to see what she might do. "Lyric Reeves, won't you—" "I doubt the audience is interested in anything about me," she said, cutting him off. "But, as I know you require a demonstration, here it is." Kelsey's laugh was cold, with no traces of mirth. Lyric cracked her neck from one side to the other. She retrieved a pouch from her pocket, glanced to one of the servants near the refreshment table, then lifted a beckoning hand. "A drink, please," Lyric said. "Would you care to tell us what you're up to?" Kelsey asked, displaying none of the veneration he'd showcased for Gia. "No," she said. "That might ruin it." A serving girl with orange hair twined in a bun bustled over to bring Lyric the drink. The princess took it with a nod of thanks. She tipped the corner of the pouch into the red liquid, tapping it against the goblet's side until it was emptied. The crowd began to grow restless until Lyric tipped the goblet to her lips, emptying it in one swallow. She handed it to the serving girl, then closed her eyes. Bae had said her magic was plant-based. Cali had taken some herself. She'd seen Lyric compile a concoction strong enough it had delivered her across the uncrossable boundary. What had Lyric ingested? "Come now, princess, we must have a show," Kelsey said, in what seemed a falsely jovial tone. "You're irritated with me," she said, with her lid still closed. "You're trying to figure out how to get rid of me because you know I don't have the kind of magic you're after." Kelsey's face went slack. She opened her eyes. "And you're guarding improper thoughts for at least one of the attending princesses." A gasp swept across the crowd. Several women covered their mouths with their hands, leaning to whisper with their neighbors. Cali's stomach knotted. She didn't like the ominous sound of this last admission. She had a feeling which princess Lyric was referring to. Cali glanced at Saraya, but her cousin's attention remained pointed toward the marble floor. Lyric sidled over, analyzing the crowd. She stopped here and there at the various attendees. "You are concerned about the health of your youngest son. You need his help in your shop." She moved to the next man. "You've been seeing a woman for several years now, but you haven't had the courage to tell your family. And you." She stopped before an older man. "You are thinking that I am Undine's child, a witch in my own right." "A potion to enable mind reading," Kelsey said, recovering from her accusations. "Intriguing." "Though I know you don't really think so," Lyric said. "The fear swimming in your mind tells me this well enough. And now you're ready to move on to the next princess's display, which I'll gladly allow you to do." Lyric curtsied, though the action showed exactly zero deference to the baffled pirate king. It was a prideful gesture. A slap indicating she harnessed none of the humility it should have displayed. "He's probably wishing for some powder of his own," Cali muttered to herself. Arabella strutted forward, through a mire of anticipation and dread. The excitement whirring through the air had been suffocated by Lyric's uncomfortable display. Arabella tossed her hair, charming the crowd with light laughter and impressive displays of her tiger-obeying commands. She then held out a hand at various objects around the room. Her eyes lit up with the same flash of fuchsia pink, tinting the tiger stripes. The beast's eyes glowed with hers, as though they synchronized into one being. And then she latched on to items from a distance. As if with an invisible whip, Arabella moved them to a place of her choosing. She made chairs collide, and even prevented the spill of a witness's drink, catching the droplets of wine one by one and returning them to the hovering glass to uproarious applause. Cali couldn't help but be impressed at her show of power. Bae smirked at his father. The two men tilted toward one another, speaking under their breath, before Kelsey withdrew and announced the next princess. Caliana Brahmvir, Princess of Zara. Both anticipation and dread prickled Cali's fingers and toes. She was frozen on the spot. Hollowness plunged into the pit of her stomach, making her hands feel more than empty. She had nothing of interest to share. She'd spent most of her time with tutors, or with her father under his training. Other than civic duties and the steady thrum of responsibility drilling constantly beneath her skull, her mind went blank. What could she share about herself? Forcing a smile for the crowd as she was taught to do, Cali fought the throat-choking sadness at the thought of her lost future. Never allow the people to see your emotions, not unless they're pleasant ones. These weren't her people, but the idea was the same. Nothing to show us, then. Pity. There was no pity in his tone whatsoever. More like delight. Too late, Cali realized she still hadn't moved. After a castaway glance, Cali framed her posture to straighten and came forward.
"There is one thing,"
she said, with surprising timidity. She hadn't ever shown anyone this, not even Darren, but she had to display something. The other princesses were examining her, as though they might thrash her after this was over, as though they couldn't fathom what she was doing there. It wasn't entirely appropriate to do in a dress, but she didn't have many other options at this point. At least the skirt was generous, loose, and flowing. Cali braced her hands on the nearest unmelted column, craned her head, and raised her leg to bend over her head. Gasps and whoops erupted in the room. She'd always been exceptionally flexible, able to contort her body into all kinds of ridiculous positions, from elevating her legs behind her head to bending severely backward as though she had no spine at all. But she hadn't done those things since she was a child. Keeping her feet on the ground, Cali elevated her arms and tipped backward. Her spine curved the opposite direction it was meant to, as she bared her belly to the ceiling and placed her palms on the floor. Cali then kicked her feet over her head to join her hands until she stood upright once more. The response was anticlimactic. The guests were unimpressed, almost dismissive. Cali's cheeks burned with embarrassed heat. She couldn't say she blamed them after the other displays of power. A backbend was minor in comparison. However, Bae's gaze burned from across the room. He raised a single brow and his goblet just enough, giving her the slightest flicker of interest. It wasn't magic, but it was a gift she'd forgotten she had. Cali took heart in his intrigued expression. If he was the only person she impressed, that was good enough for her. "Shall we now see your own Luminian gem?" Captain Kelsey spoke without the slightest hint of mockery as he announced Soraya. With a drag to her shoulders, Soraya stepped to the center. "Soraya,
Tell us something about yourself. Something your people don't know, if you please."
"I play the harp,"
Soraya said, receiving a round of ahs. "She is rather stunning," Kelsey said, with a ruthless glint. "Won't you impress us with a demonstration of your magical abilities?" Soraya blushed, the color of roses. It was no secret which princesses Lyric had accused him of admiring. But Cali couldn't understand the reaction. Had she forgotten what had happened? Her captivity? The murder he'd committed? The way he'd cornered her? She half wished Soraya would decline, but her cousin bowed her head and offered her hands. Her skin rippled open, revealing flecks of golden light beneath. The glow of her magic was the most impressive display of all the princesses. From the hunger in Bae's and his father's faces, they thought so too. Soraya's light dwindled like a snuffed candle. Her shoulders sagged more than they had been when she'd stepped forward. Cali's brow cinched. She swept a glance at the other princesses. They'd taken seats, each girl paler and weaker than before her demonstrations as well. Interesting. Magic must take a toll no matter what kind it was, or who used it. The same observation seemed to escape Captain Kelsey's notice. Beaming, he addressed the group of princesses. "Thank you, ladies. You're all truly magnificent. It makes me more eager than ever for this tournament to begin." "Sounds like a good time to introduce the rules of the tournament," Bae suggested. The room stilled. Gia managed to straighten. Arabella's tiger nuzzled her knees before flopping onto his paws as Arabella sat up a little taller too. Lyric simply folded her arms in a bored fashion. Bae opened a scroll of parchment and began to read. 1. Each remaining contestant must compete in every task. If you forego a task, you forego your place at the palace. 2. We don't stand on ceremony around here. Use whatever means necessary to complete the tasks. You will be judged on how you complete the tasks. Naturally, magical solutions will receive the top considerations. Sniggering, he lowered the parchment. And we mean by whatever means necessary. If you must get around another contestant, do it however you can. Though the place of the winner will be granted to the first princess to complete what is being asked. I want to see everything you're made of, ladies. Arabella's lips pursed in approval. Stroking her tiger behind the ears, she speared glances at the others, as though Bae had just given her the upper hand. Cali didn't like the suggestion at all. His announcement meant common decency was being thrown out the window in favor of winning. That was so piratical of them. Still, Cali could be ruthless with the best of them, and she'd have to be, without magic to help her. How hard could the tasks be? 3. The princess who completes the task first wins that task. Though magic isn't required to gain that victory, those who use their power will obviously have the upper hand over those who don't, and at least one princess will be rooted out at the end of every task. 4th and last. Bae lowered the scroll and smirked at each princess in turn, taking a breath, an age, a lifetime to speak. His eyes slowly made their way to lock with Cali's. Matters of the heart will not factor into this tournament or in the consideration of any princess's score, he said, voice laced with promise. Cali's ears hummed. She digested the final mandate, a cool tingle in her belly. She wouldn't let herself dwell on the sensation that felt too much like despair. Bae wasn't out for love. All he wanted was a powerful princess. The feeling she'd experienced during every moment spent with him flooded her mind. She blinked away the sting in her eyes. He'd told her he wanted only her, that he longed for a life with her. His heart couldn't have changed that quickly, could it?
What does he mean?
Gia leaned toward Lyric.
Can you still read his mind?
Lyric chewed the inside of her mouth with a troubling air of speculation. Cali would have given anything for some of her mind-reading potion in that moment. You don't have to read his mind to know what he means, Arabella said, still watching the direction Bae had taken. Even if he falls in love with one of us. Or we with him, Lyric said. It won't matter one bit if another princess masters the tasks, Cali finished. He'd made himself perfectly clear, again indirectly delivering a message straight to her. He only wanted power. This was the pirate she expected to meet that first day in the courtyard, the day they'd cavorted through the palace, searching out rooms and asking one another questions. This was the heartless, cold man she'd thought he would be. If only she hadn't known his vulnerable, considerate side. If only she didn't have the sound of his voice professing love for her repeating in her mind, or the echo of the stubble on his jaw stroking her cheek. How could she have been so misled by him? Now for the first task, Kelsey said, not missing a beat. He built on the energy Bae's tournament rules had created. It's a well-known fact that pirates crave treasure. The last word rumbled in Captain Kelsey's throat like a cache of deepest amber. It's how I came to be known across the seas as the Pirate King. How I gained command over my own fleet. Several applauded, men mostly. Guards and sailors, Cali assumed. Even a few women gave impressed ovations. So it seems only fitting to send you princesses on a treasure hunt as well. The excitement was contagious, sticking to every person in the room like freshly tapped sap. Even Cali felt a thrill course through her. Your maps will be delivered with your breakfast tomorrow. After your fast is broken, the hunt begins. The first princess to find the treasure and obtain the correct clue their map holds will win the task. A treasure hunt with clues. Cali's mind raced, wondering what kind of treasure the Kelseys had in store for them. Did they have a trove somewhere nearby the girls were supposed to find? Perhaps King Emir had stored remnants from Luné Lumin's diamond mine somewhere. It will take ruthlessness and cunning. And magic, of course. He grinned, displaying several golden teeth. But princesses, if you don't make it to the treasure by sundown, I'm afraid you won't like the results. The tone of his voice shifted so quickly it was jarring. It spread a somber silence laced with threats over the ballroom. Several people's brows snapped down. Arabella and Lyric leaned toward one another in confusion. Cali wondered if Lyric could still read his mind, or if her potion had worn off by now. Another chilling thought descended. Would he purposefully divert Cali in a misleading direction? Would he jeopardize her part of the hunt somehow, just to be rid of her? Chapter 10. The garden was woefully grim. The last time Cali had wandered through here, it had been bursting with lustrous streaks of tinted flowers. Now it was nothing but a leafy graveyard, filled with dim shadows and gloom. And the only way to restore the color, the magic, was through a marriage between Bae and a princess who wielded it. Bae's calloused stipulation about matters of the heart tormented her. Even if he did still care for her the way he'd claimed, those feelings wouldn't matter. He would marry whoever won, and that wouldn't be Cali. But what if it could be? Did she still want to be with someone who could dismiss her as easily as he did? Moonlight splashed over the trickling water in the tiered fountain, uselessly spilling from layer to layer. So pointless. Didn't the water know once it reached the bottom it had nowhere to go but through the same cycle? over and over. Slow ascent, then rapid, gushing descent. A similar turmoil churned inside her. From her dance with Bae, from his detestable tournament rules, but mainly from the other princess's showy displays of power. Cali sank onto a bench, then reached up to pull her hair free of the twist she'd tied it in. She wanted to be free of any and all restrictions, even something as minor as strained hair. Tension released from her scalp with gentle pulses and needing relief. She ran her fingers through it, allowing it to flutter in the night breeze. She wasn't sure how she would manage on her own, and the thought disgruntled her more than anything else. An impressive twist of her legs would do little good compared to mind-reading or particle manipulation. She couldn't lose. Losing meant giving up on Zara, something she promised her cousin and herself she wouldn't do. Though even as she thought it, Cali knew that wasn't her only guiding motive. Losing meant leaving Zara behind for good. While she had left it physically, she still held on to hope to return to her homeland. And perhaps if she won this tournament and returned the kingdom to Zara, Cali could remedy that. Losing also meant faltering on the feeble hold she barely held of her fractured life, meant succumbing to whatever spell Undine was placing over Cali's single drop of blood. It wasn't only that. The questions about her talents and interests had unsettled her more than she'd thought possible. It had been ages since she'd thought about anything but her coronation, her kingdom, her people. She didn't know how to identify herself otherwise. Who was she if not a princess? Yes, she needed to find a way to return to Zara, to the life she'd left behind. Voices coiled on the warm breeze, preceding the appearance of Arabella and Lyric at the garden entrance. In the darkness, with the lack of floral gleam, their faces were shaded. They changed into simpler gowns, and with every swish of fabric around Lyric's legs, Cali realized she wasn't wearing a skirt at all, but flowing pants. The two paused in their conversation the minute they noticed Cali sitting there. "Out a little late, aren't we?" Arabella said. Cali gave an incredulous blink. "No later than you are." "You held your own fairly well in there," Lyric said. "Not like you did," Cali answered, rising. She much preferred speaking with Lyric than the princess beside her. At least Arabella's tiger wasn't skulking around her legs. "You slathered fear all over Captain Kelsey." "You can never give men like him the upper hand. He's getting too used to bossing everyone here around." "And you made it clear he couldn't do that to you," Arabella said, wincing out a smile. "It was rather impressive." "So is yours," Cali said begrudgingly. "You certainly have a talent," Arabella said, quirking a derisive brow as though surprised at the compliment. "Though I don't think contortion will do you much good during the tasks." Cali refused to break eye contact. "I can take care of myself." Poised to leave, Arabella pursed her lips, not bothering to hide her skepticism. "We'll see." Lyric gave a small wave before joining Arabella in her stroll through the muted gardens. Discouraged, Cali made her way to the palace. She considered stopping by the aviary to watch the birds that had fascinated her during her last visit, but decided against it and made for her chamber instead. After almost 2 weeks on her own, she was getting used to dressing herself instead of having the help of a maid. She was struggling with the clasps on the back of her bodice when a voice chimed from behind her. "Need any help with that?" Cali whirled around, clutching her hands to her chest. Bae lay on her bed, arms propped behind his head. He wore the silky shirt from the ball, though it had been pulled free from his breeches and now hung past his waist. His feet were completely bare, and he watched her as though he had every right to do so.
"What are you doing here?"
she practically squealed, instantly regretting the childish resonance.
"You can't be in my room."
"It's my tournament, my palace. I can do whatever I want. You should leave your hair down more often." His flippant comment, the claim of ownership, was one more bamboo shoot beneath her fingernail. She marched to the door, swung it open, and emphatically gestured for him to exit. Passerbys wouldn't be able to mistake him, and she was sure the other princesses wouldn't be too pleased to find him there.
"Get out!"
"You sure you want an audience, princess?" He slid to the edge of the bed, all kinds of enjoyment on his lips. Callie's mouth dropped. "You depraved no good!" She wasn't sure what to call him. Bae crossed the room with the composure of a peacock. Pinning his eyes to her, he reached over her head and slammed the door shut, which left him standing only feet from her. "Really now, you wouldn't like me so well if I were good." Callie gritted her teeth. "What are you doing here?" "We didn't finish our conversation earlier." "You left me alone on the dance floor." He stalked around, examining her room. "I had other obligations. I couldn't appear to be favoring you more than I had any of the others." Her throat clenched, like he had favored Arabella during dinner, or Gia at the ball. "We have nothing else to talk about." "I think we do." Lifting a decorative papaya from its place on a table, he tossed it into the air a few times. "You belted your fair share of questions and bargains at me. Now I have a few of my own." Callie folded her arms. "Such as?" He threw the fruit again, catching it and holding it this time. "Why are you here? You weren't wanted, but you invited yourself. My father isn't the only one who wants to know what you're up to." "Who says I'm up to anything?" "On the Bane you told me you wouldn't be able to return to Linné Lumin. You can imagine my surprise when you returned from Zara in a ship of your own, appearing just as instantly as when you'd vanished right before my bloody eyes. Then you volunteered yourself in a contest you have no chance of winning. I'm no fool, Caliana. So I ask again, what are you doing here?" Caliana. There it was again, that mystic thrill of her name on his lips.
"If I'm going to answer your question, then you answer mine. Why didn't you invite me?"
Callie wasn't sure what induced her to say it. She was here for Soraya, nothing more. Still, the question slipped out almost on its own. His eyes simmered with blackness and riddles. "You nearly fed me to the Finfolk." He was angry with her, but what else could she have done?
"I wanted to save you, but my people were dying because of the dark magic seeping from the boundary," she said. "Magic that cursed you in the first place. I couldn't let that magic be unleashed altogether. I was out of time, and as much as I hated it, I had to choose between you and the lives of the people. That was my duty as a princess. I had to make a sacrifice."
"You sound so noble," he sneered. "Yet sacrifice always feels different to the one being slaughtered." Callie shook away the sting of his harsh words. He had no idea, no clue. How could she make him understand? Leaving him behind had killed her. She'd thought he'd died, and that his death had been her fault. She'd cried for hours when she'd returned to Gull Bay. And the moment he'd come onto her ship, the moment she'd realized he was still alive, was everything to her, until he devastated her with his rejection. Callie did her best to keep her voice level.
I didn't mean to leave you behind.
He analyzed her, capturing her breath with the storm clouds in his gaze. I think you'd better leave the palace, princess. I'm not going anywhere. She couldn't, not when she'd pledged herself to it with her blood. His words grew heated. This tournament is no silly game to find rooms in the palace. She couldn't understand his angle. Why was he trying so hard to deter her? Was he worried about her? Or did he genuinely not want her there? She wanted to believe it was the former. She ached to know whether he still felt the same for her as he'd claimed to before. She squared her shoulders. I'm not leaving. I know I can't win, Bae. At least not for myself. You've made it perfectly clear you'd rather I didn't. I'm here to help my cousin get her kingdom back. Bae released a small scoff and turned away from her, hiding a wounded expression. When he faced her once more, his tone was noticeably softer. I never said I didn't want you to win. Callie's heart thumped. This was the Bae she'd known, the Bae she'd left behind. He recovered from his momentary slip. Did Undine's magic return you here, or was that a lie too, and you actually have power you refused to show tonight? Too? What else did he think she'd lied about? Because I meant what I said, despite your rather impressive flexibility. Without magic, you won't stand a chance against the other princesses. Soraya may not hurt you during the task, but who's to say the others won't? A moment settled between them. His hand lifted as if he might reach for her, and then, as if thinking better of it, his long fingers toyed with the fruit on the table nearby once more. So far, any talk of danger had been in reference to the tasks. He worried the other princesses might hurt Cali? He'd told them to be ruthless. That was true. But would the other princesses really hurt her if it meant they had a better shot at winning? Not to mention whatever Undine de Rey has in store for those who fail the tasks. Callie's brow furrowed. You mean you don't know what it is? Why would I? You said it yourself, this is your tournament. A tournament Undine de Rey is intervening in, he argued. She suppressed the fear his words struck within her. It was the same fear she'd felt during their presentations earlier. The same fear that had driven her to the fresh air of the gardens. Undine de Rey was intervening. Why? Silence pulsed between them. It cranked like a rope, raising a sail and steering her right to him. She couldn't have said who moved first. Suddenly he was there, inches from her. So close they could touch. So close the heat of him radiated and weakened her knees. His eyes held warnings, as if he wanted to tell her everything on his mind, but couldn't. She knew the feeling. You won't leave? No. Reason fled her mind. In that moment, she refused to retreat, though she couldn't tell if it was royal stubbornness or a desire to be as close to him as she could. He categorized her, taking in her hairline, her eyes, the shape of her mouth. His lips were as tempting as she remembered, inviting her ever nearer. Her breath grew hot, fingers stroking her own palms. Stay at your own risk, he finally said. Who says I don't like risk? His lips tugged into a barely there smile. You said it yourself, he said, reaching for the door. I'm here for Soraya, she said. But was she reminding him or herself? He paused as he twisted the knob and peered at her over his shoulder. Then he turned and left her in silence. Cali slammed her eyes shut. What was she doing? What was he doing? He should know she had no easy way out. She had a slice on her forefinger to prove it. Even if she could disappear, retire to the sunset, and leave everything behind, she would always wonder. She would always feel responsible for what happened to her cousin. Plus, Cali was a princess. This was where she belonged. After she undressed, she changed into the silk pajamas she'd retrieved from Soraya's room. They slipped over her skin like a refreshing spring rain. Moving to the basin, she cupped water in her palms, then splashed it over her face in an attempt to cool the agitated heat in her skin. Her head rattled as though it had been tossed around. A headache began to build behind her eyes. A silvery female voice rang from the opposite side of the painted shield, separating the washroom from the rest of the chamber. "Are you quite finished in there, darling? You wouldn't want to keep me waiting." Callie's muscles clenched. She hadn't expected to hear that voice again tonight. Reaching for the towel hanging over the shield, she exited the washroom. Undine DeRay sat on the foot of the bed, with her arms folded, her inhumanly fair skin glowing. "You're here?" Callie asked tentatively, patting her face dry. "I watched the tournaments," Undine said. "It's up to me to pass magic on to the progeny of the winning couple." She winked. Callie's stomach clenched. How long had Undine been watching her? Had she heard her exchange with Bae? "But why are you here now? In my room?" Callie lowered the towel, trying not to let her uneasiness show. Undine brushed her silver hair from her shoulders. "I'm offering you my help." "What? Why?" A shrug, a secretive smirk. "Maybe I want you to win." Everything inside Callie recoiled. She glanced at the tattoo scaling from her left wrist to her thumb. "You helped me once, and I'm grateful, but a stiff price was paid. I lost my future as Princess of Zara." Callie squeezed her eyes shut against the influx of memory from that dreadful night. "I can't imagine you'd be offering your help for free." Callie's voice shook as she went on. "And isn't that cheating?" Undine stroked the edge of the bed. "Ordinarily, these tasks aren't centered around the contender's magic. It's usually men fighting for a princess's hand. You and I both know this is a contest of ability. Love doesn't factor into it. Yet, if any of the rumors about my sentimental heart can be believed, I do like a good love story, Caliana." A coy smile played on Undine's pointed face. Callie could see why some considered her a goddess. She truly was beautiful in a timeless kind of way, the way old teacups and vintage antiques never lost their charm. Something was amiss, though. Bae had obviously gotten the Sea Witch's permission for the tournament. Otherwise, none of the princesses would be here now. But it seemed the prince wasn't the only one playing angles. "If I agree and let you help me, what will you ask for in return?" "I desire nothing of you at present." Undine rose, then withdrew a drawer from the stand beside Callie's bed, only to close it when she found it empty. Undeterred, she crossed to the painted armoire. What was she searching for? "But you will," Callie said. Undine opened the armoire, then rifled through its meager contents in abundant open space. "I'll grant you the birthright your parents' selfishness denied you. You'll have magic which will flare so brightly it will make what those other girls this evening look like a lit match in comparison. I'll even get you some proper clothing." She fingered the skirt of a hand-me-down gown of the palest white, with a sniff of distaste. "If you let me call in the debt when I need to." She faced Cali directly. Her silver eyes were molten and intense. The expression sent a chill down Cali's spine. "And you agree to anything I ask, no matter what it is?" Cali didn't like the sound of "no matter what it is." Bae said he enjoyed taking risks. Despite what she told him earlier, she didn't. She'd already given up so much. She'd given up her life, her kingdom, her home. Now Undine held a single drop of Cali's blood in a goblet, and the witch was asking for more? Cali rubbed a finger along the single rose inking from her thumb to her wrist. "I can't do that." Undine slammed the armoire door shut. The sound made Cali jump. "Then you don't stand a chance of winning the prince's heart." Cali's pulse tripped. "I'm not after his heart. I'm here to help my cousin." Why was that so hard for any of them to believe? Undine's lips cracked into a wry smile. "Are you sure?" Cali didn't have an answer for her. "The point is," Undine said, "you're in over your head. I'm offering you a solution." Cali's hands curled into fists. The headache behind her eyes was starting to strum at the base of her skull. "Apologies, I just have a lot on my mind right now. Thank you for the offer, but—" Undine puckered her lips. "You need more time to decide?" "With the first task starting tomorrow, I'm afraid time is in short supply." Cali's head spun. Her brain felt as if it were growing too big for her skull and would burst at any moment. She was already under enough pressure about not having magic of her own. Bae's conversation, Soraya's dislike. Cali didn't think she could handle anything else at the moment. "Please," Cali said. "Can I have 1 or 2 days?" She needed to rest, to think. "Very well," Undine said, but then added an ominous, "if you last that long." Chapter 11. Undine's final words were a plague all on their own, but they weren't the only worries refusing to leave Cali's mind. Every time she closed her eyes, the other princess's displays of power somersaulted in her brain. And if she managed to banish those thoughts, they were quickly replaced with worries about the rules, the murky gardens, the map for the upcoming task, the possibility Kelsey would use any chance he could to put Cali in harm's way. Anxiety crushed her chest, making breathing scarce. She was in over her head. What was she going to do? If only she had more details of what this treasure hunt entailed. If she did, she'd be able to study, prepare, and possibly find some plants like the glitzfoil. That would at least give her the semblance of ability. There had to be some way around the task without using magic. In the deepest corners of her soul, and the parts of her that only surfaced when she was alone, Cali already knew her odds of succeeding. Captain Kelsey said those who couldn't keep up would get seriously hurt, or find themselves in need of a ride home. And though she would never admit defeat in front of him or Bae, she had no doubt Undine was right. Cali wasn't going to last. Undine's offer cycled over and over along with her worries. She wanted to resist. She fought against the witch's bargain with everything inside of her. But truthfully, she was tempted. What would it be like to wield the sheer, unyielding power the others had shown? Like a touch, or a song, the ability was right there, simply waiting on a cue to emerge. To think Cali could have something similar. That much power would make her exquisite, replete with energy. Cali pictured the effervescent magic, dizzying, captivating, and irresistible. It would reside in her fingertips, perk up at her faintest request, dazzle all who saw it. Bae slithered into her mind's eye. The idea of him witnessing her ability, of the amazement she knew would surge in his eyes, sent pleasure curling low in her belly. She couldn't give in to the daydream. That it should have been hers from birth didn't matter. Her parents hadn't petitioned Undine for her blessing. They hadn't wanted the sea witch anywhere near their marriage, or their daughter. After Undine had stolen her kingdom as payment for the last favor, Cali couldn't risk whatever fee might be asked of her. What if she wanted something like Cali's tongue, or her hands? There was one thing Cali knew Undine had been mistaken about. She didn't want Bae. Not knowing who he was and what he was after, she couldn't want him. He was poison contained in a beautiful bottle, superficial and fake. She couldn't risk another bargain with Undine. Not for him, not for anyone. Cali slept like the dead, which was surprising, considering how long it had taken her to drift off in the first place. Noise wriggled into her subconscious mind, like thieves stealing the final dregs of her slumber. She blinked awake, staring up at the patterned ceiling and the white fabric swooping across the top of her bed. Slowly she registered voices in the hall outside her room. They were too loud, too combative to be friendly. Cali tiptoed to the door, the stone floor cold beneath her toes, and the silk of her pajamas brushing soft kisses on her skin. Arabella stood near the fish tank in the wall across from Soraya's door in an orange paisley pantsuit. She wore a navy jacket and her hair hung like a black waterfall down her back. She clutched a rolled parchment in her fist, laughing unkindly at something Soraya had said. "But you grew up here," Arabella snarled. "This city is your hometown. You know all the ins and outs that none of us will, and the first task is a treasure hunt. This gives you an unfair advantage."
"What do you want me to do about it?"
Soraya was spooked, skittish like a cornered cat. She trembled, a tremor of fear rolling in her voice. The rolled parchment in her fist began to smoke. Bits of her skin were cracking, traces of gold revealing themselves like sunbeams behind a cloud. Arabella glowered at her. "For starters, you could—" "Seriously?" She reared, eyes widening. "You're going to attack me?" Soraya's shoulders shook. Her upper lip curled, and shafts of light peeked from between her teeth. Cali got the impression her cousin wasn't doing it on purpose. She'd seen Soraya lose control of her abilities once before, right after Soraya witnessed her father's murder. Unruffled, Arabella whistled, not taking her eyes from Soraya. Her tiger padded closer on command. When Arabella slurred a command in a language Cali had never heard before, the large cat arced his back, baring his teeth with a snarling growl at Soraya. The tension between the two girls was like weight on cracking glass. It was about to shatter any minute. The same defensiveness Cali always felt on Soraya's behalf triggered again. Soraya had been through enough.
After Captain Kelsey accosted her in the hall outside her room the day before, Soraya didn't need the other princesses cornering her too. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Cali said. Arabella whirled around, as did her tiger, rigid and ready to strike at his mistress's next spoken command. At the sight of Cali, Arabella relaxed and raised a brow, her lips lifting in an unfazed smile. "At least I can do something," she mocked, before deliberately giving Cali her back and turning to Soraya. "Just don't get in my way," she added, strutting off. The tiger remained. He snarled at Soraya, wriggling his haunches and stooping low to the ground. The heels of Arabella's boots thumped into the blue carpet, and she tapped her hip with another low whistle. The tiger immediately retreated, unruffled to trot after his mistress. Cali released a breath, her blood thumping at the sides of her neck. Would Arabella really have had her beast attack?
"Will you stop it?"
Soraya growled. Cali blinked away from watching Arabella's exit, her brows shooting up. Soraya's skin was patching up again, returning to normalcy. Stop what?
"Stop trying to, I don't know, protect me? First the Pirate King, now this? You think you're on some kind of vendetta for me, but just stop it. Now I appear weaker than ever."
Her cousin had acted so frightened before this whole tournament began. Soraya had been a wreck. She'd begged Cali not to leave her alone in this. And now she had the audacity to act like what happened was Cali's fault? "I thought you wanted my help."
"She would never have dared to corner me and demand my help with the task if you weren't constantly babying me."
Soraya shook the parchment in her hand, clenching her teeth and swiping at an angry stray tear. "You can't blame that on me. What is that?" Soraya scoffed.
"What do you think it is?"
The argument fizzled. The map. "You got yours already?" Soraya wiped her eyes again.
"Of course. Look, Cali, I know you mean well, but you can't keep stepping in for me. You shouldn't even be here."
Cali couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You are upset, then?" She should have known. She'd seen it in Soraya's face the minute Cali had volunteered herself. Soraya's eyes thinned like arrow points.
"What am I supposed to think? I know you care for Bae."
"I do not."
"You told me yourself."
"Announce it to the whole palace, why don't you?" They'd had one conversation. One. Right before Soraya and Cali had witnessed Bae's father kill the king. And Cali had told Soraya she wasn't sure how she felt.
"They already know anyway. Why else would you be here?"
Anger surged in Cali's chest, swift, firm, and incomprehensible. Why was Soraya acting like this? What had Cali ever done but try to help her? "I gave up my kingdom for you," Cali said, her chest heaving. "I gave up everything to return here, to help you."
"Keep telling yourself that."
Soraya closed the door to her chamber before Cali could follow her in. Cali's eyes stung. The loosening string of her resolve began to unravel. She could handle Bae's blatant rejection. She could handle rudeness and snobbish comments from the other princesses. But from Soraya? She was her cousin. She was all Cali had left. Cali blinked away tears, startling when she realized a smirking Arabella was leaning against the wall. How much of their argument had she heard? "What do you want?" Cali snapped. "Just enjoying the view," she said with a single shrug. "I like to know what I'm up against." Pushing off the wall, she swaggered the rest of the way down the hall. Cali rushed into her room, shoving the door closed as quickly as she could.
She rested her forehead against the cold, unfeeling wood. It all hurt too much. How could she have been so wrong about Soraya? Cali had been stupid and impulsive, giving up so much for someone and thinking her cousin would do the same for her. She ground her teeth at just how selfish Soraya really was. No wonder the other princesses had subjected Cali to pirates instead of facing them. Did Soraya care about anyone other than herself? It was true Soraya was still mourning her father and her kingdom, but so was Cali. For days she'd been treading water, attempting to keep her head above the surface, while every force she encountered attempted to pull her under. Bae's rejection, Soraya's passivity, the realization that her hasty, impulsive bargain with Undine had in fact been unnecessary. It all crashed around her now. The resulting emotion was sharper than blades, ripping, tearing her apart from the inside, and she wept with the heartache of it. Sobbing out all her sorrows, she sank to her knees. She had lost her kingdom, lost her parents, lost Darren. She'd given it all away. For this? With a grunt of frustration, Cali paced the floor. She thought of her father's diligent, studious manner, her mother's insistence on perfection, the padded, pampered life Cali had abandoned, the servants who'd waited on her every need, the freedom she'd enjoyed, the education and books within her reach. Her father's meetings, her tutor's instructions. She'd been loved and respected, had known exactly what her future held. She'd thought she was being noble, doing the right thing and what was best for her people just the way a princess should. Yet she was now an unwanted guest, reduced to competing in a tournament no one wanted her to be in. And each task would be a danger she was vastly unprepared for. Soraya's tinged words, her stinging glares. Her situation wasn't Cali's fault. All Cali had ever done was try to help her. She'd even pretended to be Soraya. That's what had gotten Cali in this situation in the first place. And Soraya had the nerve to blame Cali? And Soraya thought Cali was here for Bae. Cali had tried to hide her feelings for the rogue, good-for-nothing pirate, a man without scruples who'd only saved her life to get a kiss. Cali glanced to the window. Her sloop wasn't far. She should leave, sail away and abandon this chaotic existence. But where would she go? To her ship? To a lonely life on the sea? Could she even escape the tournament if she chose? How much hold a single drop of blood held at this moment. She had committed to this contest. She'd pledged herself magically to do this, to help Soraya, and now Soraya didn't want her help. But there was nothing to be done. Cali couldn't back out if she wanted to. With a defeated sigh, she crossed to the bed and sank onto it. Soraya was her only friend here. At least, she thought they were friends. She'd considered Bae a friend, and look how that had turned out. If Cali didn't have them, she had no one. Maybe once the task was underway, Cali could still be there to help Soraya. She couldn't see any other way of returning to Zara than through Soraya, not if Soraya was Undine's servant of magic. Could she accompany Soraya on her tasks and help her in that way? If that were the case, would she only be in Soraya's way? The Kelseys hadn't specified anything in their rules about the princesses accomplishing things solely on their own, and she couldn't hope to find where Soraya had gone without a map. But Soraya had accused Cali of making her look weak. If Cali attempted to interfere and help her cousin again, Chances were Soraya would have a similar complaint. Clearly, Bae was no longer her friend or ally. He hadn't bothered sending her breakfast or a map at all, while the other girls had already retrieved their promised clues. Where was hers? Her intentions of helping Soraya, of possibly working together to make their way through the tasks so that Soraya came out first, were no longer a possibility, which meant all Cali could do now was make it through the tasks on her own, win the task herself, and then turn whatever victory she might obtain over in Soraya's favor when the time came. She would find a way to return to Zara before she had to watch Bae marry someone else. Because no matter what Soraya did, Cali was a woman of her word. She'd said she would turn Lumin back over to her if she got the chance, and if by some miracle she managed to win this, she would do just that. Even that wasn't an option if she didn't have a map, though. Concern gripped her, and Cali attempted to work through it, to get her breathing under control. She should have known it would end up like this. They weren't going to give her one. Undine and Kelsey had both implied a heavy price for those who failed to participate in the tasks. What if this was their way of disinviting her? Without a map to follow, she couldn't hope to find their treasure. Chapter 12. A soft knock rapped on her door. Cali hurriedly wiped the tears from her eyes, regaining control of her breathing, before opening the door so fast she startled the maid who stood there, tray in her arms. Finally! Cali took the silver handles. "Sorry," she said, in a quick apology. "Thank you." The girl seemed to understand.
"Apologies, Princess. The map had to be hastily drawn, and it was just finished this morning. They planned on only 4 contenders, not 5. After a humble curtsy, she left. Cali winced, chagrined. She'd jumped to conclusions too quickly, it seemed. They were going to include her after all, though that realization added its own sense of dread, too. Kelsey had made plenty of threats about her failing these tasks. She couldn't fully bask in the relief at being included now, not until she knew where the map led. The scent of baked goods wafted from the platter, tempting her. She lifted the tray, forcing her snarling stomach to be patient, while she took a bite of toast and slipped the metal ring from the rolled parchment beside her plate. Ants crawled in her rib cage. She was giddy with anticipation and trembling from sheer nerves. Hastily she opened the parchment and stared at the intricate outline of Lumin. A large round compass crossed behind a sword, and a bone was situated at the top right corner. And at the top left, a detailed image of the palace supervising the coral cliffs rested, encircled as if by a halo. A small ship with wide sails and imposing flags, which resembled those of the Bane, was sketched in the ocean. Lines and markings indicated locations, from Coral Cove to Emerald Pier, to Gull Bay where Cali's boat, the Sunset, was moored. Where was this treasure she was supposed to find? It couldn't be too far away. It had to be found within 24 hours. Unless the princess's magic enabled them to travel great distances in a short amount of time. But Cali doubted it. What was the treasure? How would she know where to start? Cali had never done anything like this before. She'd once participated in an archery competition. Every day she'd worked with a tutor to learn the proper way to nock an arrow, the exact grip on the bow, aiming techniques,
and even footing. She'd managed to win second place in the competition. The reaction from her people that their princess would even participate, let alone manage to do so well, had pleased her. She'd had dance teachers and music tutors, but she'd been the only pupil in the room, except for when she'd had to learn ballroom etiquette and dancing with a partner. But this was different. Completely different. The Kelseys were masters at following maps to hidden treasures. Their reputation preceded them about that much at least. How else could they have acquired all the wealth it must have taken to support Lumin, enough to win it from King Emir? Cali's stomach growled. Much as she wanted to get going, the other princesses surely had. She couldn't manage this task without food. When she lifted her fork, a scrap of paper drifted to the floor. After a bite of ham, Cali dove for the note and read the cursive script. Jewels do shine, riddles be told. Not all treasure is silver and gold. You search for an answer to a question unasked. The first to return with this will win the first task. To find what you seek, head south to Gull Bay. The next clue will be waiting at break of day. Undine's wrath, it was already the break of day. She was definitely going to be too late. Cali gulped another mouthful of ham and poached eggs, swishing it down with milk. She couldn't shake the notion the Kelseys had given her the map late, simply to taunt her and put her at a deliberate disadvantage. She hastily dressed, wishing she had a few other options besides the teal caftan she'd already worn and the few dresses she'd retrieved from Soraya's room. Undine's offer rattled in her mind. If Cali accepted, she would get a proper wardrobe and magic to boot. But she couldn't give in, not for the sake of her pride. So the other princesses would be more tastefully attired. It didn't matter how she dressed as she went through the tasks. Or so she tried to convince herself. She tied her hair into a quick braid, stuffed her feet into her slippers, and rushed out the door. Cali paused for only a moment outside Soraya's chamber. Chances were her cousin had already gotten an early start on her clue. Gull Bay was to the west of Emerald Pier, not far from where Bae had taken her sailing. Cali stuffed the clue into her pocket, then rolled up the map, tucking it under her arm. She ran through what she could remember of the riddle. Not all treasure is silver and gold. An answer to a question? This was the ultimate treasure? Now the trick would be finding transportation. Cali made her way to the palace stables. The sound of clumping hooves sent her reeling. Gia's scarf trailed behind her as she hunched low on the saddle of a beautiful brown mare with white forelegs and a mane to match. Gia glared at her, but Cali didn't hesitate to hurry in the direction the other girl had come from. She shook away the memory of her hunt with Bae, of the way he'd entrusted her with the letter from his mother, and approached the large, well-kept barn with multiple stalls. A young man in livery shoveled hay and manure into a wheelbarrow.
"Excuse me," Cali said. "Can you please help me? I need a horse tacked and saddled immediately."
"The task?" he asked.
"Yes."
She offered a grin. He gave her a slight bow. "Give me a few minutes, princess." Faster than she expected, he led a gray mare with the same color mane out from a stall in the back. It was a resplendent creature, and its hooves clumped gracefully on the cement. Cali approached with caution. She'd had some experience with horses at home, and she allowed the animal to nuzzle her. She rubbed its forehead, where a diamond-shaped patch of white fur was etched.
"This is Star," the stable boy said.
"Hello, Star," Cali said, smiling at the horse and using a gentle tone.
"Will you help me today?"
Star nuzzled her again. Cali took the reins from the stable hand before sliding her map into the leather saddlebag. "Need a leg up?" he asked. Cali wished she had something more appropriate to wear for riding. She hadn't thought to retrieve the riding habit Mina had helped her dress in the last time she'd gone riding. This would have to do. At least the flowing skirts of her days-old dress were generous. "Thank you," she said, placing her foot in the lattice of his hands and hoisting herself over. "Good luck," he said. "Thank you, Master." He seemed pleased by this, straightening with a smile. "It's Thornby, Princess." "Thank you, Master Thornby. I won't forget your help." Clicking her teeth, she gave Star a pointed nudge with her heels at the same time. The horse responded swiftly. Cali hunched low as she'd seen Gia do. Then she guided the horse out of the palace grounds and on her own into the city. Cali couldn't be sure of the time, or how far behind the others she was, but she moved as quickly as she could, entering the portside town behind a painted sign labeling the beach Gull Bay. "Now what?" she asked, pulling Star to a slow trot. Cali eyed the shops, feeling lost before she'd even really begun. She had no idea where she was, nor what to do next. The riddle hadn't said anything other than break of day. The sun had risen hours ago. Exasperated, she examined the riddle again. Break of day was capitalized. What did that mean? Cali faced the east, willing something to become clear to her. Break of day, she mumbled. Capitalized. Break of day. A horse whinnied from the left. She whirled around, relief bursting at the sight of Soraya leaving the blue door of a quaint shop. The sign dangling overhead read, "Daybreak Cafe." Another horse lingered outside, nibbling stray bits of grass near the walkway. "Daybreak!" Cali exclaimed, clasping her hands together. She lightly pulled Star's reins, guiding the horse through the cobblestone streets as Soraya mounted. If Soraya felt any shame at how she'd been treating Cali lately, she didn't show it. Instead, she sneered at Cali with something like dismissal in her expression.
"I wondered if you made it out this morning."
Dismay filled Cali. She'd hoped by now things would have mellowed out between them, but clearly Soraya was still angry with her. "I'm sorry about earlier, Soraya's horse dithered. The princess shook her head, brushing the apology away.
"I know you're only trying to help, but I don't want it. I can handle this on my own, and you need to let me."
Cali swallowed and chose not to argue again the way she had earlier. Maybe, at this point, acceptance was best. Soraya seemed to have recovered from the fragile creature she'd been on the sunset. "Okay," Cali said. Surprise flashed in Soraya's eyes, but it faded quickly. Had she expected Cali to argue in favor of supporting her? She wouldn't keep forcing something on her cousin that she didn't want. In that case, the way forward became clear. Cali would have to try. Not for anyone else, but for herself. Soraya seemed to have reached the same conclusion, because her next words implied as much.
"You'd better hurry. Arabella and Lyric have already been here, and Gia is inside."
So Cali was last. She wanted to ask what to expect, but from Soraya's elusive mannerisms and shifty glances, Cali doubted she would get much help. Instead, she lifted her chin, opting not to give Soraya the satisfaction of knowing she'd hurt her. "You'd better get moving, then."
"Don't give in,"
Soraya said. The words gave Cali pause. Soraya didn't want Cali's help, but she was offering hers? Don't give in to what?
"There are 2 options, but—"
Soraya hesitated, peering around for eavesdroppers, then dipped her head before continuing.
"The next location is the one nearest to my palace, okay?"
A heartened twinge fluttered in Cali's stomach. Was Soraya helping her? Cali supposed cheating didn't matter. Not according to the Kelseys' rules. They'd probably admire Soraya all the more for it. Cali was grateful. At this point, the best she could hope for was making it through the tasks until her blood contract with Undine was completed.
"I didn't tell you where the location was,"
Soraya said, as if reading Cali's mind.
"I just gave a hint."
She kicked her horse's flanks, urging it to a gallop. Cali coughed away the dust flaring in her cousin's wake. The location was nearest Soraya's palace? Did that mean Cali could skip this task and follow Soraya? Something inside her didn't want to. Despite Soraya's actions, Cali was no cheater. With a shaky breath, Cali entered the much cooler shop. Sunshine threaded carefully through the abandoned cafe. Tables and chairs clustered in the center, giving Cali the impression they wanted to be as close together as they could, to avoid whatever might be lurking along the floorboards. A thin layer of smoke coated the air, and every surface with a suffocating, unwelcome stench. How this establishment received any business at all was a mystery. A stage on the left was paired with dusty curtains for those inclined to entertain. For a moment, Cali wondered who that might be. What kind of clientele did a dingy, dismal place like this attract? Fighting the urge to cover her nose with her hand, she took a few more steps. A woman exited through the cascade of beads dangling over the doorway. She had dark hair and eyes so green they brimmed with an otherworldly aura that only cinched Cali's worries tighter. The woman saved her the trouble of speaking. "If you hurry, you can still beat her." "Beat who?" Cali asked. "Hurry to do what?" "My name is Ilma. Follow me." Ilma flagged 2 fingers toward the beaded curtain, signaling for Cali to follow. Unease preceded her, and Cali waded through a swamp of worrisome questions. Was this what she was supposed to be doing? Was Ilma part of the tournament at all? If only Cali had been able to ask Soraya more questions. Then again, with the way Soraya was avoiding her, Cali wasn't sure it would have made much of a difference. The hallway beyond the beaded curtain was midnight black. Cali had to quicken her pace to keep up with the surprisingly agile woman, who took turn after turn at a quick pace. A waft of jasmine tinted with the tang of mint accompanied them, clearing away the dingy aroma Cali experienced upon first entry. She was tempted to keep a hand on the wall, to balance her mind if nothing else, but before she could get the chance, Ilma stopped abruptly. Cali nearly collided with her. "In here," Ilma said, parting another set of beaded curtains into a glowing space. At Ilma's insistent nod, Cali ducked her head and stepped in. Sconces on the walls pulsed with living, fat flames, directing smoke upward. Beaded chains hugged panels of fabric hanging from the ceiling. A single table was kept company by a set of armless chairs and a padded bench with faded, worn fabric pouting as though it had once been of fine quality. "Are you a fortune-teller?" Cali asked. She'd heard of spaces like this, where people went to have their futures divined. But no curved crystal-clear ball of glass ornamented the table's center. In fact, nothing was on the smoke-stained red fabric. "Not in so many words, though I do assist people who wish to know their futures," Ilma said, crossing to where a painted shield divided the space. It was brown, splashed with florals, and so reminiscent of the one Cali had in her room at home, it made her chest ache. She couldn't think about home. Instead, she guided her thoughts in a direction that would actually be helpful. Why would the Kelseys send her here? What did this have to do with finding whatever treasure they were after? "I have in my possession a rare object that allows people to discover things they might wish to know." Ilma returned holding a small, drab pot, and Cali couldn't help the gasp that escaped at the sight of what grew from it. It was a flower, an exquisite blue star. Its color gave an entirely new meaning to the phrase "forget-me-not." Every shade of blue shifted, changed, and swirled within the exorbitant flower's pointed petals. They encompassed the sky, the sea, the color of Bae's eyes, and the deepest buried desires of her heart. She felt her heart prick with yearning, with awareness, as though the sight of the blossom had awoken something inside her. Cali thought flowers couldn't shimmer like that anymore, the way they had during an intoxicating midnight stroll with a pirate who'd been more silk than scratches during their promenade. A pirate who'd asked for a kiss. A pirate whose coronation had robbed the flowers of their color. "How is this possible?" she asked. Every other flowering bush was dust and ashes. How could this one be so vibrant? And during the daytime. No moonlight drew out its petals, yet she could swear she heard the murmured whispering of secrets, words she could hear but not comprehend. "You know of our moonflowers, Princess?" Ilma asked, placing the flower on the empty table. It added a glow to the cloth, to the smoke stains on the walls, to the flecks of dust floating in the air. She stroked the flower's stem, as though she could make it purr. "This was a special gift given to me. My moonflower can never die, and it blossoms even during the daylight, as long as I keep it in darkness." "It's breathtaking," Cali said. She wanted to ask who'd given her the flower, but a suspicious tattoo inked laterally on the woman's wrist and thumb gave Cali a fairly good idea. What had this woman bargained away to Undine in exchange for a moonflower that would never die? "People come to me for wisdom, to help them with their futures," Ilma continued. "If you whisper your secrets to the stamen, they sometimes whisper back." She lowered her voice, speaking with mystery, with shadows and hidden aspirations. Her words wove curiosity through Cali. She didn't realize she was tilting closer to the flower until a figure sitting on the opposite side of the room caught her attention. A young woman sat in one of the armless padded chairs in the corner beside the shield. The flickering sconce cast dark lines on her cheek, and she stared straight ahead, blinking and unresponsive. "Gia?" Cali said. She took a few steps toward the entranced princess. When Gia showed no signs of recognition, Cali turned to Ilma. "What's wrong with her?" "She'll be fine," Ilma said. "That's not what I asked. What happened to her?" Ilma blinked lazily several times, clearly not harboring the same frantic urgency scraping through Cali. She asked a direct question instead of making the requested offer. The moonflower gave her an honest answer, and I'm not sure she much liked what it was. "What was it? What did the flower say to her?" Ilma parted her hands. "I don't listen in, princess. You participate of your own free will, so must accept the consequence of the words you're given." "What did you mean, the requested offer?" "You must give something to the flower to receive what you seek. This is how magic works. All magic requires a sacrifice," Cali finished. She knew that all too well. "And Gia didn't want to give something?" Ilma sniffed. "She tried forcing the flower with her magic, but the moonlight's power cannot be manipulated in such a way. So, the flower gave her a rebuttal, and she hasn't moved from that spot since." Cali swallowed. "So," she gestured to Gia's frozen stance. "No, it's not typical," Ilma said. "Not if you cooperate. And don't worry, princess. She will eventually wake to her normal self. She will simply be haunted with whatever it was the flower told her." Haunted. Cali didn't like the sound of that. Still, she took heart in one thing. "So, you don't hear its whisperings?" she asked. "Not if it isn't meant for me," Ilma said. Cali inhaled, hoping to clear her head. If she wanted the next clue, she had to offer whatever the moonflower asked. Bae's threats rattled through her, his insistence she didn't have what it took to win. Arabella, Lyric, even Soraya expressed the same doubts. Cali wanted to prove him wrong. She wanted to prove them all wrong. So she sat in the chair and leaned in, waiting for the flower to speak. Chapter 13. "What do I need to tell it?" Cali asked, placing her palms flat on either side of the flower. Ilma smiled. "To receive your next clue, you have to tell it." She paused as if thinking it through. Cali wondered if the flower's owner asked a different price from everyone, the way Undine did. Briefly, Ilma rested her gaze on Gia's hypnotized, dumbfounded stare. "You must tell it your deepest regret." Cali's entire body stiffened. What good would telling that do? "Will it keep my words? Does it remember things?" Inhaling sharply, Ilma rested her hands on the faded chair nearest to the table. Her long nails were painted black. After blowing out a loud breath, she answered, "It's difficult to say, but you must proceed for the next piece you need to decode your map." "The flower will give me a direction, then?" Cali had seen Soraya leave in haste. It was obvious this wasn't the final stop. Would its information give Cali a guiding point? "Possibly," Ilma said. "You'll only know if you speak to it. In humility, not in demand." "In humility, not demand. Why does it want to know my regrets?" Ilma straightened. "That is your price. Speak or don't. The choice is up to you. You must decide if the prize is worth it. Had Gia and Soraya been given the same request? Soraya had obviously given her response. Otherwise, she would still be here as well. What could a flower know of Cali's future? Her life was what she made of it, and she'd certainly made a mess thus far. Maybe knowing a bit about what was to come could help her avoid making more mistakes. Could the flower tell her whether she should accept Undine's help? Would it tell her who would win? Cali exhaled through a small part in her lips. The last place she wanted to venture was the expansive land of her mistakes. Though she knew it wasn't possible, she could have sworn the flower turned and tilted its head in her direction. The air pulsed and hummed, reaching with invisible hands to lure Cali closer.
"Tell me,"
the air seemed to whisper.
"Tell me."
Soraya had warned Cali not to give in. Was this what she'd been referring to? Cali didn't want to do this, not if Gia or Ilma would overhear. Yet caught in the flower's stare, she found she couldn't look away. "Can you hear me?" Cali asked softly.
"Tell me,"
the flower whispered.
"I hear you."
"If I tell you my regrets, will you give me the clue I seek?"
"I will."
The promise came promptly, bringing with it unexpected reassurance. Cali pressed a palm to her heart. "My deepest regret," she began, overtaken by the trembling the preliminary admission brought over her. Her entire body vibrated with vulnerability from revealing something so deeply planted in her chest. It was like severing a finger from her hand and casting it away. She'd asked Bae about his regrets in the belly of his father's ship. Who had known it would be a clue to the scavenger hunt he was putting her through? Regret and risk were jewels pirates adorned their fingers with in every relationship they dabbled in. "My deepest regret is leaving home," Cali said, tainting her tongue with truth. The words ripped her from the inside out, tearing free from the case she'd attempted to keep them stitched in. Her throat burned, her eyes throbbed, but she spoke on. "I miss my family. I renounced my heritage. I abandoned my kingdom to save my people and to help my cousin, someone I barely know who is turning her back on me in return. My deepest regret is I've failed the purpose of the life I was being raised for." Unspoken, yet still felt, was the additional reminder that her people hadn't really been at risk at all, not after she'd gotten them the cure. Destroying the boundary wouldn't have spared the plague after all. Soraya could have destroyed it, and perhaps Bae could have sailed to Zara to find her. Perhaps they could have been spared all of this, if only she'd done things differently. A tear slipped down her cheek, answering the call of pain in her chest. "And now I don't know who I am. If I've lost my kingdom, I've lost my status as a princess. That was everything to me. If I'm not a princess, who am I? I have no magic, no skills, nothing but the education and life I was being trained for. A life I took for granted, a life I've lost. I gave my kingdom up for nothing." Silence followed, thrumming louder than drums as tears made cracks on Cali's cheeks. She never meant to speak those private thoughts aloud. Not to anyone. Her ribs panged with sadness, with a heartache similar to what had burbled up the previous evening. Cali sniffled, wiping her cheek with her sleeve, something she'd been taught never to do. At this point, she didn't care. She was no longer the princess of Zara. She shouldn't even be eligible to participate in this wretched tournament. Cali suddenly wanted to leave, to give it all up, to walk away and find a new home where no one knew her, where she could start fresh and run from the terrible aching pain in her heart. "Well?" Cali said. Still nothing. The flower's hushed murmurings had died away the minute Cali had spoken to it. Cali pushed away from the table in a huff. "I should have known this was—" She felt more than heard the flower's response. It was a whisper on Cali's skin, like a breeze.
"Your pain is not the end of your life,"
the ethereal voice intoned.
"It will pass. This choice will lead you to solutions you could not have reached otherwise."
Cali sank onto the lumpy chair, brushing the tears away from her cheeks in wonder. A flicker of hope sputtered. She stared directly at the glimmering blossom, envisioning it as a creature rather than a part of nature. "What do you mean?" And how could it possibly know? Cali's choice to leave home would lead her to solutions she'd never reached otherwise? Had she saved her people after all? The pirates had cast doubts in Cali's mind, making her think she'd made an enormous mistake. She should have known better than to take their words as truth. What did they know about anything?
"You have paid many prices to get what you needed. It was not in vain. And today is no different. You are who you are. Nothing more, nothing less."
Cali formed a steeple with her hands, then pressed them to her lips. A tangling warmth replaced the tension in her body, starting in the core of her and spreading outward until her shoulders lowered. It was not in vain. She hadn't given her kingdom up for nothing. "Thank you," she told the moonflower, wishing there was something more she could do. Something heavy formed in Cali's empty palm. She still clutched the map in her right hand, but a molded rock with flecks of gold in its filigree had hardened into existence in her left. Cali's mouth dropped. Is this what I need?"
"Look,"
the voice urged. A tiny piece of paper became visible beneath the rock. After pulling the scrap free, she read the cursive scroll of writing. "With the day half gone, the sun soon sets. Before the moon rises, you must place your bets. The rock in your hand, inserted is the key to finding your treasure in a catacomb near the sea." "A catacomb near the sea?" Cali mused aloud, unable to help the smile from spreading across her cheeks. "Thank you," she told the moonflower again. It said nothing else, so she turned to find Ilma. She was nowhere to be seen, and Gia was gone from her seat as well. Had she woken from her trance? Cali couldn't think about that now. Clutching the rock in her hand, she did her best to navigate in reverse to the open dining area of the cafe. Several customers lurked at the tables now, seated before plates of food that appeared more edible than Cali would have guessed would be served here. How long had she been in with the flower? She pushed out into the daylight. The sun was higher in the sky, baking the dirt roads. Star pawed at the ground, dipping her head toward an accommodating trough. Gia's horse was gone. Cali patted Star's mane.
"I'm sorry I was so slow," she said. "Any ideas where I might find a catacomb?"
The horse stirred, anxious to move again.
"I know how you feel," Cali said, budding with eagerness.
She inhaled, long and deep, drawing as much briny ocean air into her lungs as they could hold before releasing it. A smile teased her lips of its own accord before she allowed it to spread with full force. It was as though a heavy mantle had been lifted from her shoulders. It was not in vain. Her actions hadn't been the mistake she thought they were. She knew it wasn't possibly. But somehow, the sun seemed to shine a little brighter now than it had the last time she'd been beneath its rays.
You are who you are. Nothing more, nothing less.
The flower hadn't said anything about her not being up to the task. She took heart in that as well. Cali splayed the map across Star's flank, tracing the routes with a finger. Gull Bay was littered with shops and tiny drawn buildings, as were the residential areas of Luné-Lumen. In fact, the majority of what was shown on the map was sketched along the shoreline. She could understand Arabella's frustration with Soraya earlier. Undoubtedly, Soraya knew exactly where the catacombs were. Cali brushed a stray hair from her eyes, searching for anything that might give her some kind of direction. Her finger traipsed over two monuments on the map. One was an ornamental structure labeled with a dark cross. A similar structure was quite a distance away from the first. Both were labeled catacombs. While the one was situated closer to the diamond mine she and Bae had encountered during their hunt for the mauve fox, and one was closer to Gull Bay, being that Luné-Lumen's kingdom was situated by the ocean as well. Both catacombs were, in fact, near the sea. Undine's wrath, Cali groaned. Which one is it? Soraya had said it was the one nearest her palace, the one by the diamond mines. Cali stared out at the sea. How would Soraya know which catacomb the clue meant? She didn't have any more information than Cali had. Then again, Soraya had grown up here. Perhaps the flower's answer to her had given Soraya reason to know more than she'd let on. Soraya was angry with Cali. That much she knew. But while Soraya hadn't wanted to give Arabella any insider advice, she wouldn't feel the same about Cali. Why else would she have taken the time to give Cali the hints that she had? She decided to take Soraya's advice. She hooked her foot into the stirrup and gripped the saddle horn, thrusting herself up onto Star's back. "Come on," she urged, bending forward to scratch the horse's neck. "We don't have much time." Cali galloped through the streets, past many sights she wished she had time to investigate. Luné-Lumen was replete with structured beauty, with delicate flowers, tree-spoked roads, and lovely structures. Churches of astounding architecture, masonry the likes of which Cali had never seen before, made it an antiquated wonderland. But the sun was sinking lower toward the sea. She couldn't slow now. She stopped several times to peg wondering citizens for directions, until she finally caught sight of the large pillared tower in the center of a cluster of people carved from stone. The statues were frozen in heartache, their faces, posture, and expressions downtrodden. At the center below the pillar and beside a crouching woman, as massive as the building herself, was a door etched with the words, "Beloved Dead." A series of chills swept across Callie's spine that didn't seem to fit in the humidity. After securing Star to a nearby post, she approached, gripping the rock in her hand. Something was off. There were no other horses, no signs of previous traffic. Cobwebs climbed the inner edges of the doorway. No footsteps had disturbed the dirt, not even around the statue's perimeter. Callie could no longer see the ocean either. This statue was on the other side of Soraya's palace. "I can't believe it," Callie murmured, glancing at her map. Studying it now, she should have realized this wasn't the right one. While both were in proximity to the ocean, the other catacomb was much closer to the shoreline, which could only mean one thing. Soraya had lied to her. Her cousin, whom Callie had risked everything for, had purposely deceived her. Chapter 14. Whoever wrote the Kelseys' clues did a terrible job. How near the sea were they talking? The ocean was visible if she elevated herself, climbed on a rock to peer across the tangled growth of trees descending the hillside. Did that mean the other catacomb was the closest to the sea? The sun hung even lower toward the horizon. Callie suppressed her stewing anger, swung her leg over Star again, and clicked her tongue to urge the horse southward. She gritted her teeth against the sting of hurt from Soraya's betrayal. Star gave it all she had, trotting through the streets and circling beyond Gull Bay. Callie's legs ached, her back screeching at her. She had never ridden this far in her life, and she knew she'd pay for it the next day. "Sorry, old girl," Callie said, wishing she had something by way of nourishment for the poor creature. Still she pressed on, muttering words of encouragement to Star. The horse took this turn and that, offering snatched viewpoints of the sea, which crashed against the coral cliffs like a rabid animal clawing up a tree trunk to reach its prey. The palace above those cliffs loomed more domineering than ever, as if it knew the risks Callie had taken were all about to amount to nothing if she didn't make it inside the catacombs in time. A deep blue haze wreathed Luné-Lumin like fog, signaling the onset of twilight. Callie couldn't help but notice how gloomy and foreboding the city felt now that lights from the flowers no longer lit the night. She was relieved when the path narrowed beneath drooping branches and ended before an ancient structure. It was more of a building than a monument, compiled as it was of weather-beaten rocks in varying shapes and thickness. Wide columns supported a flat slab of stone before an eerie slanted archway, reminding Callie of the shadowed eye socket of a skull. Several horses pawed the ground restlessly just outside the swaying trees, as if they'd been tied up for a while, including Soraya's. Callie gritted her teeth. She'd deal with that later. So far, the task hadn't required any magic, but something about the air set her nerves into a tangle. Like a warning, it had a thinning effect on her insides, making her feel stripped and fragile. Straightening her shoulders, Callie took one step toward the slanted entrance. Her limbs wouldn't move. She tried to pull at her feet, fighting against the motion as though her shoes were stuck in mud. Several times she glanced at them, only to find no obstruction whatsoever. What was happening? Gritting her teeth, she squeezed the rock in her hand and pushed through the resistance, tasting it like the tang of metal as she ran through the instructions from the clue.
The rock inserted is the key.
Inserted where? Had the others fought this resistance? Callie's progress toward the entrance was maddening. The regrets she'd admitted hung around her like a cloak, making movement that much harder. She'd given up her home for this. The least she could do was see it through. As she drew nearer, a blatant hole in the rock face became clearer, as though someone had taken to it with a hammer and chisel. What was more, it was the size and shape of the stone in her hand. She pushed toward it, as though moving underneath the water. Cali had to prove to them, to herself, she didn't need magic to be a proper princess. Cali placed a hand on the stone surface, straining with the exertion. Pain shot through her fingertips at the touch, but she brushed it off, fighting to return the golden rock to its place. With a final, engrossing effort, she wedged the rock into the hole. A terrific screeching clashed in her ears. The stone entrance cracked open as though a giant hand gripped its edge and pulled it free. The air abruptly parted, making way for Callie's movements the way it should have done from the start, just as the sun splashed below the horizon, dousing any remaining traces of light. Callie slumped against the catacombs, resting her limbs and regaining her breath. Her body ached, her muscles sore as though recovering from strenuous use the day before. The moon gently rose, awakening the surrounding growth. Blossoms shook off trails of sleep, creaking their necks only to droop again. Instead of replacing gray hues with the brightest oranges, the crispest pinks, the most succulent sapphires, all dazzling in a dance of color around the edges of the catacomb entrance, the area remained a dreary, abandoned wasteland, rather than a place of purpose and reverence. Callie crept through the dark opening, greeted only by a handful of flickering orange flames from a lantern awaiting her arrival. She didn't stop to wonder who it belonged to, but grasped its handle and plunged deep within the abandoned tomb. The entire structure held a grim aesthetic, with its cryptic rooms and display of bones. Jewel-encrusted skeletons adorned doorways, set up in homage to the deceased. In another area, a wall of skulls loomed. Each skull was racked into a kind of cement, stacked one above the other from ceiling to floor, creating lines of gaping, unseeing dead. Callie wandered through the lonely canals carved in stone, wondering who was buried within. Soraya's ancestors, probably, which meant they were Callie's as well. At home in Zara, the Brahmvirs were buried in the wall of the church, in the center of the worship district. She and her family had visited often, paying respect to the dead residing there. Air grew thinner. Callie's breaths came shorter. Her pace quickened as the space narrowed past forgotten tombs in the walls, some inhabited and others eerily vacant. Past columns leading up to untouched rock, past fresco paintings decorating arched niches, and beyond disturbing, gripping, and yet glorious displays of crosses and skulls, until the path stopped. It opened to a room with a cavernous ceiling. In the center of the chilled space, atop a tomb, was a sorrowful statue. A woman lying on her side, her arms stretched beneath her cradled head, reaching to stroke the tomb's lid, as though caressing whoever was buried within. Callie's heart skipped a beat. It was a display of Undine herself. The sea witch couldn't possibly be buried here. Could she have been human once? Had she died? Why else would her depiction be entombed? The book Ayat, one of Soraya's servants, had given Callie to peruse, hadn't mentioned this. Undine wasn't part of the royal family, but apparently, even in Lunae Luminian history, Undine de Rey was associated with death. Callie couldn't help noticing a strip of parchment beneath the statue Undine's hand. It had been slid in a crack beneath the rock, noticeably jutting out. It wasn't as though the dead left each other notes. Teeth clenched, she approached the sinister image, shivering at the accurate rendition of a devastated sea witch. Another thought struck Callie. This wasn't Undine's burial site. It was as though the sea witch was mourning whoever had been buried. Callie lifted a hand, waiting for lightning to strike, for the magic barrier she'd fought through to keep her fingers from closing over the paper. Nothing happened. She snatched the missive, then quickly opened it to read. A house of death, sure-fitting be, but this maid's end must be stopped by thee. She holds the answer to the question you seek, but if she dies, your life is bleak. If who dies? Callie's voice echoed up to the blind ceiling. This was their task? To keep someone from dying? Urgency stormed through her. Who was here? What maid was the clue referencing? Bae couldn't be serious. He was risking someone's life for a game? For the answer to a question? Voices echoed at the end of the silent chamber. They carried Callie deeper, past the statue of Undine, and down yet another blackened corridor, until high-pitched arguments shrieked and reverberated off the cavernous stones. "Can't you help her?"
"What do you think?"
came the hoarse reply. Callie hurried, lifting her lamp as she bent low to step through the dwarf-like doorway. Had they also received the riddle? The room was bright with lamplight. Lanterns similar to Callie's speckled the edges, 3 in total, 1 for each arrived princess. Arabella, Lyric, and Soraya stood in a circle around a woman grasping at the cold stone ground. Her eyes and lips were dusted with the blue of starlight. She was beautiful, lovelier than any woman Callie had ever seen. A headdress of shells crowned her lustrous sun-golden hair, which covered the bare skin of her chest. Her skin glowed, not the way Soraya's did, but more like light reflecting off the water. Fear fisted Callie in its vice. What had Bae done? This was no woman. A slim orange tailfin, vibrant and flecked with blue, flickered in place of her legs. This was a mermaid, out of the water. Different from finfolk, she had the elongated tail of a fish with vertical fins, the torso and head of a woman, and she grimaced as though in the throes of a pain Callie could never hope to understand. "Can't you create water somehow?" Arabella shrieked, gesturing to the mermaid.
Create water? Soraya shouted. Are you mad? I willed fire.
Why didn't he give us any warning? Lyric said from where she crouched on the ground before the struggling creature. Look at her.
Read the riddle again. Does it say anything? What are we supposed to do?
Move over. Arabella shoved the two away, tapping her hip for her tiger to join her side. Cali rushed over as well. She wondered how long they'd each been here. Soraya was on her way from the cafe so much faster than Cali, and it had taken time for Cali to find the right catacomb. Had they been watching the mermaid struggle all that time? The mermaid's fin slapped the stone, as if searching for some way to move. Her mouth bobbed, her beautiful face turning purple. She scraped at the dirty floor. Cali had heard of mermaids before. They could hold their breath above water for quite some time. They could even speak and sing above water. But after a while, the water store in their bodies gave out. They needed the sea, or they would fade. This mermaid was beyond that point. How long has she been here like this? Cali asked. We're not sure. I was the first to arrive and it took some time to find her, Lyric said. And you haven't done anything for her yet? I saw the mermaid first, Lyric explained. When I tried helping her, she told me I needed the instructions that were on the clue and that I wasn't to touch her until I had them. It took me some time to find this after that. She lifted her fist, where the same riddle Cali had found tucked in Undine's statue flared. Did that mean the riddles weren't all in the same places for the girls to find? And she's gotten progressively worse since. What do you suggest we do? Arabella sneered. Certainly not what they were currently doing. Cali pushed past Arabella to secure her arms beneath the mermaid. She was lighter than Cali expected, but her skin was brittle and papery, far too dry. Ironic, considering how Cali did nothing but sweat the minute she stepped outside. Come on, we've got to get her out to the ocean. Lyric and Arabella showed no surprise at Cali's approach, but Soraya's eyes narrowed to dagger slits. That's not, Soraya began, but Cali pushed past her. Arabella dipped for the mermaid's fin to offer her assistance in carting her out. She had a difficult time latching on with how it flapped, but she managed to grip where the mermaid's knees would have been had she been human. Cali and Arabella navigated their way through the maze of tombs and chambers, carting the struggling mermaid and offering words of encouragement. Almost there, Arabella said. The exit came into view, the same door Cali had entered through. Cali hurried her steps in sync with Arabella. The ocean was nearby. They could get her out to safety. Cali's foot struck the entrance to the catacombs, and it was as though she'd run straight into a wall. This resistance was different from the invisible blockade she'd encountered upon entering the catacomb. While that had been pliant and penetrable, this was solid, as if an actual barrier blocked her path. The impact knocked her hard enough to rip the air from her lungs. She lost her grip on the mermaid and crashed backward, landing with a thud on Lyric's toes. The mermaid slid to the irregular stones, her mouth hanging wide. Her eyes were starting to shrivel, drying out in her skull. Her skin began crusting over her bones. She was dying. Cali's sweat-dampened gown clung to her. It wasn't fair. How could she perspire like this while watching this creature dehydrate to ash? She wiped her forehead, feeling more feverish and frantic than ever.
She stared at her hands, realization descending. "It's in the air," she mumbled.
"What is?"
Soraya snapped. "The air is humid," Cali said. "I've done nothing but sweat since I arrived here. There's got to be some way to manipulate it with your magic."
"My magic dries out the air," Soraya shouted. "You should know. You've seen how quickly I can start fires."
"What about you?" Cali turned to Arabella. "You were able to connect to objects without touching them. I saw you move the furniture around during your display at the ball. You manipulated the wine in the glasses. Can you do that with particles in the air? Move them somehow? We're close to the ocean. Maybe you can transport water molecules here." Arabella considered the suggestion. She glanced at her pink-striped tiger. Cali could swear the beast gave a slight nod in response to her questioning glance. "You know if I do, it means I'll win this one," Arabella said. "I don't care," Cali said. "We can't let her die." The mermaid had gone rigid. Her tail fin twitched just enough, but it was her only movement. "I agree," Lyric added. Arabella locked eyes with her tiger again. The beast growled and then stilled, pawing forward on his haunches and resting his ears as though it were being scratched behind them. A low rumble trilled in its chest. Soraya pushed past the mermaid, stalked over, and shoved Arabella into the stone.
"I won't let you. It's my kingdom."
Arabella's eyes boggled wide with fury. "What do you think you're doing?" Cali stepped forward. "Are you crazy? If she doesn't do this, the mermaid dies." Was this really Soraya? What happened to the timid girl who'd hidden in her bedroom instead of confronting Bae and his father? Soraya had watched her father be murdered. It seemed she wasn't going to take this lying down after all. Soraya's eyes flared with golden fury.
"I don't care. It's just a mermaid. My entire land is dying. The flowers have lost their shine. You've seen how bleak everything is out there without me. I refuse to let anyone but me win."
"It's just one task," Cali yelled. Soraya was crazed. She wasn't thinking straight. Any one of these other princesses could return the shine to her land. The glow in Soraya's eyes spread. Heat blazed from her like an inferno, stealing the moisture from the air. The mermaid's eyes popped open, and she gasped as though the blaze was burning her directly. Though Cali knew she'd been wrong about many things, in that moment, her view of her cousin became completely clear. Soraya was traumatized. She was in pain and out of control. Cali had thought Soraya deserved to have her kingdom back, that restoring her to the throne was the right thing to do. But with fury and power like this, Soraya wasn't fit to lead anyone. Her earlier resolve to participate in the tournament for herself, rather than in Soraya's favor, pealed with more fervor. There was no question now. Cali needed to win. She could hold Luné Lumin for as long as it took for Soraya to heal, to return to being her normal self. At that point, she could turn the kingdom back over to her cousin. "Stop it!" Cali begged. "You're ruining everything Arabella is trying to do."
"I will not let her win."
"We can't let this mermaid die." Even without the clue's warning that the mermaid's death would be bad for the princesses, saving her was the right thing to do. Lyric rifled within the pockets of her skirts. Her face was calm but concentrated. her brows pinched with purpose as she searched. Zara was brimming with heat, lit like a flame. Her skin parted, gushing with light. The mermaid clawed at the ground. "You're killing her!" Cali shouted with disgust. She thought she'd known Zara. It turned out Cali didn't know her at all. Had it been cowardice that had kept Zara from facing Bae, or had it been plain, stubborn selfishness to get her own way? Had it been a tantrum, like she was throwing now? Lyric called out a triumphal noise. She approached Zara as closely as she could get, then held her hand at chin level. Slowly she unfolded the fingers of her fisted hand and blew. A concoction of leaves and powder flurried in Zara's circle of heat. It fluttered directly into the light beaming from Zara's face. Zara inhaled, and the intake struck her as though with a hammer. She whipped her head around, hacking unstoppably. The cracks in her skin sealed, and she slumped like a felled tree to the ground. The air instantly cooled, leaving a chill over Cali's skin. "Sleeping dust," Lyric said, in explanation to Cali's stunned and Arabella's impressed glances. "Hurry, it may be too late." Arabella coaxed the tiger with her nails, scratching him behind the ears as she closed her eyes. Cali rubbed the mermaid's arm, attempting to soothe her. When she'd held her before, her skin had felt like paper. Now it was more akin to the bark of a tree. She was hardening. The mermaid wasn't going to make it. "Don't give up," Cali said. "We're doing all we can. Just hang in there. Hang in there." She stroked the golden strands of hair away from the mermaid's face, then attempted to adjust her seashell crown. It didn't budge. It wasn't an adornment, but a growth. Her crown was a part of her. Something flecked against the wooden door, again and again, pelting like raindrops on wood. That was the sound of water. "Open it," Cali ordered. Lyric leapt over Zara's fallen, sleeping form. Without the mermaid in hand, she was able to open the door to a bucketing influx of water. The droplets flew toward the mermaid, collecting in the invisible barrier Cali had struck with her feet. They traveled, arriving and adding themselves to the pool, which filled as surely as if an actual tank were there. Cali lifted the mermaid, not waiting for instruction. Approaching the well of water, Cali offered the mermaid into it. Chapter 15. The water accepted the dying mermaid as though with hands of its own, lifting her small weight from Cali's arms. The mermaid's skin drank up the water. Gradually parts of her began to move. Her fingers, her eyelids, her shoulder, then neck. Her head swayed in the water as bubbles traveled to her lips, feeding her the precious resource. Lyric moved in, watching with rapt concern. Cali kept her eyes on the dusting of blue beside the mermaid's closed eyes. She had yet to open them. Finally, her tail fin flicked and her lids fluttered. Cali's chest started to loosen. "She's alive," Lyric said. "You did it." Arabella smiled in relief, sagging to her knees from the toil of such power. Cali had seen the same thing happen to Zara on multiple occasions. A sudden lightness flooded through her. She backed away to Arabella's side, moving to pat a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Arabella hugged her tiger, slumping against him as if relying on him for strength. Lyric moved to Callie's side as well, and the three of them watched the water absorb into the mermaid's skin, fully rejuvenating her. Her body lengthened. There was the tiniest flick of her tail fin, accompanied by her swaying arms, circling her small space like a bird freed from its cage. Her hair gained luster as if ignited. Scales began to cover her, and her tail fin shined a brighter, sun-kissed orange. Callie approached, raising a hand to the water. To her surprise, her skin sank in, as surely as if she dipped it into the ocean itself. "Are you okay?" she asked. Arabella followed, leaning heavily on Lyric for support. Callie took her free elbow, propping Arabella's other side with her shoulder.
"I am. Thank you,"
the mermaid said through the water. Her hair flowed all around her enchanting face. The blue gems embedded into her skin, glittered near her eyes, and even her lips held the scintillating indigo sheen like scales in the sunlight. She smiled at each of them in turn.
"And I have the answer you seek. It was part of our bargain."
"What bargain?" Arabella gritted the words out through her teeth.
"Your prince wanted to know the answer. I told him I would only be able to tell the person to whom I owed my life. And since he was unwilling to put me at risk, I suggested this solution."
"You suggested he put you in this situation?" Callie couldn't mask her shock. "I need to get out of here," Arabella said, with a hand to her stomach. "What's the answer?" Callie asked. She was just as disgusted as Arabella was, but her curiosity won out. The mermaid had made a bargain with Bae to put her own life at risk. Getting the answer was the only way out of here.
"It's not for you,"
the mermaid said.
"Though your courage and quick thinking did not go unnoticed."
"Who is it for, then?" Callie's throat tightened. What did the mermaid expect her to do? Her water was blocking their exit. The longer they stood there, the more it felt as though the walls were closing in.
"Dark Princess," the mermaid said, "come closer."
With an unamused twist of her pouty lips, Arabella shuffled closer, managing to stand on her own. Her tiger stayed close by, rubbing against her legs. Sound muffled Callie's ears, blocking out noise as surely as though she had entered the water. Callie scowled at Lyric, who appeared confused as well, and tapped a hand to the side of her head. Arabella leaned toward the wall of water, her lips moving, though Callie heard no sound. The mermaid's lips moved as well, bubbles escaping. Callie yearned to know what they were saying. What was the question? What was the answer the mermaid was giving Arabella? Sound poured back into Callie's ears in a rush. Arabella's scowl was replaced with a satisfied smile. Callie stuck a finger in her ear, just to make sure her hearing was cleared. "Thank you, Jada," Arabella said. Jada? That was the mermaid's name?
"My gratitude to you as well, to all of you."
Her attention shifted from Arabella to Callie and Lyric.
"Though my body was hardening, I was not completely unaware of my surroundings or your efforts. I owe you my life.
Why? Cali said. The words slipped from her mouth. Jada blinked.
Why what?
Why do you owe us your life? You said you willingly bargained with the Kelseys for this. Why would you do that? Jada's hair swirled around her like golden snakes. She swished her hands back and forth, her orange tail fin lightly treading.
It's an obstruction for us as well, she said.
What is? The boundary? Lyric asked. Before Jada could answer with more than a nod, footsteps reverberated through the open doorway. Bae ducked inside, followed by his father. Cali couldn't account for the hike in her pulse at the sight of him. He'd subjected Jada to near death, but it had also been at the mermaid's request. Why would the merfolk want the boundary gone? Bae ran hands through his damp hair, beaming with blaring approval in Arabella's direction. Well done, Arabella. You look like you could use a hand. His boots slapped the wet stone as he crossed to her and offered her his arm. It was the same gesture he'd given to Cali on numerous occasions, when he'd taken her to the garden, when he'd taken her sailing. She gritted her teeth at the sight of it. Why should she care if he directed it towards someone else? Arabella leaned against Bae with the smug pride of victory. Well done, ladies, Kelsey said, with a self-satisfied smile on his face. He inched toward the mermaid in the water. Here you are, Your Grace, he said in greeting.
Here I am,
Jada replied, holding up her hands.
I made it through, though I'm not certain all of your contestants can say the same. One of them is missing.
Kelsey scanned the room again. He took in the state of the catacomb, Arabella's triumphant stance, Lyric's closed-off posture, and he even smirked at Soraya's sleeping form. No, Gia. Pity. He glared at Cali as though it were her fault the other princess hadn't made it.
And as for Princess Soraya, she will garner no goodwill between her kingdom and mine,
Jada said, her lovely face wilting into a malicious look that Cali hoped to never have directed at her.
The merfolk won't be pleased that Soraya was willing to let me die to get what she wanted.
Grim thought indeed, Bae said, his tone modeling that grimness. Sympathy and confusion were equal competitors in Cali's mind. She peered in her cousin's direction. Soraya must really have felt desperate to prove herself if she was stooping low enough to not only lie to Cali, but to sabotage a rescue attempt for someone who needed it. Two men Cali recognized by their weather-worn skin and haggard eyes peered inside as well. They had glowered at her when she'd been a prisoner on Captain Kelsey's ship. Quickly now, Bae ordered. Return her to the sea where she belongs. Bae guided Arabella aside, making room for the two gruff sailors. Between the two men, they held a body-length bag open. Jada dove for it with complete trust. The water released with her, gushing for the exit, splashing all over the sailors. Each bore it with patience, as though being soaked was nothing new. To them, it probably wasn't. Water saturated Cali's skirts. Lyric and Arabella both wiped moisture from their arms and cheeks, and Bae shook water from his hair once more. See to the fallen maiden, he ordered,
as more of his men entered. Cali liked them touching Soraya about as much as them carting Jada to the sea, but she didn't try to intervene this time. She was done defending her cowardly cousin. She couldn't believe Soraya would let a creature die just so others would lose. Was Soraya really so heartless?
"Quick thinking on the sleeping powder, princess," Kelsey said to Lyric. "We watched your actions from within the palace. There was a magnificent piece of glass within that allowed us to observe your actions. I was impressed, extremely impressed indeed." "I'm not trying to impress you," Lyric said, skirting past without another word. Kelsey chuckled before sneering at Cali. He straightened, suspicion creeping onto his face. "And you, how did you manage to get in here at all? The rock as a key should not have worked for you. Only those with magic could have crossed through the magical barrier protecting these catacombs."
Cali relived the difficulty she'd had just getting to the entrance in the first place, let alone the battle it had been to insert the rock into place. It had been as though she was fighting the stone itself. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, deflecting. She knew full well he'd seen her struggle through whatever resistance had kept her out. And while she also wondered how she was able to get through without magic, she refused to show doubt in front of him. "I got in with no trouble at all." With her chin high, she trudged past the Pirate King, though 2 questions wouldn't leave her quite so easily. What had the Kelseys needed to know from Jada? And what had been her answer? Chapter 16. Soraya sat on the collection of pillows around a low-seated table in what was now her bedchamber. Decorative pillow hugged to her chest. She stared at the tile motifs, cut to perfection to fill in the star-shaped tabletop. Seeing, but not really. She was too distracted, too unable to experience anything beyond the wedge in her chest. Her momentary courage in the catacombs had turned quickly, tasting of sour fruit, something that was once sweet but had settled in the heated aftermath and slowly rotted from the inside out. Why had she turned on the other princesses like that? It was as though a cavern within her had opened, and a long, dormant version of herself had awoken. It was the mermaid. Everything had been turned on its head. Soraya hadn't been able to see past betrayal from that mermaid, just like she saw from everyone else. The mermaids had interactions with King Amir in the past. They'd reached truces concerning fishermen along the harbor. And while the merfolk didn't agree with that lifestyle, they agreed that fish-eating was part of nature's cycle. In turn, King Amir had agreed not to interfere with the Mer Kingdom that Soraya knew lingered somewhere in the ocean's depths. Citizens were allowed to swim in the sea, but never to venture to the merfolk domain. The instant Soraya had seen Jada there, subjecting herself to the torture of breathing air, she'd received a jolt as if she'd touched a jellyfish. The nobles at the tournament's welcome ball, those who'd attended Bae's coronation, all accepted the Kelseys as their new royal family. And now, even the mermaids were in support of the Kelseys' underhanded dealings. The thought had enraged her. That mermaid had deserved to die. The image of Jada's writhing body and her distressed expression played on Soraya's eyelids even now. Nothing she did could rid herself of that memory, nor of the thoughts she'd had at the time. Soraya knew living outside of water for too long was killing her, and she hadn't cared. All she'd seen in that moment was the other princesses who only showed concern for Jada because they were there to take what was rightfully hers. Jada would never have been there if she hadn't done it to herself. Jada knew the risk she'd taken. She'd doomed herself. Soraya plunged her head into her hands, even as she thought it. She wanted to regret thinking as much, but conflict continued to rattle her inside. Shame washed over her, but she didn't regret thinking Jada deserved death. She didn't, and she knew that thought alone made her as much of a monster as Captain Kelsey was. As the argument surfaced, hardness solidified the spaces between all her broken parts inside. Hardness that she didn't want to cast away, because when something was hard, it would endure. And Soraya wanted to be durable, not weak like the other princesses believed she was. She was tired of being weak. She should have been crowned princess by now. Nothing had turned out like it was meant to. If only hardness didn't make breathing more difficult. Soraya hugged the pillow tighter, wishing its softness could somehow cushion the conflict within, when a knock sounded on the door. She froze. The only other person who'd come to her chamber since they'd returned from the first task had been Lyric, and she'd wordlessly brought Soraya a concoction in a goblet that Soraya had yet to touch. Lyric had been the one to knock her out in the catacombs. Was it a peace offering, or a poorly veiled attempt at sabotage? Soraya wasn't sure, so she hadn't touched it. The visitor was probably Cali. She'd turned on her cousin as well, and Cali couldn't be happy about that fact right now. Soraya dug her face deeper into the pillow. No, she wasn't ready to deal with that yet either. The knob turned, and of all people, Captain Kelsey entered. His hair was knotted on top of his head, and he wore only shirt sleeves with his fine-tailored shirt tucked into leather pants. His boots were the only sound, treading their way to where she sat. He didn't stand over her to speak. Instead, he knelt on the pillow opposite her.
"What do you want?"
she asked, not lifting her chin. "I came to tell you that you did well today." A mirthless laugh escaped only to be buried in the pillow's fabric.
"You must have me confused with someone else."
"I underestimated you, Princess Soraya. You were calculating. You saw exactly where you wanted to go, and you were willing to do what it took to get you there." Soraya hung her head. She didn't need his reminder of one of her blackest moments.
"I was a coward,"
she said. To turn on the other princesses like that? It was no better than what she'd done to Roland. Captain Kelsey slanted his head to the side, and a look of such understanding passed over his face that Soraya had to look away. Cowardice would have been standing by while others took control. You stand alone in so many ways. You know more than any of the others what's at stake here. She met his gaze. Was he really being sympathetic with her? Why? The worst part was, his words reeked of truth. She knew exactly what it meant to have the Lene Luminian Palace as her home. You know more than any of the others what it means to fight for what you want, because no one else will do it for you. Standing strong when you stand alone isn't cowardice. It's self-defense. Amid the flattery of his surprisingly sincere compliments, arguments stirred within her. She couldn't figure out what his aim was in praising her. Captain Edward Kelsey wasn't the kind of man to offer empty words. Even the lies he'd told had been arrows drawn from a quiver and positioned to take exact aim. She said nothing, so he went on, his voice turning even more pensive. Do you know how I select men and women to sail as part of the crews on my ships, especially my personal crew? She kept her gaze steadily on him. I declined their initial request to sail with me, he said. And then I watch them from a distance. I see to it that they are met with trouble of some kind. And then I see how they handle themselves.
That sounds awful,
Zara said. Kelsey drew up, straightening his posture, letting his hands rest on his knees. I cannot abide weakness aboard my ships. If I'm providing work for bilge rats, I need to ensure they can hold their own, because once we're out at sea, there's no turning back.
I fail to understand what you're getting at,
she said, though in truth a small part of her thought she understood exactly. She was weak, but she wasn't vying for a position on his crew.
That wasn't me,
she went on.
Back there, in the catacombs. I don't know who that girl was or where she came from.
That had been what haunted her the most. That portion of herself that had manifested when others needed her, and she hadn't delivered. Kelsey tucked a finger into the sash around his waist.
That was you, Zara. You are facing new challenges and experiences you have never faced before, which means you are discovering aspects of yourself you didn't know existed. The point that I'm making is, I see that strength in you where you don't see it in yourself.
Turning my back on that mermaid wasn't strength.
But it was. I think rather than denying yourself justice, you need to continue doing exactly what you did in those catacombs. Zara worked up to her argument.
The other princesses.
Never mind them. Don't you hear what I'm saying? You have an ally. She stiffened, instantly defensive. Zara released her hold on the pillow and set it aside.
If you're speaking of my cousin Cali, then you're wrong again.
Cali had attempted to be someone Zara could rely on, but she could never accept help from someone who only tried forcing Zara into her own agenda, rather than considering what Zara herself wanted. Time and time again, she'd told Cali she didn't want to return to the palace. Yet Cali had insisted, and Zara had given in. And then, Cali had humiliated her in front of Arabella, and even in front of the man sitting before her now. Zara refused to allow anything like that to happen again. I'm speaking of myself. Zara's mouth quite literally dropped open. She examined Captain Kelsey's handsome face, his steady blue eyes, the intriguing lilt in his bemused expression. He was offering to help her? This was the last thing she expected. Did it have something to do with his own sense of guilt over murdering her father? Stealing her kingdom? She shook herself and closed her mouth quickly.
What makes you think I would ever accept any kind of help from you?
Her voice was elevated, but she couldn't help it. Of all things, he smirked and rubbed his chin with 2 fingers. I know what you're thinking, he said. And I know you and I didn't get off to the greatest start, Princess. But we are more alike than you know.
We are nothing alike.
He spoke on as if she hadn't said a word. I'm willing to do what it takes to get what I own, what I deserve. Zara couldn't remain where she was. She rose to her feet, kicking a few pillows in the process.
You killed my father!
He and I were in an alliance, Princess, he said, in an explanatory way, much like you and these other princesses were allowed to say that unfortunate mermaid. What should I have done to a man who refused to uphold his end of our deal? A man who tried to kill my son? She shook with all the rage, pain, and hurt his actions had caused that day. Her reply ripped from her throat.
You didn't have to kill him.
She couldn't converse with him as though he were any other person. Soraya paced, needing the movement, needing the focus. No, he said, remaining calm before her storm. He stood as well and watched her frantic movements, just as you didn't have to turn on the other princesses.
How dare you!
Soraya choked back her rage. In its place, the gold fury of her magic's fire peeled back her skin. She quaked with the force of a tempest. Her hair lifted from her shoulders, and the liquid of her light flowed from its usual course within her, to collect and pool in her outstretched hands. She heard the change her magic made in her voice as well, as she said,
I could kill you for what you did to him. I should kill you.
She waited for the satisfaction of Captain Kelsey's fear, but he didn't move from his casual stance, or reflect any kind of reaction in his surprisingly understanding eyes. You could, yet I think you won't, he said softly. Fuming, she contained her light into a single glowing orb the size of a cantaloupe. It took everything in her not to eject the gleaming, angry magic in his direction, the way she had with Roland. This was what she'd craved to feel on Kelsey's ship. Why did this rage have to come now? Why couldn't she do what he claimed she was capable of? What needed to be done? She wanted to. She wanted to watch him sizzle and drop to the floor like Roland had. But she couldn't release her power in his direction. Was it that he didn't seem to care? Roland's eyes had widened with such fear of her.
Show your fear, pirate, she commanded.
Kelsey lifted his brows and his hands. He stepped closer to her. Sweat from the heat of her fire beaded along his forehead and added a reflective shine to his skin. I'm not the reason you're angry, he said. His words and the position each of them held, with him in surrender and her in attack, brought on a new wave of realization. North Stars, he was right. This was why she'd been feeling wretched and angry since the catacombs, since killing Roland. Because he was right. She had killed someone too. She had turned on the other princesses. No wonder she couldn't get a grip on who she was anymore. What a mess she was, to let anger take control of her like this. Defeated, Soraya lowered her hands, her fire dousing so her fingertips smoked as her skin closed out the light once more. She sagged against the bedpost, drained of more than her energy. Her will was shifting, changing. She wasn't sure, but Kelsey's eyes disclosed the smallest hint of relief.
I can't do that again,
she said, by way of explanation. Expelled of her strength, she wilted onto the end of her bed.
That's not who I am.
I see who you are. His voice shook, displaying the fear he'd managed to conceal before. He stepped closer again, almost to where she sat, and knelt in front of her. He didn't have to touch her face to gather her gaze to his. Most of all, I see who you could be. Tears came unbidden. She blinked them away. How she'd longed for encouraging words like that from her own father. Yet here the man who had killed him was speaking them to her. "You aren't weak, Zara," Kelsey went on. "You're not tainted. You're hurting and coping the best that you can." He still didn't touch her, and for that she was glad. This monster couldn't possibly comfort her, and yet every word he spoke was a well-placed dart, aimed directly, precisely to hit its target. He said everything she wanted, needed, to hear. Wretched source, vain comfort. Why couldn't the reassuring words come from someone, anyone else? Zara didn't want to see this man as anything but a villain.
"Pretty words," she said. "They still don't change who you are."
She heard the lack of conviction in her tone, and knew he heard it too, by the sympathetic grimace he showed. "Are you saying that for me, or for you?" he asked. She sniffed. She was tired of this. Tired of him watching her as though she was something broken. She was tired of being broken and pitied. She was tired of being weak. He was the one who'd claimed she wasn't weak. Strangely enough, she took courage in that, and sat up straight again with a sniff.
"You said you can be my ally," she said. "How? Why should I trust you?"
Kelsey rose to his feet, offering her just enough space. "You could have been excluded from this tournament, but here you are."
"And that's because of you?"
Was he saying Bae hadn't wanted her here? She didn't care, honestly, but the admission still stung just enough.
"Why not give me my kingdom back, if you want to help me?"
"My hands are tied," he said. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Too many other things are interfering with that. But I can help you with the tasks." She considered this. He'd praised her, compared her with himself. Did he honestly think the things he'd said were true? Should she accept? What did she have to lose?
"Okay,"
she said. Kelsey granted her a dreadfully handsome smile. As he continued talking with her, she couldn't help the feeling that she'd just sold her soul. Even still, after everything that had happened since Papa had died, Zara found she didn't much mind. Chapter 17. Cali stared at the latticed designs edging the ceiling. Her blankets were nestled around her, as was a sense of disbelief. She was still here. The first task was over, and she hadn't been disqualified or kicked out of the palace. She could hardly believe it. Overrun with exhaustion, she'd collapsed after returning to the palace the night before, not only from the treasure hunt, but also from the emotional toll the admission of her regrets had brought on. She'd been weary, so weary. A thrumming tapped inside her heart, from anticipation, from disbelief, from, dare she say, excitement? She wasn't sure what the next task would bring, wasn't even sure what would come of things with Zara. But Cali was here. She scrambled to get dressed. Tying her own hair as best she could, she opted to leave part of it draping freely, and headed in search of breakfast. A tray had been delivered to her the day before, but she suspected it wouldn't be a regular occurrence. She beat the other princesses to the dining hall, the Kelseys as well. It made her question whether she should be there yet or not, but she helped herself from the buffet table and took a seat just as Arabella and Lyric strode in. They appeared refreshed and polished in dresses of navy blue and lilac. For once, Arabella's tiger didn't patter in her wake. The two muted their conversation as they neared Cali. She braced herself for some kind of reproach. "So, it's down to 4, Lyric said, including Cali in their camaraderie. 4? Gia didn't make it to the catacombs at all, Lyric said. I thought maybe you'd be voted off first, but I think it will be Gia. So much for being included. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Cali said. Still, she counted herself lucky. Part of her felt sorry for Gia, but this was a rivalry after all. They knew not every princess would make it. Arabella sat on the edge of the table, nearly knocking over Cali's goblet. No offense, Caliana, but you aren't exactly capable of doing anything. Cali glanced up, seeing her in a new light. Until this point, everything Arabella had said held a trace of mockery and belittlement. But last night, without planning it or meaning to, Cali and Arabella had joined forces against Soraya to save Jada. They'd worked together. They'd helped each other. And it seemed the status of their relationship had shifted from enemies and rivals to something closer to friendship. Now Arabella was smiling, her black eyes glinting like obsidian. Her skin was darker than Lyric's and smoother than marble, her pink lips twisted in an amused pout. She really was beautiful. No wonder Bae focused so much of his attention on her. If Arabella had made the comment even a day before, Cali would have been upset and angered by it. But today she saw that humored glint. If it hadn't been for me, Cali said, you wouldn't have known what to do to save Jada. I'd say that's pretty capable. You can't argue with that, Lyric said, taking the seat beside Cali with her own stocked plate. Arabella shot Cali a tiny smile before heading to retrieve her breakfast. You look terrible. Cali blinked, stumped for a moment until she realized Gia had sat down on Lyric's other side. Her eyes held dark smiles beneath them. The princess's confident posture had been whittled to slumped shoulders and exhaustion. Gia, Cali said, leaning forward. How are you? I wondered if you'd made it out of daybreak. She hadn't seen or heard anything about Gia since Gia had disappeared from the dark room the day before.
I never should have come here,
Gia mumbled. Cali swallowed a strawberry too quickly. What? Why not?
It spoke to me. It...
Well, Arabella said, returning and taking the seat on Cali's opposite side. Her plate held only tidbits of fruit, none of the sausages Cali currently enjoyed. When you never came back from daybreak, I thought you'd snuck off. How could she have? Cali said. How could any of them when they'd pledged themselves to the tournament with their blood? What about Soraya? Lyric said, taking a bite of sausage. Has anyone seen her this morning? Don't even talk to me about her, Arabella seethed. That little weasel nearly cost me the victory. She was ready to kill Jada just so that I wouldn't win. Soraya wasn't making any friends with her tactics. If Cali didn't see her cousin for the rest of the tournament, it would be too soon. She doesn't dare show her face, Lyric said. A hollow animosity swelled like a damp seed in Cali's chest. Soraya's behavior the day before had been abominable. She'd lied to Cali outside of Daybreak Cafe. She'd tried to get Cali kicked out of the tournament. She'd rounded on the other princesses and flat out put not only the mermaid, but also them in danger. How could Soraya behave in such a way after all Cali had done for her? Cali had thought blood was thicker than water. She'd thought their connection as cousins meant something. She'd thought the hardship they'd endured on the Bane after Soraya's father was killed had bonded them. Apparently, Cali had been revoltingly, excruciatingly wrong. The worst part was the dashed hopes shattering inside of her. When she'd given up her kingdom to Undine, the sea witch had warned her that destruction was coming for her people. In the same breath, she'd promised that a servant of magic would rise up to save Zara. That servant was meant to be Soraya. Cali was sure of it. What was Cali supposed to do now? Cali had watched Soraya speak with Bae and Captain Kelsey after they'd returned to the palace last night. She hadn't had the demeanor of a scolded child. It was rather that of someone with a chip on her shoulder. Someone who'd just been denied the last slice of pie and was about to sneak off to threaten the chef. Soraya had shouted at Bae, then been pulled aside by Captain Kelsey to a discreet conversation Cali had tried to pretend she hadn't cared about. Regardless of Soraya's behavior, Cali didn't like that the elder Kelsey seemed so interested in her. His intentions couldn't be anything good.
"You won the task," Cali said to Arabella. "What now? Do you get a prize for it?"
Cali knew how much Bae liked prizes. The offering she'd given him still burned her memories every time she thought of him. Arabella tossed her hair, beaming. "I get a special dinner with the captain and Bae tonight." "Exciting," Lyric said, taking another bite of sausage. For someone as thin as she was, the girl sure ate a lot. "So, when are you going to tell us?" "Tell you what?" Arabella quirked a thin brow. "What the question was for the mermaid."
"Better yet," Cali said,
popping another strawberry in her mouth.
"What was the answer?"
Arabella shuffled the chunks of mango on her plate without meeting their eyes. "I can tell you the question," she said. "Jada said the Kelseys want to know the real reason Undine DeRay constructed her boundary." Cali's pulse quickened. She shot a glance at Gia, wondering if she knew the answer, if she'd heard it from the flower, and that was what had caused her to be stunned enough to neglect finishing the task. Gia stared straight ahead, the same way she had at daybreak. What was the matter with her? What had the flower said to her? Lyric scoffed with a small snort. "We already know the answer. Slighted love. A broken heart." Papa had told Cali as much before she had summoned the sea witch and crossed the boundary to Lumin for the second time. Undine had been slighted in love. The man she'd given her heart to had betrayed her for another. In self-preservation and revenge, the traumatized pieces of Undine's broken heart had scattered and formed across the ocean, severing the impious sea from east to west, keeping Undine from ever having to see him again. Arabella wiped her mouth with a napkin. "That's not all of it." "Then what is?" Cali asked, inching closer. Lyric did as well, slanting onto the armrest of Cali's chair. Gia remained uninterested. Exhaling, Arabella winced as she cast almost apologetic smiles at both princesses. "I can't tell you." Bae entered the dining hall from its opposite end, looking dangerously well-rested and carefree. His loose shirt was tucked into breeches, his hair unraveled and tucked behind his ears. He raised his chin in their direction, distracting Arabella's attention from the girls' conversation. Cali drew her attention back. "Can't?" "Your hearing sort of muffled out as she spoke to me, right?" Arabella said. Cali and Lyric nodded. Arabella gave a soft shrug, pushing the fruit around her plate with her fork. "The mermaid's magic, which prevented you from hearing, also forbade me from speaking it twice.
I was to tell the Kelseys and no one else. That makes no sense, Lyric said. Why couldn't she have just told them herself?
Yeah, Cali added. Why put us through the task at all? Why put her through it? She almost died.
I'm not sure, Arabella said.
The three molded over as Bae approached with a plate in hand.
Morning, ladies, he said, taking the seat beside Arabella. Resting an arm on the table, he leaned over enough to glance in Cali, Gia, and Lyric's directions. You each had quite a time yesterday. You're kind of disgusting, Lyric said, without any preliminaries. Bae reclined and laughed, wiping his mouth on a napkin. Thank you, princess. I'm serious, she said, fuming. She edged forward in her seat, forcing Cali to sink into hers. You put a mermaid in danger, all for something so petty and inconsequential. I assure you, it was anything but inconsequential, and she put herself at risk, not me. Lyric slammed her napkin down. It was at your request. I requested the answer, Bae said, unperturbed. She said she couldn't give it to me directly, then suggested something along the lines of what you three endured yesterday. I assure you, the answer we needed was worth the cost, to both Jada and myself. Lyric scowled. My previous statement still stuns. You don't have to stay. Bae pronged a sausage with his fork. Lyric's fists bunched on the table. She glanced first at Cali, then Arabella, as though waiting for either to come to her defense, before she scoffed and whirled away from the table, storming to the exit. Why is she here when she clearly doesn't want to be? Arabella asked. I'm not even sure how she got here, Cali said. She was in Zara. I don't know how she crossed the boundary. How does anyone cross the boundary? Bae lifted his brows at her. Cali gritted her teeth. She and Arabella may have become allies in a way, but it didn't mean she'd share something that personal around the other princess. It was akin to handing her a weapon designed specifically to hurt Cali, and no one else. Chances were, Lyric had concocted a potion like the one she'd given Cali, and that had gotten her across. What now? Cali asked, quickly changing the subject. Don't you want to know where Soraya is? Bae asked. I assumed she was in her room. She's with my father, Bae said. Anything you want to tell me about that, princess? He spoke across Arabella as though she wasn't there. Why don't you ask Soraya? Cali said. Or your father? Because? He wiped his lips and gripped the napkin beside his plate, directing the full force of his blue eyes on her. I asked you. My cousin and I aren't on the best of terms right now, so you'll have to ask her. How much did you see of what happened to us yesterday? Cali asked, voicing her curiosity aloud. Had he seen Soraya lie to her? Was that where his question was coming from? How much do you know? I know she was merciless, he said. And you don't care? Arabella folded her arms. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't care. Are you going to do anything about it? She demanded. Of course not, Cali said. He told us to be ruthless, remember? Soraya was just following orders. Bae licked his lips in contemplation. I think you're more right about that than you know. What does that mean? Cali didn't like the way his words sounded. What was Soraya doing with Bae's father? Had Kelsey told Soraya to turn on Cali? What about Gia? Arabella asked, before Bae could answer, and before Cali managed to wrap her tongue around her other questions. Arabella gestured to the silent princess, who was still apparently lost in her own thoughts. Gia hadn't so much as regarded Bae. She didn't make it to the catacombs, in which case she is the failure of the first task. So she is, Bae said. So? Cali prodded, subconsciously rubbing the cut on her finger. What is Undine's toll? Her initiation was just for show, Bae said, shrugging it off. Undine requested it, but nothing has come of it. If something were to happen to Gia, it already would have. Still, something was wrong with the girl.
What's bothering you, Gia?
Cali asked, trying to keep her voice gentle and non-threatening. What did the flowers say to stun you so badly?
It showed me what's coming,
Gia muttered, staring at the nothing before her. Something in her voice sent shivers trailing over Cali's arms. Arabella shuddered as if experiencing a similar sensation. Cali raised a hand to comfort the girl, but held back, as if it were somehow wrong to touch her. I know it will be hard to be the first one to leave, but you'll be going home. It will be all right. Arabella opened her mouth as if to inquire more of the details, when footsteps approached. A guard in blue stood stalwartly in the doorway. Excuse the interruption, sir, he said. It took Bae several seconds to shake off whatever thoughts Gia's melancholy had spread over him. It's all right, Russell. Is it time? The crowds have gathered at the shore. The update is coming in the next quarter hour. Excellent. Please inform Princess Rhea and Princess Lyric. Bae turned to Arabella and Cali. Shall we? An update? Cali supposed it made sense. The Kelseys wished to keep the people apprised of the tournament results. She would have done the same. Cali nodded her agreement, but misgivings trampled any peace she may have felt. Chapter 18. Cali expected the tournament update would be on the shore near the waves as it had been for the coronation. But when they arrived, a veritable castle of sand stood near the rock's edge. She gaped at the rising, sand-packed spires and multiple turrets of different heights, at the snakes twining around arm-thick chains on either side of the open archway. Their forked tongues jutted out across the archway's keystone. She couldn't fathom how much time constructing this must have taken. To pack this much sand would have been hours at least, if not days. A brief memory surfaced on the shores of her mind. Cali had been a child, maybe 5 or 6. Playing on the beach near the Wild Rose sector in Zara. Darren Markov's father had carved a cylindrical hole in the sand, deep enough for Cali to stand in. He'd dug another for Darren a few feet away. Cali had squealed in delight. The sand had eaten her legs up to her waist. It had done the same to Darren as well. She and Darren joked and laughed with his father as he'd packed the sand around the two of them, building them into his castle until they became the peaked towers on either end of his masterpiece. The memory's joy was dashed at the rage in her father's face, at the reprimand in her mother's tone. There had been sand in Cali's hair. She'd been unprotected on the open beach. She was too dignified for such careless activity. Master Markov had been excluded from palace events for a year thereafter. Her parents had crushed her delight every time she'd attempted to retell the fun she'd had that day, until she finally learned to keep such excitement to herself, until she'd pushed it away too. Other recollections burbled into being. An afternoon spent cooking it in the kitchens with Master Puglia. Dashed to pieces, because the princess was around knives. Pausing to greet the horses in the stables, but hurried away so as not to injure herself while riding.
Even her playful, meaningless attempts at contortion, twisting her body in as many forms as she could think of, were inevitably ruined. Such motion was unladylike for a future queen. There were also the many romps through forests and hillsides, each one met with a frown, when her mother had learned whose company Cali had spent the afternoon in, until she was forbidden from his company, period. Cali was astonished her parents had allowed Darren to remain in the palace at all. Why had they restricted her so? Lost in thought, Cali stumbled on the sand and bumped into Bae, who met her with a questioning glance. His hand steadied her, lingering on her waist as their gazes wrapped around the others. Wind brushed a lock of hair across his forehead. "Sorry," she said, before trudging toward the lifelike sandcastle. Tightly packed sand had been carved to appear like brick in some places, staggered stone in others. Lines and designs gave variety and definition all the way up the single-pointed tower, climbing halfway to the clouds. "This wasn't here the last time we were," Arabella said in amazement, shaking Cali free of the last few remnants of memory. "No, it wasn't," Bae said, circling the sandcastle with suspicion. "Like it, do you? I thought we'd add a bit of flair to things." Undine appeared in the shadowed archway, wearing the same silver toga she'd worn during Bae's coronation. Her feet were bare, and she spoke in her usual way of taking everyone by surprise. "Is she going to be at every ceremony?" Cali murmured. "The sea witch. It appears as much," Bae said, dipping his chin. The guests began to trickle in as well. Citizens and nobles stepped beneath a sandy archway into an open area within the walls. Everything was made of packed sand, though the throne at the front of the room appeared to be blown glass. Sand, struck by lightning, curled in glass flames at the throne's back. Undine gestured for Bae to take the seat. Cali wondered why the sea witch didn't take the throne, but something her father had said rang in her ears. The sea was Undine's domain. This was Bae's kingdom. At least she was decent enough to defer to him. A large area of seating was available for those who'd entered, though Cali suspected not everyone who wanted to attend would be able to. The seats situated toward the back of the Sand Palace were filling so fast many people already stood along the walls. The space between the throne at the front and the gathering crowd of citizens at the back hosted 4 armless chairs made of more packed sand. Cali rubbed a hand over the one nearest to her. She expected it to feel gritty, but the surface was buffed as smooth as marble. Arabella took the farthest seat to the right. When Soraya attempted to sit beside her, she received a fierce glare. "I wouldn't recommend that seat," Arabella said.
"And why is that?"
Soraya folded her arms. Arabella's thin brow rose. "Don't think I've forgotten how you tried to murder that mermaid." Soraya's cheeks colored, but she moved, leaving Lyric to sit beside Arabella. Instead, Soraya sat beside Gia on the other side of Cali. Cali tipped her head upward, marveling at the smooth design-scrolled ceiling, curving to a point in its center. How had the sea witch created such a structure? 3 seats remained, placed to the side of Bae's glass throne. They were occupied by Captain Kelsey, Mina, and a crew member with a spike in his ear. Cali recognized him immediately as the man who'd led her
and Soraya to their cell below decks on the Bain. Gia fidgeted in her seat. Short as she was, her legs didn't reach the floor. They dangled like a child's would. "Welcome," Undine said. "The first task was rather thrilling, wasn't it? Arabella, you are to be congratulated, along with Lyric and even Caliana." But Soraya's head dropped, but then she corrected herself, lifting her chin. Color painted her pale cheeks. Undine tisked before continuing. "While Arabella won the task itself, if we were voting for winners, my pick would have been Soraya."
"What?"
Soraya said. Gasps swept across the space. Even Captain Kelsey seemed taken aback. "You were told to fight with all you had to win. Soraya was the only one who did." "She wouldn't have won," Cali argued. "She would have killed the mermaid and no one would have gotten the answer she held." "In any case," Undine said, ignoring Cali, "that leads me to my next point. Gia, I'm afraid you are the failure of the first task. I warned you there would be a heavy price for such failure." A resounding drone of silence hovered over their heads. Gone was a jovial admiration in Undine's tone. In its place treaded threats and terror, tinged with unease and fear. An ache developed in Cali's throat. Beside her, Gia rocked slightly, dragging her palms against her skirt. "Lune Lumine needs a princess with power at the throne," Undine said. "While yours is impressive, Gia, a princess also needs strength of will, which I'm sorry to say, you seem to be severely lacking." Gia began to shake. She hunched over, curling her shoulders and whimpering uncontrollably, as though the words caused her physical pain. Bae gripped the armrests of his glass throne. "Is this really necessary?" "Oh, yes," Undine said. Was Undine doing something to Gia? Cali couldn't tell, though she suspected as much from the way Undine's sharp eyes never left Gia's. The sea witch had power. There was no questioning that. She'd appeared from nowhere in the corridor of Cali's castle home. She'd given Cali a ship and transported her thousands of miles in only seconds. But who knew Undine had the ability to torture with a single glance? A cry ripped from Gia's throat. Several in the audience murmured. Cali had difficulty swallowing. She placed a comforting hand on Gia's, wishing there was more she could do to intervene. Hadn't the poor girl been through enough? "I demand you stop this," Bae said. "You're hurting her," Cali added. Undine cocked her head. "If you insist," she said with a shrug. She flattened her hand with her palm facing upward. The chalice holding the princess's blood slowly rippled into being. The moment Undine gripped its base, Gia's body went slack. She crumpled forward, the weight of her small body tumbling her onto the sand. Her hair flared out, draping across the grit like spilled gold. It took Cali 2 glances to register her limp posture, to take in the blood draining from her nose, the gape of her mouth, and the unblinking way her lifeless eyes stared. Blood pounded in Cali's ears. One of the girls screamed, though Cali didn't know who. Undine's words registered in her mind over and over again. The blood in the chalice exacted a price.
over those who failed to complete the tasks as outlined. Gia never made it to the catacombs, and now she was dead. Bae leapt to his feet. "What have you done?" "You killed her?" Arabella spat. "Why would you do that?" "Your prince wishes to get through my boundary. He said at any cost. Weren't those your words, Prince Bae?" Undine angled around to give him a would-be innocent, inquiring gaze. "I didn't mean this," he shouted. Undine returned her attention to the princesses and the disturbed crowd. "I want to make sure you're giving these tasks your best efforts. The flowers are dying. Flowers that protect anyone on their soil from illnesses and human maladies of all kinds. You wouldn't want to risk an outbreak the likes of which happened in Zara recently, let me assure you." "This might have been useful information before the invitations were sent," Arabella snarled. She gestured to Gia's body. "I would never have come all the way here only to die." "You think magic comes without a price?" Undine asked.
"I thought you were the goddess of life,"
Zara said, her horror evident in her wide eyes and pale face. Several in the crowd mumbled their agreement. Undine was smashing the rose-colored view they all had of her. Why would she do that? "I have many names," Undine said, "and I am thinking of the Luminian lives that will be lost if these plants aren't restored by a princess's magic at the helm of the kingdom." "That doesn't make any sense," Cali cried. "Gia had the magic to restore the plants here." What was really going on? "This will cause a war," Bae added, gritting out through his teeth. "Possibly," Undine said. "When word spreads these princesses died during your tournament." Bae's nostrils flared. His hand shot in Gia's direction. "I had nothing to do with this." Undine smirked, obviously enjoying making the pirate squirm. "You had everything to do with what happened here." Someone in the crowd was weeping dreadful, ear-splitting sobs. Cali scanned to find the stern woman Gia had arrived with, collapsed into the arms of the man beside her. He glowered at Bae as though he agreed with the sea witch. The world was spinning. This wasn't right. But of course Undine couldn't take responsibility for it. It would spoil the glowing adoration the Luminian people were blinded with. "I'm not continuing," Lyric said, retreating from the crowd, her appalled eyes plastered to Gia. "You don't have a choice," Undine said. "This tournament is no mere competition. Your lives are at stake." "This isn't worth it," Arabella said. "But it is," the sea witch calmly stated. "For the chance to marry a handsome young man and rule the most coveted throne in the world, and for your daughter to be blessed with the magic in your blood. And with that friendly reminder, the second task will commence in 1 week's time." Cali's heart seized, flinching at Undine's savage reminder. Beads of sweat collected on her forehead. Her hands grew clammy, and a dull pain began hammering in her chest. Without magic, she had no chance of winning. She was going to die. Unless... Undine's eyes slid to Cali with blatant purpose. The expression cast chills down her spine. Death was the consequence for losing Bae's tournament, but Undine had offered her a surefire way to win. Cali cast her scrutiny to the other princesses. Arabella, the Spitfire who spoke her mind, refused to mince words, and was starting to become Cali's friend. Lyric, the no-nonsense pensive who'd risked her own life to help Cali save her people. And Soraya. Despite the friction between them, despite Soraya's point-blank obnoxious behavior ever since Cali had volunteered herself, Soraya was still her cousin. If Cali won, it meant the others would lose. How could she accept Undine's offer when her victory would mean their deaths? Chapter 19. It was as though a muzzle blanketed the town for days. The glowing adoration and interest people had displayed the first day of the tournament, when the princesses were announced, was replaced with splattered eggs and rotten tomatoes thrown at the palace walls. The flowers weren't the only ones losing their light. Even though the sun shined, the grimness of Gia's death made daylight as dark as the nighttime hours. And now, 4 princesses were fighting for the hand of a pirate no one seemed to want. With the threat that Bae would be hearing from their king, Gia's kinsman had wrapped her body in canvas before leading a solemn procession to their ship. Bae, Cali, Soraya, Arabella, and Lyric had lingered in the street with the citizens, heads bowed in sorrow, and Undine had been nowhere in sight. The palace had become a prison. Soraya refused to speak with Cali. The others declined to leave their rooms. There was now less than 1 week until the next task, but Cali didn't want to be a part of it anymore. She hadn't seen much of Bae at all since Gia's people departed. How was he feeling? She wondered what he was thinking after Undine's uprising. He'd been genuinely shocked at Gia's death. Undine's actions were a betrayal to him as well, sullying his name that much more, and she couldn't help worrying what it meant for him. Tired of the palace, she changed into a gown of edgy deep purple, the shade of the underside of caverns and rocks and tougher things. It was the closest thing she had to black, and she wore it to show respect for Gia. After making her way to the stables, Cali requested Star and rode in the only direction she could think of, back toward Gull Bay, back to the sunset. A sliver of fear lodged inside her, telling her Undine had taken the ship after Cali refused her offer. But there it was, bobbing with the other vessels in the bay. Waving to the fishermen and sailors carrying their wares beside the harbor, Cali hurried down the dock. The irony wasn't lost on her. Days ago she'd loathed the idea of living alone, like a pirate aboard the sunset's beams. Now she wanted nothing more than to be alone, and she could think of no better place to do it. The small sloop was more welcoming than it had ever been. It was a haven, a quiet corner, a closed door where she could be herself, where she could think, cry, scream, laugh, sleep and mourn and be, without anyone else knowing or caring. Staring out at the scene now, she could see the appeal it held for Bae. With such a wide, untroubled stretch of water, of endless calm, it promised to take Cali anywhere she might want to go. But she couldn't leave, not even if she wanted to. She was living with a chainless shackle around her throat. She swept her hand over the barrier, walking along the deck until she reached the ladder, leading to the single room below. The lower quarters remained just as it had been when she and Zara left. Cali ached as she remembered how she'd comforted Zara, how Cali held her cousin while she cried, given her thoughts of encouragement while she'd railed. It had all meant nothing. "I can't figure out what she's up to," Cali said aloud, plopping onto the built-in seat near the bed. She raked her hands over her forehead. Why would Undine put such a high stake in the tournament? Why would she kill princesses? She'd said they weren't taking this seriously enough. But Cali couldn't understand. Undine had blessed other marriage tournaments without such stakes. Why was this one different? What was in it for the Sea Witch? Cali hadn't been able to shake the initial shock from witnessing Gia's death. She'd seen death in the infirmary at home, and had been shocked and saddened to discover Hannah had died. Gia's demise gave her a similar jolt, like a rock thrown into a glass window, sudden, shattering, and jarring. She wasn't alone in feeling that way either. The other princesses had discussed the tragedy as well when they'd all returned to the palace afterward. They'd all gathered together in Arabella's room, clustered on the pillows situated around her tiled, star-shaped table. "Why didn't she run?" Arabella had asked. "You saw her. She found out she was going to die, and the thought terrified her. She should have run. That's what I would have done." Cali had chewed her lip, agonizing over the answer. Would running have done Gia any good? Would running now do any of them any good? Lyric had shaken her head. She gave her blood to this tournament. "So?" Arabella had challenged. "So Undine's blood binding would have killed her, no matter where she tried to run or hide." Chills had swept down Cali's arms at the pronouncement. She could tell the other princesses were speechless at the thought as well. Gia's death plagued Cali's mind during her waking hours. It flashed beneath her lids in her sleep. No matter where she went, Cali couldn't escape the memory of it. How solemn Gia had been. How terrified. The sound of her scream just before Undine had called her blood due. Cali didn't know much about Gia. Zara had mentioned they were pen pals of some sort, and that Gia was the youngest in a line of several sisters. What horrors her family would deal with once they heard the news. Had Bae been right? Would the kingdom of Rune attack Luné-Lumin? If Cali were killed, her father would certainly come charging to exact justice. A shard of homesickness pierced her. If only she could speak with her father, or her mother, or Darren. Darren. He always had a ready smile and a remedy for her sorrows, even if it was just a hug. She clasped her chest at the sudden capsizing pain of loss. She hadn't realized how much she missed him until memories flooded her subconscious. His face, his voice as he'd told her goodbye, as he'd pronounced her to be the princess her people deserved. Other memories rippled up, roaming the mountainside as children, laughing with him, walking through Zara and checking in on Darren's mother at what would have been his home if he hadn't taken service at Cali's palace. Memories of loving moments with her parents surfaced as well. How quickly Cali had cast Darren aside. How quickly she'd cast them all aside. The reality of it pressed so hard against her chest, she couldn't breathe. A mermaid had nearly died. Gia failed in the most minuscule way, and the poor girl would never breathe again. What would the second task bring? Cali wasn't sure she wanted to find out. She scrubbed the rawness at her eyes, blinking to clear her vision. Something caught her view, something she couldn't remember being there before. What in the world? The fold-out table was in its usual place, the few shelves stocked with the dishes that had come with the boat. The bed's wooden frame lifted to reveal the pillow and blanket that had been there. But she didn't remember the cupboard. It was small, with knobs for handles, and tucked in beside the ladder leading to the deck and the open air. Perhaps her eyes were playing tricks with her brain. She was definitely addled, and she'd only spent a week on the sloop before going to the palace. Cautiously, Cali approached and opened the left side first. Within the tucked-away cubby slumped a velvet bag, secured by golden tassels. Curious, Cali reached for it. Its loose, heavy weight clinked suspiciously within her palm. When she opened the drawstrings, she nearly dropped it. The bag was filled with coins, a seal she didn't recognize, a tail fin within a wave and encased by a circle, was stamped on every piece of silver. Was this the Lunae Luminian mark? There had to be at least 200 coins here, and if silver was valued as it was in Zara, it was a lot of money. Who had placed this here? Another glint flickered behind where the bag had lain. Cali reached out. One finger at a time, she clutched the handle of a dagger in a sheath. It was the length of her forearm, slim, sturdy, and pointed at its end. The handle held a single blood-red ruby. "Where did this come from?" she asked the silence, a shiver of surprise rustling over her. Had it been there the whole time? It had to have been in the boat when Undine gifted it to her. Cali examined the dagger's silver-scrolled handle and its mesmerizing ruby. Gingerly, she gripped the sheath and slid the blade free. It was polished as brightly as light on water. Cali had never held anything so beautiful and dangerous in her life. She half expected it to vanish, but its dense weight pressed against her palms. For some reason, the sight of the dagger, the feel of it in her grip, lifted the pain consuming her chest. She wasn't completely powerless, notwithstanding Undine's threats. Maybe there was still a chance for her to win, although winning wasn't what she thought it would be. How could any of them want to win, knowing 3 other women would die? Cali shinked the dagger into its sheath with renewed purpose. She could figure out how to win, and if she won, she would ensure no more lives were lost in the process. A knock struck against the side of the sunset. Once, twice, 3 times too many to be coincidental. Cali reached into the cupboard for what looked like a leather holster with several bands attached. She lifted her skirt and secured the dagger to her left thigh before snatching the purse of money and climbing to the deck. The knocking sound cracked again, the boat slightly rocking from the gentle rippling waves of whatever was colliding with her vessel. Cali's heart was in her throat. Images of fish-headed finfolk with fearsomely sharp claws, teeth, and shark-like fins down their spines speared readily through her mind. But she gathered her courage, shuffled portside, and peered over. A stunning blonde mermaid with shimmering dust feathering her eyes and lips treaded water. Her tail fin shimmered below the water's surface, creating an orange glimmer. Jada? Cali gripped the money bag tighter. Were the dagger and the coin purse a gift from the mermaid? How had she gotten them onto the sunset? Did Jada know the price the sea witch was requiring of the princesses in Bae's tournament? Did she know of Gia's fate? If she did, she didn't show it.
Good afternoon, Princess Caliana. I wanted to thank you,
the mermaid said, in a melodic voice.
I couldn't do it before, but if it weren't for you, I'd never have returned to the sea.
Cali did her best to cast aside the remaining heaviness inside her. She was grateful for the distraction from her dark thoughts. She bent, resting her elbows on the edge. And you can't tell me the answer you gave Arabella? Beads of water dripped from Jada's eyelashes.
No, but if you'll meet me here before midnight, I can show you.
Cali couldn't hide her astonishment. Really? Is that against the rules? Jada smiled, the action lighting her face like a star. Her orange tail fin continued treading below the water's surface like a golden streak.
You saved my life, she said. My part of the tournament has been played out. For that, I can grant you this favor. Not a favor from the Kelseys, but one from my queen.
Her queen? The mermaids had royalty? I don't know what to say. Thank you. I'll be here.
Minutes before midnight, princess, or it won't work.
Cali could only nod before Jada whipped around and disappeared into the depths. Chapter 20. Cali watched until she could no longer spot glimpses of the mermaid's beautiful tail fin. Body weary, yet feeling renewed interest by Jada's offer, she turned to the sound of approaching hooves. The typical bustle that clattered through the harbor was absent in the dusky twilight. It was quiet enough that the horses' pounding hooves reached her ears with clarity. The rider drew nearer, and her heart seized in her chest. After Bae had darkened her sloop's planks and delivered Soraya's invitation and a hateful scowl that had etched itself into her very being, Cali had pictured him coming to her again, in different circumstances, appearing through the milling crowds along the harbor as she and Soraya had mingled with the people, hawking and buying wares. Every man with dark hair, sun-bronzed skin, and a similar build had made her heart hiccup, only to tumble in disappointment because it wasn't him. During quieter moments, she'd imagined Bae stalking along the docks, stopping in wonder to share a moment with the sea, losing himself in the sight of the boats, gently bobbing, and the waves' coercive beckoning, with soulful longing in his eyes. But for some reason, she'd never pictured him on a horse. From the wildfire in his glance, she knew he had no other destination but her. Bae reined in the same black stallion he'd ridden during their mauve fox hunt that seemed so long ago. He slid from the saddle with such ease she would have thought he was born to ride rather than sail. The heat surrounding him caught the way flames do, latching onto her, filling her with a warmth and a desire to be in his arms. He could have turned away at any time. He could have ridden out anywhere else. He could have made for the dock reaching over his beloved ocean, or for one of the many shops situated near the brambled edge of the jungle's towering, twining trees, or any of the other ships sleeping atop the water. But he was looking only at her. Her heart latched onto the wind-swept side of him, the disheveled state of his fine tailored shirt, the way it hung carelessly open at the neck, and the strands of his dark hair escaping its knot and flying wildly across his face. Bae's gaze never strayed as he dismounted, as she made the step from her sloop to land. She walked in a dream. Her feet didn't touch the ground until she stood face to face with him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I've been dealing with so many other things since Gia's death," he said. "I couldn't get away, but I came to find you as soon as I could, and you weren't there. I thought—" "What? What did you think?" She refused to look anywhere but at him, afraid to miss the slightest indication from his expression about what he meant. "You're here. You're still here." His words were breathless, as though he'd been the one to run all this way to her. Bae took all of her in, the way a sailor who hasn't seen land for some time might drink in the sight of the shore. Possessive and hungry, and tinged with more of that fire, his glance darted over her face. She sensed he wanted to touch her, but was holding himself back. If only he would give in. "I'm here," she said. Did he think she'd leave now, knowing what that would cost her? Tension quivered from his body. He gripped the horse's reins in his hand. Cali felt a similar ache to touch him, to comfort whatever torment he was putting himself through at that moment. "You didn't know Undine would do that, did you?" she asked. Had he not been privy to Undine's plans? His fist clamped over the reins. He raised it to the horse's neck. "No, I bloody well did not know she intended to kill those who failed. I'm not heartless enough to exact your deaths, when you've each travelled here at my request. I don't want any of you to die. If I had known—" He grimaced and rested the hand holding the reins on the horse, whose ears pricked backward in response. While his attention was directed on the harbor, his thoughts appeared to be thousands of miles away, giving him a decided crease between his brows. Cali couldn't help herself. She reached a hand and rested it on his shoulder. He lifted his head as if pulling himself from somewhere far distant. Sorrow swam in his eyes. He was haunted, and so handsome she could hardly bear it. He slipped his hand onto her cheek, cradling her face, so tender and expressive her pulse climbed like a shot. "Why didn't you leave?" he said, the pain in his expression saying so much more than words ever could. Cali's brows knitted together. She remembered him coming to her bedchamber, looking disheveled and delicious, warning her not to enter the tournament. Was he referring to that night, or something else? "You want me to leave?" "Yes." His voice was hoarse. He looked past her to where her ship bobbed. "Why didn't we both leave? You had the perfect vessel. We could have escaped all of this. No one would have had to die." Cali swallowed. She knew why she'd stayed, why they both had. Bae was searching for his mother, for a way to break the curse that would have capsized the little ship if they'd dared escape on it. She figured he didn't need that reminder right now. Sometimes, people just needed to voice a desire for things to be different than they were, for what they could never have. The stars knew she did it all the time.
I wish we'd left too, she said. You do? She placed a hand on his chest. I wanted to say yes, Bae, she said, hoping he knew she was referring to his offer in the belly of the Bane. Before he had given her the cure and plant she'd needed, he'd offered to whisk her away and live only with him. His thumb stroked her cheek. The corner of his lips teased upward. Weren't you the one who nearly killed me a month ago when you took Zara for my father's ship? I wasn't trying to kill you. I wanted you to jump with her. Her pulse galloped at the admission. I've always wanted you. I got a very different impression. She bunched her fingers in his shirt at his waist. Now that he was here, now that he was touching her, it seemed criminal not to take whatever part of him she could. I was doing what I thought was best, but turning away from you was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I was begging, pleading for you to leap, to join me. Then the ship was on fire, and I searched everywhere for some sign of you, but by then I couldn't turn back. I thought you'd died, Bae, and that it was my fault. I was devastated. Her voice dropped below a rich swell of emotion. A beat of pause filled the space between them. His thumb stroked her cheek once more, this time brushing a tear away with it. I couldn't have come knowing the Finfolk would follow. Cali could only stare at him. She was about to be pulled under the tide of everything he was, of everything she could never have. She stepped back, giving herself more space to wipe her cheeks. He kept his gaze to the ground, as if needing a few moments as well. You never told me how you came across such a fine little sloop, he said. I'm not sure you want to know. Nothing you could say would surprise me now. He tied his horse to a post and offered Cali a hand. She hesitated only a moment before sliding her palm over his. Bae's fingers had ridges along their softness. He squeezed her hand with wordless meaning. Together, they watched the sun dipping closer to the horizon, altering the sky's palette from friendly blue to taunting pink. Humid, salty air swirled her hair, but it couldn't seem to match the undulation taking place inside of her. She'd dreamed of this, of being with Bae again, feeling his touch, and here they were. She didn't want to miss a moment of him, not when those moments were so hard to come by, not when they were finally understanding one another again. I made a bargain with Undine, Cali said, after I got home and saw the cure you gave me delivered to those who needed it most. I knew I had to get back to Zara. Only Zara. She blushed and glanced away, resolving instead to settle her head on his shoulder. Bae welcomed her in, gliding his hand around her waist the way he had the night they'd stared out at the stars. What did you bargain? His voice rumbled through his chest. Cali shook her head. She didn't want to go into all of that. Never mind that now. The point is, I'm here. She lifted a hand to show him the mark of Undine's tattoo on her left wrist. A pair of crescent moons dripping with vines. Bae cradled her hand in his, bringing the mark to his lips and placing a featherlight kiss there. Her lids fluttered. I don't want to carry on with the tournament any longer, he said. Not with Undine's murderous intentions for all of you. But I don't know how to withdraw. You mean you can't either? You aren't the only one who's bargained with a sea witch. Cali stared at the mark on her hand, which was still cradled in his,
She sensed a discussion on the bargains would do no good. Chances were, Bae couldn't change his agreement with the Sea Witch any more than Cali could. So she asked another question that had been on her mind. "Would you really have let the mermaid die?" "No." Bae's answer was prompt. "She had the entire night to be returned to the water. Even if you'd failed, I would have saved her." "And Arabella? Did she give you the answer you were searching for?" She watched Bae's side profile, noting the movement in the muscle of his cheek. His hand tightened around her waist. Did the question make him uncomfortable? "Yes," he said. "Was it because Undine was broken-hearted, thwarted in love? That was what made the boundary so powerful, you know. Broken pieces of her heart had taken form to create a powerful way to keep her lover from ever returning to her." He slid her a bemused smirk. "No need to impress me any more. The task is already over." "Was that the answer? Did I get it right?" "Not all of it." "And you won't tell me what else Arabella discovered?" Jada had offered to show Cali at midnight, but she wanted to know if Bae would tell her. He shrugged one shoulder and dipped his head, keeping his voice low enough that even if others were around, only Cali could hear it. "No. However, I will say I'm impressed at how well you held up during the task, and to say I'm relieved is an understatement, especially now that I know what Undine intends for those who fail. I didn't think you'd be able to make it past the magical wall into the catacombs. Even now, I can't figure out how you did it. Care to fill me in?" She recalled the difficulty she'd had getting to the entrance. The sluggishly thick air had been magicked after all. "I don't know, honestly," she said. "I just did." "I also know," he said, casting his glance out at the sea before peering at her. Heat from his body filled the air. She was magnetized to his eyes, intrigued about his motives. "Arabella wouldn't have known what to do without your help." If he knew Cali had given Arabella the idea for saving Jada, that meant... "You're saying you saw the task? All of it?" "Aye." Cali's throat tightened. "If that's true, then you know what happened in Daybreak." He rested his head on hers. "I know you miss your home," he said, "and I wanted to reward you in some way for your quick thinking, even if you weren't the task's winner." "What kind of reward?" Unwittingly, her eyes flickered to his mouth, remembering the last prize they'd shared. The sweetest temptation lingered between them, and she fought her hopes to stay where they belonged. "Meet me, tonight, after dinner. I'll be greeting the other princesses after I'm done dining with Arabella, but once they all go to bed, you'll have me all to yourself." His voice trickled like molten chocolate, warming her low belly. Cali couldn't meet him tonight. She was going to sneak away, back here to the sunset where Jada would meet her. Still, there was plenty of time between dinner and midnight. She could make it work. She'd just have to have an excuse ready, to be done with whatever he had in mind before then. "At the aviary," he said, leaning in close enough to brush a breath to her cheek. She lingered there, at the edge of land, staring at the light's hypnotic dance across the water, with questions quivering in her stomach. Cali was reeling the entire way back to the palace. Bae had come to find her. He had held her, said so many things that filled her with weightless, foolish hope. She could think of a dozen reasons not to give in to his offer. But curiosity also cavorted inside her, making her itch with it. She wanted to know what his reward was. She wanted to spend every second with him that she possibly could. She'd bargained with him during their dance the first night, requesting answers to questions she might ask. If so, she needed to be ready with those questions. She ate dinner in her room, nerves thumping against her skin, toes tapping in her slippers, eyes marking every movement the clock made. Cali didn't want to seem eager by appearing too promptly. It would be far better to make him wait for her, but she didn't exactly have all night. She listened for the sounds of the other princesses. Soft chatter and closing doors all coalesced down the hallway until the competitors' hall finally quieted. She peeked her head out the door, thicker shoes ready, along with a wrap for venturing out of the palace's perimeter when her time with Bae was done. Seeing that the coast was clear, she tiptoed along the familiar route to the enormous glass aviary. The birds were sleeping, roosted for the evening on twisted branches and within clustered foliage. Bae was waiting for her outside the glass door, looking devious, daring, and oh so tempting in a loose black shirt, breeches, and boots. Black made him more discreet and serious, and even more attractive, with the lure of shadows and the possibility of the unknown. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he said. Had he been waiting long? "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "I told you. I was impressed by you. Even without magic, you didn't give up. Anyone else might have. Even Gia, stars rest her soul, gave up. But you didn't." A prick of guilt at the mention of the unfortunate princess strummed. "I told you I wouldn't." "I'm glad." Bae gestured with his head to the opposite corridor from the direction they'd taken during their frantic, impulsive hunt to find the palace's rooms the first day they'd met. Cali followed his lead, walking in step with him. Fish swam lazily in their tanks every 10 feet or so. Every part of her sensed his movements beside her, the casual tilt of his head, the way his hair fell into his eyes, the careless movements he made. Yet the charm was that he wasn't careless. It was a shield he wore to hide how much he really did care underneath. He was giving her something when he didn't have to. Part of her felt off about it. Gia's death was still too recent, but they were only walking together. "Where are we going?" she asked. "Days at sea, away from everyone else, can get wearisome," he said. "As much as I love sailing, I'm not ashamed to admit it's hard, laborious, and even lonely. I suppose days away from your home, even on land, can be the same." He stopped before a closed mahogany door, no different from any other one lining the hallways, and turned the handle. The room was already lit. A lengthy table lay at its center. Cali glanced around, recognizing the high ceiling as the place she and Soraya had spied on the day Bae had taken Cali sailing, the day they'd watched his father murder the king. However, she didn't feel uneasy here now. "What are you saying?" "I thought you might wish to see your family," he said. The statement shook her. You're serious?" Tears pricked her eyes. Her family. While many of her memories had been of them stifling and controlling her, she had tender moments with them as well, discovering a herd of deer with Papa during a jaunt in the forest outside her castle. Papa had beckoned her nearer and urged her to silence, and she'd stood with his arms around her as they'd observed the quiet creatures in such natural splendor. Or Conversation spent with Mama, discussing dresses and the day's fashions, and Mama expressing how pleased she was with Cali's accomplishments, rather than just how pretty she looked in the seamstress's latest work. Papa's laughter as they'd toured the countryside, and the glint of pride and respect he would sometimes get in his eyes when she caught him looking in her direction. She yearned to know how her parents fared, how things were in Zara, how her people were coping, since she'd helped deliver a cure, since she'd closed the rift in the boundary. "I've never lied to you. Why would I lie about this?" Cali had the sudden urge to hug him, but she forced her feet to remain where they were. "Unless you don't wish to." His voice was hesitant. Cali hurriedly wiped her cheek. "Of course I wish to." He smiled. "Shall we?" Swallowing the emotion trampling through her, Cali stepped toward the table. Bae quietly closed the door. "As part of our bargain with the late King Emir," Bae said, reaching into a drawer at the far end of the room and retrieving something thin, flat, and covered in cloth. "My father was granted access to a rather curious means of communication." Bae removed the cloth to display what appeared to be nothing more than a slab of crystal. Cali would have never suspected it was a tool used to speak to another person through. King Emir was granted this impressive glass by the goddess Undine upon his wife's coronation, after Emir won the tournament for her hand. It was a way to keep in touch with his sister, who had managed to cross the boundary with her new husband when her family disapproved of her choice. Her parents. Bae was telling Cali more than she'd ever heard from their own lips. That meant King Emir's wife was the Queen of Lumin, and Emir had become king by marrying her. Cali knew her mother had grown up on the other side of the boundary, and that she was King Emir's sister. "I wonder if my mother was from Lumin too," Cali said. "I believe she was," Bae said. Cali had never heard this before. How did Bae know so much about her mother, and why had her parents never told her this? She squeezed her eyes shut. She'd been crying far too much lately as it was, and she refused to do it in front of Bae. "Are you ready?" His voice came softly behind her. "There's no catch? You're not going to request anything for this?" His lips twitched. "No catch." She waited for his gaze to shift, for his body language to hint the onset of a lie, but he met her regard without faltering in the slightest. "Yes," she said. "In that case, I'm ready." Bae's rough hand took hers. His skin was warm, and the touch burned straight up her arm. She wanted to wrap her fingers with his, but she allowed him to guide her palm to the icy surface of the crystal. It lit under her touch. "How does it do that?" "Magic," he said. "Now, think of your parents, of your home." Chapter 21. Bae was standing so close to her. Her side seared at being pressed against him, and he smelled like the wind and salt and the crest of moonlight. She couldn't allow herself to step away. "How will they know I'm trying to reach them?" His thumb stroked her hand. "Your father will know." Cali closed her eyes. Anchoring away from thoughts of Bae, she instead concentrated on her parents. Papa's green eyes, Mama's streaked hair, and stern, sparse smiles. Of their voices, the way Mama smelled like lavender soap, the beat of Papa's heart when she'd pressed against his chest as a child at nights before drifting to sleep. Cali's hopes, her stinging nostalgia, how badly she missed them, all surfaced. Cali? She opened her eyes. There, in the glass, was her father. A smile lit his face.
Papa? How is this possible?
You're alive. He placed a palm to the glass as though he could touch her through it. When you disappeared from my rooms, Darren said you'd bargained your life away with the sea witch. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought the worst had happened to you.
I'm okay,
Cali said, bringing her fingertips to his. Though they appeared to be touching, the crystal was ice beneath her touch.
I'm at Uncle Emir's palace. There's a tournament, Papa, for Bae Kelsey's hand. I'm a contestant.
A tournament? Blessed by Undine de Ray? Cursed was more like it, though she felt anything but happy at the mention of the sea witch and her wretched stakes. Cali grinned through her tears. She wanted to put him at ease.
Yes, I entered hoping to help Soraya win, but I'm afraid I'm in a bit over my head.
She didn't want to dwell on just how much, and so hurried to change the subject.
But how are you? How is Mama? Did she recover?
Your mother is fine. Relief strummed through her.
And the people? Are they well?
The cure you brought was nothing short of a miracle, he said. The sectors are piecing themselves together, and I've been out every day helping where I can. Darren and Dr. Bauer have been touring, offering medical assistance as well. But Cali, you warned me of the Kelseys yourself. Are you sure you want to marry one of them? Cali stiffened. Bae had taken a seat beside her, allowing her as much privacy as he could. She hadn't realized he'd moved. He kept his eyes on her. You can't trust pirates, Papa went on. He'd said it so often while Cali was growing up. It was one of the reasons she'd feared the Kelseys so much before meeting them. Captain Kelsey fit that mold. But his son?
Bae is the one who brought me here, who let me contact you, she said. He's not like the stories we've heard about Merritt Draken, Papa. He's different.
Bae shifted at the mention of the other pirate's name. Cali remembered seeing Draken's ship 4 years ago, with its black colors flying, displaying the ship's namesake, a fisted hand. Did Bae know of the other pirate? Are you falling for him, Cali? Her father's tone had lifted to sound surprisingly understanding. You said you entered for Soraya, but what about you? Do you hope to win this tournament? Bae shifted again, lifting his eyebrows at her with a smirk that she wanted to slap from his face. Heat flooded her cheeks.
I don't know, she said.
If this were a normal tournament, the answer would be yes. The more time passed, the more it seemed every beat of her heart was for him. If she didn't win, she was going to die, but she couldn't say as much to her father.
But what of the kingdom, Papa? Is it on its way to thriving again?
If so, there would be no need for Soraya to help after all. Papa's face fell. Sighing, he rubbed his brow. The people are dissatisfied with the number of losses we've sustained. Though I don't know how, word leaked that it was my attack on the boundary that caused the necrosis.
Who spread such a thing? Cali asked.
I'm not sure. The only ones privy to that information were sworn to secrecy. I know you would never have said anything once you learned about it.
Never. I never said a word.
Though Cali had her suspicions about who would have. She'd wondered how Zara was going to meet its downfall, so that her people would be in need of a savior. Had Undine spread the rumor to facilitate her intentions for Cali's kingdom? So many deaths could have been prevented if I hadn't attacked the boundary in the first place. My good intentions, paving the road to hell and all that. His forehead furrowed with intense worry for the briefest moment, before he forced his lips into a vacant grin. It's nothing to worry you, my girl. I'm only glad to see you're alive and happy. Was she happy? Never mind if she lost this tournament, she wouldn't be alive for long. In this moment, she was happy. Happy to see him, to feel something besides the sorrow festooning everywhere she turned. But she couldn't shake the unease from her father's eyes or tone. That people are upset with you for so many losses is understandable, she said. But what are they doing? There is talk of rebellion in the sectors. We've come across a few meetings where people are discussing storming the palace. They want to uproot your mother and me. Fires are breaking out, and citizens who have been attempting to defend the crown are being thrust from the sectors. Cali shuddered to consider so much division among her people. They'd been so peaceful before the necrosis had struck. Sure, there were criminals and rebels just like anywhere, but the sectors had gotten along well enough. A thought cleared Papa's face of its worry. He looked at Cali through the glass, really looked at her. Now that we know you're alive, this changes everything. The people want you, Cali. You've always had a way with them, a way of settling disputes and hearing both sides of every conflict. They adore you. I would have to abdicate, of course, but our royal line would not break. Cali. Oh, Cali, it's heaven sent that you've contacted me now. Come home. Your people need you. Your mother and I need you. The desperation in his voice was enough to undo her. She heard Undine's warning in her mind. Her kingdom would fall, and she would not be there to save it again. It would go to someone else, because she'd agreed it would. Cali had abdicated. It was all too late.
I can't.
Her voice broke. Lines appeared on his brow. We need you. You have to at least try. If you crossed the boundary before, you can cross again.
Undine said I would never be able to go home. Her bargains are binding.
Papa's face clouded, and Cali's breath caught. The hope blossoming on his face before was now contrasted by bitter disappointment. She spoke quickly, trying to soothe him and herself at the same time.
The people will come to trust you again, Papa. Have you visited all the sectors? Have you appeased them? Gone into the streets side by side with them? Let them see your penitence. Let them see how much you care. How willing you are to set it right.
He stared at her, disbelieving. Caliana, you're not hearing me. You are the one who can set it right. The only one. You brought the cure. The people trust you. They have mourned you like their own child. If you were to return, it would be a miracle. They would laud you as not only a princess, but a saint. Hope built in his eyes again, almost to the point of frenzy.
It's impossible, Papa.
Cali choked on the bitterness of the words. She wanted exactly what he requested, but she could never have it again.
I can't come home.
He remained motionless. His eyes narrowed. Can't or won't. Heat collected in her chest.
What are you saying?
You went back for him, for the pirate you've debased yourself to compete for. Tell me I'm wrong. Cali tried not to look at Bae, but her eyes trailed to him of their own accord. Bae's glance pooled with heat. "He's there, isn't he?" Papa demanded, his face reddening. "You would choose that scoundrel over your own people?" Cali opened her mouth to explain. She had given everything for her people. Everything. But Papa's face hardened into a mask. His heart was closed. "You should never have contacted me." The cloaked fury in his voice drew more tears from her eyes. It was a reprimand, not a question. "Papa!" "I'd rather think of you as dead than this." "No, Papa! Don't!" Her father slammed a fist into the glass. A crack sliced its way through on her end as well. Bae stood from his seat. "Don't!" Cali called. "Papa, don't!" "What am I to do now? I am losing our people, and now I will lose our kingdom? All because of your foolish actions." "I wasn't the one who shattered a hole in the boundary and released a deadly disease on our people. I've done everything I could to remedy your mistakes. You'll have to solve them on your own now. And you'd better figure out how. Or yes, you will lose our kingdom." "Undine take you, you selfish girl." "Don't!" she said again. "Papa, don't leave me like this." He'd always expected the best from her. Exactness, perfection, her most precise behavior, and her immediate obedience. Any time she'd tried opposing his or her mother's wishes, their grip on her actions tightened even more. Cali wasn't obeying this time. She couldn't. Silence ensued between them. "I can't bear to look at you," he said. "Goodbye, Cali." "No, Papa. Papa!" Her perspective of him changed as he stood. She now peered at the underside of his face, as though she were a child gazing up at him. She watched his hands grip either side of his own mirror, before he gritted his teeth and lifted it. "Stop!" she cried. Bae shouted behind her as well. "No!" Cracks gutted through the glass as her father smashed his, cutting off further communication with her or anyone else. Cali's knees gave out. She slipped to the nearest chair, dipped her head into her hands, and cried. She'd lost her kingdom all over again. Her mother. Her father's expression of disgust haunted her. The tattoo on her thumb scalded and grew as she glanced at it, adding another petal, further evidence of the bargain singeing into her skin. Cali had meant to tell Papa she loved him. She meant to ask if he knew any way she might have magic. Magic they'd hidden from her, like they'd kept everything else secret. She was going to see what he knew about Undine and the Boundary. She was going to beg Bae to allow her to speak with her family whenever she felt lonely. Now, she truly was alone. It was some time before her tears dried. She didn't realize Bae's hand was on her back until the tears slowed completely. He knelt beside her, giving her a few moments to wipe her eyes. Between hearing her regrets admitted to the Moonflower earlier, and now this, he had to know the truth. He knew everything she'd forfeited, why she'd had to take Zara from his father's ship. She wanted to tell him how much it had killed her to leave him behind. She wanted to tell him she was sorry. She peered at his expressive, sorrowful eyes as he wiped another tear from her cheek. "I'm sorry," he said. "I meant to help you with your regrets, not make them worse." "I know. I'm sorry he smashed the glass. Will your father be upset? It doesn't matter. We don't need it anymore. She sniffed.
You don't?
Not once the boundary is gone. Cali winced. The only way for that to happen was if a princess with power won the tournament. You sound so certain it's going to happen. He smoothed a wisp of hair away from her face. Because it is. How can you know? Didn't I tell you? I get what I want. She was locked to him, heart, focus, pulse. His words held an undercurrent of something else. They stirred something inside of her, combining uneasiness with fear, and fear with desire. Fear he might succeed. Fear he might kiss her again. Desire for him to kiss her again. Because in that look, he completely enveloped her. And she wanted everything it promised. She knew she shouldn't, but since when had want ever coincided with what was best, especially now that she'd lost everything she'd ever cared about?
I don't know how I'm going to survive this, Bae,
she said. Stubble feathered out from the goatee around his chin, shading the line of his jaw. The cut on his face from the Finfolk attack had pinked closer to healing. I'm no optimist, he said, but you've made it through one task. An entire ocean can be crossed one day at a time.
You sound like I'm not doomed to Gia's fate.
She wanted to grip the knife strapped to her thigh, but refrained. The feeble hope the weapon had provided was fading fast. I'm just saying to take things one step at a time. There has to be some way for you to survive it.
And what about the other princesses? You can't tell me you don't care if they survive this or not.
I told you, I don't want them to die.
Then why are you still doing this?
What else am I supposed to do? He asked softly, leaning in closer and spreading heat through her. He stood, not bothering to straighten his clothing. His loose black shirt hung more to one side than the other, giving her a view of the mast of a ship inked onto his chest. He offered her a hand. When she accepted, he used tender guidance to lure her to her feet. I have no way out. It's not possible to break a bargain with Undine once it's made.
The bargain you mentioned at the harbor, that was for the tournament?
Aye. You saw what happens when I sail. I wanted a way to remove my curse. Undine promised, if I did this, she would remove it.
Wait, you mean Undine approached you? I thought your father was the one who wanted you to do this.
He did, at first, Bae said. Undine must have heard us discussing it somehow. She knew what he was thinking because she broached the topic when she appeared to me.
So you didn't want to do the tournament?
His eyes slid to hers. All I've ever wanted was to get rid of my curse, Caliana. The admission was packed with meaning. Was that all she promised you? His hands glided around her waist, dizzying her, making her legs tingle. She'll grant magic to my children. Cali hummed with a brazen thought that she could be the one to have those children with him. She wanted it. Undine's wrath, she wanted everything with him.
In exchange for what?
The words came out on a breath. I must marry the winner. This doused the spell of his proximity for only a moment. She frowned and drew back. Isn't that the point? That's what I thought too, he said, but she also stipulated that the destruction of her boundary be the final task. And she didn't tell you why? No, I can't back out on her bargain, Caliana. I would if I could. His voice was a rumble, but I'll tell you what I can do right now. He lowered his head, just enough to make his intentions clear. She shouldn't. Cali should pull away, free herself from his arms, But after how soaked with sadness she was, how tear-stained and emotionally ragged, how treacherous Soraya's and Cali's father's betrayals stung, she needed to feel something else. She needed a sweltering fire after the brutal coldness of finding herself completely alone. And how Bae burned in that moment. She slid her hands up his tattoos, feeling his chest, his shoulders, coiling her fingers in the hair he kept tied at his nape. Bae drew her closer, his mouth twitching, his gaze smoldering with unruly intentions. The expression seized her, locking her in its hold, in the possessive desire filtering from every inch of him. He bent to press his lips to hers, and she let him. Undine's wrath she let him. His lips were warm, soft, and gauging. He waited for her to respond, to return the pressure. It was a clear message. He would go at her pace. She kept it slow, gentle, throbbing in time with her pulse. Pressing harder into his lips, she relished the feel, the heat of him, his hands at her waist and his heart thrumming against hers. He was heady and intense, and she increased her urgency against his mouth. He responded, gripping her tighter, pulling her to him. The kiss was delirious and reminiscent and otherworldly. It was the spark of magic in moonlight. Other girls received kisses like this. It was the kind of kiss she'd dreamed of having, the kind she'd read about in books, all heat and touch and fire, just as his words had been on the dance floor when he'd been trying to scare her off by comparing her to the other princesses. Cali pulled away at the thought, gasping for breath. Giving her a barely there smile, he dipped in for more. She stopped him with a hand to his chest.
"Wait, we can't do this."
He covered her hand with his. "What is it?" Gia was dead, and time would only tell which princess would be next. Icy, sickening dread slithered into her stomach. "You have to stop this." A spark flashed in his half-closed eyes. "Stop what? This?" His lips found hers, but she pulled away, peeling herself from his arms. "I'm serious, Bae. What about the other princesses? What about me? All but one of us is going to die," she said, turning away and scrubbing her fingers into her scalp. "You have to stop this tournament." Her heart had already gone through enough hurt and betrayal. She couldn't handle anything else, especially not when she was falling harder and faster for him than she knew she could. "I would love to. How do you propose I do that?" Cali placed a hand on his chest again, keeping it there. His pulse tapped against her palm. A tattoo peeked through the open buttons of his shirt. "Talk to Undine. Negotiate." He barked a laugh, as though she'd made the most ludicrous request in the world. "Undine de Rey doesn't negotiate with anyone." "She did with me." "Then why don't you try?" "Bae," she chastised. "Apologies, princess. As you can see, I'm as bent out of shape about this as you are. I've thought about the answers to every question you're asking. I've considered what to do. I've even spoken to my father about it, and yet I still have no solution." "How do you pick a winner? Perhaps if you declared everyone a winner of every task?"
"Undine manages the points based on how each of you perform," he said. "I can't appear to show favoritism in any way. We watch, and the points are awarded by the level of magic used and the result that magic brings. Points are also given to those who manage to complete certain parts of the task along the way.
That's why you stipulated that individual feelings didn't matter, Cali mused. That rule was added by the Sea Witch. Really? She fought against the bitter seed in her chest, because at the time it felt like something you'd added to get a point across to me. It seems heartless and sad, actually, that the decision of who you marry is dependent on someone's capabilities rather than your feelings. It seems to me that both factors should be allowed. If a princess was stronger than Cali, and they all were, then it didn't matter how she felt about Bae, or how he regarded her. How did he feel about her, though? She'd read the pain in his expression at the harbor as caring. He'd even held her and invited her here tonight. But how could she know he wasn't doing the same thing for the other princesses out of his guilt? But then, there was that kiss. He lifted his hands to her face, cradling her jaw. Feelings may not matter in the outcome of the tournament, he said, but they matter to me. That was the opening she needed. Cali rested her hands on his wrists. Did you mean what you said before you helped me escape? Before our first kiss? Did you mean any of it? He swallowed, hesitating. She recalled the moment so clearly, the defining realization she wanted to kiss him, not as a prize, but because she'd been falling in love with him. Undine was right. Soraya, too. Cali loved him. Was that why she was here? Why she hadn't been able to bring herself to leave? Why she'd volunteered? Why she was competing in a tournament she couldn't hope to win? Cali was suddenly nervous, suddenly tingling and uncontainable. She loved Bae. How could she have given her heart to him without realizing it? Yet she had known. She had known in the bowels of his father's ship. She had known when she thought he'd died. She knew it all over again every time he shared a look with her, or a rare moment of vulnerability. He'd stolen her completely, and everything she'd done had been to return herself to him, however she could. She was sick inside, sick at the thought of his arms around Arabella, or Soraya, or even Lyric. Sick at the thought of his lips touching theirs, at closed doors and hidden coves, and all the unknown things she could never face if she knew they'd happened. He still hadn't answered her question, which meant, even though he'd sought her out, even though he'd offered to help her tonight, he didn't feel the same. "Never mind. It's late," she said. "I should go to my room." Caliana. There was a plea to his voice, but he didn't finish it. He didn't say all the things she wished he would. "Thank you for trying to help me tonight, Bae." He relented, taking a step back, a step away from her. "You're welcome." Heart in her throat, she crossed to the door, ready to close it behind her. She prepared herself to not stop there, but to keep going until she was as far from Bae Kelsey and the heartache he carried as she could be. But as it came time to leave, she found she couldn't. Not yet. She paused, speaking without meeting his gaze. "I do have one more request." His shuffling steps told her he'd moved closer. "And that is?" "Don't kiss me again." A pause as long as distance followed. "I can't promise that." She swallowed nails and other sharp things. "You can. I don't want you to kiss me again. Not unless—" "Unless what?" His voice was daring, cautious. She rotated just enough. It was as though he stood under fresh light, the kind that seeped through cracks in tangles of tree branches. Cali loved him. She couldn't hide it any more. She wouldn't try. But neither would she allow him to belittle her. Cali lifted her chin and straightened her shoulders, commanding him as a princess would. "Don't kiss me again unless you can promise me you'll find a way to stop Undine from killing anyone else." His eyes, his empty hands, and the pause between them filled with distance. She sensed it growing the longer he waited to respond. "That's quite a promise, Princess." "It's what I'm asking. Good night, Bae." She walked out more aware of her heart than she'd ever been before. All its broken pieces were trampled into dust, but she'd just constructed her own boundary. He had no more magic than she did. She knew she'd just requested the impossible. Chapter 22. The city was a tomb. It oozed with a sense of darkness thicker than what had shrouded the catacombs. No princess in line for the throne meant no magic to awaken the power. Had Undine been right? Would people begin to catch life-threatening sicknesses now, without the plant's components for healing? Stars twinkled, trimming the moon's purple-blue neckline. A foggy haze squirmed along the streets, leading to the tide and hiding Star's hooves. But the horse made a steady trek to Gold Bay, as though it didn't need to see. Cali whispered to the mare as she secured her reins to a wooden post at the end of the boardwalk. "Wait here for me," she said. "I won't be long." She strode along the dock, churning at the memory of kissing Bae again, of her argument with her father, Soraya's betrayal, Arabella's strange friendship. Unexpected things were surfacing, and Cali wasn't quite sure what to make of it all. At the dock's end, she stared out at the water, basking in its stillness. The stars twinkled over the tranquil sea. She'd once been so afraid of doing just this. Afraid of pirates approaching in the distance, of seeing their menacing sails as though they were instant threats. Now, here she was. She'd not only met pirates, but she'd also kissed one. And she was fighting in a battle to win that pirate's hand. A battle where she cared about the other contestants. Cali respected and admired Lyric. She was starting to see goodness in Arabella. Bae would probably be happy with either of them. It had been another reason why Cali couldn't bear to kiss him again, despite the fact they might all soon be dead. He didn't belong to any one of them. Not yet. Which meant he could kiss any of the other princesses like he'd kissed Cali, and not care in the slightest. She liked that thought even less. If she was going to have him, she wanted him all to herself. If the claim made her greedy, then she would own the accolade for as long as she lived. But she would never have him. She was going to lose. She was going to die. And he denied her request that he try to change the fact. A warm breeze swirled her hair, but at least the endless dripping of moisture from the humidity didn't plague her quite as much at night. The moon was beaming at her. She wasn't quite sure how much time had passed. Was it already midnight? Was she too late? She searched for a sign of Jada. A streak shot toward her in the water, tinged with an orange luminescent glow. Fear shot through Cali just as fast. She knew little about mermaids. Was she dooming herself? She hadn't told anyone where she was going. What if she was pulled into the ocean depths and never seen again? The glittering trail of orange beneath the water slowed. A head surfaced, and Cali rose to her feet faster than an arrow. It was Jada, with her golden hair and shell crown glittering above her forehead. The jewels dusting around her eyes flecked off the moonlight, and the water slowly rippled around her as she stared up.
"Good evening, Princess Caliana."
Cali cleared her throat. "Good evening, Jada." Jada's hair swirled in the water behind her, and she held up a dripping hand.
"Only at midnight will our queen, the moon, show her story to you. You must hurry."
The moon would show her? What story?
Undine the race.
Cali nearly slipped from the dock. "You're going to show me Undine's story?"
"Come,"
Jada said.
"remove your shoes. They'll be waiting for you when you return."
"You want me to jump into the sea?" Fear returning, Cali retreated a step. She was glad she'd removed the dagger she'd found within the bowels of her sloop. Swimming in a dress would be hard enough, let alone swimming with a weapon strapped to her leg. Jada glanced hastily at the moon.
"It's almost too late. You must do it now."
How could Jada tell from the moon's position?
"Princess."
Throwing caution to the stars, Cali slipped out of her shoes. She'd never been much of a swimmer, let alone a diver, so she leapt feet first off the dock, her skirts flaring up for the briefest moment before she hit the water. She was engulfed with pressure. From her lungs, from the water, from the fear seizing her chest. Her dress and underskirt made her heavy. She clawed frantically until Jada's hand clutched her wrist. The mermaid's skin was cold. Before Cali could think, Jada towed her in a rush of speed toward the center of the sea. Cali tried opening her eyes, but the water was too much. The breath in her closed mouth wouldn't last. She began pulling at Jada's grip. Jada slowed with a reluctant glance. Bubbles escaped from Cali's lips. Her vision was whitening. She wouldn't last much longer. Jada took Cali's head in her hands, placed her frosty blue-white lips over Cali's mouth, and blew. Life-giving air filled Cali's lungs. She blinked in the water, amazed. Jada nodded once before towing Cali through the water, faster than before, her orange tail fin swishing rapidly. Density built in Cali's ears. They were sinking, diving lower. It was darker now, though the occasional beam of light lit the way. Fish swarmed around her. She even saw a spotted shark with several fins. She feared the finfolk might sense her, or sense Bae's scent on her, but they never appeared. The water began to lighten again, brightening to a pale porcelain blue. A pair of mermaids with salmon pink and cerulean blue fins slowed to gape at Jada, who waved them off. Cali suspected Jada's breath held some kind of magic, because the air the mermaid gave her seemed to last longer in her lungs. She didn't feel the pressure of lacking air for long periods, as she knew she should. The merfolk were increasing now, some stopping to gawk at Cali and Jada, others swimming as though Cali were any other fish. A merman and mermaid were even tangled together in an embrace, their tail fins twining as they tenderly held one another.
"Almost there,"
Jada said, speaking beneath the water. Her voice wasn't muffled, but clear and pure as bird song. Open structures began to appear alongside marine plant life. The moon's effect wasn't lost under the sea. The blossoms were as bright as colored flames, which explained why the darkness had abated in this region of the ocean. Jada had mentioned the moon was their queen. Did its magic coordinate with the sea floor, the way a land princess's would? Speckles flickered from the petals of orange blossoms, resembling claws with each drag of the water, swishing them from one direction to the other. They were being caught by merchildren, who put the glittering flecks in their mouths and laughed at the resultant shift in the water's color as they spat them out again. Cali was struck with wonder and amazement. She'd never considered what the merfolk kingdom below the crest of the sea would be like, but this was enchanting.
"Here we are,"
Jada said, slowing before a structure larger than the others Cali had seen. The ghostly open building held no stairs, though it towered high above Cali's head. It housed many arches and open windows, a hauntingly magnificent fortress trapped beneath the sea, sequestered far enough away to be nothing more than a myth to anyone who hadn't seen it with their own eyes. She wondered how these were formed, how this village had come into being, when Jada slowed before an opening where the sea ended. It reminded Cali of the cageless tank the mermaid had floated within in the catacombs, though where that had been water contained without a basin, this was water blocked without a dam. The ocean was kept back, as if with a wall, though nothing was there.
"There now,"
Jada said.
"Go through, but prepare yourself to stand, or you'll fall."
The water's surface trickled like enclosed bubbles, the colors of the flowers casting bright coils through, making liquid-stained glass in the opening. Cali hesitated to disturb the miasma, but gingerly pushed her hand through. A cool breeze brushed her wet fingertips. Impossible, she wanted to say. Yet as she wiggled herself through the rest of the way, she knew it was real. It was as though a hole had been cut out of the sea, allowing her to breathe, to see, as surely as if she were standing on the shore. Weight crushed her immediately, forcing her to her knees on the hard stone. Liquid dripped from her gown and hair, her lashes and lips, pooling around her in the circular, stony confines of water. Through each of the structure's arched openings surrounding her, mermaids hovered, waving hands at their sides, their flamboyant hair and tail fins flapping just enough to keep them as spectators at a level height. Cali wondered if they minded she was there. Then again, if this waterless place wasn't for humans, what was it for? The waning gibbous moon peered down. It was shadowed, with just a slice missing from its side. "How is this possible?" Cali asked, rising to her feet.
"This part of the ocean is hollowed,"
Jada said. Cali turned to find the blonde mermaid watching her from the other side.
"A great sacrifice took place here. Sailors can pass over it as though it's filled with water. The only way to enter is the path you took, with our help."
Incredible, Cali said, circling to stare at the light glistening off the tops of the pointed arches, the water cascading over each like 100 small waterfalls. Brushing wet hair from her face, she gazed upward again.
The moon is in position,
Jada said, from where she floated outside the hollowed space. She waved her arms and tail fin, continuing to tread at Cali's level.
Are you ready?
Side by side with the other observing merfolk, Jada was the only one with a crown sprouting from her hair. Cali remembered feeling that crown. It was a growth on the mermaid's head, as though it'd been born a piece of her anatomy instead of something granted to her. If she was the queen of the merpeople, which seemed likely, maybe it was also her duty to communicate with the moon or something? I'm not sure what I should be ready for, Cali said truthfully.
Moonlight is like the flowers it blesses. It can tell stories no one else can tell,
Jada said.
But here we can hear them, and only at midnight.
She left off with a gasp of her own. Bubbles trailed from her lips. The moon was positioned directly overhead, shining on Cali as if a spotlight on a stage. While she was frigid from the water drenching her heavy dress, sudden warmth inundated her. She was eclipsing in direct alignment with the moon, the sea, and the stars. Light spread. It blocked the view of the pointed archways, of the waterfalls frolicking with beams reflecting off the spray, of Jada and the other merfolk observing her. Instead, it offered a new view in their places. Cali blinked a few times, trying to register the bird's eye image of the rolling sea. It appeared as though she were floating above the restless water.
The beginning was the sea,
the moonlight said, in a voice that chilled her pores.
Water came first. It's the basis of life, and this story is no different.
Images appeared in Cali's mind as the moon spoke with the voice of tinkles and chimes. Time revolved in fast motion, the sun sinking and rising more quickly than physically possible, the stars shifting in swift order, clouds charging here and there as though rushed through their lazy stillness. A city began to take hold, sprouting from the sea. Mankind appeared, their homes, children, and buildings, until a bustling harbor came to life, with workers selling wares, beaded jewelry, intricately woven cloth, and gape-mouthed fish being offered on tables to those who frequented the markets. Cali didn't recognize the port. From the layout of the buildings, from the manner of their dress, with tattered, dull fabrics and makeshift sandals twining up their bare legs, it was a time of the past. Off the dock, out of sight of the sailors and merchants, the merpeople watched the increased kerfuffle. One mermaid with a silver fin that glittered like diamonds and hair just as translucent floated closer to shore than any others dared. Flecks of blue diamond dust sprinkled the skin near her eyes and across her temples. Cali squinted, trying to discern what drew the mermaid's attention, when the image of a man strolled down the dock. A beard clung to his handsome face. He walked with the sun, with a feathery heart and a ready smile. Moonlight rose and fell. Closer and closer the mermaid dared, until she chanced to speak with the man, until she coerced him into the moonlit water, until she climbed to the dock to pull him to her for a kiss. He was entranced by her. More and more he embarked onto the sea, not to fish, but to encounter her, to swim with her, to hold her in his arms. In one stunning vision, he stood on the shore with the light of the moon behind him, cradling her against him. The image shifted again. A dark, brooding man, a human with prominent black brows and a squared jaw, prowled the edge of a rocky shore, as the same mermaid pleaded with him for help. "I must be with him, Bram," she argued from her position in the unsettled water. "Impossible. He is not of your kind. He will ruin both his life and yours." "How can that be when we love each other?" Bram scowled. "You're a fool. He doesn't love you any more than he loves a stunning picture on a wall. You are a fantasy to him, nothing more. And if you do this, if you give up your existence for him, you will lose the luster you hold for him. He will reveal himself as the superficial creature he is." "You're wrong," the mermaid said. "I'm going to do this, Bram. If you won't tell me how, then I'll approach the moon about it myself." Bram scowled, something he was exceptionally good at. The expression added to his dark demeanor, to his furrowed brows, and to the wise lines on his face. "In 3 days' time, the sun, the earth, and the moon will be in exact alignment. The moon will pass directly behind the earth into its shadow. During an eclipse such as this, the moon will often grant wishes." The mermaid's face animated with hope. "Thank you, Bram." "To receive the granting of your wish, you must make a sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" Bram drew the dagger sheathed at his belt, silver, with a ruby in the hilt. Ominously, he placed the dagger in her hand. "Magic such as this always requires a sacrifice," Bram restated. "What you're doing, Undine, it will meddle with more than you can possibly understand. To change your life, you must offer something of equally great value." Cali staggered, registering the mermaid's name. Undine. The man had called her Undine. Chapter 23. Throwing an arm out, Cali managed to catch her balance. Undine had been a mermaid? Cali forced herself not to glance at Jada for confirmation, keeping her eyes pinned to the moon's vision. She didn't want to miss anything. "You mean I must take a life in order to change mine?" Undine said, obviously shocked. "A monumental change like you are asking never comes freely." Horrified under the realization of what Bram was telling her, Undine dropped the dagger, allowing it to sink into the sand near Bram's feet. She was disgusted by the notion of such a cost. Bram leered with satisfaction. He thought he'd deterred Undine from something so drastic, and that he'd managed to talk her out of such a desperate act. Moments later, Undine dove back into the water, and he stalked away, gratified that his menacing pronouncement had the desired effect. All was well, or so he thought. The scene flashed again. Undine swam to another shoreline, where another man stood. The vision supplied his name. Tev. "The moon requires too much," Undine told her love. "What can it possibly require?" Undine couldn't bring herself to tell him. She shook her head. "It's too terrible." Tev crouched in the tide and stroked a hand to her face, sending shivers through her. "Nothing can be too high a price for love," he said, his eyes so glazed over by her beauty, he barely registered the words he spoke. "I would give anything for you. Wouldn't you do the same for me?" Undine was tormented. She had to prove to Tev that she would do anything for him as well. If she didn't do this, she and Tev would be separated forever. He would find someone else, while she could do nothing but swim and watch it happen. She didn't want to lose him. "I'll come back soon," she promised him. Before long, Undine had returned to the bank. To her relief, the knife remained where she'd left it, half buried in the sand. Dagger in hand, Undine swam with unease, often stopping to speak with flowers along the way, both above the sea and below. Flowers were the ultimate secret keepers. They saw everything, and were able to divulge those secrets to the mermaids.
"It will change you,"
the flowers warned. "But that's what I wish for," Undine said. "To be changed, to take human form, to be with Tev for the rest of my life." She knew what she wanted. It had to be worth any sacrifice. Wasn't that what true love was? Through the vision, even though no words were spoken, Cali found she could divine Undine's thoughts. Cali clearly read the sweltering, pulsing passion thriving in the mermaid's breast. Her love for Tev was obsessive. It was consuming. He filled her every thought, and when he held her, when he kissed her, she jolted more with life than she ever had. Undine also didn't like the idea of a sacrifice, but if this was the price, she would find a way to make it right. If she had magic, she could pass power on to those who ruled mortal lands. Surely giving something good to others would balance out such evil. The days rotated in the sky from sun to moon, before a final time, with the moon rising as red as rust. It was the eclipse the man named Brahm had predicted. Undine ignored the flowers, ignored her family, and ignored Brahm. Filled with determination, she swam to the center of the sea with a young mermaid in tow. The merchild could have been no older than 2 or 3 years old. Cali wasn't sure whose child it was. The thought was blocked, as though Undine was trying not to think of it either. Cali could read, however, how determined Undine was, how resolved. She'd chosen an innocent child so that the babe wouldn't know what was about to happen, and wouldn't be scared. She'd told herself that if the moon demanded the sacrifice, then the moon would accept the child's soul. The merchild would have a blessed life with the goddess in the moon. Undine convinced herself she was doing no wrong. "I hear you grant wishes when you're as red as blood," she called. "I wish to become human and have power. I wish for magic like the flowers, like yours, to influence all lives, including my own." The moon's reply carried in ripples to Undine.
"Magic always requires a sacrifice. You already have the magic granted to your kind, to live and breathe beneath the sea. Let it be enough."
A silver tear trickled from Undine's eye. Cali felt her sorrow, the capsizing, suffocating fear of living as she was, beneath the sea, separated from the man she loved most, of living without Tev. Undine wanted human life and mermaid magic, power over the sea. She wanted the authority to influence others who wished for the same thing, so they would never feel what she was feeling. The price is steep. Brahm's warning reverberated in her mind, but she ignored it. "It's not enough," Undine told the moon. "If you were to grant me this power, I could use it for good, to help others." The moon sensed goodness in Undine's soul. She genuinely loved Tev. She genuinely wanted magic to help the people on the shore, as well as her own kind. The moon foresaw the people Undine would bless with magic, and the way magic would bless the lands they ruled. The sensations washed through Cali, as surely as if they were her own feelings. The moon also detected Undine's obsessive nature, and the catastrophic consequences of one creature having so much power. But it was a blood moon. It was aligned with the earth and sun. It could grant wishes, and Undine had presented it with a wish indeed.
"Very well," the moon said. "If you present an adequate sacrifice, a sacrifice of blood, your wish will be granted."
Undine's relief was so overwhelming, it nearly knocked the breath from Cali as she witnessed it. A glorious smile broke across Undine's face, and she ushered the young mermaid to her. "For the power," she said, "for Tev." Holding the young mermaid to her chest, Undine brandished the dagger with a single ruby in the hilt toward the moon. It dripped with seawater and darkness. For the briefest moment, Undine hesitated, her fins cresting beneath the surface, as she felt the small life in her arms. She closed her eyes, thinking of Tev, of his village and the struggling rulers. She would pass this on, she told herself. This was for the good of everyone, not only herself. The small mermaid began to wiggle. Gritting her teeth, Undine buried the dagger into the merchild's chest with a cry. Cali ducked and covered her face, not wanting to witness the death of the innocent life Undine had so mercilessly taken. The moon responded to the small life lost. Its copper surface glowed redder, the black pockmarks darkening with fury. The ocean began to froth at the blood spilling into it. Undine opened her arms, releasing the small merchild to an untimely burial in the waves. "Grant my wish," Undine commanded the moon. "I did what you asked." Waves began rippling higher, tossing Undine within the ocean's drink. She struggled to remain above the surface. Her fins ripped with pain, refusing to keep her afloat. Water gurgled down her throat, pulling her beneath the depths. Fire raged within her, singeing her nerves and aspirations. What had she done? Undine's ultimate sacrifice had failed, and she was losing the magic she already had, the magic that allowed her to breathe beneath the water. She was about to drown, as surely as the small merchild whose blood she'd spilled. Fear coursed through her, paralyzed her, until blackness overtook her. Cali witnessed Undine's awakening on the shore. The dazzling silver fin once glistening from her waist was replaced by legs sprouting in its place. Cali watched Undine's first shaky steps on the sand, her struggle to clothe her nakedness, until she made her way to Tev's hut. Meanwhile, a shrine formed beneath the waves, a place where water dared not enter. Cali had a sickening realization. It was the place where she now stood. Undine confronted Brahm later, wanting the satisfaction of him seeing her stand on land with 2 legs. Rather than being impressed as she'd hoped, his expression was horror-struck. "What have you done?" he demanded. She was perplexed. You told me it would require a sacrifice." She explained the terms of what she'd done, and Brahm pressed a hand to his forehead, growing more aghast the longer she went on. "I said you needed to sacrifice Undine." He shouted at her with disbelieving reproach in his tone. "Offering another with no connection to you whatsoever is no sacrifice at all. The fact that you assumed I meant to take a life shows the true condition of your soul. It's no wonder your name means dark waves." Undine was heartsick by Brahm's reprimand, but she refused to accept his condemnation. Time shifted again from scene to scene. Undine was true to her word. She beautified the land, awakening the flowers with the moon's power, as she granted magic to the king's daughter, to help her in her struggle to rule the people. The land thrived under the princess's rule, and so Undine granted the same privilege to other princesses, keeping the moonflowers on Luné Lumen only as a tribute to her mermaid heritage. But Undine was never satisfied. Though she was happy with Tev, his admiration of her was diminishing, and a single silver stone, polished smooth and the size of an egg, began to appear randomly wherever she went. It materialized at her door after her first night in human form. It was ice to the touch, and it cast a strange shiver across her arms and legs. With a gasp, she dropped the stone. The instant it left her hands, the tremors faded. She kicked it as hard as she could and slammed the door, returning to her love. But soon, the stone appeared everywhere they went, at the fishmonger's, at the palace, in the sand as she sat nestled against Tev's shoulder and watched the sunset. She tried banishing it with her magic. She tried tossing it into the ocean. She cast it into fires. She pummeled it until it resembled nothing but stardust. But each time Undine used her newfound magic, the stone reappeared the following morning, haunting her.
Was it worth it?
Cali heard the voice haunt Undine with every new view of the moonstone, seeing the tiny merchild appear in the sea witch's mind. Undine's magic began to corrupt her. She started to use her power to torment people who seemed to deserve it. She started using it to capture mermaids for the pleasure of humankind. That was when the rock began to appear more frequently, showing up several times a day. "What is this?" Tev asked, as he picked it up from the batch of fish he'd dumped onto the deck of his ship. "It's back again?" Squeezing her eyes shut in frustration, Undine released a horrific shriek. For whatever reason, Undine knew she couldn't touch the rock herself, that touching the rock would bring calamity. "I need you to destroy it. Get rid of it. Cross the sea if you have to. Just get it as far from me as you can." The words hurt Tev. He assumed she wanted him as far from her as he could be, for it wasn't his devotion to her that was fading. It was her love for him that was waning the more she became consumed with her power. The magic she'd obtained had slowly tainted her, tarnishing her soul from the inside, a little every day, until the marks of darkness were clear in the way she spoke to him, in the way she treated others. She'd changed. This was the final straw for him. He took the stone without saying goodbye, then sailed to the west. Cali clearly saw the cave in which he deposited the stone, and along the way he encountered a charming young woman with a heart as pure as gold. She was the princess of the land he'd sailed to, a land Undine hadn't yet visited or granted power to. Undine waited for Tev to return to her. When he didn't, she ventured out to find him, and find him she did, in the arms of the lovely young princess. Tumultuous and boundless as the sea, passionate, moving, and dauntless, Undine's anger sprouted from her fingertips in a glorious heart-breaking display of fire and sparks. The heartache, the anger, the pain, the love, they each began to dust a line across the ocean, hardening, taking shape, growing in the form of trees, bearing the fruit of such hatred. The boundary shimmered and hovered. Undine stood poised, ready to take Tev, and forever keep him away from the princess he'd betrayed her with. Just before the boundaries solidified, Undine slipped inside where Tev was sleeping with his new bride.
May you always know heartache the rest of your days, which won't be long,
Undine said to the princess's sleeping form.
Your daughters will never know the power I've granted to others. Your land will never know such beauty as what may be found where I dwell. I will be your curse, your hiss. You will pay homage to me for the remainder of your days, and your children's days, and you will die pining with grief for the man you stole from me.
She took Tev's sleeping form from the bed. When he realized he was with Undine, who had ceased being his divine, mesmerizing mermaid, transforming instead into a vengeful, hateful creature whose magic had made her evil, he was filled with sorrow. It soon became apparent Undine had stolen him from his true love, a gentle woman whose heart was filled with kindness and adoration. Unable to face the world without her, he found the ruby-hilted dagger and killed himself. The scene shifted a final time to a place Cali knew too well. Tev's bride, the queen, bore his children, twin daughters. Cali wondered how long ago this had all happened, how long ago the boundary had taken form, how her mother managed to flee Luné-Lumen. Cali didn't know, and she supposed she never would. "This happened in Zara," Cali said, astonished. Tev had traveled distantly. He'd gone to a remote island in Zara, and ultimately married its princess. It was why no magic remained. Undine had banished power from the land. And as for the stone Tev had hidden, it had to still be there. Cali waited for the moon to verify her suspicion, to grant an answer to the question of what the stone meant, but it showed no such revelation. Instead, it presented versions of a history she'd studied since she was 14. Undine began to be regarded as a sea witch, as the author of all ruined things. Tev's princess, Bryleen, had started the homage to appease Undine, hoping the sea witch would return her husband and greatest love to her. But Bryleen's life ended too soon, and the kingdom was left in ruins. For many years the people had only a small government, at least until Cali's mother and father snuck away, with the help of Undine, through the boundary and were granted the Zaran monarchy. It was part of Undine's bargain with the moon. She could speak with the flowers. Indeed, she did grant new life, and took pleasure in those who found happiness the way she'd always hoped. She was a puzzle in every way. Then what did she mean by supporting Bae after she'd cursed him? Why did the mermaids want the boundary down? Why did Undine? The moon offered an answer to this, the last answer Cali knew she would receive. Undine could cross her own boundary any time she chose, but her time in any area but the boundary itself was extremely limited. "She's a prisoner there," Cali said, expressing the emerging realization. Trapped in her boundary as she was, Undine couldn't know the comings and goings of humankind, but the flowers knew. Silent spectators, they often witnessed events no one spoke of. Their word traveled, reaching Undine through the trees in her boundary. But when Zara lost her kingdom, that magic hit a dead end. The flowers had lost their luster. A princess's magic had ceased propelling them to bloom. Consequently, Undine was being denied access to secrets. The scene shifted to Bae and his father. Captain Kelsey heard of the moonstone with immeasurable powers from a winch on Baldric Island. It was what prompted him to send Bae through the boundary to find it in the first place. Curious to see the treasure his father had spoken of, Bae went, but he never made it through Undine's boundary. "But Undine knows," Cali said to the moon, repeating its story to it. "Undine knows the captain is after her stone."
"She fears what may happen should someone obtain it,"
the moon replied. "Then why does she want the boundary down?" Cali breathed. Undine wanted to keep the pirates from getting the moonstone. If that was the case, why would she agree to this tournament to help them bring the boundary down? She wondered about the moonstone as well. Would it give the pirates command over her? What did the moonstone do? Cali wasn't certain, and the moon wasn't divulging anything else. But Cali did realize one final nugget of information. Undine couldn't destroy the boundaries she'd created. She needed someone else to do it. "Thank you," Cali said, feeling as though the moon had granted her far more than she deserved. But a warm sensation assured her it had granted her exactly enough. It liked her. It pitied her lack of magic in such a dangerous tournament, and it wanted to give Cali an edge she wouldn't have had otherwise. The moonlight faded, leaving Cali rooted in fascinated wonder as the stories she'd witnessed juggled through her mind. Had Arabella been granted this much information? Cali doubted it. Arabella had only been told an answer about the boundary's connection to Undine. She wasn't shown, not like this. It took Cali several minutes to align her thoughts, to release her tension, and relax. She couldn't help but replay certain aspects of Undine's life. Undine had started out so good, but she'd taken a life to receive her power, and that had started a poison within her, one she couldn't stop. It was a poison tainting everything she touched. The purity of the merchild Undine had killed could still be felt. Cali was standing below the exact place that sacrifice had happened. Was that why this structure had been formed? out of respect to the poor child? Jada was still floating there, waiting with a new kind of gleam in her eyes. It wasn't mischievous or playful. It was knowing.
"Do you have the answer you were seeking?" she asked.
Cali glanced up at the moon. She still didn't know how she was going to carry out her part in the tournament, or how to win while preserving the other princesses' lives. But as for Undine's part, Cali was definitely enlightened. "I do." She was surprised Undine had allowed the pirates to include Jada in the first task, but Undine couldn't have known her entire story would be disclosed. If she was desperate to keep the pirates from the Moonstone, she would never have willingly allowed Jada to share the story, which meant Cali was treading dangerous ground because she knew about it.
"And are you ready to return to the dock?"
Yes. Guided by Jada, Cali's return journey went by in a drift of distracted thoughts. The moon had said Undine de Ray's name meant dark waves. She'd suffered the kind of heartbreak Cali herself feared, and Undine had created an entirely new realm because of it. Jada offered another breath of oxygen into Cali's lungs before towing her upward. When Cali's head broke above the water, she gasped the thick air, swelling inside as though she'd grown somehow in the last hour spent in the sea. Her mind had expanded as it shifted the puzzle pieces into new places. Cali climbed up the side of the dock as best she could, reminding herself of the Finfolk. She rolled over the ledge and landed on the wood, dripping with water and heavy thoughts. Still kneeling, she glanced over the edge.
"Thank you, Jada," she said. "I don't know how to repay you." "You saved me in the way you could," Jada replied, bobbing in the blackened deep. "The moon assured me you could be trusted with the story. It is enough. And now I must bid you farewell."
"Goodbye," Cali said. Jada leapt from the water, pirouetting in a graceful dive deep into the depths, leaving Cali to pace on enough times to watch the sun blink its soft blue and white tones over the sea. It was Undine's moonstone. The Kelseys knew it was beyond the boundary. That was why Captain Kelsey had sent Bae through, and why Undine had cursed him from trying to cross it. The stone was hidden somewhere in Zara. Did her father know it existed? Did any of them know what the stone did? The thought of Edward Kelsey wanting something so badly was bone-chilling. The man was merciless and savage. He could put on fine clothes and strut around a palace all he liked, but Cali knew the truth. She'd seen the bloodthirsty side of him on his ship, and in the throne room. She'd seen him stab King Emir in cold blood. He was stealthy and crafty, stealing kingdoms under the guise of the allyship. Bae had started this tournament to find a princess who could remove the boundary, but Cali knew that could never happen. If the boundary remained in place, the Kelseys wouldn't be able to get to the stone. She'd been wrapped up in the worry about the winner causing the death of the other remaining princesses, but this new additional knowledge only added to the dread she felt. In order to keep Captain Kelsey from getting to the Moonstone, no one could be allowed to win the tournament. Chapter 24. The following day, the palace gardens were starved of all life, dull and faded, scorched dry in the heat despite the humidity. Cali suspected she would always feel a pang of disappointment every time she saw a flower until, if, their shine returned. Who would have known they'd been Undine's source of knowledge? She paced, waiting for the other princesses. The notes she'd sent each of them specified they should arrive at noon. Would they come? Or would they ignore her desperate invitation? Lyric appeared first, treading across the grass with sure steps. Cali released a breath and drew in another as Arabella began sauntering toward where Cali stood, near one of the stone benches along the garden's many pathways. Arabella folded her arms. Lyric shifted her weight to one side, one hand on her hip, staring impatiently. Soraya wasn't there, but Cali felt nothing but relief. She wasn't sure she could trust her cousin anymore. "I'm glad you're here," Cali said, exhaling louder than she'd meant to. She was exhausted from her lengthy night, but there was nothing for it. She had to do this now. "I wanted to talk to you." Arabella quirked a brow. Glancing at the arched arbor vitaes behind the other princesses, Cali then scanned right and left before lowering her voice and leaning in. "Do you know what Bae and his father want from this tournament, besides the obvious?" Arabella and Lyric exchanged a glance before Lyric answered. "I read it in Captain Kelsey's mind during our welcome ball. They want one of us to destroy the boundary." Cali inclined her head in agreement. They tried to force Soraya to do it once already. "Then why didn't she?" Arabella said, tightening her lips. "Because I stopped her," Cali said. "When I left my father's palace, I returned here and helped her escape. She was Kelsey's prisoner, though you'd never guess it now." Lyric's eyes narrowed. "What are you getting at?" "Think about it," Cali said. "The Kelseys want something from the other side of the boundary." "Like what?" "I can't tell you," Cali said, not sure how much she could disclose to them from the moon's revelation. She hadn't been forbidden from sharing what she'd seen, but neither had she been granted permission. "There is an object that they desperately want, though. I hope you can trust me enough by now to know we don't want them getting anywhere near it." The two princesses stewed. Arabella's head was cocked to one side as she considered Cali's words. "If you're suggesting we don't destroy the boundary, then you're saying you think we should." "Bow out," Cali said, fighting the trembling in her joints. Arabella released a mocking scoff, but Cali kept talking despite the girl's indignant gestures. "All of us. We bow out, walk away from this tournament. It's not worth dying for. We show the Kelseys exactly where they stand and where they belong. Undine wouldn't dare kill all of us at once, not when she so desperately wants a princess with power on the throne." Lyric was shaking her head in disbelief. Arabella began backing away. She only took a few steps, but it was enough to let Cali know the other princess's feelings. Arabella gave Cali a shrewd stare. "You're as devious as your cousin." "What?" "At least Soraya had the gall to outright attack me." Arabella narrowed her eyes. "Your tactic is definitely smoother. You're going for the even kill." "I'm not trying to root you out. I'm trying to help us all." "Unbelievable," Lyric said. "I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen Soraya turn on us too. I thought you were at the least decent, and after all I did to help you get here in the first place." "I'm not doing this for me." Cali's heart sank at the distrust emanating from the two she'd started to think of as friends. Arabella strutted forward, jabbing a finger in Cali's face. You don't have magic, so the only way you can win this is by manipulating us. Well, nice try, princess, but it won't work." Cali had thought she was prepared for this. Her fluttering pulse suggested otherwise.
"That's not what this is at all. I would never do that."
"We're not walking away," Lyric said, ruffling her hair away from her shoulders. "At least, I'm not."
"So you're okay with the fact that if you win, every one of us will die?"
The question brought a powerful cadence of silence. No one said a word. They were all just as torn about it as Cali was.
"I'm not trying to sabotage your chances,"
Cali insisted, breaking that silence.
"I wouldn't. Not when it would mean your deaths. That's why I think the best option, the only way for all of us to survive, is to walk away. Together. It can't be about winning anymore. Not when winning takes such a stiff toll."
Lyric stalked to sit on the bench behind her. Cali and Arabella followed, and Arabella lowered herself to sit beside Lyric. For a time, they each remained lost in their thoughts. A low hum hovered in the air, riding beside the trickling water from a nearby fountain. "You're right, Cali," Lyric said, breaking the silence. "But I don't see how I can turn back now. Of course I don't want anyone else to die, but I was evicted from my kingdom in Sublair. This is my chance for revenge, for my child to be born with the magic she deserves." She placed a hand on her stomach.
"You're with child?"
Arabella scooted forward, eyes wide and eager. "This is news," she said, resting a hand on the surface of the bench. "You don't look pregnant." She fluttered her hand in the general direction of Lyric's stomach. Lyric shrugged off the attention with a surprising blush and a small smile. "Does Bae know?" Cali asked. "Does he need to? Once I win and we marry, he will think the child is his anyway." Cali frowned. "Why would your kingdom banish you?" Arabella asked. Lyric continued rubbing her stomach. "It was my father. I had a tryst with one of the contestants of my own tournament before it was completed. A servant found us and told the king. Let's just say my father was displeased." She didn't glance at either of them as she relayed her story. "So he kicked you out?" Cali asked. "He denied my title, cancelled the tournament, and sentenced the young man to death." Her tone was so solemn, so condemning. It spoke of the anguish she wasn't admitting to. Had she loved the young man? She could have finished the tournament and chosen him. "That's awful," Cali said. Lyric's tone was noncommittal. "I was told to terminate the child, but I refused, and so he banished me in favor of my sister. I wonder if her tournament has been completed yet." Cali didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry." She knew Lyric must have fled to Zara only to find herself captive and sentenced to death for her power. What a sad story Lyric had. "Maybe we better skip the formalities, disregard the next task, and just go right to the boundary," Arabella said. "If that's what they want, then that could be the only chance we have to save all of our lives. You probably don't have much time. How long has it been?" "Almost 4 months," Lyric said. Arabella whistled, gaze bouncing to Lyric's stomach and up again. "Won't take much more before you're showing, I'm sure." "I'm surprised you're not already. And pirate that he is, Bae is probably smart enough to figure out he's not the father. Who's to say Undine would bless your child anyway? It's not the child of a tournament marriage union." "Undine won't know,"
Lyric said. "Haven't you noticed? The flowers aren't listening. They can't pass on what we say." A chill swept down Callie's spine. She rubbed at her arms, peering around. The lifeless, blackened flowers hung their heads. The three of them said nothing. Callie went on. "I don't think you understand. That object I told you the Kelseys want? It's on the other side of the boundary. We don't want them to get it, which is why we can't let the boundary be destroyed." Arabella stood in indignation. "Destroying the boundary now is better than your idea of walking away from this. I can't walk away. I'm sorry, I know what it means for the rest of you. But Baldric Island needs the support we would get from a union between Bae and me. Marrying a wealthy, handsome pirate would ensure my kingdom won't meet the ruin it's currently facing. I have to do what's best for them." Callie blinked. She supposed she understood sacrificing for the good of her people, but this took things to an entirely twisted level. "So never mind the fact that your victory means our deaths? Neither of you is interested in Bae for who he is?" Smirking at some secret thought, Arabella gave a single shoulder shrug. "He's a trick, there's no denying it. We got along fine the other night." She tipped her tongue to her upper lip with a coy grin. Callie's blood boiled, and not only at the innuendo in Arabella's tone. She seethed at Arabella's flippant refusal to believe in any danger. "Destroying the boundary will put everyone at risk, not just your kingdoms." "So the captain sails to the other side of the world," Arabella said casually. "It's no bother to me." Of course not. It was only Callie's homeland they were talking about, not to mention the moonstones the Kelseys were after. A stone that struck fear in the sea witch couldn't mean anything good for mankind in the hands of a heartless pirate. Callie turned to Lyric, praying at least one of them had some sense. "And you?" "Sorry, Callie," Lyric said, pushing to her feet with grace. She gave her a sympathetic grimace. "I know you mean well, but I've got to think of myself. If I don't do this, I have nowhere else to go. You saw where I ended up before, living as a reject for fear of my life on the outskirts of a dying city. I can't raise a child in such a situation. I can't live destitute and alone while my daughter grows up without magic. I can't do that to her." "I'm not walking away either," Arabella said pointedly. This was unbelievable. They each claimed empathy and compassion, yet countered it with a declaration to get what they both wanted. Callie couldn't comprehend this. On what plane of existence did they think it was okay to kill someone else to get what they wanted? "Your victory will kill me. It will kill Lyric, and Lyric's baby." Callie seethed. "How can you be so heartless?" Lyric hung her head. Arabella kept her chin level with Callie's, but color tinged her cheeks. "I know you have your reasons, and they might make sense in your heads, but can't you hear yourselves? Don't you remember Gia? She died, right in front of you. Whoever loses next will die too. Every victory you gain will mean someone's heart will stop beating. Is that really worth it to you? Is your kingdom, your daughter's power, is it worth murder?" Neither princess said a word. Dully chastened, Lyric turned first and traipsed off. After a few more tense moments, Arabella sniffed and headed toward the palace behind Lyric, her skirt trailing behind her. Callie huffed and sank to the bench, plunking her face in her hands. She didn't know what more she could do. Neither Arabella nor Lyric had seen Captain Edward Kelsey
in his finest pirate stripes, threatening harm to Zara, choking Cali through the bars, or stabbing the king in cold blood. A man like him was the last person anyone would want to get what he most desired. Though Cali didn't know exactly what the Moonstone did, she was certain him getting it would be cataclysmic. But if the tournament went on like this, he would end up with it. Arabella, Zara, or Lyric would figure out how to destroy the boundary. Bae would wed whoever won. The other princesses would die, and Bae and his father would sail across the impious sea west and find the stone. Cali couldn't let that happen. "You've been busy." Cali started, jerking up to find Undine seated on the bench beside her. The sea witch fingered a single shadow-black rose in her hand. The image of her in the center of the sea, as she held a child to her chest, and stabbed the merchild before the moon in exchange for power, would never leave the underside of Cali's brain. Undine may as well have been brandishing a knife instead of a rose. The sight was the signal of doom. Had the sea witch overheard her conversation with Lyric and Arabella after all? How much did she know? Or worse, did Undine know what the moon had shown Cali? Was the witch out for revenge because of it? "What are you doing here?" Cali scooted several inches away until she was pressed to the edge. Undine stared at the rose. Its petals were crisp, whitened at the edges. "I came to tell you that my offer still stands." Cali shook her head. "I don't understand. How can you show up here and offer to help me win, knowing what it will do to the other girls? I can't be responsible for their deaths." Undine lowered the flower. One of its dried leaves flaked off, flittering to the ground. "They wouldn't care this much about you. If I made any one of them the same offer, you wouldn't be standing here now." A bead of sweat trailed between Cali's shoulder blades. She didn't doubt it. "Why are you doing this?" Cali asked. "Why ask for our lives?" "This tournament is unlike any I've ever overseen. I simply want to make sure you ladies give it your absolute best." "Give it our best? You killed Gia." Undine tipped the flower to her nose, sniffing its dead petals as if it was a luxury. She waited so long to answer, Cali wasn't sure she would. "You should know he's doing well," Undine finally said, leaving Cali's outburst hanging between them. Cali frowned in confusion. "Who is? The baby?" This was such an abrupt change to the conversation. It took several seconds before Cali caught up. Soon the air was sucked from her lungs. The only baby they both knew, the only baby Undine could be referring to, was Vera Groves. Cali had attended his birth and used the occasion to call Undine to bargain with her. Why did Undine care? Unless she was attempting to remind Cali of her softer side that favored new life. "I'm not sure I understand why you're mentioning this now. Are you referring to Vera Groves' baby boy?" "I told you I would ensure a good ruler would be in place to rule Zara now that you've abandoned it." A hit to the head would have stunned her less. "You chose a baby to rule Zara?" She supposed he would be capable of ruling once he was fully grown, but that would take years. And Cali had always assumed Undine's plans for Zara would take place much sooner than that. Did Vera know? What exactly had happened after Cali had been whisked away from her palace? Undine's forehead lifted. Of course not. After you left, I took him from his mother. I will raise him in a manner I see fit, to help him grow into the role he needs to play. Blood pounded in Cali's ears. Here she'd thought Undine had been offering a casual reference to the child, who she'd assumed was still in Zara with his mother. But this? You took him? Vera had been so excited to have a baby and be a mother. She must have been devastated to lose him. It devastated Cali to hear it. As payment for the bargain you made? Yes. Cali's knees shook so hard they nearly gave out from beneath her. I never agreed to that. I never agreed for you to take an innocent woman's child from her. But you did. I told you there would be a vacancy with you gone. You agreed in your bargain that I would be able to select Zara's next ruler, as well as your country's destiny. I have your mark as proof. She gestured to her arm where she'd twined Cali's hair, and it had embedded into her skin. Cali's mark of their bargain itched. She wanted to tear it from her skin. She wanted to go back and withdraw whatever agreement she'd made. That bargain had brought her nothing but calamity and heartache, made worse by the fact that she'd entered into it without fully knowing the terms. She'd agreed without thinking to specify Zara's next ruler. When you enter a bargain without knowing what Undine expected in return, people got hurt. How she wished she'd understood that fact before now. Cali's heart ached for Vera. Tears pricked her eyes. How could she have been so thoughtless? He was stolen mere moments after his mother had given him life. The boy destined to rule Zara in Cali's place. I condemned Vera, she breathed. I went to save my kingdom, but I condemned her. Where is he now? He's safe. Undine's pronouncement brought its own sense of shame with it. Cali had wondered about him a few times, both him and Vera, though the thoughts had never brought so much trepidation, disgust at herself, or worry over his upbringing and well-being, as they did now. He had to be close to 6 weeks old. I'm glad he's safe, Cali managed. But Vera, poor Vera. She must be distraught, and there was nothing Cali could do. Undine tossed the rose to the ground. Of course he is. He needs to be healthy and trained in all good things if he is to rule your homeland. Cali winced. The pain of her father's admission, of his disappointment in her, was all too fresh. According to what you predicted, Zara will need a servant of magic if it wants to survive whatever turmoil the kingdom is heading toward. And that it is facing turmoil indeed, Undine said. The riots have grown quite sickening. Cali's stomach clenched into knots. If only her father hadn't shattered the crystal. She'd do anything to speak with him about this. And my father, is he having any luck appeasing them? Undine sighed. I wish I had good news for you, princess. Though I can tell you, I believe Lucas will be quite the ruler in your father's place, when all is done. I think the people will respect a king with magic. So you've given him a name? Lucas, a male heir. Cali wanted to doubt Undine's words and predictions. She wanted to refuse their validity. But her father had said the people were turning against him. And knowing Undine, once this boundary was destroyed, once the riots climaxed to full catastrophic ruins, it would be the perfect opportunity to move Lucas into place once he was old enough. But if one of the princesses succeeds and destroys the boundary, Cali trailed off. You mean if you were to succeed? Cali ignored this. Wouldn't its destruction open the way for me to return home? To what is rightfully mine? Excellent point, Undine said, as though she hadn't considered it. Cali knew better. Of course the Sea Witch had considered it. The people will select their ruler, and since you abandoned them in their time of need, a certain amount of bitterness at your family has been planted. Cali's father had been wrong then. Even if she'd been there, Cali couldn't have fixed it. From the sound of things, Zara would be overtaken long before the boy grew up. Who did Undine intend to have rule in the meantime? Why would the country choose a baby, or a young child as a king? She lowered her head. You wanted this, didn't you? You planned it. I still don't understand why. And I don't understand why you think I'll tell you, Undine said, not denying the accusation. But I will help you. Magic would give Cali an advantage she didn't have now. But could she trust such power given to her by her enemy? Could Cali potentially use whatever power she might gain to stop the other princesses? To keep the boundary in place? People in Zara would still be rioting, but Undine wouldn't be able to maneuver her pawn into play, and Cali was certain that would be a good thing. What would you take from me if I accepted your offer? Cali asked. Undine stared at her fingernails. I'm sure something will come in handy. A rock thudded in Cali's chest. Undine could ask for her blood, but she already had it. There were other prices the Sea Witch could request. Her voice, perhaps her fingers, even bits of hair or more blood for spells of control, or, as in the case with Vera, the cost may not even be exacted from her. Cali had no idea Undine intended to extract her price from Vera and her baby. If she had, she never would have made such a bargain. What if Undine demanded Cali do her bidding for the rest of her life? She couldn't promise that. Cali slid from the bench and stood before the Sea Witch, shoulders back, not saying a word. When Undine glanced up at her, she stood as well. Head cocked to one side, she didn't appear defeated, but she bowed just the same. Let me know if you change your mind, she said, strutting down the path, leaving Cali alone beside the bench, as if Undine had never been there at all. Chapter 25. Despair was an unwelcome guest in Cali's chest. She was on an unmarked path, wandering without a compass, without a north star, without any light in her darkened sky. Her feet trudged their solemn way, but she didn't realize where she was heading until she turned the corner. Her cousin stood outside her chamber door, resting her forehead against the wood. She jerked at Cali's approach. "Soraya," Cali said, relieved. The others wouldn't go for it, but maybe she and her cousin could find a solution together. When it was something serious, Saraya had to let go of past grievances and personal vendettas. It was what any proper ruler did. Saraya blinked heavily, defensively, her shoulders going rigid.
"Cali,"
she acknowledged. Cali's relief turned to frost. Who was she kidding? This was the version of Saraya that Cali hadn't known. The real Saraya. The harsh, selfish, indulged woman who hid in her room while exposing supposed servants to pirates in her place. Still, Cali had to try. "I'm glad I bumped into you. I was just talking to the others. I think we need to protest the tournament."
"To what?"
"If we all band together, if we refuse to do the tasks, it might be enough to get Undine to lift this ridiculous bounty on each of our heads." Saraya's eyes narrowed.
"You mean give up and walk away?"
"Yes."
"What happened to the obnoxious nuisance who's been pestering me this whole time not to do just that? You're the whole reason I'm here."
Cali's mouth dropped. "I thought you wanted to be here. I thought you wanted your kingdom."
"I knew when to admit defeat."
Now who's unbelievable? Folding her arms, Saraya wrinkled her nose.
"I think you're still misunderstanding things, so let me clear them up for you. I don't care if the other princesses die. I'm going to win because I'm here, because I have no other choice."
"So you don't care that I'm going to die?" Cali gaped at her. First Lyric and Arabella. This was almost too much to take. Saraya had done many hurtful things since they'd arrived at the palace, since they'd entered the tournament, but she never thought her own life would mean so little to her cousin. Saraya had been broken. She'd lost so much. She couldn't mean what she was saying. "I don't believe you," Cali said. "You're a good person. You've gone through a lot and you're seeking a solution in the wrong place." Saraya whirled around and jerked open her door.
"I'm going to rule," she said. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I won't stand here and be questioned by anyone. Least of all you." She slammed the door in Cali's face. Driven by an unforeseen sense of urgency, Cali shoved a hand forward, stopping the door before it closed. She pushed through into Saraya's room and closed the door behind her. Saraya looked cornered and wary. The expression made Cali's blood tingle with purpose. "You can't do this," Cali said. "You can't give up on your true self. You can't give up on me." "Why can't I?"
"Because Zara needs you. Even if you don't care about me anymore, my country, my kingdom needs you." Saraya surveyed her in silence, appearing small and uncertain. "I spoke with my father, Saraya," Cali went on. "The kingdom is just a few steps away from a rebellion against the crown, and then Zara will be in trouble. But you can save them."
"Me?"
Saraya scoffed in disbelief. "You're the servant of magic Undine de Rey predicted to me. You're the one who's going to save them." Cali had explained it all to Saraya before. How could she not remember? There was no way a baby could be ready to rule Zara in the time the country needed guidance. Someone else would step into place, and Saraya needed to be there. Saraya laughed right in Cali's face. The mocking sound stabbed straight through her.
You believe that?
Who else would it be? Not Arabella or Lyric. They only care about themselves. As evidenced by the fact neither was willing to sacrifice a whit to save the world's future. Crops are failing, Cali went on, from the plague I told you about. There is so much loss after so much sickness. The people are ready to overthrow my father. There will be chaos. I need you. They need you.
Cali,
Soraya began. Her tone held pity, a shred of the girl Cali once knew shining through. Hope sprung in Cali's chest until Soraya continued.
I can't even keep my own kingdom together. What makes you think I can save yours?
Optimism sizzled to defeat in a single phrase. Everything collided inside of Cali. Zara was who Cali was. It was inside of her, as much as her soul was. It was the guilt that ate away at her in the dark. Soraya had given up. On herself, on Cali. Which meant there was no hope for Zara either. Worst of all, Soraya's words rang with truth. How could Cali have been foolish enough to place hope in someone who'd given it up herself? Strength siphoned out of Cali's body when she entered her room, leaving her drooping as surely as a flower without water. Soraya had become unreasonable. The other princesses had their own agendas, both refusing to hear out Cali's arguments. Bae spent his time planning his marriage to any one of them. She couldn't hope to win his hand. Even if she could, he would be a useless ally against everything pitted against her. What was she doing here? If only she could leave them all to it. Let the other princesses vie for Bae's hand and destroy the boundary in the process. At least then she could return home. Cali pictured sailing home on the sunset, crossing the impious sea east to the sea west. The ocean would be one sea then. The picture was more tempting than she realized. Her father's disappointment hung around her shoulders like a heavy yoke. She could win his approval if she could only return. Undine's offer swayed before her. If Cali gave in, she could have the powers she lacked. She could be the one to destroy the boundary, to win Bae's hand. But did she want that? She flopped onto the bed, then rested her hands across her stomach, as the options cavorted in a circus across the tent of her mind. Destroy the boundary and free the pirates. Free Undine and her heir. And live while the other princesses died. Or fight its destruction and remain a prisoner in every way until another winner took her life instead. Literal shackles couldn't make her feel more trapped than she was now. Even if she helped destroy the boundary, Undine had told her she would never return home again. Would Cali be in Soraya's position then, kept from what was rightfully hers? Her father said the people trusted Cali. They wanted her to lead instead of him. But Undine painted a much different picture. Who was right? The people of Zara wouldn't want someone with magic to lead them. Papa had seen to that. Was that why they were turning against her father? What else had Undine done? Cali knew. The Sea Witch would do her utmost to ensure Lucas's rise to power. Poor Vera. She'd been so elated when she'd discovered the pregnancy. She and Cali had spoken about the baby, about names Vera would choose depending on its gender. She'd expressed dreams for his or her future. Vera had been so ready to be a mother, and now her baby had been taken. Perhaps Cali could find out where Undine was keeping the boy. Perhaps there was still a way of getting him back to her. She fell into a restless sleep. Her dreams were crammed with images of lost tasks and princesses crumpling to the sand, just as Gia did. She awoke with an agitated kind of whir buzzing through her core. According to Undine's timeline, the second task was happening tomorrow. Maybe she could sabotage it? If no one won, maybe they would all make it through alive. But she had no idea how she would do that. The other princesses had warned her not to get in their way. She knew they wouldn't hesitate to turn their power on her, as they had on Soraya in the catacombs. The boundary would be destroyed, whether Cali liked it or not, despite Undine's terms during their bargain, and if she lived through this, Cali was determined to go home. Zara was her kingdom. But first, she intended to speak with Bae. If the other princesses weren't willing to boycott the tournament, maybe he'd been able to learn of some other way to save their lives. Cali found him in the palace library, an exquisite collection of shelves built into the walls, curling like caves beneath a tapestry of chandeliers in the multiple domed ceiling overhead. Cushions splayed everywhere, offering comfortable rests for reading. Several servants were striding to the door. Cali had interrupted their chores. Giving a nod of both thanks and apology, she padded across the fur rugs to where Bae stood, slumped against one of the curved shelves, hands crossing his chest and resting on opposite biceps. He cradled a book in one hand and gazed at nothing, lost in thought. Her approaching footsteps gained his attention. "Any luck?" she said. "With your impossible request?" Bae dipped his head so his hair fell into his eyes. Smoothing it away with a carefree hand, he crossed the rug to where she stood. Her entire body grew more aware with every step he took, as though his presence had the power to kindle that awareness. The memory of their last kiss coiled between them like a flame. He exhaled heavily. "No, actually, I've been searching every book in here, and nothing is explicit about how to go about ending a bargain with the sea witch." He kicked at one of the plush, colorful cushions near a low-seated table on the floor. Tucking her bottom lip in her teeth, Cali lowered herself to a comfortable nest of vibrant fabric and cushions. Bae did the same, maneuvering to sit too closely. She couldn't bring herself to move. This time when he took her hand in his, she let him. It meant a lot that he was trying to find a way to stop Undine, that he was trying to find a way to avoid more death at the second task. "You've never told me how it happened, you know," she said, watching him trail a finger over her own, and fighting a thrill at the touch. "When she cursed you?" His lips battled a smile. "What makes you think I will now? Because I asked nicely? No, you didn't." Cali slipped her hand free before leaning closer. His scent of musk and nutmeg turned her joints into wax. "Please, Bae? You have to know I want more details. What happened when you went into her boundary? Why did she really curse you? Bae's eyes flicked to her mouth, gleaming with consideration before he inhaled and sank away from her, honoring her request. He stretched and lay across the pillows, letting his boots rest on the floor beyond them. I approached her home from the water itself, swimming from my ship to an opening in the mirror. Once I made it, Undine appeared. Some of the mirror rippled away with her, revealing a gnarled mass of forest. She stared at me for a minute, but then nodded her agreement for me to pull myself from the water and stand before her. I couldn't tell if I was in or out of the boundary. It was almost like I was standing before its gateway. So there I was, dripping wet, and I presented my case. I asked for a two-way passage across her boundary, there and back. She pretended to consider this, but I didn't realize what a fan of sacrifices Undine de Rey is. Cali scoffed. I had no idea either. Bae went on. She wanted to make a bargain with me. Though she hadn't moved more than a few inches, Cali's heart began to pound. What bargain did she offer? I would be granted passage, but I'd have to shear my hair and leave it behind. I'd heard of certain magics that used objects belonging to a person to control them or worse. I was leery, so I told her no. What happened then? You tried to cross another way? Flipping to one side, he propped a hand behind his neck. I know better than to mess with the sea witch. I never would have crossed without her permission. I'm confused. Why did she curse you then? Shifting his weight to rest on his elbow, he tilted in. It turns out she doesn't like to be refused. Goosebumps prickled Cali's skin. She cursed you for saying no to her bargain? I had done nothing wrong, nothing more than deny her. But apparently she doesn't like to be on the losing end of anything. She took the sea from me, Caliana. His voice rippled with heartache. You know what it's like to lose your home. For me, the sea is that and more. The endlessness, the majesty, the wind whipping through your hair, and the smell of brine. The thrill of a journey and the sheer freedom that rushes through your chest the minute the sails catch their first gust. There's nothing like it in the whole world. That was my home, and she took it from me. She imagined the longing and loss haunting Bae. Imagined him standing on the shore, wind-swept, bruised and bloodied from his first encounter with the Finfolk, after the curse first took place. He brushed her hair from her shoulder, allowing his gaze to linger on the sight of his fingers, woven with the brunette strands before planting his eyes on hers. Is there any torture more exquisite than seeing exactly what you want right in front of you, but being unable to grasp it? Every part of her pulsed. He leaned in, but no, he didn't still the forbidden kiss. Instead, he pressed his lips against her hair, his breath warm against her scalp. Cali arched her neck to look up at him. Over their heads, a balcony concealed stacks of books, sequestering them in their own cocoon of pillows and secrets. So when she approached you about the tournament, how could I refuse, knowing what she did to me the last time? Cali pursed her lips and cast aside her irritation at the admission. He couldn't have been able to see every angle, any more than she had when bargaining with Undine. I had to hand over control of the tasks to her, he said. I thought she meant that I would agree that she could have a say in what the tasks were. I never dreamed she would take anyone's life. This sounded so much like Cali's bargain, like Undine's admission that she'd used it as an excuse to take a newborn baby from his mother, planting the blame back on Cali's shoulders. No bargains with the Sea Witch could ever have good results. Not when Undine's intentions and motives were so twisted and blurry until it was too late. Would you have reconsidered if you'd known? Bae exhaled, staring at his boots. North Star, I don't even know. Why would you when it would only mean saving lives? Affronted, she brushed her hands over her skirts, preparing to stand. Bae captured her wrist. You know I didn't mean it like that. I'm no savage. Her bargains are like fences charged with electric currents. One touch, and you're knocked to the ground. Cali rubbed a finger across the tattooed mark of her bargain with Undine. She supposed she couldn't completely fault him for his uncertainty. She hadn't given Undine a definitive answer to her offer yet either. Should Cali tell Bae about it? Why would Undine want Cali to win, though? Was there something more? Did she want Cali and Bae to marry? If Undine wanted them together that badly, it couldn't mean anything good, though Cali hated to admit it. What was it about the two of them Undine desired? The thought and his proximity made Cali's blood race. He was watching her with inquisitive desire. Desire she sensed was not only for her, but also to know what she was thinking, to find out what secrets she was keeping from him. She was trapped by that gaze, by the gleam in his eyes, by the way his hair fell across his forehead, and by the stubble shadowing his jaw. He was a siren call, the allure of water after days of thirst, the perfect, broodingly enticing decoy. He must have sensed her relaxing, as well as the building fascination within her. He rose on his elbow, tipping his face toward hers. Cali closed her eyes, but then withdrew and opened them. Don't. His lips formed the words, gruff and low. Why not? You know why. Have you figured out a way to stop this tournament? I can't stop it, Cali. I want to. I wish I knew how, but I don't. Frustration flared and she shoved away from him. You shouldn't have started it in the first place. He rubbed the nape of his neck. Even if that were true, I've found I could never get far while my attention is on what's behind me. Her eyes thinned to slits. What's that supposed to mean? You seem to be stuck on past mistakes, Princess. It makes no sense going south if your compass is pointing in the opposite direction. I don't have a compass. Maybe it's time you get one. Her jaw trembled and she hated that he was right. She'd been too focused on the past, on her mistakes and his, on things she couldn't control. She should be worrying about where she was headed, not where she'd been, and this tournament was no different. It would do no good to reprimand Bae for starting it. They needed to focus on how to end it. But how? He trailed her cheek with a finger. The touch made her eyelashes flutter. I was angry with you, he admitted. I wanted to make your attempts here seem as impossible as I could. She closed her fingers around his wrist. It worked. No, it didn't. Otherwise you would have left. His breath stroked her cheek. He sat up, rotating his hand so their fingers interlocked. I'm glad you didn't, no matter what I said before. There is so much about the tournament I wish I could change. I don't want anyone else to die. The last place I want you to be is away from me. Her breathing was growing embarrassingly erratic. Cali had to move away. She didn't want to, but she had to. Bae, don't do this. His lips brushed the back of her hand. You're the one I want to be with, Caliana. For how long? Who's trying to change his course now? Your compass is pointing toward a princess with magic. One of them will win, which means I'm going to die. Even if it wasn't for Undine's stipulations, you can't deny them a marriage, Bae. They want power for their daughters, and if you refuse, they'll turn their power on you. This was a crack in the glass. Bae broke away from her, though he kept her hand in his. "If the boundary is down, it won't matter. Once I gain access to the maps, they can have the kingdom."
"You don't get it."
Cali shifted to her knees.
"They don't want this kingdom. They already have their own. They want the marriage union."
His eyes glinted. He glanced at her mouth again before dragging his gaze to her eyes. "And you? What do you want?" Her cheeks burned. She pried her hand free and stood, needing space, needing air to breathe away from him. "What I want stopped mattering the day I got this." She held her wrist in his direction, displaying the perfect crescent moon tattoo inking in her bargain. Bae rose to his feet as well. "I don't believe that. You're here for me. Why else did you volunteer? Give your blood to a tournament you have no business participating in." He held her with nothing more than his gaze, yet the burn of his expression singed her from her toes to her hairline. "Bae," she pleaded, knowing she was caught. No matter what lie her lips might have spoken, her heart shouted the truth through every inch of her veins. "Admit it," he said, moving in. "You care for me. You want me." She shook her head. He stroked her cheek. "Come on, princess. Sometimes it feels good to surrender." Callie's mouth went dry. She peered at him from beneath her lashes.
"I can't."
"Why?" he asked.
"You heard the conversation with my father. Zara is my home and I'm losing it. I've lost everything."
More than Bae knew. And if what he said about Undine cursing him just for rejecting a proposed bargain was true, it was only a matter of time before events would force Callie's hand too. "Sounds to me like you need someone on your side," he said. Voices trailed down the hall. Lyric and Arabella passed, captured in conversation. Their steps slowed. Arabella's glare stabbed right into Cali, darting from her to Bae. A threat passed on that glance. They hadn't parted well during their last conversation. She knew exactly how it appeared now, her being caught alone with Bae. "Being on my side doesn't work out for people so well," Cali said, fighting the urge to lower her head as the other princesses moved forward. Every attempt she'd made to help others had backfired. "I could make it work." It was Callie's turn to smile. A sardonic, miserable twist of her lips. "If you and I were to ever happen, I'm not the only one who would need to surrender." He straightened. "You mean the tournament?" "I would let it go now if I could. I tried, Cali." Was he referring to the books he'd been searching in here? Or to something else? "You spoke with the Sea Witch?" Undine had already cursed him once for denying a bargain. What would she do to him if he relinquished the very tournament that would serve as a key to everything Undine wanted? He nodded, giving off a helpless laugh. "She threatened to kill me for suggesting it." Cali winced. "I can't let the boundary be destroyed, Bae, and I have no chance of winning. No matter what happens, 3 more will die, and 1 will be me. I'd never let that happen." "I'm glad you can disregard their lives so easily." His mouth tilted into something like a snarl. He gripped her arms. "I'm not disregarding anything. Don't you think this is plaguing me as well? I'm only saying if it comes to them or you know who I'd pick." Cali glanced away. If he wouldn't give up the tournament to save them, then she had to find a loophole. Some way to counter Undine's spell. What if we could find a way to end it without anyone else dying? Bae paused with interest. He allowed his hands to slide down her arms.
Your compass is still pointing in the wrong direction. Do you have any idea what Undine would do to us if she knew that's what we were attempting?" Cali didn't care. "Would you do it?" Bae exhaled. She went on before he answered. "Where do you think she keeps the chalice? The one holding our blood?" He crossed his arms over his chest again. "Don't you remember me just telling you she cursed me for rejecting a bargain? What do you think she'll do to you if you try to get in her way?" "I don't know," she said. "Even if you got the chalice, you have no magic. You have no way of undoing whatever enchantment she's placed over your blood. And with the way the flowers have stopped speaking in the moonlight, magic will be in short supply around here unless a serious shift happens during tomorrow's lunar eclipse, which I can't see happening." "What did you say?" "I said I can't see magic shifting in time." Cali gripped his elbow. "You said a lunar eclipse? Tomorrow night?" His brows furrowed. "It's forced us to rethink things as far as the tasks go. Our timing is a little off. We planned the final task, which will be to destroy the boundary, to take place during it to add to the princess's powers. The second task and the final one so close together? Was there time for them both?" Ideas overflowed in Cali's mind as hope nudged through her body. "Bae, I know what the mermaid told Arabella. I know how Undine got her magic, and I think I've just gotten a brilliant idea." "Oh?" Cali's breath bottled in her chest. Getting her hands on the chalice holding their blood wasn't an option. Neither was giving in to Undine's proposal. But this could be her chance. "Can you meet me tonight?" she said. "For a swim?" Chapter 26. Cali had Thornby Saddle's star. Together she and Bae rowed to the shore near Gull Bay, keeping clear of Undine's sandcastle and Arabella's remaining ship at port. Bae scratched below Star's ears as Cali tied her to the same post she'd used when she'd found the dagger in her sloop. The horse responded with a pleasant chuff. "I never understood people's love of horses," he said softly. "I didn't like riding something with a mind of its own. But I think with this beauty, my mind could change." Cali smiled, despite the tension coiling in her chest as they stepped onto the sand. Her hand found its way to his. He glanced down in surprise, and his eyes asked the question he didn't voice. "I like this side of you," she said. A prideful smile tugged his lips. "I have many good sides. We need to play this off as though we're out here to be with each other. Nothing more." With any luck, the sea witch wouldn't see what they were up to, and if she did, she would hopefully think it was a romantic swim. "Is there something more?" Bae asked. "You mentioned a lunar eclipse tomorrow evening. I don't know if you know, but that's how Undine got her powers. I was thinking we could try appealing to the moon for help, like she did, but I had a question for the mermaids first." "I'm not sure that's a good idea." His grip on her hand tightened, slowing her pace. "Why not?" "I told you how mermaids are with questions. Jada insisted on some elaborate scheme, on being part of my tournament, before divulging any kind of information. What makes you think they'll be open for a chat?" "It's worth a try," Cali said with an exhale. She deliberated this, but Jada had been so personable the last time. Cali was hoping the mermaid would consider answering as an added favor. She towed Bae across the sand. The adrenaline raced in her veins, propelling her movements. Bae fought her urgency with a grin, stopping them. "Slow down. Romantic evening, remember?" Heat pooled in Cali's cheeks. Bae was right. She dipped her head, fighting the urge to wring her hands. "I suppose I am a bit nervous," she said.
One brow quirked in amusement. About the mermaids, or me? Why would I be nervous about you? She hedged, pushing aside the pulsing in her blood at the sight of him shadowed and unruffled in the moonlight. I'll make things easier for you, Bae said, if we're out for a romantic swim. He pulled his shirt loose from his breeches before shucking it over his head. The heat in Cali's cheeks exploded. She'd seen him without his shirt before, at her own request, but this was different somehow. That had been of necessity. Their lives had been in danger from the Finfolk. Now, with him beneath the moonlight, her heart was the one in danger of wrapping right up her throat. A tapestry of tattoos inked across his sculpted chest. A compass marked his heart. Constellations of stars speared outward to a ship on his shoulder. Starlight splayed across his skin, casting shadows over his eyes. But she couldn't mistake the intensity with which he watched her reaction to him. "Are you going to swim in your dress?" he asked. Her mouth went dry. Not exactly. During her excursion with Jada, her dress had weighed her down. She wouldn't have the mermaid to tow her along in the water this time. She'd considered swimming in her underdress, but she wasn't sure that was the best idea either. With her eyes pinned to her feet, she untied the sash holding her skirt up. Completely conscious of his eyes on her, she cleared her throat, turned away, and slid the skirt to the sand to reveal a pair of black breeches. "Wasn't expecting that," Bae said from behind her, making her all the more nervous. In the process, her hand caught on the holster, holding the blade to her thigh, nudging it from its position so it threatened to slide off completely. She'd secured the holster over the breeches she'd managed to procure from an accommodating maid earlier. Exasperated, she adjusted the strap until the blade glimmered securely against her thigh once more. Bae whistled. "All the times I've wondered what you had hiding in there, I never would have guessed it was a dagger." Her entire body was on fire. How forward he was. How forward she was being. If her nurse was here, or her mother, heaven forbid. But she wasn't. Cali was standing alone, in breeches and a bodice with Bae Kelsey, a devilish pirate, who was smirking at her with utter and complete enjoyment. "Oh, shut up," she said, her lips twitching. "Seriously, princess, where did you get that?" He pointed to her thigh. "It was on the ship Undine gave me," Cali said, staring out at the tremulous sea. The water's calm helped ease her addled nerves. "This is one reason I wanted to come here tonight. The moon showed me her story, Bae. The night after you helped me speak with my father." "You spoke with Jada?" "She invited me after I helped Arabella save her. I know everything she told you. And I think this is the same dagger the sea witch used during her sacrifice to get magic." Bae rubbed the back of his neck. "You weren't kidding when you said this wasn't just a casual swim." "Not for pleasure, no," Cali said, stepping closer to him. "But to anyone who may be watching, to Undine, it needs to appear that way." He moved in as well, rubbing her arms, targeting his gaze onto hers. "Works for me," he said, his voice throaty. Cali placed a hand on his bare chest, thrilling at the touch. "I do want to swim out with you, but there's something else I need to tell you first." His hand slid to her waist. The touch made her shiver. "I'm listening." "She came to me, Bae. She wanted to help me win. His brows crinkled. Who? Cali glanced around before pressing closer to him. She went on tiptoes to whisper the name. Undine. Bae's hands tightened around her. She wants you to win. Cali nodded. Bae's face expanded into disbelief. Why haven't you told me? Why didn't she tell me? If I'd known, I never would have done any of this. She wants me to make a bargain with her so I can get magic. Bae gawked before a smile speared across his face, rendering him so handsome it nearly knocked the breath out of her. Running a hand through his hair, he turned to the sea. He paced away, released a grin, and then scooped her into his arms with a laugh. She beamed in his embrace, melting at the sensation. His exultation was contagious. She wanted to bathe in his relief, to let it be the answer he thought it was. This could make things so easy, Caliana. I don't want any of those other princesses. I want you. Marrying one of you is part of my bargain. And if Undine knows how I feel about you, she'll help us. She'll make this work. He held her so close to him. His heart pounded against her cheek, and Cali wrapped her arms around him just as tightly, dreading the moment when she'd have to splinter his excitement. You know we can't give in, she said, pulling away from him just enough to see his expression fall. Why not? It would end this wretched tournament. I won't be responsible for their deaths, Bae. You can't refuse a bargain from the Sea Witch, he argued. Cali exhaled. She slipped her hand into his, twining their fingers together. I know. That's why we're here. Will you join me? Bae swallowed, following her to the tide. It licked up her feet, cool and refreshing. They stood on the shore as the tide swept in, burying their ankles. Grains of sand moved beneath her bare feet. Her breeches clung to her legs as the water reached higher with every step. What about the Finfolk? She asked. If we're not going too far in, I'll risk it, he said, kissing her hand before diving in. Cali cast a quick glance up to the moon before following. The water rushed around her, suspending her body with its steady assurance. Bae's bare feet kicked ahead of her. She pushed with her arms, pulling up for breath every few seconds. He rotated, treading water, wiping beads from his mouth and whipping his hair away from his face as he waited for her to reach him. What now? He asked. A gentle swell caused Cali to bob in the water. She floated, taking in the placement of the moon. Its face was lit fully in the darkened sky. It beamed silver-blue starlight on their position in the water. Familiar chilling sounds coalesced in their direction. Spoked fins impaled the increased waves, beginning to circle them. I never should have come with you, Bae said. I'll go. Lead them away. Don't, Cali pleaded, fighting to reach the dagger. She unsheathed it, then brandished it above the waves. Shrieks ensued from the surrounding finfolk. Several emerged just enough to dive in the opposite direction. Bae stared in stupefaction until they skittered completely away, leaving them alone in the ocean. He gaped at her like she was a newfound phenomenon. Cali swiped a stray hair from her face, still holding out the dagger, clutching it so hard her knuckles hurt. I never expected that, she cried. Where did you say that dagger came from? Cali didn't answer. Her feet continued to paddle, keeping herself afloat. Faces appeared above the water. Merfolk were surfacing, more than Cali had hoped for. Men and women with becoming faces and sprinkles of glitter foil scales near their eyes, reminding her so much of Undine. Cali's chest squeezed. "Something tells me this isn't a friendly visit," Bae said. Cali couldn't bring herself to sheath the dagger, but neither did she want to appear as though she were trying to threaten them with it. When she lowered the dagger beneath the surface, several mermen hissed and skittered backward, away from it. "What evil have you brought here?" a merman with brown hair and broad shoulders demanded. "We mean you no harm," Bae called to him. "We need to speak with Jada," Cali added. "Please. I was her guest once. I need to speak with her again." The merfolk exchanged glances, bobbing above the rolling sea as they were. A younger merman, acting on the commanding nod from the broad-shouldered one, splashed below the depths. They spent an awkward handful of minutes in a staring contest with silent merfolk, all while Cali gripped the dagger that had set them off so much, and managed to holster it to her leg once more. Finally, Jada's blonde crown surfaced. Her friendly, gracious manner had vanished, and she lanced a disappointed glower at Cali instead. Cali bobbed against a gentle wave, swaying her hands against the water to keep herself in place.
"Princess Caliana, you haven't been invited back to our realm. What's more, you return with a weapon more threatening than anything your kind could devise. What is the meaning of this?"
"My apologies," Cali said. If she'd had any idea the dagger would garner this kind of response, she wouldn't have dared to bring it. Still, it had come in quite useful with the Finfolk. "I wouldn't have come if I didn't think it was dire." Jada considered this.
"All right, then. What are you about?"
"You mentioned the moon was your queen." Jada inclined her head. Bae and the remaining merfolk watched with interest. Cali journeyed on, paddling her feet below the water. "If your queen granted someone like Undine de Rey a wish, would she grant me a wish as well?" Gasps erupted from the merfolk. Bae glowered in consternation at their reactions.
"You saw the havoc resulting from such a wish, including the cost it required. Why would you ask such a thing? Where did you obtain the dagger?"
It was Cali's turn to show confusion. "I thought perhaps it was you who left it in my sloop." "We buried it in the sandy depths of the deepest part of the sea," said the broad-shouldered merman who'd confronted her. He lifted a hand from the water to point at Cali. "It's the ultimate evil, and you've brought it here to torment us, to make threats." "A threat wasn't my intention at all," Cali said, as diplomatically as the strange encounter of bobbing in the ocean allowed. She flapped her feet and fanned her hands, attempting to remain above the water's surface. "I am merely searching for the solution to a rather difficult problem. You said you wanted the boundary destroyed, which was why you were so willing to support the Kelsey scheme. Can you tell me why? Why do you want it destroyed?"
"Answers must be earned," Jada said. "He knows this as well as you."
She gestured to Bae. "Then tell me how I can earn them. I need to know, please."
"Why do you need this answer?" Jada asked.
"I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place," Cali said. "I am a participant in a tournament to win Bae's hand in marriage. The consequence of failure in this tournament has been sealed in my blood. If I fail, I will lose my life. I have no hope of winning without magic. Undine de Rey has offered a way for me to obtain such power, but I also have no desire to win if it means ending the lives of my competition." The merman opened his mouth to deliver a reprimand, but Jada held out a hand to silence him. She swam in a tad closer. Moonlight reflected from the tips of her crown and in her eyes.
"You remind me of her, pleading to be with the man you love, claiming you want power for others rather than yourself."
The accusation was a blow. Cali had seen Undine's motivations. She'd felt everything the sea witch had desperately wished for. The muscles of her legs began to protest. The effort of movement it took to remain above the water was starting to take its toll.
"I thought the moon sensed goodness in you," Jada said. "I guess I was wrong."
"There is goodness in me," Cali insisted, spitting against a spray of water splashing against her chin. "I am nothing like Undine." She wasn't, was she? Her usual argument wouldn't emerge. She was a princess. Magic could never change her status. She belonged in a palace. She did what was right for her people before herself. Was she like Undine? Haunting truths surfaced as Cali bobbed in the water. She was selfish. She'd returned to Lene-Lumin not only for Soraya, but also because she'd wanted to. Lyric's warning had been true. Cali had wanted the magic and the beauty, the sense of danger and adventure and abandon that had been lacking in her life before. Her mother had dictated her every action, including who she could spend time with. Darren had been her rebellion. Sneaking letters to him was the only thing she'd truly done for herself. When it came down to it, she hadn't even come to Lene-Lumin in the first place out of duty or honor. She'd gone to save Darren for herself. She hadn't wanted to lose him. Afterward, she'd thought life in Lene-Lumin held everything she wanted, and she'd given up her future for a chance at love. Did that action make her like the sea witch? A chill breeze swept across the surface of the water. The moon's voice trickled to the mermaid, who paused long enough to listen. Bae treaded closer as if sensing danger from the voice. Jada's gaze turned away from the moon, pensive. She gave a slight nod to the merman beside her, as though once again speaking without words. The merman moved. Without warning, something gripped Cali's wrist. She had only enough time to widen her eyes before she was pulled abruptly under. Chapter 27. Panic took full command of Bae's thoughts. He could hardly grasp what had happened. One moment they were speaking with the mermaids, and then Cali was gone. Though it was illogical, he reached for her, for where she'd been. "Where is she?" he demanded, glancing at the water but seeing only his legs and feet beside the mermaid's luminescent fins, shimmering in shades of pale blue and burnished orange. Jada beamed a cruel, dreadful smile on her lips, a smile which also tightened around her eyes. "You wretch! What have you done with her?" His strength was failing. They'd already been in the water for so long. Cali hadn't gasped nearly enough air before she'd been pulled under. "If you've taken her, so help me."
"Coburn has her. Be swift, or you'll never get her back."
She knew? Jada knew where Cali was and what had taken place. "Help her!" he cried. "Do something!" This was ludicrous. If he had footing, perhaps. Grounding. This reminded him fearfully of his first encounter with the Finfolk. Fighting an enemy on solid ground, or even on the deck of a ship, was more manageable than fighting in something fluid like this. He was already growing weary after treading water for so long. Even now, aches were slicing through his muscles. He searched the depths, hungry, desperate for a sign of her whereabouts. Everything was dark, so dark. His eyes naturally trailed to the lighted areas where merfolk fins gleamed. He cast his gaze toward one such gleam, and saw her. Her hair floated out, ghostly, away from her body, and she floated in the water like a specter, arms flailing, fighting for freedom, all the while being held down by the dark-haired merman who'd accused Cali of bringing the dagger to endanger them on purpose. Was this some kind of revenge? He didn't think the mermaids were petty enough for revenge, but clearly Coburn had viewed Cali as a threat. Apparently Jada hadn't liked the answers Cali had given her either, not if they thought Cali would act as the sea witch had. To think someone as unselfish as Caliana Brahmvir would ever behave as ghastly as Undine de Rey was nothing short of insane. And now they held her against her will, underwater no less. Summoning what strength he had left, Bae drew in a large breath and dove beneath the surface. The merman was about 3 feet down, his tail fin shimmering enough to illuminate Cali's struggling form. Coburn had one hand in her hair, pressing her below. She fought, gripping his arm with both of her hands, attempting to pry his hold free. Lunging in the water, Bae swung a fist toward the merman who held Cali. If only he had her blasted dagger, he would slash at any of them he could reach. Coburn dodged the attempt, still keeping his hold on Cali. Bae tried again, grasping Coburn's slippery arm. This time, the strike with his other hand met its target. Bae's fist landed against the side of the merman's head, knocking him to the side. At the impact, Coburn released her. By this time, however, her strength had given out. She was no longer fighting. Instead, at his release, she began to float away from the ocean's darker depths. Bae's breath was nearly at its end. He lunged again, managed to grip her hand, and kicked them both upward. The surface was too far. Bubbles expelled from his lips. They weren't going to make it in time. Releasing the last bit of air he had left, Bae braced himself for the inevitable. He always knew he would die at sea. In a flash he thought of his mother. What a shame that he'd never found her. Mostly, he thought of Cali, of the life she had before her, the life she would lose, the life they would both lose because they could no longer spend it together. His vision blanked. Everything around him took on a strange glow. And then, not knowing quite how, his head broke the surface. Startled but grateful, Bae gulped mouthfuls of precious air, worry tearing through him that Cali wasn't doing the same. Body weary, he somehow found one last spurt of adrenaline to get them both to shore. Bae's arms shook. He'd broached the sand like this many times, limbs quivering harder than gelatin, body sagging against the sand. He didn't remain there long. Cali still wasn't breathing. Her skin was pale in the moonlight, glistening beads of water bubbling along her full lower lip. Desperation clawed at him. He'd seen plenty of men in this state, and had given their backs a good pounding to get water from their lungs. Could he do the same to a princess? With no other options, Bae turned her body onto its side. That did the trick. To his utter and complete relief, her airways opened. Water gurgled up her windpipe and expelled from her lips in retching gulps. Bae brushed hair away from her face, patted her back as hard as he dared, hoping to help her. And then she drew in one long, desperate breath and fell onto her back. "You're alive. Thank the stars you're alive." Bae leaned over her, pressing a kiss to wherever he could. Her cheek, her temple, her hair. He lifted her limp body onto his lap and held her, soothing her back with his hands and patting a few more coughs out, rocking her the way one might a child. Cali clung to him, coughing and sputtering. Water dripped from her hair, her clothes, and she fell limp against his body, her forehead pressed to his shoulder. Bae's muscles shook from the exertion of not only treading water for so long, but taking on the merman to save her life. He held her, coaxing a hand on her back as she regained her breath. "My soul, are you all right?" he asked. Another stream of coughing. "Filthy brute," Bae snarled, clasping her against him. "I would have strangled him if I could have. Why would they attack you like that?" It had to have been their fury over the dagger. Either that, or whatever threat Jada had suddenly seen in Cali, by comparing her to the sea witch. Cali coughed again, harder. Bae leaned in, dipping his nose against her neck, agonizing over her pain, wishing there was more he could do. He'd seen plenty of men nearly drown, but none of them had ever affected him like this. Then again, no one had ever affected him the way she did. Every level of revenge crossed his mind. He and his father had approached Jada for her help with the tournament, and to find out Undine's past. He knew the general location of the merfolk's kingdom beneath the surface. Once his curse was broken, he would seek them out, drop an explosive directly over their underwater palace, find some way to hook them, as though they were no better than trash fish. He would stoop to whatever level he had to, if it meant getting back at them for this. The merfolk had had the upper hand in every way during that entire encounter. They were more agile in the water. They could breathe. To take Caliana that way was the equivalent of attacking a man while he was unarmed. Cali would have never used the dagger on them. It was only good Bae hadn't been the one holstered to it. "Please," he said, pressing another kiss against her jaw. "Talk to me. Tell me that you will be all right." He couldn't lose her. The prospect of losing her had struck him after Gia's death, and the thought of Cali meeting a similar fate had been sheer agony. Bae had hardly been able to concentrate on anything in the days that had followed. He hadn't been able to think straight until he assured himself she was well. Cali's voice was weak. "I am, thanks to you." The answer was enough. He cradled her face in his hands. "I thought I'd lost you. I thought you were gone beneath the depths. Do you know what that would have done to me? Do you know what you mean to me?" She closed her eyes, gripping his arm and shaking her head. "Everything. You are my entire world. You are everything to me. The air, the sun, the sea. I thought the ocean would be the only woman I needed, but I had everything wrong. You were my first thought in every moment. Waking, breathing, dying. It all comes back to you. I must wake knowing you'll be in my path. I breathe knowing you're inhaling the same air. And I'll die if it means you might live. I'd rather we both live so I can be wherever you are." She lifted her eyes to his. Air traipsed across her open mouth, and Bae couldn't take the sight of those lips any longer without pressing his to them. He needed this, needed the warm flesh and blood reminder that she was still here. Though she could hardly speak, Cali responded, gripping his shoulders and pressing herself more firmly against him as she answered his kiss with one of her own. This woman, this tantalizing, delightful woman. How could he ever live without her? He knew the answer. He couldn't. He would never be able to function in a world she wasn't a part of. A voice cut through his vicious thoughts.
"You have fought admirably."
Bae allowed his lips to linger on Cali's in one long, delectable draw before pulling away to the source of the voice. She rested her head against his chest, and he peered over her toward the water. The lazy tide lapped the sand, unaware of the battle for life that had just taken place, and through it, 3 heads and torsos appeared. Jada's blonde hair covered her chest, and she propped herself up on the sand to peer in their direction. Coburn flanked her left side, and one of the other mermen on her right. Their tail fins spoked through the water behind them, catching rays of glittering starlight. "How dare you show your faces again?" Bae snarled. "It's a good thing I'm holding precious cargo, or—" He envisioned it now, marching over, giving the merman who'd done this a swift kick to the face. Better yet, why not try pulling him out of his natural element and see how long he lasts? "Is she all right?" Coburn asked. Bae was gratified to see the red mark on his cheek where he'd been struck. He wished he had the strength to stand, but he wasn't about to let go of Cali. "What do you care? Some creatures you are," Bae spat. "We come to you for help and answers, and you only see threats."
"You earned your answer,"
Jada said, making no apology. Her blonde hair pulled in the water around her arms. This struck him in a wave. Jada had explained the merfolk's strange dealings and conditions to him and his father when they'd requested her help before. She'd even offered to put herself in danger so they could receive what they needed. Were they really this severe? Cali's fingers were curled into Bae's hair, and she lifted her gaze to his. That was all for an answer?" Her voice was still weak, but Bae didn't doubt the mermaids heard it. His indignation flashed. "You put her life in danger so we could receive the answer we sought?" "It's all right," Cali breathed, the words brushing against his throat. Bae's arms tightened around her, but she brought her eyes to his. He saw clarity and acceptance in that glance. Nothing else could have made him consent to let her go. But she pushed against his chest, gave him another quick kiss on the cheek, and stood. Bae remained at her side. His legs were weary and shaking from the effort. Undoubtedly, hers were too. Cali twined her fingers with Bae's, and together they walked until the tide lapped at their feet. She couldn't remember every detail once she'd been plunged beneath the surface, only that she'd been held captive, and in a flash of movement, she was on the shore, once more in Bae's arms. She was fairly thrumming from the enchantment of words he'd woven around her. He loved her. He would die for her. She longed to tell him she felt the same. She had to deal with the mermaids first. Bae sounded livid at what they'd done, but now that Cali saw things in a new light, she understood. Jada had put herself at risk to give the princesses the opportunity of earning an answer from them. They had to create a similar situation for the question Cali had posed. A serious question, indeed. "Our answer?" Cali said, leaning on Bae for support, his arm wrapped around her waist. Jada paused before responding.
My queen agrees with your proposition. The tournament needs a winner. Mother Moon is disappointed in Undine's use of the power granted to her. She allowed that power to corrupt her, and she used it selfishly. Cali's thoughts snagged. The tournament needed a winner? Did it, or was there another way to go about this? Once the boundary is destroyed, Undine's power will also be. That is why we want it removed. She will become mortal, subject to sickness, to pain, and to death. A princess at the throne of Luné-Lumin can continue the small amount of good Undine managed to do. She will keep the magic alive in the land.
Did Undine know destroying the boundary would destroy her power? If so, why was she working so hard to bring it down? "Thank you. Please express my gratitude to your queen. You said the tournament needs a winner, but now I'm beginning to wonder if there is another way." Bae examined her but said nothing. Jada angled her head.
What do you mean?
"I'd like to make a different request of the moon," Cali said. "I'd like to end the tournament and spare the lives of the participating princesses. Is that a possibility instead?" It seemed a better option than bargaining for the magic to win. That way, all the remaining princesses would live.
This is your wish?
"This is exactly what I wish," Cali said, fighting away fatigue. "This tournament needs to end in a way that all the princesses may live." Jada's face set with resolve. She listened as if waiting for the moon's response, and then her shoulders settled.
Very well. For your wish to be granted, you must prove you are nothing like Undine de Rey. You must use the dagger to sacrifice yourself.
"No," Bae said.
Then the moon will release the princess's blood, contained in her goblet, and return each of the princesses to their homes.
Bae's hand wound tighter around Cali's waist. "After everything you just put us through, this is your answer. I just saved her." The merfolk observed them, condemnation on their faces, but they didn't counter their answer with another. "There has to be another way," Cali said. She'd witnessed as much. The moon hadn't liked that Undine had taken a life for her request. Undine should have made a sacrifice of her own, rather than reaching to sacrifice another. Was this the moon's request, or the result of Jada's anger that she'd brought the dagger into the water in the first place?
During tomorrow's lunar eclipse, you must present the dagger to Mother Moon, and you must use it to offer.
Chapter 28. The flower in daybreak had told Cali there was still hope. How could that possibly be? She knew magic required a sacrifice, but why would the moon exact something so final? Hadn't Cali given enough? "You can't do this," Bae said, as they crossed the sand. He bent for his shirt and slipped it over his head, his hair dripping down his glorious face. "I don't have a choice, Bae." Cali reached for her fallen skirt and rolled it in her arms. What she wanted was to tear the dagger from its sheath on her thigh and toss it into the sea, to let the mermaids bury it again and ensure it remained there. How had it ended up on the sunset if Jada hadn't left it? "Doesn't the moon see what's going on down here?" Cali snapped. "Doesn't it have a clue how much I've already given?" She shouted the word at the sky. Her behavior was anything but ladylike. At the moment, she cared about as little as a person could for decorum and honor. She was stuck, locked in a room for days with no food, no water, no escape, and her choices were between the dagger, the gun, and the bottle of poison on the table before her. "I went to them for help," she said, too angry to cry. "I went for answers, and that's what they tell me?" "They're mermaids," he said, brushing wet hair out of her face. He held her, refusing to allow her to march away, to vent her frustration in hammering footsteps against the sand. "Heartless ones at that. Since when do you let them dictate your life? Set your compass, princess, and follow it where you will." "My compass was taken from me the moment I entered this blasted tournament. I'm going to die, Bae, whether I continue the tasks or offer myself to the moon to save a handful of spoiled princesses who care about as much for me as they do for—" Cali paused, searching for the right description. "For the little crabs nestled in their shells," she finished, gesturing to a shell poking from the sand a few feet away. "What do I do?" "You won't die, not if I can help it." She fell against him, needing his security, his foundation, and his strength. Bae rubbed her back, soothing her with soft noises and sweet nothings that meant everything to her in that moment. "What can you do that we haven't already tried? Do you know what the worst part is? She compared me to the sea witch. Does she really think I'm as selfish as Undine was? Does she think I'd kill a child just to be granted magic?" "You're nothing like Undine." Cali shook her head against his chest, reliving the same argument she'd had with herself for days now. "I don't know who I am anymore. I don't suppose I've ever really known." "I know who you are," he said softly. "How can you?" He guided her chin upward, coercing her to peer at him. "You love beautiful things and have a maddening streak of loyalty. You're the opposite of selfish, Caliana. I've never known anyone to give up more for others, except maybe my mother." Cali was humbled at the comparison. From the way he'd spoken of her before, standing beneath the stars as they were now, she knew his mother had been someone he loved and respected very much. Though he hadn't mentioned it recently, she knew his search for his mother was the reason he was in Luné-Lumin at all. "She was a gentlewoman," Bae said. "Well-bred and proper, who'd encountered my father during one of his stays while he was a mere sailor. She had a big heart and a bigger capacity for love than anyone I've ever seen. I suppose that's why I've always been drawn to you. You have her beauty, her strength, her siren call to a poor sailor like me." He added the last part with a striking smile. Bae dipped in for a kiss, and Cali didn't have the will to fight for her previous request. Not after the way he'd kissed her a few moments ago. She met him halfway, guiding his lips to hers with a hand at the back of his neck. This kiss was different from any they'd shared so far. While the others had brimmed with passion, this was drenched with meaning and assurance. It coiled through Cali, reshaping her heart until it pounded out his name with every beat. "I love you. I'm sorry I got you into this," he said, resting his forehead against hers. She gripped his collar, leaning on him for support. "It's not your fault." "I think it is. I'm no planner, Caliana. I don't have my life mapped out. I follow the horizon, navigate by the stars. But my night sky is missing just one more star, and that's you. You can't take that light away from me." She shook her head, still clinging to him, resting her forehead against his chest. "I had a plan. I was going to rule Zara, but my dream drowned. I'm homeless." "Anyone who can access the sea is never homeless," he argued. She ignored him. "And my only hope was for Saraya to win your tournament." This stumped him. "What are you talking about?" "I thought Saraya would be the key to saving my people again. Undine said my kingdom will be in trouble because of the bargain I made with her." She displayed the slim tattoo streaking across her left thumb. Bae examined the crossed moons over the stem, in place of leaves, stroking it with his finger. "It was a bargain to get back to you." She'd told herself over and over it was about Saraya, about saving her people from more plagues, but her heart strummed the truth. Drawing her tattooed hand to his lips, he kissed it. "You do want me?" "It doesn't matter now. I tried your way of risks, of impulsive navigating, and last-minute decisions, but it's only ruined my life. I have nothing now but my lost pride and an abandoned boat. Soon, not even that." "Doesn't sound so bad to me," he said, holding her. His embrace imparted more power than anything else he could have offered her. It was all she needed, to know he was there. "What are we going to do?" he said, a few minutes, or ages later. "We?" He cradled her, pressed his lips to hers once more. The kiss singed straight through her veins, spiraling to her bare, sandy toes. "If you think I'm going to stand by while you give up anything else, or let you offer your life to the moon, you're sorely mistaken." Truth shouted from his glistening gaze. It pulled into her, weakening her knees. She had never felt so connected to anyone before, so drowsy and calm with emotion that raged inside of her at the same time. It was the ultimate contradiction, and she wanted as much of it, of him, as she could get. She wished she could express it, to show him exactly how he made her feel, but words would do no good, not now. There was only one way she could think of letting him know. "I love you, Bae," she said. Cali rose on tiptoes, winning a devastating smile from him before he responded, catching her lips with his own. His hands were welcome explorers, gripping her waist, gliding up her spine, and cradling her jaw as his mouth coaxed hers. He kissed her until she grew dizzy. She withdrew, resting her cheek against his heartbeat that seemed to pulse her name. She was delirious, exhausted from swimming, from treading water and nearly drowning. It seemed she'd been doing it for so long, trying to keep her head afloat, ever since she'd gotten to Luné Lumin. You know, Jada didn't necessarily say you needed to sacrifice your life, Bae said. This gave Cali pause. She peered at him beneath the moonlight, thinking back through the last of their conversation with the merfolk. You're right. She just said blood. New light filtered through her, offering hope she hadn't realized before. I just need to spill my blood. Do you think it will be enough? Better be. I also wonder about talking to the other princesses. And tell them what? About your idea to appeal to the moon. What if that's how we end the tournament with no more lives taken? If each of you, and I'll do it too, if we all appeal to the moon at the same time, she can't possibly ignore our pleas. She? I've heard it told they aren't just constellations or natural elements that only provide light. The sun, the moon, the stars, they watch over us. It's why we rely on the stars when we sail, because they're constant. Jada called her Mother Moon. I just assumed she was a woman. Cali couldn't recall any kind of distinguishing traits about the moon from Undine's vision. All she knew of the moon was what Bae had said, how the mermaids saw it, saw her. We have no such folklore in Zara, she said. But I think that's why I love this part of the world so much. Why? Because of the stories you tell. Stories breathe life and give meaning in ways nothing else can. She glanced up at the moon. The mermaids had their own interpretations of those stories. Cali remembered Jada's revolting actions, submitting herself to near death during the first task. The nod she'd given Coburn before he'd swept Cali beneath the waves. The moon wasn't cruel and heartless, not from what she'd seen of it in Undine's vision. How much of what Jada had said, of what she did, was really from the moon, and how much of it was mermaid lore and belief. Regardless, there was something, or someone up there, guiding and granting. So we talked to the princesses, Cali said. We each appealed to the moon for the same thing, she clarified, that the tournament can be won with no more lives taken. Would she hear all our pleas? It's worth a try, Bae said. I'll even speak to the stars. She gazed up at him, before darting her glance to the tiny silver speckles in the sky. You speak to the stars? Did they speak back like the moon did? My mother used to do it all the time, he said with a grin. Speaking to the stars, appealing to them for help as they wanted to do with the moon. Was that what he meant? Do the stars grant wishes? You don't sacrifice to them like you do with the moon, but yes, I believe they do. She'd never considered that. The idea settled like inspiration. Did the stars watch them too? Did they care what mortals did? The second task will be at the shipyard tomorrow morning, Bae went on. The shipyard? She should have known. Pirate and all that. Does it have something to do with the ship? His eyes twinkled. He stroked her arms with steady hands. Do you have to ask? Now then. Not to spoil the fun for you or anything, but we'll be sailing out once the second task is over. It will take at least 2 days to reach the boundary, where the third task will take place. In the interim, we can speak with the other princesses, away from Undine's prying ears. We can appeal to the moon during the lunar eclipse tomorrow evening. Plenty of time to get them to agree. The third task so close to the second? Aye. I'm not sure convincing the others will be so easy, Cali said. What do you mean? I tried to persuade them to all back out. That hadn't been pleasant. Aside from getting a full understanding of each princess's selfish insensitivity regarding one another's deaths, that had been when she'd found out Undine had taken Vera's baby, too. He grunted. I'm sure that went well. I told you, they want to marry you for their own reasons. None of them would even consider my suggestion, not even if it meant saving all our lives. They will consider this, because we won't be trying to convince them to cancel their place in the tournament, he said. The second task won't officially end until we test the ship out at sea, which will buy us enough time to make our appeal. But if I might make a suggestion, I'm not supposed to give you ladies any hints. Are you breaking your own rules? She teased. He kissed her, in more ways than one. Remember when I said matters of the heart won't sway things? That rule has been dashed to pieces. Cali laughed. The sound won her a triumphant smile from Bae. I'm just saying it might be wise to bring that dagger of yours to give you an edge. If it has the power to repel merfolk, who knows what kind of other sea folk it can keep at bay? Cali's lips pursed. First the shipyard, then sailing out, an appeal to the moon, and the final task. One princess could die before they made it to the boundary, which meant they had no other choice. We all appeal to the moon. Sounds like we'll both need rest if we're going to handle this. She wasn't sure how he was faring after their excursion in the water, if he was as tired as she was. Time to return to the palace, he suggested in a low rumble. She grasped his arm, pulling his attention back to her. Yes. And Bae? Thank you. She wasn't sure which part she was thanking him for. Saving her from the mermaids? Helping her find a solution to save herself and the other princesses during the tournament. Forgiving her. So much swelled inside of her, she felt she might burst from it. He peered back at her with a sideways grin that made her tilt a little too. Chapter 29. Soraya's relationship with Captain Kelsey had quite changed since the night of the first task. She found herself drawn to him, and they often met in secret to keep the fact from Bae, though he seemed distracted enough lately. She wasn't sure he would have noticed or cared if he knew. Tonight, they met in the portrait gallery, one of Soraya's favorite rooms in her palace. She knew the other princesses wouldn't know it existed, and as the room hadn't yet played a significant part in the tournament, the staff would leave them alone. The walls were littered with gilded frames featuring priceless artwork. Some of them featured important people in the Cressida royal lineage. Others were of impressive, untouchable landscapes from faraway places and Luné-Lumin alike. Soraya stood before a painting of her father, hung beside a portrait of her mother on one side, and a younger version of Soraya on the other. King Emir's unsmiling face, his dark eyes, his stern expression were all sights she'd known better than her own face. Even in paint, his timeless portrait appeared to be dissatisfied with her. How are you feeling, Soraya? Footsteps alerted her to Captain Kelsey's approach. She noticed he rarely called her princess anymore, but she couldn't say she minded. She liked being on companionable terms with this man. That meant she didn't have to show deference to his position either. He'd promised to help her with the next task, and she supposed that was why he'd wanted to see her tonight. The previous times they'd met hadn't been formal like this. They'd simply both been in the same room and had gravitated to one another, until one way or another they ended up speaking privately. And it had never been more than words, him asking after her well-being just as he did now. Conversation about her childhood or his life on the sea. She gave him the briefest glance before returning her attention to her deceased parents. Could they see her from wherever their souls were? What did they think of how she'd lost their palace and the throne?
Fine, I suppose.
Are you really fine? Can I do anything for you? Anything to ease your troubles? She hadn't felt as detached since her first talk with him. After thinking things over, and the more he'd spoken to her since that first task, Saraya decided she'd agreed with him. She'd liked what he had to say about her. Standing up for herself against the other princesses wasn't weakness, and only a fool would think she should stand aside for one of them to win. Granted, they would each die if she became the victor, but at this point, that was what it took. She liked Captain Kelsey's mentality of doing whatever was necessary to get what you wanted. And as she stared at her parents' solemn, still faces, she wanted her kingdom. Kelsey placed a hand on her shoulder. The touch made its way from where it landed all the way to the bottoms of her feet. Regardless of the many other faces he could be looking at right now, at the priceless artwork unfindable anywhere else in the world, his blue eyes were on her. Saraya analyzed this man. She had so many reasons to despise him, so many reasons to withdraw from his company, to treat him no better than he'd treated her father. But that had been one instance among many, and he'd been kind to her since. He'd shown compassion that had reshaped her view of him, of who he really was deep inside. She suspected not many were permitted to see his kinder, compassionate side, not like she had, and she wasn't going to throw that fact away. Certainly he was known as the gentleman pirate king, but he was more gentlemanly with her than he was with anyone else. She was sure of it. As far as her father was concerned, Captain Kelsey was only delivering justice to the true reason she'd lost her kingdom. Papa had been the weak one. If he had protected her as he should have, she never would have been in this position. This man, this pirate, had only done what he had to, and she was doing what she had to now.
I want to feel,
she began, while memories flooded through her. She tore her glance away from the sight of her parents, of her mother. Mama's death had broken the key inside of her, the key that had kept her melody chiming at all the right points. She hadn't felt whole again until Roland's loving attention had patched her inside, and even that had been fleeting and false, and left her more damaged than she'd been before. To feel what exactly? Saraya chewed her lip.
Will you betray me like everyone else has?
She didn't realize she'd moved closer to Captain Kelsey until she was so close she could detect the flecks of green around the center of his irises. No. His voice was so sincere. This man was no villain. He'd shown her compassion when she'd needed it the most. He'd cared about her feelings. He'd understood her in a way no one else did. The lines around his eyes reminded her of his age, but if he didn't care about the difference between them, then neither did she. Her hand slid around the back of his neck, and she thrilled at the touch.
I want...
Her gaze flicked to his mouth. Captain Kelsey lifted a hand and stroked her cheek. Are you sure about this, princess? She closed her eyes.
Don't call me that.
But that's who you are.
Not right now,
she said. Somehow, she liked that she was doing this in front of her parents' portraits. She'd hidden her rendezvous with Roland from Papa, but she wanted the Cressidas to know exactly what she was up to. Captain Kelsey's touch had the same effect Roland's had. She'd pretended while being with him, too. She'd pretended she was someone else. She'd hidden away in her room and allowed Cali to parade as her. But she'd never felt truer to herself than she did right now. "Then who are you?" he asked. Her eyes flicked to his.
"Right now, I'm Zara. Just Zara. And yes, Edward."
His eyes widened, but not with dislike. It was more like a pleasant surprise to find that she was comfortable enough to call him by his name, too.
"I'm sure about this."
She hadn't been sure of anything in her life. Edward Kelsey was ease and welcome, free of judgment and accepting of her as she was. No expectations, no downcast disappointment. He was what was, not more, not less. She needed to be accepted, and he was the only one who could. Zara didn't fit in with Cali or the others. If she didn't win, she would die. If she did win, she would have to marry Bae, something she couldn't see herself doing, whether she won or not. But she could have this. Zara tiptoed up. Edward didn't move as she approached, but as her lips met his, he didn't kiss her back. She flicked her glance to find his eyes remained open. Keeping her eyes on his, she tried again, pressing her mouth more insistently against his.
"What's wrong?"
she asked. "This," he said. Brow pinched, she pulled away, but his hands secured themselves around her and didn't let her draw away completely.
"What's so wrong about me kissing you?"
"Other than the fact that I'm old enough to be your father."
"I don't care about that."
He stroked her cheek with his thumb. "I should be resisting you. I shouldn't even be here with you. There are things I need to be doing, and you are distracting me from them." He didn't sound irritated. More like her distraction was welcome. Still, Zara didn't want him to pull away.
"What can I do to help?"
Edward hesitated once more. He attempted to lower his hands, to move away from her. She gripped his wrist.
"Edward,"
she said.
"Tell me."
His eyes captured hers then, and this time he crashed his lips against hers. Zara tiptoed up again and drank in every motion of his mouth. He filled her with that single kiss, gave her purpose, made her soar though her feet never left the floor. Her lungs burned. Her hands gripped his shoulders, and his lips slowed. He pulled away, his breath coming just as hard and fast as hers was. "Do you know how you mesmerize me?" he said.
"Tell me,"
she said. "You do. You are enchanting." He kissed her again. This time, when they broke apart, he held her close to his chest and stroked her back. She basked in his warmth, in the rightness swirling between them.
"What can I do for you?" she asked. "I'll do anything you want."
He stroked her cheek. The slightest hesitation remained, but this time he didn't retreat. "There is one thing I need. Your father told me of an enchanted room in this palace."
"We have a few of those,"
she said. She should have known that was why he wanted her kingdom. Yet this admission didn't bother her as much as it might once have.
"Which room are you seeking?"
He kissed her again, longer and slower. When he pulled free, he pressed his cheek to hers. She thrilled at the feel of his heart beating in time against her own. "Do you know of a map room that holds the location of every point on the impious sea?"
"East or west?"
she asked. "Both, actually," he said. "According to your father, he said this map room was enchanted by the mermaids themselves, and the maps within gave him the power to view anything on the ocean on either side of the boundary. There's something I'd very much like to find." Chapter 30. Sunlight broke the day open. Cali hadn't been able to sleep much, so she sat at the windowsill and watched light crack through the darkness. She had the sensation that her joints had melted. She was supple, giddy with delight and disbelief at the exchange she'd had with Bae last night on the beach. But she couldn't bask in it as she wished to. Not entirely. Her conversation with Jada and the mermaids replayed over and over in her mind as well. She couldn't understand why the moon would exact such a strict cost for a wish. Why had the moon bothered to show her Undine's story? Cali had thought it'd been to help her, but offering only solutions ending in her death was the farthest thing from helpful. Had Jada passed on the moon's true sentiments? She'd been so rancorous about Cali bringing the dagger into the sea. She'd given the answer easily enough after putting Cali's life at risk for Bae to save. Had the mermaid given her a false response? She didn't want to think it, but according to Bae, mermaids were tricksome. She refused to believe the moon could want her death after its displeasure with Undine's sacrifice. The moon had asked for blood, but had been enraged when Undine took a life. Perhaps Bae was right, and blood was all she asked of Cali, too. Would the princesses agree to something like that? Cali didn't much like the idea of cutting herself. There had to be power in numbers, though. There had to be some way to break whatever hold Undine had over each of them. And if each of them appealing to the moon during the lunar eclipse was the solution, it was worth it to Cali. Once they were on the ship, once the sun had set and the moon was visible, they could do it. They could each stand as directly beneath the moon's gleam as they could, and request the tournament end without any more death. Surely there was some means without a life being the cost. And if they acted, if they could talk to the moon before Undine exacted her price of death for the losing princesses, so much the better. Cali dressed with the strain of a flame searing its way down a cord of dynamite. Any moment, the other end would explode. Any moment, anything could go wrong. She slipped her arms into sleeves, her feet into slippers. Her hands twined her hair away from her face as if out of obligation. She wasn't even sure which dress she'd selected until she descended the last few stairs and joined the other princesses outside the awaiting carriages. It was a fiery golden gown with drapes of navy fabric across her midsection, accented with dragons. Bracelets on her wrists made her movements tinkle. No crowd waited to cheer her appearance, or Arabella's shockingly pink gown with black jacket and train, or Lyric's loose floral orange pantsuit with the sleeves and pant legs bunching at the ends. Zara didn't seem to miss the attention as she descended the steps in an ivory and champagne-colored gown, belying sweetness and maidenhood. The horses chuffed, but it was the only sound in the bleak morning. Even Bae and his father didn't approach with their usual cocky greetings. Bae's devious glower swept across the princesses before landing on Cali. Memories of the night before crossed the distance between them, tying invisible cords at both ends. Heat butted in her joints and her chest. She was transfixed by the sight of him. "Don't let us interrupt you," Arabella snarled, jerking Cali from the connection of Bae's glance. Arabella's arms were folded, and she gave Cali such a knowing scowl it wriggled its way under her skin. Cali tried to play it off by stepping into the carriage. The other princesses did the same. "What happened between you two?" Lyric's eyes darted from Bae to Cali before she climbed in last.
"Nothing," Cali lied.
She was already on edge this morning over the night's events. She didn't need the other princesses badgering her about it. Besides, she wouldn't admit the love that she and Bae had both confessed for one another to these selfish women. Arabella peered out the carriage window without looking at Cali. Clearly she hadn't gotten over seeing Cali with Bae in the library the previous day. Catching them in an intimate glance hadn't helped Cali's case this morning either. She wasn't sure why Arabella was so upset. What did it matter how Bae and Cali felt about one another? That wouldn't factor into who won. She wasn't sure how much of their conversation the other princesses had overheard. Up until now, the rumor had implied Bae was favoring Arabella as his queen. Apparently, Arabella had thought so too. Cali sank beside Soraya, observing the other girls on the bench across from her as the carriage rocked over cobblestoned roads. These princesses seemed harmless, but Cali knew they wouldn't accept defeat lightly. Undine would get exactly what she wanted from them. They would complete the final task of destroying the boundary, because they each wanted something in return. Would they be willing to discuss the solution she and Bae had come up with the night before? Would they be willing to appeal to the moon if it meant saving all their lives? The streets were disconcertingly bare, not a single citizen in sight.
"Where is everyone?" Cali asked, daring to attempt conversation.
"We know as much as you do," Lyric said. "Maybe this task wasn't announced." The quietness unnerved Cali. Luné Lumin hadn't been the same since Gia had died. Perhaps the people had lost interest in the tournament when it demanded such a cost. Or they weren't allowed to attend. "What do you think the second task is?" Arabella asked.
"No idea," Cali lied.
"Don't you?" Arabella sneered. "You and the Pirate Prince have seemed awfully cozy lately." Cali's eyebrows perked. At least Arabella hadn't seen them on the beach the night before. Her cheeks heated, and that heat burrowed into the pit of her stomach. He loved her. She did her best to play it off in front of the others.
"You call talking cozy? You didn't seem to feel bad when you were the one hanging on Bae's arm."
"Depends on the conversation," Lyric said.
Arabella ignored Cali and diverted her glower to Lyric.
"Are you saying you've had a cozy conversation with him?" "And if I have?" Lyric pressed into the seat, meeting Arabella's fearsome black eyes. "I already told you. I'm here for the blessing on my baby. You two can fight over him all you want. That won't make you the victor. Remember, our feelings don't matter. Only survival matters."
Lyric's words cast a hush through the carriage, so the only sound was the wheels rattling over the street's cobblestones. Cali wished she could bring it up now, but she and Bae had agreed speaking to the princesses might be more effective if he were there, so they could see he didn't want them to die. You're all acting more hardened than I've seen yet, Lyric said. But I think it's self-defense. You're trying to pretend to be okay with something awful because you have no other choice. We're doing what we have to, Arabella said. Lyric gestured to the carriage window. Look around. You can't honestly think you can live with yourselves once this is over, knowing your victory came at such a steep cost. I thought you wanted to win, Cali said. This was good. Lyric had changed her insistence from the other night. Maybe that meant she might be willing to cooperate with their idea. Even if she was the only one who joined them, that had to be more effective than only Cali and Bae asking the moon. I did want to win, and I still do. But you got me thinking, Lyric said. I can't live knowing any of you died because of me. It's hard enough going another day knowing Gia isn't here with us to finish the tournament. Even if I get magic for my baby, it won't be worth it. She touched a hand to her stomach and her voice grew distant. I just know every time I look at her, I'll see your faces and the lives you missed out on so she could have power. I couldn't live with that on my conscience. I've considered the same thing, Arabella said solemnly. But even if we could back out, even if we were willing to give up what we came for, there's no way out of this. After today, who knows which of us will be gone? A quiet hush settled between them, all dark edges and grim meaning. Lyric's glance cast to each princess in turn, finally settling on Cali's before she said, Unless Bae is the one who doesn't live that long. What? Cali's stomach nodded. She felt as though she might be sick. Her hands clenched into fists, and fiery indignations shot through her blood. What's that supposed to mean? Arabella's tiger ruffled, lifting his head from where he lay at her feet. Even Soraya tilted forward with interest. When it comes to saving your life, what won't you do? Lyric said. We can't bow out. The sea witch is forcing our hands, and we've been told to be ruthless. So much for Lyric's supposed change of heart. You can't be serious. You can't try to kill Bae, not if you want the witch's blessing. Lyric shrugged, unperturbed by the stress simmering in the cab as the scenery passed them by through the window at her side. I'm just saying, it's an option. If the prince dies, then the tournament is over. I'll be without the blessing of magic for my child. Arabella will return to her impecunious suffering kingdom. I'm not sure what you and Soraya will do, but at least you'll be alive to make that decision. Problem solved. Cali clenched her jaw so hard it hurt. Didn't they have any idea how much the thought of their deaths plagued him? How much the thought of Bae dying ripped her heart out? Cali worked to keep herself in her seat, to keep her voice calm, though the words still trembled. What happened to not being able to live with death on your hands? I'm pretty sure killing the prince would be the epitome of task failure. Arabella's smile grew devious. Oh, don't worry. It won't happen. She doesn't have it in her. Cali stole a glance at Soraya. She did have it in her to kill Bae. Was that the reason for her silence? What was she thinking during this exchange? And you do? Lyric challenged. Cali held up her hands, stopping them. She was so irate her fingers shook. Even if you take Bae out of the equation,
Undine will still want a princess on the throne to restore magic to the land. There's no point in killing him. You might as well focus on the tasks. Then I will be the one who wins, Lyric said. I won't like it, but if that's what it comes down to. Plant magic is impressive, Arabella said, her tone threatening and defensive, like a knife hidden behind her back. She stroked her tiger behind the ears. The animal nuzzled into her touch. But it's nothing compared to what Soraya and I can do. Soraya straightened her shoulders, apparently pleased at being included. Cali couldn't believe this. Evidently, under the threat of their demise, they'd bypassed ruthless for bloodthirsty. These princesses were willing to do anything if it meant staying alive, and the result was revolting. Lyric tapped a finger to her lips in fake speculation. If I recall, it was my plant magic that took Soraya out, saved your backside, and helped you win the last task. Arabella nosed in. That may be so, but when it comes to it, your magic won't be enough to dismantle the boundary, I guarantee it. Lyric's eye twitched, and she folded her arms. Cali couldn't be sure, but it appeared as though Lyric was trembling. We'll see about that. The two turned away from each other in a wordless continuation of the argument. Cali found it harder and harder to control her breathing. She'd always assumed the two princesses had become close, but it seemed what Cali told Bae had been right. They were vicious, even more than he knew, from the sound of Lyric's contemplation of ending him. If he dared disappoint them, they would do more than curse him from sailing. You're all pathetic, Cali said. Her ankles fidgeted beneath her skirt, and she worked hard to quell it. Each of them glanced at her, but the fire in her blood straightened her spine, allowing her to meet each of their gazes. Do you hear yourselves? This is someone's life you're talking about. Someone is going to die. Yes, Bae and I have become close lately. He's been spending hours poring over books in the library, approaching Undine, importuning the merfolk for a solution to save your lives. And here you are talking of killing him. You disgust me. In that moment, she doubted any of their requests to the moon for help would benefit anyone. She didn't want to side with any of them for any reason after what she'd just heard. She didn't want to admit anything she was planning or hoping for to them. Lyric had the decency to lower her head. Arabella frowned, and Soraya appeared contemplative. None of them said another word. The carriage slowed. The horses' hooves were the only sound in the quiet morning. It was too silent without the gathered crowds. Cali couldn't get out of the carriage fast enough. White homes and buildings were perched above a canopy of concrete, watching over the sea. Large ships with maroon sails blared the Pirate King's emblem. Their flags waved in the breeze, which teased the scent of plumeria and brine. And a massive building with doors splayed wide revealed a ship still moored within the poles, chains, and scaffolding. The shipyard, Cali said. Bae hadn't told her exactly what the second task would be, but she knew it had something to do with the ship. She fingered the dagger secured to her leg below her skirt.
What are we doing here? Soraya asked.
You're watching, Arabella said, alighting from the open carriage door. I'm winning. Her tiger followed her out into the sunlight without so much as a flicker of command. The shipyard was empty. Not even the occasional wandering sailor could be seen. No gathered crowds for Bae to interact with, to shake hands, offer smiles, or make the women blush with his proximity. It was only the Kelseys waiting near the open door, where the nearly finished ship awaited. Arabella strutted forward, her tiger at her heels, and followed Captain Kelsey's outstretched gesture for her to join him. Saraya did the same. Cali stayed behind, eager for some distance from the conniving girls. Lyric was the only one who'd seemed at all affected by anything Cali had said. Cali turned to speak with her, but Lyric had stopped feet from the carriage, a hand braced on her hip, as though she was having difficulty walking. Seconds later, she doubled over, clutching her stomach. Cali hurried to her side. "Are you okay?" "It's nothing," she said through her teeth. Cali had heard pregnancy brought with it many unpleasantries, like sickness and discomfort. Was Lyric experiencing those now? Glowering, Saraya examined her with a glance of similar suspicions. If Captain Kelsey knew of Lyric's condition, would he care? Would Bae? Lyric steadied herself. She breathed through a part in her lips and rose to her full height, flipping her black hair away from her shoulders, as if nothing had happened. "Good morning, princesses," Bae called. He wore no smile. He looked troubled, but fetching in the sunlight, dark hair sweeping across his forehead, his face cleanly shaven except for the goatee circling his lips. His shirt sleeves were rolled to the elbow as usual, and he wore expertly tailored black breeches tucked into his boots. Cali quickened her steps. Either the stark, discomforting conversation the girls had had in the carriage, or the grim expression on Bae's face was at work, or perhaps it was the empty shipyard, devoid of any workers, but solemnness clouded the air between them. "Welcome to the Lanay Lumin shipyards. For the second task, you're going to add final touches to a ship. This ship." He indicated the craft behind him. A communal gasp swept through the princesses. Lyric muttered, and Arabella outwardly scoffed. "Don't you have a whole fleet?" Arabella asked. "Why do you need another?" Bae began to pace beside the timbers propping the ship upright. A muscle in his jaw worked. Either he was irritated by the question, or by having to do the task at all. Cali couldn't tell which. "I have nothing like what you're about to do. I want it to be the crown of my armada. It will have every luxury a sailor could wish for. And, most importantly, it will be bewitched with the most powerful protection you four can conceive. So, get to work, ladies. You have until the afternoon to impress me." "The afternoon," Lyric said. "Something like this takes time." "And that's for people who know what they're doing," Cali added. "You'll figure out how to enchant the process alone, I'm sure," Bae said. "There's also an additional prize for your victory. The princess who contributes the most will also get to name her." Though this was proclaimed as a prize, he didn't seem all that enthused about awarding it. Saraya folded her arms unimpressed, but Cali and Lyric applauded in the stillness. Arabella raised her head as though she were already the victor. "Once it's complete, this ship will be sailed for the final task of the tournament this very evening. So put your best efforts into this, ladies." "This evening?" Arabella scornfully asked. "Aye. We sailed tonight. The final task will be at the boundary when we reach it." Bae gave a convincing smile, moving from one princess to the next. He allowed his stimulating gaze to linger on Cali slightly longer than it needed to, before turning away. The 4 princesses huddled together. Each girl's impression of this task was evident on every powdered face. Zara was probably the only one who appeared to be optimistic. Cali eyed their objective. The ship loomed with pride and unsuspecting presence. No wonder Bae had asked for her to bring the dagger. It was the only thing she had to contribute for a task like this. Not that she would divulge that to the others. She wondered when he intended to speak with them about the moon. Now would be a perfect time. Undine was nowhere in sight. They would have time to discuss whatever questions the other princesses might have. Does anyone know how to build anything, let alone a ship? Lyric spoke through her teeth, mouth scowling, one hand on her stomach. Does it look like we'll have to do much building? Arabella snapped. All he wants is magical protection. Why would he want that?
Haven't you heard?
Zara asked, bemused.
Prince Baylor is cursed by Undine de Rey herself. He can't sail without being attacked by the Finfolk. He's pathetic. A pirate who can't sail? No wonder he's resorted to this tournament.
The other 3 froze. Lyric's face was a mixture of surprise and pain. Arabella frowned in disgust, and Cali waited, half in suspense for their reaction, and half out of dislike of Zara mocking Bae. That little detail was left out of the invitations, Arabella said. Would it have changed your mind? Cali asked. It would have been nice to know, Lyric said through her teeth. Will Undine even bless any child he has? She wouldn't be allowing the tournament otherwise, Cali said. Ugh! Lyric's cry of pain cut Cali off. She doubled over again, both arms gripping her belly.
What's the matter with you? Zara asked.
Nothing, Lyric said, straightening. Hard as she tried, however, she couldn't manage to iron out the wrinkles of pain in her forehead. Arabella went on as though Lyric hadn't shown any signs of distress. Isn't that so like a pirate, to want another ship when he already has so many? We don't have time to stand here and bicker about his reasons. Cali broke their circle to stand by Lyric, whose shoulders were hunched. Lyric braced a hand on her hip, gritting and breathing through her teeth. He only gave us this afternoon. Lyric, are you okay? Do you need a doctor? Did anywhere in Luné-Lumin even have a doctor? The plants held magical properties, but a nagging sense of fear tripped through Cali's senses. If the plant's magic wasn't working, would it do Lyric any good to seek help? I'm fine. Lyric pushed her away, trudging off to brace a hand against one of the thick poles supporting the massive ship. Panic began to rise in Cali's throat. They didn't have time to argue, and Lyric certainly couldn't afford to be sick. This task meant there was another opportunity for someone to lose, but from what Bae had said, the task wouldn't be completed until they set sail. Cali had no possible way to enchant the ship itself with protections, and she needed to live long enough to appeal to the moon's lunar eclipse that evening. Perhaps she could explore the ship's more discreet spaces, find a hidden nook or cubby in which to place the dagger. The Finfolk and Merfolk had been upset by it simply being in the water. Maybe by being hidden on board, it would be enough to ward off unwanted creatures. Bae had seemed to think the dagger would be enough to give her a chance. She had to believe that too. I've been on Captain Kelsey's ship, Cali said, trying to steer the conversation in a direction she had some control over. If it had held any enchantments, it would be here now. The main thing we'll need is something in the keel. Perhaps if you could enchant the wood. You've been on the Bane? It was destroyed weeks ago. Just how long have you known, Bae? Arabella's tone was growing increasingly icier. Cali had reverted to being an opponent. Cali dodged a peek at Zara, but her cousin had wandered toward the gangplank, ready to board the vessel. "It's been several weeks at least," Lyric said. "You met him during your first stay at the palace, didn't you?" "It doesn't matter now," Cali said, watching Lyric with concern. Her face had grown paler. Arabella pushed forward. "It matters to me." "Are we working together or not?" Cali said. Arabella laughed. "Because you can't work alone?" She veered back, only to roughly catch Lyric before she hit the ground. Cali rushed forward. Even Zara scurried from the gangplank, lifting her skirts at a run to gather around the fallen princess. Heavy footfalls announced the arrival of Bae and his father. They had spotted her fall as well. Bae knelt toward Lyric's motionless form. He pressed a hand to her forehead. "What happened?" he demanded. Zara chewed her lip in uncertainty, but Cali and Arabella exchanged a glance. Arabella shrugged as if to imply she wouldn't be the one to offer any kind of assistance. Cali saw no other option. If Lyric didn't get the help she needed, if something was wrong with the baby and no one even knew there was a baby, she could lose it. Cali had to get help. "She's pregnant," she said, with resignation. Chapter 31. "She's what?" Bae's tone displayed genuine dismay, while Lyric lay lifelessly on the ground, with her eyes closed and no sign of movement. Captain Kelsey laughed. He rested his hands on his hips and laughed until his face turned red. Cali had the desire to spew several hateful terms at him, but she bit her cheek and knelt at Lyric's side. Cali brushed hair from Lyric's face, placing a hand against her forehead. She was still, too still. There was no movement in her chest. "She's not breathing," Cali mumbled, with horrific realization. "Bae, she's not breathing." "What?" Bae crouched at Lyric's side, cradling an arm beneath her torso. Her head lolled, spilling black hair on the gritty cement. Her arms splayed, spreading her weight and making it difficult for Bae to keep his grip on her. He adjusted her position, his face puckered with concern. "Something's wrong," he said. "She's not responsive." "Lyric?" Cali said, shaking the arm closest to her. "Check her pulse," Bae commanded. "Check it." Cali wormed her fingers onto Lyric's neck, searching for the throbbing artery beneath her jawline. Her skin was cold. And hard as Cali pressed the correct position, a place Darren had pointed out to her years ago, there was no reaction. "She's dead?" Arabella's voice was shrill behind them. "Such a pity, too." Bae's head jerked up. Undine appeared in her uncanny way, wearing a black dress this time, while wielding a brass-colored chalice in one hand. She loomed with a too innocent expression, peering over his shoulder as though she'd been standing beside him the entire time. "Funny," Bae said. "You don't sound a bit sympathetic." Cali's breath came out in rasps at the sight of the chalice, at the connection between it and Lyric's limp form. "You killed her?" Cali said. Undine's silver hair was pulled away from her face, displaying the blue-silver flecks near her eyes, a trademark token of her past. How had Cali never made the connection before? Undine had given up so much for supposed love, and the magic she'd bartered for had corrupted her. Would the same thing happen to Cali if she accepted Undine's bargain? Was Jada right about Cali being exactly like Undine? Her argument from the night before replayed in her mind. Magic wouldn't change me. How could something as powerful as magic within her not have a drastic effect? Would it change her so much she'd harden to the prospect of taking a life? Undine had taken a life before she'd even obtained her power.
Of course, I valued her as a princess much more than her family did, Undine said. They cast her off without a second thought. I simply dislike not being made aware of such important details about my contestants, and pregnancy was a significant detail indeed.
How could you not have known her condition? Cali didn't hide her skepticism. The chalice slowly faded as Undine folded her arms.
Believe me, I don't like the not knowing any more than you do.
Cali's horror was taking over. Her pulse raced. Her whole frame trembled. Did you do this because she was pregnant? That's not failure. Undine's lip curled.
Does it matter now? The point is her life is gone, and I grow tired of waiting. Prince Bae, I propose we forfeit the second task and move ahead with the final requirement.
You can't, Bae argued. This woman is dead. And not only Lyric, but also the child she carried, Cali said, her body riddled with disgust. Undine had taken 2 lives, one completely innocent of any wrongdoing. Undine's voice sloped to a higher pitch, louder and more vehement with fervent insistence.
Captain, are your men ready? This vessel needs to be equipped to depart as quickly as possible.
Was it just Cali, or did Undine seem unnerved at the sight of Lyric, at her and Bae's arguments? You didn't know she was pregnant and you don't like it. Cali dared to voice her assumptions. You're losing your power. Excuse me? Undine's jaw went slack. You told me as much. Before we made our first bargain, you told me you were losing power because it was draining from your boundary. That's why you're rushing through this. You're afraid. Will you even have the power to carry out your bargain with me should I choose it? Undine's defensive stance began to twitch. Her eyes turned feverish, and she released an infuriated moan as she dragged her nails down her cheeks. The world rotated, nearly knocking Cali from her feet. Bae passing Lyric to an awaiting manservant. Captain Kelsey turning to give orders to his crew. Arabella and Saraya huddling together with wrung hands. Each scene seemed to blur, to be jerked a great distance away in seconds, as though Undine pulled a string and lifted Cali and herself to a higher plane. The ocean turned as white as clouds, the air chilled with the power of winter, and though Undine wasn't physically touching her, something restrained Cali, preventing her from doing anything but breathe. Undine snarled, rasping in Cali's face. "Don't test me, princess. I saw your little excursion with Prince Bae last night. Romantic as it seemed, I couldn't help but notice you had some unexpected company in the water. I'd hate to think you were making contingency plans. You know what happens to those who try to thwart what I set in motion." Indeed, Cali did. She again saw Gia's death, Lyric's body going instantly limp. Both women had died in a blink of thought. Why would you kill her, just for being pregnant?
Cali demanded, speaking through the fear shaking her bones. She failed the tournament. A bride should be pure and unspoiled, and you've had plenty of time to consider my offer. I helped you through the magical enchantments outside the catacombs. I've given you nudges along the way, but I'm done waiting for your decision. I demand an answer.
You? You helped me into the catacombs? Why? Cali asked, shuddering as her body temperature rose. Why me? Why do you want me to win so badly? Undine seemed oddly piqued by the question. Her indignant expression dimmed to something like defensiveness. I have plans for Zara, she said, and I want you out of the way. The statement was unsettling. After watching Lyric die simply because Undine wished it, Cali was left with the stomach-churning realization that if Undine truly wanted Cali out of the way, she could have simply found an excuse to kill her, as she had with Lyric. There was a bite to Undine's false composure, as though she were hiding something else. She was losing her power. Cali thought of the moon's revelation. When Undine had been powerless before, she'd petitioned the moon and had made a dreadful, precious sacrifice. She was doing the same thing now. This has nothing to do with restoring Luné Lumin's magic, does it? Cali guessed. You're killing princesses in exchange for the power you've been losing. Though the moon hated the ugliness of murder, it was obligated when such a powerful sacrifice was offered. Undine was taking advantage of that obligation. She was sacrificing them to grant Cali the bargain she'd promised. Which meant, "You won't kill me," Cali said, with grasping insight. Undine wanted Cali out of the way. She'd said as much. But she hadn't yet killed Cali. Did that mean Undine wanted Cali at the helm of whatever scheme she was concocting? More than ever, Cali needed to petition the moon for help. A vein visibly throbbed in Undine's temple. Her lovely complexion turned a shade of puce, the color of ransacked rooms and unwanted impostors. Maybe not, but I wouldn't risk it. It came out as a hiss before she released Cali. Air squeezed into her lungs as though through a tube. Before Cali knew it, she toppled unsteadily aboard the deck of a ship. Tall masts, bearing crisp canvas sails, withstood the ravages of a stiff breeze. The same breeze trailed its fingers along Cali's neck, cooling the dampness there. She whirled around, gripping the ship's railing, attempting to regain her bearings after being thrust in such a rushed motion from wherever Undine had transported her to. Cali wasn't sure where they had gone, or how long they'd been there. To her, it had been only moments, but the ship hadn't been this surrounded by water before, nor had the sun been as low in the sky. Cali skimmed the faces, desperate for a glimpse of the sea witch. Where had she gone? She'd demanded an answer to her offer, but had released Cali before she'd given it. What had been the point of whisking her away? Arabella, Soraya, and Bae stood near the bow, staring out at the fading sun. Hours had to have passed. For all she knew, night had come and gone. She'd missed the lunar eclipse. How could that be possible? All she could hope was that Bae had been able to speak with the princesses, that they'd managed to make their wishes and their offerings, even though Cali had been unable to do so.
"There she is,"
Soraya said, glancing back. Her voice carried across the breeze.
The relief on Bae's face struck Cali with the force of a needlepoint. She took a few hungry steps in his direction before pausing. Her motions were off. She couldn't exactly lift her skirts in front of the bustling sailors, but the lack of a certain object brushing against her told her she didn't need to witness it to know. The pressure from the holster's grip on her thigh was gone, which could only mean one thing. Undine had the dagger. Chapter 32. Cali rushed to Bae's side, not bothering with the hows or whys. She dodged around sailors hauling a roll of canvas, ignoring Zara and Arabella's questioning glances, and gripped his arm. "Where have you been?" he asked. "You disappeared, the way you did below decks after last time." He rethought his statement after receiving a penetrating scowl from Arabella. Probably best not to mention their first kiss around the other princesses. "Did I miss the eclipse?" she asked, lugging him out of their earshot. "What?" "No, after Lyric died, Undine wouldn't allow the princesses to complete the second task. She insisted we set sail without any additional protections on the ship." "She's skipping a task? Does she intend to kill anyone who is unable to destroy the boundary, then? She must be." "We have another problem," Cali said. "Undine carted me away with some kind of magic and has returned me, but she took it. The dagger. The one the merfolk feared. The one she used to sacrifice a child's life for her magic ages ago. It's gone." His glance flickered down to her leg. "She took the dagger. How did she know you had it, or where it was?" "She saw us. The night we went swimming, she suspected something was amiss. I didn't even know she'd taken it until I arrived back here." Cali's palms grew clammy, and she stroked her brow. "I can't do what I need to without it." She'd intended to use it, if not to take her own life, then to slice her palm and offer blood to the moon, as a gesture for a peaceful wish. The sun was sinking lower toward the horizon. If what Bae said was true, the eclipse was still tonight. It wouldn't be long before the moon rose. Bae cursed. That would explain why they've been swarming. He gestured to the sea, where several spokes of fins tailed the vessel's progress. "They haven't yet managed to catch up with us. The other princesses could ward them off well enough, but still, I don't much like the sight of those fins." "What does she want the dagger for, Bae? She's losing her power. I think that's why she's been killing princesses." His brows pulled in. "Do you think she's absorbing their magic?" Cali's nerves were going raw. "She must be. She promised to help me win, and she didn't seem pleased I haven't given her an answer yet. She knows I was going to use the dagger to request my wish of the moon." He shook his head. "You wouldn't be able to wait for moonrise anyway," Bae said. "We're almost to the boundary." "What? I thought you said it would take 2 days." Cali peered at the timorous sea in desperation. Water and horizon were at every possible angle, except one. "It's only been hours," he said, "and yet we're approaching. She must have manipulated our movement somehow with what magic she has left." Sure enough, on the starboard side, the extensive strain of mirrored glass flung the image of an approaching ship at them. It spangled and reflected the fading sunlight, casting splashes of orange and purple onto the water's surface. If they didn't slow soon, they'd crash straight through it. Cali's adrenaline bounded at the sight. "Listen." Cali pulled him out of the way of a pair of sailors carrying small casks. The sails flapped in the wind, charging the ship forward with more speed than Cali knew a vessel could take. She struggled to keep her balance as spray from the sea flecked her cheeks. "I don't think she'll kill me. We just need Arabella and Zara to remove the boundary together. Then they'll both be safe." "Undine doesn't play it safe," he argued. Then the boundary will be demolished. She'll have gotten what she wants. Though Cali still couldn't figure out why this was the case. The mermaids had said Undine would lose all her power when the boundary was gone. Why would the sea witch want that? A warning pricked, reminding Cali of the other unsettling revelation her recent interactions with the sea witch had provided. For some reason, Undine wanted Cali to be the one who removed it. Why did it matter? I'll have to marry one of them, Cali, Bae said. Marrying the winner was part of my bargain, remember? You need to win. I can't, she cried, as the vessel struck a wave so hard it knocked her against the side. Bae clung to the rigging for support, reaching to help her to her feet. That was no wave, Bae said. We've lost speed. We're slowing. The boundary grew larger. The forest contained within became visible, its twining, gaunt trees appearing like ghosts through the iridescent glass. Where was Lucas? If Undine was living in the boundary, was he as well? How could that poor baby survive the darkness of Undine's tainted magic contained inside? That must have been it. Undine was putting things into motion because the boy couldn't live where she had to live. She had to be mortal in order to raise him as she needed to. She wanted Zara. She wanted Cali out of the way so the boy she'd stolen could move in line to rule. If all she wanted was Cali's removal from Zara, then why bother granting her magic and helping her instead of just killing her? What other plans did Undine have for her? "We're here," Captain Kelsey shouted, one hand bracing himself on the spokes of the tiller, keeping it from reeling. "Let the final task begin." "Time to destroy it," Arabella shouted over the din of crashing waves. Soraya didn't wait for further instructions. She moved to the bow where she'd stood on the Bane when Captain Kelsey had forced her influence before. With her hands outstretched, eyes closed in concentration, her skin began to split open. She groaned under the pressure, but directed her light, her fire, into the boundary. Cracks began to seep through its surface, riddling it like a desert in the blistering sun. Beside her, Arabella, tiger at her side, held out her hands in absorbed deliberation as well. She was shattering the boundary's molecules, every tiny particle making up the boundary's reflective surface. Her magic against Undine's solidified power, crackling it one tiny piece at a time. Cali couldn't tell who was making more progress. It seemed impossible. A sense of helplessness washed over her. If only she could do something. But the sun hadn't set. The moon hadn't yet risen. Dagger or no dagger, there would be no appealing to the moon. What could she do? The minute either of them won, she would die. Heat from the girls' combined powers made the ship groan. It trailed beads of sweat on Bae's temples, sticking his shirt to his skin. The princesses' faces were wrenched with such intensity, Cali bit her lip in worry. "It's too much for them," she called to Bae, who only shook his head in response. Soraya's fiery light was brighter than Cali had ever seen it, nearly blinding. She had to have been exerting herself harder than she ever had before. But her arms teetered. Her knees gave out. She fought the weight, but lost the battle, collapsing to the deck. Arabella began to sag as well. Her tiger nudged his head against her legs, as if in an attempt to keep her upright, but the pressure hammered against her body, forcing her to crumple. She hit harder than Zara had. Her body crashed against the deck. Bae and Cali dashed forward. Cali crouched between the two girls.
I can't do it,
Zara said, her lids fluttering in exhaustion.
I'm trying, as hard as I can, but it's not working.
Arabella's arms were shaky. She attempted to push herself up from the deck, but slackened again. If we don't do this, we die. Bae brushed hair from Arabella's face. You need water, he pronounced, turning and signaling a member of his crew to bring the bucket and ladle to her. Arabella shot him a hateful glance. Don't touch me. I'm not dying for you. With one last twinge of effort, the tiger weakly turned his attention. His eyes set, changing to a rabid shade of fuchsia, glowing the color of his stripes. Arabella held out a single dark hand, and Bae, crouching over her limp body, released a choking sound. He clutched his throat, rearing away, thumping against the deck. His eyes were bulging, his face reddening to rival a tomato. Stop it! Cali shouted, kneeling at Bae's side. This isn't the way! Then what is? Arabella snarled. Lyric had that much right at least. With him gone, there'll be no tournament. Cali couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. Blood dripped from Bae's mouth. He slumped on the deck, his hands clutching his throat. Arabella's arms shook. Don't glare at me, Cali. We were told to be ruthless, remember? Remember, Your Majesty? She directed this final jab at Captain Kelsey, whose face flushed with fury. He was calling out orders no one could hear under the roar of Arabella's power. At being addressed, he drew his cutlass and charged toward Arabella, his face drawn into a sneer. In a flash, the tiger bared his teeth and arched his back, making his position clear. Captain Kelsey slowed, clearly not wanting to be on the receiving end of teeth or claws. Arabella's lids began to flutter. Her hand wavered. Her tiger collapsed to the deck before she followed, striking hard against the wood. Cali wasn't sure if Arabella had passed out from the exertion, but she didn't care. Bae couldn't be dead. He couldn't be. The surge in the air was gone. Cali was able to move. Her stomach sick with worry, she gripped Bae's arm. There was no response. Bae? Cali rose to her knees to grasp both shoulders, to slip her hand against his throat and find a pulse shouting at her. But there was no pulse. There wasn't even a twitch. No! Cali groaned under her breath. Her eyes stung. This couldn't be. He couldn't be dead, too. Desperately, Cali glanced around for her cousin. Maybe Zara could help him. Maybe her magic could rekindle his energy. But she, too, had collapsed against the deck. Without Zara's and Arabella's magic charging the air, a chill overtook Cali. She couldn't focus, couldn't think. The air had turned too cold too quickly. Shouts began to ricochet around her. Sailors clamored with weapons in hand, but without the show of magic, the Finfolk were swarming in. Cali's throat constricted. She pulled at her damp hair, lower lip trembling as she fought against a cry lodged in her throat. Desperately, she flung her body across Bae's. The Finfolk couldn't have him. She would protect him, however she could. That was just it, though. If they were here, still attacking, did that mean he wasn't yet gone? Hope welled at the thought. Sailor slashed against the Finfolk's attack, but so many of the creatures were tearing at the sides of the unnamed vessel, snarling and rending the wood. It wouldn't take much time before they made their way straight for Cali and Bae, before they tore a hole in the keel, large enough to make them all sink. Cali tried to find a solution, to reason through the details, to make a decision for the best outcome of all. But in that moment, she was more than poise and decorum and honor and all the other things her parents expected her to be. She was a girl who loved beauty, who was mesmerized by magic, who craved adventure and yearned to be loved so hard it would change the strands of who she was, until that love became a part of her. She was no sea witch. Magic wouldn't change her like it had changed Undine, not if Cali knew exactly who she was without it. Bae had known. He'd seen who she really was, even as she'd pretended to be someone else. A girl who was struck by incredible creatures and places of immense splendor. A girl who enjoyed the thrill of playing a simple game, who would give anything it took to help someone else.
You are who you are,
the flower at daybreak had told Cali.
Nothing more, nothing less.
The problem was, she'd forgotten who she was. Yes, a princess, but she was so much more. No wonder her mind had gone blank during the introductory ball after Bae's coronation. So much of who she was had been chipped off, bits at a time, until she couldn't remember much aside from her title. It was time she changed the fact. She'd told herself she'd come to Luné-Lumin and join the tournament to benefit Soraya. It was true. But it hadn't been just for Soraya. It hadn't even been for Bae, not completely. It had been for herself. Her whole life she'd been driven by a sense of duty to others. She also had a duty to herself. She was Caliana Brahmvir, the princess, the pirate, and everything in between. And right now she had a duty to save Bae, because she wasn't sure she could live without him. "Undine!" Cali shouted. The sea witch was probably watching this all unfold with delight. Cali was trapped, and they both knew it. But Cali was also determined for this to be her decision, not because Undine manipulated events so perfectly to force Cali's hand. Cali was choosing this, because it was the right thing to do, because she was finally being honest with herself. She wanted it. She wanted magic. She wanted to save as many lives as she could. And she wanted Bae to live. She was disgusted by Undine's actions, ending 2 princesses' lives for the sake of this power. But it was already done. She was doing this to prevent any more deaths. Undine appeared, standing in the midst of the attacking Finfolk. They scattered instantly at the sight of her, heckling and retching all the way to the water. Undine had the nerve to appear sorrowful at Bae's lifeless state. "This is rather dreadful, isn't it?" she said. "He's not dead yet, is he?" "He has moments," Undine said. "Not many more." Cali's limbs began to tremble. "If I accept your offer, can the magic you give me save him?" "It can." Cali pressed her eyes closed. Jada had claimed Cali was seeking for power to be with the man she loved. She supposed in this she was like Undine. She couldn't let him die, not when saving him was within her control.
Then I accept. I will do what you ask of me when you ask it. Just give me the power you promised. Give me the power to save him.
Chapter 33. Your fellow princesses will die, Undine said. They pledged their agreement, and the spell has been set. You would have died as well had either of them won. A tear leaked from Callie's eye.
No, take no more lives.
Undine's mouth warped against a smile. You have now made 3 requests: magic, Bae's life, and your fellow princesses. In which case, I will ask 3 things of you by the time this is through, Caliana. Each time, you must obey without question or argument. Can you do that? Cali hated this, but she couldn't let Bae or anyone else go. The law would dole out justice on Arabella, and no matter what Soraya had done, how wretchedly she'd treated Cali these past few weeks, she didn't deserve to have her life taken from her. Not when Cali could prevent it.
I agree.
She plucked a hair from her head and offered it to Undine, who did the same, twining it around Cali's upper arm instead of her wrist. Black lines began to scroll themselves around Cali's bicep, a lotus blossom of intricate detail, tipped with a teardrop-shaped point and dripping with vines and crescent moons. The ink descended beneath the surface of Cali's skin, and the sensation began instantaneously. Dust trickled beneath her skin. It poured through every inch of her. It blocked off her vision, her airways, and created a cacophony of panic inside of her. She clawed at her eyes, gasping for breath. The dust was filling her as it would a glass jar, and under too much pressure, glass would shatter. Lightning struck the sand of her, arching her back, burning her with its bright, dangerous heat. Cali felt that pressure building. It elbowed into her sides, prickled within her pores, a cat trapped within a sack, clawing at the sides. She released a blood-curdling shriek at the pain the change caused inside of her. It was as though her insides were being rearranged to make room within her. The pain ceased, fading out as quickly as it had come. It left a sheer tingling in its place, as though blood had stopped flowing to the corners of her body and was circulating once more. Cali's limbs were weightless. Gradually she opened her eyes and held up her hands. Cali lowered them and tried again, lifting her hand before her eyes. There was nothing there. Panic burbled in her throat. She tried again, flapping her hand a few times before bringing it to her face. This time she could discern something. It was the outline of a hand, barely visible. Pulse thundering, she glanced to the rest of her body. Her feet, her dress, everything about her had been turned as clear and translucent as glass. Not like glass. She was glass. She'd lost her color completely. A living, breathing sculpture. During the sensation of sand coating her from the inside, it had molded her into a completely new creature. Heat pulled inside of her, collecting from the sun, absorbed as surely as through the thin roof of a greenhouse. Her ears roared. Too many voices vied for her attention. She wasn't sure what to do, and panic was starting to overtake her. She was changed. She wasn't a princess any longer. She was a monster. What had she done? Undine's voice crawled through the disharmony, railing around her. "Focus," she said. "You are the mistress, not your magic. Don't let it take control." Cali obeyed, closing her glass eyes. She was still breathing, so she focused on that, inhaling and exhaling, in and out. The voices began to separate. Soon, she could discern each tone. With a gasp, she realized it hadn't been noise at all, but sensation. She sensed the energy in those around her, the pulsing blood in the veins of everyone on board, the spearing energy across nerve endings, their pumping lungs, the vigor of the waves, an involuntary reaction to the ship pushing its way through the water. Energy pulsed around Arabella, around Soraya. It was fragile and fleeting, a depleted spring unable to trickle. Cali plucked through each impression around her, feeling her way around until she found it, found his. The energy around Bae was thin as well, in a different way. Not spent like the princess's. It was depleted. A newly puffed-out flame, barely smoking from its blackened wick. What should she do? This was so new, so confusing. It was as though she'd been handed a box of bells and been commanded to separate them into parts in a symphony. The responsibility pulled in her stomach, collecting in her fingertips. One voice among the others was fizzling out. She couldn't let it. But this wasn't instinctive. She had to figure out how to use the voices of energy popping and shouting around her. Cali loathed being shouted at. In fact, she wouldn't stand for it. She decided to use the commanding presence she knew within herself better than she knew anything else. She was a princess, and she could rule this newfound part of herself, as surely as she planned to rule her kingdom. With kindness, yes, but a firm hand. "Enough!" she called. She wasn't sure if she spoke or whether it was only in her mind, but the voice was added to the others, ringing and high-pitched. It silenced them with her fortitude. Bae's energy was dwindling. She only needed to add to it. "I need you each to help me. If you all give part of yourselves to him, he'll live. He will heal. Can you do that?" The voices acquiesced. Cali held out a glass hand. "Give me what you can," she said. Beads of light trickled from each person around her, flickering like fireflies into the palm of her glass hand, until she held a bolt of sizzling electric lightning in her grip. She walked with rigid, heavy legs to where Bae lay, then sank the surge of lightning into his chest. She prayed to the moon, the stars, the elements, to anything that would listen, uncertain what to do from here. It was uncanny to see his chest through her arm, to feel his skin, but not see the touch she could feel. The light speared through him, firing along his nerves, racing its way from his heart in an attempt to rekindle his sleeping pulse. One thump followed, then two, erratic and uneven. His heart followed suit, weakly blinking itself into awareness, nudging his lungs to wake up and join in. The rhythm of his pulse grew, became increasingly more consistent. Bae rose from the deck, gasping for breath. His hands gripped his chest. He ripped open his shirt, palming the skin as if putting out a fire, only to reveal a black burst like a new tattoo over his sternum. With the speed of a snap, his eyes met Callie's. He blinked, squinted, slumped to the deck. "Callie?" he groaned. "What happened to you?" Her heart leapt in triumph. She had saved him. It had worked. She was more rigid than ever and just as colorless, though she held an outline of a being, like an ice sculpture. Could he see her? I did it. To save you." Soraya and Arabella had collapsed to the deck, more depleted now since they'd given Callie some of their energy to save Bae, as were many of the sailors, and even a few dead finfolk. Several others of the creatures fled the ship, leaping into the waves to escape the force of magic on board. Callie suspected they'd bother Bae no more. He now held too many auras within him to be distinguishable to them. "No," he said, reaching for her. Callie met his hand with hers, but the moment their skin touched, he withdrew with a crackle of pain. His eyes widened. "Callie, you're freezing." Callie cringed, extracting herself. Regret consumed her. She'd been so certain, so sure she was doing the right thing. "What's wrong with me, Undine?" Undine stepped forward. "You're powerful, more than I knew you could be. I called on the power siphoned from Lyric, from Gia. You have not only your own power,
but also the ability to draw on the source of others as well. It's extraordinary."
Callie's stomach turned. She was sick with regret. "Undo it. Please, take it away." "Do as she says," Bae commanded, managing to sound adamant. "You've done enough damage. I relinquish the tournament. Soraya can have her kingdom. I want no more part in this. Not until you restore Caliana to who she was." "She agreed of her own free will," Undine said, lifting her chin with utter and complete satisfaction. "As did you to your bargain." She lifted her sleeve to display a thread of tattoos. "You agreed to do this by my terms, Prince Baelor. The failing princesses will live as part of Caliana's agreement, but she, Soraya, and Arabella must still participate in every task. And the final one is about to begin." All eyes were on her. Arabella's eyes were wide. She clung to her tiger, burying her head in its fur. Soraya's mouth gaped at her hands playing open like land-washed starfish. Callie wondered what they were feeling at that moment. If what she thought was true, she'd just siphoned out some of their power and used it to save Bae. She stared at her hands, waiting for color to seep into her skin, to refill its crevices, to make her human again. She wasn't supposed to change. She was Caliana Brahmvir, not some magic-ridden dread. Soraya pushed herself shakily from the deck. Water stained the folds of her skirt, but she managed to stand, resting her weight against the railing. Callie knew how weary her cousin had been after attempting to extinguish the boundary before. Was Soraya expending as much energy as she had the first time? The ship rocked beneath them. Shards had been torn away from the Finfolk's attack, but the creatures were nowhere in sight. There was that, at least. Arabella, ever stubborn in her refusal to be bested, pushed to her feet as well. Her tiger did not rise. How could she use magic without him? "What are you waiting for?" Captain Kelsey shouted, emerging from his hiding place on the tiller deck. Other sailors also materialized from where they'd taken shelter during the Finfolk attack. Cali wondered how many of them had been on the Bane the last time. "Destroy it, princess. Then this will all end. Destroy the boundary, and then my son and his kingdom will be yours." Bae stroked Cali's cheek. She had the feeling his hand was visible through the other side of her face. Would she never be as she once was? She felt weightless and tired, the expense of so much energy to save him, taxing her. But she wasn't yet as bedraggled as her cousin appeared. Bae said in a soft voice, "Are you going to try? Do you think you can?" Cali closed her fingers, marveling at the coldness on her translucent skin. Destroying the boundary meant Captain Kelsey and Bae could sail to Zara and find the Moonstone. Bae had played it off as though he didn't know what his father was after. But did he? Zara would become subject to the boy Undine was molding to rule it. But this way, Cali could sail home. She could do what she could to help her lost kingdom. Destroying the boundary also meant Undine would become mortal. A mortal without magic, without the ability to meddle in anyone's affairs. "I don't know if I can." "You can and you will." Undine's gray hair flared in the wind. She spoke with a command that sizzled straight through Cali's pores. "You will destroy this boundary. This is the first thing I ask of you." Cali inhaled sharply. The fresh tattoo on her arm heated, burning anew. "You gave your word. Use this new ability to compete as you were born to fight for your chance to remove the boundary, princess. Lucas will be released. He will be ready to clean up the mess you made when you left your home. Now it remains for you to set him free." To set Undine free. Cali rubbed her bicep. The tattoo appeared on her clear skin, like chiseled scrapes in a block of ice. She had to do this. Soraya's fire flared from beneath her skin. Though Cali sensed its heat against the iciness covering her, it didn't affect her. Arabella knelt beside her tiger, nudging him in an attempt to awaken him. The beast was worn out from the expense of her magical use earlier. So Cali stood beside her cousin, two princesses, one fire, one ice, both with hands unfolded toward the glistening wall, unnervingly reflecting their images to them. Soraya's face was strained through the glow of golden light bursting from her. It ejected from her eyes, her teeth, her fingertips, and Cali was surprised to see colored smoke swirling within her own glassy body, like a flamboyant tornado within her. Cali concentrated on the energies, the voices coiling about the surrounding air. Every time she plucked a new voice to add, the colored smoke within her changed. The boundary itself spoke to her in a voice like the moonflower at daybreak, in a way it hadn't done the last time she'd been this close to it. "Find the weaknesses," the boundary said. It, too, wanted to be destroyed. Cali collected the smoky energy into her hands. It steamed the way doused flame would, and she wove it through every crawl of the boundary as it instructed her to do. Soraya's flame licked across the crackled surface, scorching in the openings. Cali sensed her cousin's energy declining. Her magic was more than her body could take. "Saraya!" Cali cried, but it was too late. Saraya crumpled to the deck, her lids fluttering in exhaustion. The energy of the boundary was decreasing as well. It spoke to Cali in hushed tones, instructing her where to direct the smoke of her magic. Cali followed blindly, not knowing what else to do, until the crackled mirror-like barrier finally shattered, dusting into the sea. In a burst of ash and cinders, rendering the sky a thundery hue, with clouds of gray and gloom, the mirror was gone. The forest within was burning from Saraya's efforts, turning to ash on the sea, adding its smoke to the clouds' coverage. Minutes later, or maybe hours, Cali could no longer tell. In place of the reflection of their ship, a bared open horizon awaited. It was bleak and sodden with stormy skies, yet ready to be explored. The same energy she'd collected and used to restore Bae's health, Bae's life, now stole every ounce of energy she had left. Cali crumpled, toppling to the deck. She was vaguely aware of being caught before connecting with the wooden surface, certain if she'd been allowed to hit it, the glass of her would have shattered, just like the boundary. Chapter 34. Cali was encompassed by warmth. Never had she slept in a more comfortable position, with a more soothing cushion beneath her body, a pillow of perfect softness padding her head, or a blanket of softer down encasing her. She never wanted to move again. She curled deeper into the warm bed, begging sleep to return, to let her keep basking in this encompassing comfort. Sleep did not obey. It skittered from her eyes, leaving her mind blazing first with vague, fuzzy inquiries about where she was. Then dreams flared, swarming in, of fire and ice, of being encased with power, of her body turning as clear as blown glass. Cali shot up in bed, stuffing aside the white comforter to peruse her arms, her legs, and to explore her shoulders and stomach. She was flesh and bone once more. Her skin returned to its pale hue, her raven black hair traipsing to her shoulders. The room was one she'd never set foot in, but it carried the Luné-Lumin geometric shapes and colored pillows. If she was in Luné-Lumin, that meant the ship hadn't sunk on its return voyage. Was Saraya okay? Was Bae? She hiked up her sleeve, half expecting the tattoo of her new bargain to be a dream as well, but the lotus blossom was inked onto her left arm. It was exactly as she remembered it. She really had bargained with Undine de Rey, received magic, and destroyed the boundary, and she'd done it as though she were made of glass. "Bae?" she mumbled, pushing herself from the bed. She had to find him as quickly as possible. A sinking worry told her he'd left her. He'd gotten what he wanted. The boundary was removed, as was his curse. He was free to sail. Why would he remain anywhere Cali was if he could return to the sea? A knock sounded at the door. Cali opened her lips to bid the person enter, when the knob turned, beating her to it. Bae stepped in, hair tied, sleeves rolled, Scowls set off with his steely jaw tensed as if expecting an attack. His eyes drank her in, and the rugged expression on his face broke into a smile so devastating it was hers. Only hers, meant for no one else. He was also here. He hadn't left her after all. "You're awake," he said, and back to normal. She lifted her hands, stunned at the pale color of her skin. How had it returned to this from being glass before? Bae didn't wait to be invited. He swept to her side, placed one hand behind her shoulders and one beneath her legs, and lifted her, cradling her to his chest. Cali clung to his neck, relishing in his heat, in his smell of musk and nutmeg and ocean air. She hung there in his arms, basking in the affection, and she couldn't help the small giggle that escaped. "You act as though I've been out for days." "You have been," he said, pressing a kiss to her collarbone before sinking onto the bed with her still in his embrace. Cali wanted to nestle against him, to remain this way for the rest of the day, but so many questions nagged at her mind, and she knew she couldn't. "What happened, Bae? Where is Undine? Is Soraya okay? And Arabella?" "They're alive," he said, sweeping her hair away from her face. "The princesses?" "Undine let them live. Apparently she'd gotten what she needed from the other two." Guilt sank in like a rock. Undine had stolen their lives, their magics, to pass power along to Cali. It seemed none of her decisions were ever without a cost. "And where is the sea witch now?" A muscle ticked in Bae's tanned jaw. He smiled, the way people sometimes did when they were about to deliver life-altering news. "Another reason I'm glad you're alive. She said she's waiting to announce the end of the tournament. A winner has been chosen." Cali's mouth was a desert. How could anyone care about the tournament anymore, after all that had happened? "Soraya?" "No." He cleared his throat with a little laugh. Tenderly, he stroked her cheek with his fingertips. "I'm supposed to wait for the ceremony. But to the inferno with that. You know who the winner is. Are you really going to make me say it?" Heat radiated through her. She tingled with weightlessness, with breathlessness, and smiled at him. She had wanted to save him, to be with him, but did she really want to marry Bae Kelsey? The answer burned like an ember. "Yes," she said. "Say it." Bae tilted in, nuzzling her cheek. "It's you. You've destroyed the boundary and fulfilled the terms of the tournament. More importantly, you've taken over my compass and settled yourself into my night sky. You are the bride I choose." Cali's throat thickened. Her heart pounded like a rabbit's foot. The bride Bae chose, the bride of a pirate. Laughing, Cali threw her arms around him. His nose dipped in the cavern between her neck and shoulder, and he held her close to him, so close. She could hardly believe this had happened. There was still so much to sort out, so much to do before she could move into this future. Her kingdom needed help. Regardless of Undine's threat, Cali had to make her way home. Something told her it wouldn't be as easy as sailing there. Something told her nothing would be easy from now on. But with Bae's arms surrounding her, with the prospect of life ahead of her, she was certain they could face whatever the horizon brought next.
Hey, what's up? This is Courtney. I just wanted to jump on here and say thank you so much for listening to Book 2 of my Curse of the Pirate series, Tournament of Power. I hope that you loved this magical adventure. If you did, please make sure you hit the like button on this video and let me know your thoughts in the comments. I hope that you're also subscribed to my channel because Book 3, Servant of Magic, will be coming soon, and I don't want you to miss the rest of the series. Thanks again.
This has been Tournament of Power, a fantasy romance, Curse of the Pirate Book 2, written by Cortney Pearson, narrated by Ophelia Diarmis, copyright 2019 by Cortney Pearson, production copyright by Cortney Pearson.